Chapter 1. The Great Prophecy, the Pinnacle of Eras, Part 1. Allow me to preface this with a clarification. Broly is not a character conceived by Akira Toriyama and shall not appear in my continuation. It is Goku who remains the legendary Super Saiyan of the original work. Furthermore, this narrative does not conform to the simplistic logic found in certain wish-fulfillment novels, but rather adheres to the spirited and competitive storytelling style of the original, thus exhibiting a gradual plot development. The extensive narrative commencing from Chapter 48 serves as a significant foreshadowing for a detailed explanation. One may refer to the second part of Dragon Ball T. Should you find a story of BoJack unappealing, feel free to bypass it. Thank you. The legend of the Dragon Ball Emperor is divided into the Super Saiyan arc and the Cosmic Emperor arc, followed by the Divine Battle arc, which is Dragon Ball T. In a tranquil expanse, the very air seemed to drift languidly, a gentle breeze caressing the senses, and all around was a vibrant display of life. Yet, amidst this facade of peace, one could unmistakably detect a faint, albeit elusive, scent of blood. There were no towering peaks or kaleidoscopic fields of flowers. This idyllic sanctuary resembled a vast grassland, clothed in shades of azure, with a clear lake shimmering softly, its surface rippling with hints of emerald light. All of this bore an uncanny resemblance to the enigmatic planet Namek. A colossal, aged figure reclined sideways upon a stone chair crafted from peculiar minerals, his labored breaths echoing in the stillness, his immobile form betraying the fragility of life, while his tightly shut eyes trembled intermittently, a stark reminder of his impending demise. Upon recognizing this elder, one's heart was seized with astonishment, for he bore a remarkable likeness to the last Grand Elder of Namek, the proximity of their lifespans strikingly evident. Before the elder stood several towering men, each nearly 4 meters tall, their familiar cerulean faces and ant-like sensory appendages unmistakably identifying them as Namekians. Among them, the figure on the left was particularly imposing, standing an impressive 2 zhong high, evoking a sense of familiarity. Behind these Namekians, a multitude of green-skinned individuals clustered, while flanking the Namekians were thousands of unfamiliar faces resembling earthlings, all clad in recognizable battle attire. They stood at the very heart of the lake, surrounded by a picturesque landscape. Yet in this moment, all wore expressions of deep concern, their brows furrowed with anxiety intermingled with a palpable fear of death. Most bore wounds, some even missing limbs. Are they still engaged in the assault? After a prolonged silence, the frail elder finally mustered the strength to inquire. Yes, Grand Elder, replied a similarly aged Namekian who stepped forward respectfully, his voice tinged with despair. It was clear he had wrestled internally before summoning the resolve to deliver an honest report. It seems I have not yet completely lost my senses, the elder, referred to as the Grand Elder, remarked with a touch of irony upon hearing the despondent tone of the responder, though such an effort further drained his dwindling strength. A heavy silence enveloped the assembly, their furrowed brows betraying their worry. Your Excellency, Grand Elder. Suddenly, an unexpected voice broke through the stillness, and the air shimmered slightly 2 to 3 meters in front of the Grand Elder, revealing a figure that solidified into clarity. A middle-aged man clad in silver-gray armor hovered in the air, his tall, muscular frame exuding an aura of commanding authority. Is that King Tianshi? The Grand Elder's eyes remained shut, but at the sound of the somewhat familiar voice, his eyelids fluttered, and he weakly inquired. Yes, Your Excellency, Grand Elder. Forgive my candor, but do you truly believe that remaining within this void will quell this war? Since they have already arrived, it may be wiser to confront them heat-in a final battle. Even in defeat, we would preserve the honor of our warriors. Although the tone of this statement questioned the Grand Elder's cautious approach, none of the assembled Namekians dared to interject. They understood that this figure, akin to a king, was indeed a formidable hero, the leader of the Tianshi clan, a race that rivaled the Namekians as a great cosmic species. In contrast, only the Grand Elder held a position of equality with him, for the benevolent Namekians did not require a monarch to rule instead. They appointed each Grand Elder through a system of meritocracy, rendering the Grand Elder the de facto ruler. The Grand Elder hesitated to respond, his time running short and his strength insufficient for lengthy discourse. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, "I am aware of this, however. King Tianshi, this war cannot be resolved so simply. The events unfolding may escalate into a repeat of that fateful battle from years past." At the mention of that historic conflict, the imposing King Tianshi's expression shifted momentarily, as if a dormant memory within his soul had suddenly awakened, evoking a primal fear that sent a shiver through him, his pupils constricting in alarm. Once more, silence descended upon the gathering. Even the distant signs of fervor that had stirred among the Tianshi clan at the king's passionate declaration now faded into stillness, for as a great race, they understood the terror that the previous war had wrought. Another faction, permitted by the Grand Elder to enter the void, possessed enough renown in the universe to be aware of certain hidden truths. Thus, we must await the opportune moment for a decisive counterattack, one that will swiftly conclude this conflict. Otherwise, the ensuing battles will only worsen, potentially impacting the entire cosmos. However, if we do so, we will inevitably lose considerable strength before the confrontation. After all, maintaining this void requires an immense expenditure of energy. King Tianshi raised a valid concern, noting that much of their power had already been depleted by the enemy's relentless bombardment. Their continued existence was reliant on their own forces supplying energy to the void's formation. Of course, there were advantages to being within the void since their entry. Casualties on their side had ceased, and many injured had been granted the opportunity to regain their strength. Has there been any word from the Holy Domain? After a moment of silence, the aging Grand Elder seemed to grasp the complexities of their situation, yet posed a pivotal question, one that held the potential to alter the course of the entire conflict, and which he had long kept at bay as his sole hope. Upon hearing the Grand Elder invoke the term Holy Domain, even King Tianshi furrowed his brow slightly, for as a powerful ally, he understood the implications of this term. A realm forged from slaughter and bloodshed. It was the burial ground of generations of Namekians, the resting place of many distinguished ancestors, hence the reverence with which they regarded it. Yet the fundamental truths of this domain remained shrouded in mystery, even to the Grand Elder, who knew little of its secrets. Each Grand Elder before him had passed down a legend. No matter the cost, the Holy Domain must never be destroyed should that day arrive. The god would return once more. This was merely a prophecy-like tale, and all evidence that could substantiate it had long been lost to the annals of history. Yes, Your Excellency, Grand Elder. The Holy Domain has remained completely sealed since the entry of Kadaz. With no signs of disturbance within, a tall, imposing Namekian stepped forward, bowing slightly before raising his youthful, handsome visage, his age aligning with that of a Namekian in their prime. None present were angered by his abruptness. Instead, they regarded him with the highest esteem. This was true even for the high-ranking Namekians and the formidable King Tianshi, who dared not gaze at this remarkable individual lightly. Not only was he the grandson of the current Grand Elder, but his exceptional abilities commanded the respect of all. In this era marked by extraordinary talent, he stood second only to the Grand Elder himself. According to the distant history of the Namekians, his prowess was undoubtedly among the top 3 of all time. With such a formidable gift, he had been recognized as the next Grand Elder long before. This young man, upon closer inspection, would be revealed to be the Grand Elder of Namek 400 years hence, and apart from Piccolo, the only surviving true Namekian, the Grand Elder of Namek from those bygone days. Chapter 1. The Great Prophecy, the Pinnacle of Eras. Part 2. The mention of Kadaz by him struck a thunderous chord in the minds of those present, as they were acutely aware that Kadaz was a figure far more formidable than the extraordinarily gifted youth before them. He was a nearly omnipotent warrior from Namek, endowed with a combat talent that evoked envy throughout the universe, despite the youth's abilities being nearly on par with his own. To ascend to the position of the Grand Elder, one must possess an exceptionally high affinity for the Dragon Force, a stipulation enshrined in the unspoken traditions of the Namekian race. Kadaz's disqualification stemmed from his lack of sensitivity to this vital power. The youth before them shared a profound connection with Kadaz, and their similarly transcendent talents were a source of pride for the Namekian lineage. In this generation, brimming with potential, they had steadfastly believed that their race would once again flourish. Little did they anticipate that this era would prove to be anything but ordinary, as war loomed ominously on the horizon. Upon hearing his grandson's response, the Grand Elder, though his eyes remained closed, sensed a threat of danger in the youth's anxious tone. He instinctively recognized that the sanctum had deteriorated, and distant legends of the sanctuary began to swirl in his mind, plunging him into a state of confusion. Suddenly struck by an idea, the aged Grand Elder seemed to struggle momentarily before mustering his extraordinary abilities. His formidable consciousness did not extend outward, but rather reached deep within his mind, twisting through the fabric of time as if to glimpse the realm of the future. In a fleeting instant, a flash of white light pierced his awareness, and the overwhelming pain that accompanied it compelled his vast consciousness to retreat, leaving him more weakened than before. At that moment, the already frail elder dimmed further, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as his breath quickened. Even the great prophecy cannot unveil the future. What could this possibly mean? Is destiny intent on extinguishing my kin? The veracity of the sanctuary's legends has become irrelevant. The future indeed seems beyond reach. The Grand Elder pondered internally, his frail body trembling slightly in decline. Witnessing the Grand Elder's sudden deterioration, the hearts of those present tightened with anxiety, while the youth appeared to share in the Elder's suffering, displaying profound sorrow. None spoke, for they were all aware of the reasons behind such changes. Nearby, King Tianxi also quietly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath in sincere respect for the Grand Elder's sacrifices. After slightly regulating his rapid breathing, the Grand Elder's closed eyes fluttered, and after a deep inhalation, he declared, "I understand now, Asfa. You must descend and reinforce the energy of the void, buying us time until Kadaz emerges." After a brief pause, his tone became more fluid, yet his words carried an additional meaning. Just as the others were about to voice their confusion, the Grand Elder interrupted them, continuing with his true intent. "All Namekians, heed my command. From this moment forth, Asfa shall be the Grand Elder of Namek. I implore you all to assist him collectively." The Elder's prophecy resonated with an unyielding authority, revealing the innate pride of a ruler. However, at that moment, his words lost their steadiness, as he hastily conveyed his genuine thoughts. In an instant, the battles within the void fell silent, for all knew that this esteemed figure was soon to depart from the realm of the living. What weighed heavily upon their hearts was the ongoing war, the relentless strength of their adversaries casting a chilling shadow of despair. The Grand Elder's tone grew increasingly urgent, his gasping breaths laden with gravity. His weary eyes struggled to remain open, the tremors of his gaze quickening. After a few labored breaths, a semblance of calm returned, yet all present could discern that the aura of death surrounding the Elder had intensified dramatically. "Let the forthcoming battles be entrusted to you, Tianxi Wang. I am weary," he chuckled softly. "From this moment onward, the fate lies in your capable hands, our beloved and valiant warriors." Understanding the unspoken words of the esteemed Elder, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. His rapid, labored breaths gradually slowed, eventually ceasing altogether. A palpable tremor gripped many hearts. They comprehended that this revered Elder had quietly passed away. Time seemed to halt in that fleeting moment. Even the winds ceased their whispers, and the clouds no longer drifted, while the rhythm of heartbeats fell into an eerie stillness. Indeed, the Elder, the youth named Asifa, was already awash in tears, trembling as he approached and bowed deeply. Overcome with emotion, he found himself unable to utter farewell to his grandfather. Despite his profound reverence for this extraordinary figure, he could only accept the mantle of responsibility as the new Elder's successor. After all, he was acutely aware that the war was far from over. In the silence following the Elder's final words, a brilliant white light flashed across the sky, and then 7 immense orbs, resembling crystalline spheres, descended before the Elder. With a flash of golden light, they transformed into ordinary, colossal stone spheres. This spectacle stirred the hearts of all present, as the demise of Shenlong Belunja served as a testament to their plight, intensifying the anguish within, rendering it nearly suffocating. There was no time to linger. The power of the Shenlong was the principal force of the void, a truth well known to all. After their period of mourning, everyone gazed at the newly appointed elder, yet no words of urgency could escape their lips. Grant me the power of the divine. O great Belunja God, I am willing to serve as the vessel for the power of the Shenlong. And at this moment, I shall revive the 7 Dragon Balls. Asif concealed his sorrowful emotions, wiping away the streaks of tears from his cheeks, his eyes shimmering with radiant determination. That instant, the 7 massive stone spheres beneath him erupted in a dazzling golden light. And as they levitated, they transformed into the resplendent 7 Dragon Balls. With a powerful flash of golden light, a beam, as wide as a yard, shot skyward, emanating from the 7 suspended Dragon Balls, creating a magnificent protective barrier. In that moment, the once tumultuous void fell into tranquility, as the reborn power of the Shenlong coalesced once more, its energy gathering in high density, sufficient to withstand the formidable onslaught from without. Tianqi Wang finally opened his eyes. Although the pain of loss was evident within his gaze, he nevertheless exuded the demeanor of a leader. Aware that time was of the essence, he called out with a resonant voice. In accordance with the wishes of our departed elder, let us, the great warriors, unite and fight. We shall valiantly defend our world and battle courageously, as long as we await the moment the sacred realm opens. Victory shall be ours, the final victory. Upon hearing this impassioned rallying cry, fueled by the elder's departure, a fervent battle spirit ignited within everyone present. The suppressed resolve surged forth anew, solidifying a determination to fight to the death. An echoing response reverberated through the atmosphere, shaking the very earth itself. In the next moment, all warriors vanished from sight, driven by a singular belief as they returned to the battlefield, leaving only Asifa, the guardian of the void, and the recently departed elder behind, gazing deeply at his grandfather. Asifa braced himself against the tide of sorrow threatening to spill forth, casting a glance toward the distant location, yearning to sense even the faintest stirrings from that direction. Yet, everything remained still. The sacred realm showed no sign of change, while the external conflict unfolded, ushering in the final act of the great battle. Beyond Namek, in a galaxy billions of light years away, a figure cloaked in black floated in the void of space, fixated on the location of Namek, as if peering through the vast distance of the battlefield. Has it finally come to an end? It appears the moment of reckoning has arrived. I wonder which side will emerge victorious. Ha 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 ha! How utterly foolish! The mysterious figure mused, erupting into a maniacal laughter. Relay a message to the Demon King. I shall enter a period of seclusion. N01 is to disturb me, or they shall face death. The enigmatic figure calmed his excitement, and, with a formidable will, left this decree before silently stepping into the abyss of the black hole. As he entered, the black hole mysteriously sealed itself, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. In the instant the black hole disappeared, the space quivered, revealing a silhouette that, upon delivering its command, likewise vanished. Chapter 1. The Great Prophecy, the Strongest Era, Part 3. Ha! Who would have thought, who could have anticipated, that it would be you who betrayed me? I was blind to your treachery. A frantic cry resonated in the high heavens above Namek. The explosive sound wielded a formidable aura, inciting a fierce counterattack amidst the struggle for survival. Under this immense pressure, many adversaries were struck by a terrifying wave of energy, causing them to cough up blood, yet their bloodlust rendered them merciless, glaring at the despondent figure of Tianqi Wang. Once a proud leader, Tianqi Wang, now a solitary silhouette, wavered in the air, sustaining his flight with the scant remnants of his strength. His body was drenched in blood, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld him. His armor lay in tatters, and his once silver hair was now stained crimson, the acrid scent of countless lives lost mingling in the air. He knew well that at least half of the bloodshed was his own. Tianqi Wang lifted his weary head, gazing at the throng of enemies ahead, their numbers reaching into the hundreds of thousands. He had suffered a total defeat, the elite forces under his command, numbering in the millions, had perished, signifying that his kin had lost nearly 95% of their combat strength. This meant that from a superior race, they had plummeted to a secondary status. The cause of this devastation: former comrades, who had turned traitor in this final battle, becoming the very hunters that sought his demise. The blood-stained man laughed maniacally. His once handsome visage twisted into a mask of rage as he glared at a familiar figure 100 feet away. Under the mocking smile of his foe, he finally understood why this adversary had chosen to appear only in the climactic battle. The enemy's subordinates had never been elite warriors, and their mortality rates had been alarmingly low. The traitor has long since betrayed the universe, he concluded within the depths of his heart. His body began to falter, yet Tianqi Wang, despite trembling uncontrollably, refused to surrender to the darkness that he struggled, longing to witness a miracle in the twilight of his life. Blood surged uncontrollably to his throat, overwhelming injuries rendering him unable to contain the torrent of crimson that burst forth. Clutching his side where blood gushed forth, his breath grew increasingly rapid, yet he wore a cruel smile, aware that he had been betrayed and gravely wounded. "Submit and perish, Tianqi Wang," a commanding voice rang out, its simplicity imbued with an invisible weight that struck heavily upon the hearts of all present. In an instant, a towering figure materialized a mere distance away from Tianqi Wang. "Now that you have reached this juncture, I trust you realize that resistance is futile, that I promise. Should you acquiesce to your punishment, I shall spare your kin. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to slaughter countless trillions." The middle-aged man smiled, yet in Tianqi Wang's eyes, this smile reeked of hypocrisy and arrogance. The latter remained silent, shaking his head, gathering the last vestiges of his strength. Observing the defiance in his opponent's demeanor, the middle-aged man smirked, coldly declaring, "Then your kin shall have no reason to survive. Perhaps you speak the truth, yet I can assure you, the Tianqi clan shall never become betrayers of the universe. Even if we are annihilated, we shall not bow down, nor shall we accept the mercy of these demons." Tianqi Wang summoned even more power, his speech becoming fluid once more, though he was aware that his consciousness was beginning to fade, with death looming near. Ignoring his opponent's mocking laughter, he had come to see the truth. He realized that from the moment he was ambushed, he possessed the strength to escape this battle. However, he could not do so, that he awaited the final miracle to manifest. Otherwise, the entire universe would face annihilation. "Since you desire my death, then let us depart together. Allow me to pay the price of countless lives." Tianqi Wang clenched his fists tightly, his body quaking as a brilliant azure light erupted from him, igniting the most powerful strike by sacrificing his very essence. With each word carefully enunciated, he proclaimed, "Together, we shall journey to the underworld." Witnessing this seemingly frenzied act, the middle-aged man's pupils constricted in alarm, prompting him to retreat from the imminent danger. The very moment he retreated 2,000 meters away, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, centered around the formidable Tianqi Wang. An indescribable force surged forth with ferocity, overwhelming flames sweeping outwards in a consuming torrent. Despite the adversary's swift reaction, all within 100 zhang of Tianqi Wang abruptly lost their lives, witnessing the terrifying expansion of the explosion's epicenter. The middle-aged man seethed with rage, his frustration evident as he waved his hand, emanating a faint blue glow. With a decisive gesture, a colossal energy barrier manifested at the site of the explosion, ruthlessly sealing off a kilometer of space, allowing the unleashed power to culminate in a final eruption. How despicable! Who would have thought that mere insects could torment an elephant? The middle-aged man was nearly apoplectic with anger. To prevent further harm to his subordinates, he reluctantly established a boundary, yet the imminent counterattack from the enemy cost him over 30,000 troops. It was worth it, worth it. He entrusted the aftermath to his scion allies. As Tianqi Wang, in his final moments, expressed a quiet hope, for he had not yet witnessed the arrival of a miracle, his heart burdened with profound sorrow. Thus fell a powerful warrior, Tianqi Wang. Curse that antiquated fool! A voice of indignation erupted. A figure emerged from the sealed space, his appearance disheveled as he hurled curses at the adversary's perverse strike. He was none other than the despised traitor. His visage bore a striking resemblance to another, adorned in a pearlescent hue tinged with royal purple, his once pristine tail now severed, his body marred by countless wounds, blood pouring forth. What further infuriated him was the realization that most of those who perished in the recent cataclysm were his kin. This revelation ignited his fury, and he shot a venomous glare at the middle-aged man, who remained utterly indifferent. In response to the middle-aged man's disdainful gaze, the traitor's anger intensified, yet he knew he must restrain himself, acutely aware that he could never rival this middle-aged man. Even after the collaboration between his clan and the Namekians, the fruits of their victory amounted to a mere 2/10, and it had been a Pyrrhic triumph. Disregarding such matters, the traitor's gaze fell upon the expanse below, his cold demeanor betraying a vicious intent. He at last. The clan has been annihilated. The Tianchi clan and the Namekians will be erased from the cosmos. And those cursed Saiyans shall meet the same fate. The universe shall be our dominion. I'm the true ruler of this realm. The traitor reveled in his dark thoughts, to curry favor with the middle-aged man. The traitor sought to ingratiate himself, transforming into a streak of light as he appeared mere zhongs away in the air. He concentrated his energy into a purple-black flame, intent on obliterating the already weakened defenses. However, just as his treachery seemed poised for success, a bone-chilling proclamation resonated from the Namekian realm, an icy voice that pierced through the hearts of all present, plunging them from the euphoria of impending victory into a hellish dread. "You shall perish!" The cold voice reverberated in every ear, a tyrannical force erupting forth. As the words fell, the air was rent asunder by a colossal fissure, a gigantic fiery hand lunging towards the traitor, who was paralyzed with fear that in a flash. It ensnared him, and with a deafening roar, the cataclysmic explosion eclipsed the traitor's final cries, obliterating the surrounding space and extinguishing his existence, along with the lives of tens of thousands of enemies in proximity. At the moment the hand emerged, the middle-aged man's heart raced with alarm. He had sensed the impending danger and had already fled to a distance of 10,000 meters. The shock was not limited to him. All surviving enemies were shaken to their core by the recent, harrowing spectacle, overwhelming fear taking root in their hearts. Suddenly, a streak of azure lightning cleaved through the heavens, racing from the surface of Namek to the lofty skies. A ruthless and arrogant power wreaking havoc in all directions. The azure figure continued to emanate immense strength, the white light gradually transforming into golden brilliance, ultimately evolving into darkness. Kadaki. The middle-aged man recognized the enigmatic figure before him. His heart gripped by an indescribable shock, his body trembling involuntarily as he sensed a power far exceeding his own, steeped in an overwhelming aura of malice. Impossible. This cannot be. How could your strength have surged to such heights? This is unfathomable. The middle-aged man nearly roared in madness that he knew well that this individual, hailed as the most exceptional Namekian in history, had barely trained for less than a century, yet stood among the elite. Even if he were a prodigy, his power had always been somewhat inferior to that of Tianchi Wang, and he could never be his adversary. Yet now, faced with this opponent, the ferocity of their might could easily extinguish his life. "You shall all perish," Kadaki seemed to utter in agony. Slowly extending his right hand, he unleashed a tremendous energy blast towards the distant cosmos, propelling it at speeds surpassing light itself. In an instant, the void of space warped severely, and after the explosive expansion, it was utterly obliterated, the colossal detonation resonating over vast distances, unleashing countless anguished cries. In that fleeting moment, Kadaki, resembling Piccolo, annihilated those hidden countless miles away in the demon realm, effortlessly dispatching thousands of their formidable warriors. As the fabric of space twisted, the middle-aged man finally sensed the looming threat, realizing too late the significance of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware that the demon realm was preparing to intervene in this battle. Yet, at that moment, Kadaki was suffering immensely, his eyes widened and obscured by dark energy, a relentless torrent of black mist emanating from him. His gaze dimmed, his spirit weary, yet his indomitable will resisted the collapse of his body. He was unwilling to accept that this battle could herald the annihilation of the universe, N01 noticed his distress. Perhaps it was the terror of Kadaki's overwhelming power that instilled a paralyzing fear in those present, rendering them oblivious to his condition. Chapter 1. The Great Prophecy, the Era of the Strongest, Part 4. As Kadaki swiftly dispatched the traitor, thousands of light years away from Namek, a figure cloaked in white light hurtled through the cosmos, revealing none other than Asifa. This moment, tears streamed down his face as he recalled the conversation with Keiichi. In the time leading up to Tianqi's self-sacrifice, the Holy Domain had finally emitted a mysterious wave, perhaps influenced by the tremendous force of the self-detonation. Within the Holy Domain, Kadaki was also disturbed, compelled to manifest prematurely, using his unparalleled strength to shatter the Holy Domain's barriers and appear beside Asifa. Sensing the overwhelming energy surge, Asifa turned abruptly, astonished to see his friend Kadaki before him, whose garments had been reduced to tatters, his body riddled with hundreds of gaping wounds. Before Asifa could utter a word, Kadaki spoke first. Asifa, I am aware of everything. The Holy Domain has indeed reached the moment of annihilation. The prophecy is set to unfold, and all is true. The final era has commenced. This simple statement left Asifa utterly stunned, struggling to accept the gravity of the revelation, while Kadaki offered a bitter smile, for he too had been taken aback by this shocking truth within the Holy Domain. Is it really true? What my grandfather said was real. After a moment of clarity, Asifa sought to ascertain the truth. It turned out that prior to Kadaki's entrance into the Holy Domain for his inheritance, the Elder had foreseen the impending crisis of the battle, and had thus made the rare decision to share the legends of the Holy Domain with both Asifa and Kadaki in advance. However, what followed was Kadaki's hearty laughter. It was all an illusion, Asifa. We have all been played for fools. The underworld, the divine realm, the entire universe has been toyed with by the demon realm. Asifa, with a bewildered expression, seemed to grasp the implication, his pupils dilating in shock. And oh wonder, neither the divine realm nor the underworld was aware of this war. It was them. They deceived us, cloaking our entire star system with an illusion, fooling both the divine and underworld realms. And behind it all, the demon realm conspired to shroud this star system, employing forbidden techniques to shift it into a different dimensional universe. No matter how we searched, we would only end up in the world prior to the blockade, time twisted by dark powers. Kadaki looked at the dazed Asifa with a bitter smile, his own heart feeling hollow and powerless. Without waiting for Asifa to regain his composure, Kadaki once again suppressed the terrifying energy that was on the verge of eruption, but coughed up a mouthful of purple-black blood, his body trembling and faltering. This scene jolted the dazed Asifa back to reality. There was no need to dwell on it. Due to my haste to emerge, the most critical moment of the inheritance had been countered by the power of the Holy Realm, and I would not live much longer. Kadaki stood unsteadily, attempting to regulate his body. Thank you, Asifa. Bik has already been sent to Earth, hasn't he? Kadaki managed to force a smile through the pain when mentioning his son. Yes, according to the Great Prophecy, Bik's arrival on Earth is essential for the unfolding history. Before the true outbreak of war, this child has already departed, so it can be said that Bik has escaped this galaxy. A glimmer of divine light flickered in Kadaki's somewhat dim gaze once more. Sensing the changes in the energy of the betrayer, Kadaki understood that time was running out and turned to Asifa, calmly stating, Asifa, I will remain to resolve this war, and I will completely tear apart this sealed space to send you away. Furthermore, I will use my maximum energy in the final strike to seal that entrance. The moment the entrance is breached, you must utilize the power of the dragon to thoroughly seal it, isolating the universe from it entirely. This is the future foretold in the prophecy, Kadaki proclaimed loudly, breaking through Asifa's indecision before continuing softly. Your dragon power can rival that of the Grand Elder. Sealing it should not be difficult for you. Also, Asifa, according to the prophecy, once you escape this space, you must employ the telekinetic powers of your unique abilities to make everyone in the divine realm, the underworld, and the universe, with the exception of the Tianqi clan, forget about this war. Moreover, the divine realm and the underworld must forget all remaining strong beings, including yourself. Hearing these words, Asifa was deeply shaken, his trembling lips wanting to inquire further, but upon meeting Kadaki's gaze, he saw unwavering certainty in his friend's eyes. After taking a deep breath, he nodded solemnly. The skies once again turned crimson with slaughter, dismembered limbs scattering as blood rained down. Driven by the oppressive energy, a massive purple-black claw mark descended, and in the blink of an eye, the gathering of tens of thousands transformed into a blood-soaked purgatory. As all perished in explosive death, a roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. Let us perish together. This is your best outcome. Kadaki's thunderous voice resonated within the hearts of all present like a tea that moment. They looked upon Kadaki, who resembled a demonic god, their faith shattered by the terrifying power of his slaughter. Kadaki felt no pity for these detestable invaders and traitors. In mere moments, he had single-handedly annihilated the majority of his foes, severely wounding a middle-aged man in the process, while he himself endured significant harm, the backlash within his body becoming unbearable. The middle-aged man widened his eyes, his expression one of horror. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented fear of death arise within him, and he fled in a frenzy, yet he could still clearly hear Kadaki's deathly howl. Simultaneously, a destructive and terrifying power enveloped this star domain. As a tremendous explosion obliterated all cries, the deafening sound resonating through the cosmos, yet unable to be transmitted under the vast starry sky. Only the remnants of a terrifying energy storm swept outward, bombarding the sealed space into dust. Meanwhile, a colossal surge of energy broke through the spatial blockade, hurtling away at superluminal speed, obliterating a gateway trillions of light years away, plunging it into chaos. At this moment, on a distant planet, Asfa could no longer sense the earth-shattering battle far away. With the destruction of the gateway, he seized the opportunity. He opened his mouth in agony, a faint sound escaping his trembling lips. At the instant the incantation was uttered, an infinite white light emanated from Asfa, rapidly engulfing the entire universe, including the divine realm and the underworld. The scion Asfa smiled for the first time before forgetting parts of his memory. Tears of sorrow streaming down his cheeks. The prophecy had begun. A new era was dawning. Chapter 2. The Legendary Super Saiyan, Part 1. The past has faded, yet the wheel of history continues to turn, perpetually intertwined with the concept of fate. Thus, in the pursuit of the title of the strongest, successive generations of immensely powerful warriors emerged. Under the evolution of history, the universe itself has been in a constant state of advancement, with the struggle for the Dragon Balls proliferating into battles across the cosmos. The long river of history demands that rules adapt and change. That in the past, the ruling powers decreed that the power of the dragon could only be wielded by the pure-hearted Namekians. However, fate played a cruel joke. After the Namekians faced calamity, a reborn genius among them manifested the power of the dragon once more on Earth. All of this may seem like a sudden and helpless shift, yet it appears to be a predestined occurrence. Perhaps, when viewed from the root, it resembles the ancient prophecy. History had already been set in the past, with all struggles merely futile attempts beneath the weight of fate. The continuous battles have led people to gradually acknowledge a singular truth. A certain race exists in the cosmos, one that revels in combat, is exceedingly brutal, and possesses a terrifying latent power that instills fear in any other race. Thus, they have been bestowed with the title of the strongest warrior race, the Saiyans. The universe is boundless, and beyond it, some have confirmed the existence of alternate dimensional universes. Beneath the endless void lie countless worlds equal to their own universe. The tale of the Dragon Balls has not ceased. One could say it has yet to reach its conclusion. After battles come more battles, and from evil arises the next generation of malevolence. An unending cycle of replacement. Ultimately, the true source of the cosmic crisis has not been eradicated. Those who gaze upon the universe, including all dimensional universes, have finally set their dark plans into motion under the current upheaval. And the war to conquer the entire cosmos is about to commence. Once, Bulma remarked that the universe would never find peace due to Goku's existence. The disappearance of the Dragon Balls and Goku would be the best outcome, with all crises concluding with Goku's vanishing. Yet human thoughts remain overly naive that Goku's history cannot encapsulate the history of the universe. Over billions of years of evolution, The Scions have become a universally recognized strongest race. And the legendary Super Saiyan is revered as an unparalleled king, unmatched by any. However, this ancient legend, which has long inspired fear, lost its validation during the Frisia era, as the Scions faced near extinction, rendering the concept of the Super Saiyan seemingly mere rumor. The lack of evidence left many to sigh in disbelief. Yet again, the ancient legend has materialized into reality, as Carrot among the Scions transcended his limits, awakening once more as the legendary Super Saiyan. Through his relentless journey of growth, he defeated Frisia, vanquished Cell, triumphed over Bu, eliminated Baby, annihilated Super 17, and obliterated the evil dragon. Ascending to Super Saiyan 4, he finally earned the title of the universe's No. 1. Now, as the dragon has taken Goku from the public eye, it was hoped that such a sacrifice would usher in peace for the universe, and that the battles of malevolent forces would cease permanently. However, this was merely a wishful thinking. The dark hand behind the scenes was seizing the opportunity, and with the loss of Son Goku, the great protector of the righteous side, evil surged forth like a torrential wave, engulfing everything around. They gradually realized their ambition for dominance, as darkness swiftly spread through the cosmos. Just as predicted, a new era has dawned, and the turmoil of the universe has officially begun to unfold. The signal for battle has finally sounded. Time is the driving force of change, and under the weight of fate, raw strength is utterly insignificant. In those years, while Goku was engaged in fierce combat with Baby. At the center of the universe, within a sealed space, the silver scenery revealed the density and resilience of the super alloy. However, what instilled terror was the visible pits on the walls and floor. Signs of melting due to heat. The enclosed space was not silent. A series of gasps shattered the tranquility within, indicating the weariness of the occupant. Suddenly, a heavy fist struck the ground with immense force, sending powerful pressure radiating from the point of impact, shaking the entire alloy space. The unwilling fist embedded itself several centimeters into the floor, the area around it equally concaved. Cough, 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 cough. The figure swayed within the gravity chamber, its movements in sync with the fluctuations of sound. The power it emanated caused a tremor within the chamber once more, the reverberations lingering, awaiting the arrival of stillness. The inky black hair, drenched in sweat, cascaded down, with the pointed tips adhering to the robust nape of his neck, revealing him to be a young man from a distance. Sweat clung to his form-fitting battle attire, accentuating his muscular physique, while his heavy breaths punctuated the air intermittently, momentarily halting. The youth's gaze was fixed upon his fists, deeply embedded in the floor, as he clenched them tightly, but a fleeting glimmer of reluctance flashed in his eyes as he slowly extended his hand. Muttering to himself, still trapped here, the training has undeniably intensified. Yet why? Why do I not feel that sensation, that transcending of physical limits? How infuriating! His expression mirrored confusion and distress. Silence enveloped his inquiries. A calmness settled. It was during this tranquil moment that a somewhat hurried voice emanated from outside the gravity chamber. Report, young master. The king requests your immediate presence in the detective room. Please respond to the summons. Upon hearing this, the youth, who had intended to continue his training, was momentarily taken aback. His brow furrowing involuntarily, he understood all too well that his father had never interrupted his training before, making this summons an unusual exception. Something intriguing, perhaps? He pondered, a faint smile crossing his face. Chapter 2. The Legendary Super Saiyan, Part 2. Yes, is there something? Understood, I shall arrive shortly. The young man lifted his head, turned, and ambled out, but he was aware that the servants delivering the message could not fathom the secrets at play. Thus he chose not to delve further into the oddity of the situation. After all, he knew that once he found his father, everything would become clear. As he pivoted, his piercing eyes sometimes revealed a depth of thought, while his light blue irises occasionally shimmered with a hint of melancholy. His visage, strikingly handsome, bore the marks of maturity bestowed by the passage of time. His captivating features could not conceal his extraordinary aura, and after a slight nod, he proceeded towards the right, walking along the corridor. The path ahead seemed endless. The surroundings were composed of dense superalloy, reflecting the intense brightness that was somewhat difficult to endure. The young man strolled, half closing his eyes, seemingly lost in thought, or perhaps listening to the hurried footsteps of those around him. The sounds of individuals bustling by echoed, their hurried movements accompanied by respectful greetings towards the esteemed prince. Upon opening his eyes, he cast a fleeting glance at their hurried figures, deepening his internal inquiries. Is something amiss? He wondered, pondering the peculiar occurrences of recent days. The path beneath his feet continued to shift, yet he remained unable to decipher the enigma at hand. His curiosity piqued, especially after witnessing some unexpected figures earlier, individuals who typically remained dormant. Coming to a halt, the servants accompanying him also ceased their movements, their expressions betraying a hint of anxiety, for they too seemed to sense something amiss, aware of the principle that serving a ruler is akin to accompanying a tiger. They recognized that those privy to too many secrets often vanished without a trace, a circumstance they were powerless to change. The youth, equally perplexed, pressed the button on the right, causing the door to open as he stepped inside. Eager to grasp the situation, "Father, what is going on, and why is everyone here?" Yet, no voice responded to his inquiries. Within the vast monitoring room, figures flitted about, numerous workers busily organizing documents, engrossed in their tasks. The young man narrowed his eyes, his gaze settling on a familiar figure seated at the central position of the monitoring room. One individual sat diagonally across from him, fixated on the enormous screen ahead, exuding an air of regality and authority. His aloof demeanor was enough to affirm his identity, yet he remained silent, propping his chin on his right hand. Observing his father's attitude, the youth felt a wave of shock wash over him. He too maintained silence, instinctively recognizing that something significant was about to transpire. Following his father's line of sight, he turned to the screen, determined to comprehend the unfolding events. No sooner had his gaze shifted than a blinding golden light assaulted his vision, prompting him to narrow his pupils and focus. The transmission depicted an epic battle on the screen. A colossal golden ape clashed violently with a mysterious figure, both combatants moving at speed surpassing light, engaging in thousands of exchanges in mere moments, seemingly evenly matched in their struggle. The mysterious figure bore a crimson upper body, long black hair, red eye sockets, and golden irises, his face adorned with a sinister grin. Reveling in the chaos of the battle, if any Dragon Ball warriors were to witness such a scene, they would be utterly astonished, accompanied by a chilling sense of foreboding, for this moment was none other than Goku, having ascended to Super Saiyan 4, battling against the transformed baby. An indescribable sensation surged within the youth as he recognized Goku's silhouette, sending a jolt of fear through him that he glanced briefly at his father, only to find him wearing a subtle smile. Driven by the instinct of combat, the young man sensed something amiss and quickly checked the battle statistics, discovering an unfathomable figure, data that was unattainable from the outside world. In an instant, his pupils constricted and his brow furrowed in disbelief. A staggering 100 million. What on earth is happening? His eyes widened, reflecting the incredulity of the revelation. He swiftly redirected his gaze towards his father, questioning, "Father, is this true? Their battle power has reached such heights." He found it hard to believe what he witnessed. Yet at that moment, his attention remained fixated on Goku, the middle-aged man, radiating a kingly presence. Did not respond immediately. In the silence, the young man could hear his father's subtle intake of breath before he spoke slowly. "Yes, it is indeed true. That giant ape is a Saiyant's evolutionary mutation, and the other is the legendary Super Saiyan, the strongest warrior in folklore." The middle-aged man turned slightly, addressing his son with a smile, his features strikingly similar to those of the youth, exuding a charismatic charm. Despite his middle age, he bore the marks of countless trials, his deep-set eyes occasionally betraying weariness. Yet, all this only served to reinforce the notion that the man before him was a slumbering tiger. For the imperial aura, he projected commanded submission to his might. The legendary Super Saiyan. This phrase struck the youth's heart like a thunderclap, momentarily disorienting his mind at the mere mention of a term potent enough to instill fear. The brief disorientation also awakened memories buried in his subconscious, an eternal legend, a myth so close to true divinity. For all true fighters in the universe had not forgotten that everlasting tale. Particularly powerful figures, for this legend was a heavy shackle of judgment, difficult to bear. The Scions were universally acknowledged as the mightiest warrior race, their legacy punctuated by the emergence of a legendary Super Scion every so often. Revered by the world as the strongest of warriors, the closest to the divine. No, this cannot be. Is that the strongest being from the legends? How could they still exist in this world? Father, didn't the record state that all their kin have been annihilated by the self-proclaimed Demon King? Frisia? The young man looked at his father with an expression of confusion, aware of the historical context that prompted his inquiry. Indeed, the legendary Super Scion had always been regarded as a peerless powerhouse, a fact capable of influencing the entire universe. However, for reasons unknown, the Scions appeared to have fallen from grace in the earlier eras, their fearsome reputation no longer comparable to that of yesteryear. Decades ago, the Demon King Frisia, fearing the potential emergence of the Scion myth during his reign, had ruthlessly exterminated the Scions to preempt any future threat. Yet, the reality was not as he believed. Frisia had failed in his endeavor. The middle-aged man asserted emphatically, his tone slightly more intense as he conveyed his understanding of the situation. Before his son could inquire further, he continued, "Not only have they not been wiped out, but the surviving Scions are formidable warriors, and there exists a king of legend among them." The gaze of the middle-aged man lingered upon Wukong, observing the Super Scion form of Wukong, his eyes betraying a peculiar glint of information that vanished almost as swiftly as it appeared. Moments later, he sighed, "It stands to reason that the ultimate victor will indeed be that Super Scion. Now, how shall we handle this matter, dear father?" the young man inquired, his expression tinged with a hint of peculiarity. I surmise that at this very moment, the demon realm must also have caught wind of this information. They're certainly more invested in the legendary Super Scion than we are. Given that the demon realm will likely take action, we cannot simply sit idly by and allow them to extend their malevolent grasp. The middle-aged man remarked with an increasing smile. After a moment of contemplative silence, he continued, "Thus, I wish for you to travel to Earth and extend an invitation for a grand gathering, for the 10,000-year deadline approaches swiftly." He hesitated, concealing deeper secrets behind his words. "Understood. I shall heed your command," the young man responded without a moment's hesitation. Just as he prepared to turn away, a voice halted him. "Wait a moment. Yes, extend an invitation to that individual named Obu as well." The middle-aged man seemed to hesitate again, as if harboring a sensitive sentiment towards Obu, and addressed the young man. "Indeed, I shall fulfill your request," the young man affirmed without a trace of doubt, departing the reconnaissance room. Yet he remained curious as to why Obu was involved. As time progressed, preparations were completed, and a colossal spaceship came to rest upon an open expanse. Following the command, the doors slowly sealed shut. With the closure of the hatch, a commanding voice echoed throughout the spaceship S-base. "Commence departure, destination, Earth within the solar system of the X galaxy. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, takeoff." The command for liftoff was finally issued. No sooner had the words left the speaker than the spaceship radiated an orange-red glow, swiftly vanishing into the vastness of space. Meanwhile, a towering figure stood aside, quietly observing the unfolding events through the window. He witnessed everything and mused, "Ah, the journey to Earth is about to commence. Science, we shall reunite once more." He then turned to the individuals kneeling before him, awaiting orders, saying, "Your reconnaissance team shall also embark, venturing into the cosmos to invite other races to our gathering." The middle-aged man emphatically gestured with his right hand, underscoring his extraordinary status. At once, the 10 or more kneeling figures responded in unison, their voices resonating like thunder. "What in the world is happening?" A rough voice roared within the underworld, causing the entire hall of Yama to tremble. The sudden outburst startled the reporting souls. While the underlings of Yama cowered, eyes cast down, afraid to meet the wrath of the furious lord, in the span of 6 months, the number of deceased had soared to dozens of times the usual count. Already overwhelmed, he thought, "Am I to be driven to exhaustion by this chaos? Truly, It is a torment to be deceived by that old fool. That Yama's beard quivered, his dark eye circles revealing his weariness. As he fought to keep his heavy eyelids from succumbing to fatigue, that moment, he recalled a figure, the one who laughed heartily, wearing a blue hat inscribed with the character for Yama. A surge of resentment welled within him. For that individual was the previous Yama, who had foisted this burden upon him. Ugh. Honestly, ever since the evil dragon incident, the world above seems more chaotic than ever. Where has that rascal's son Goku vanished with the dragon? Yama pondered, momentarily lost in thought, his pen poised. Lord Yama! Lord Yama! A chorus of timid voices disrupted his reverie, the frightened underlings trembling even more at the sight of their enraged master. Yama snapped back to attention. Casting a murderous glance at the quaking little demon, his displeasure palpable. The demon's face turned a sickly shade of green, icy dread creeping into his heart. Yet he reported, "Mighty Lord Yama, another wave of souls has arrived. There seem to be millions of them." What in the name of the outer world is happening? Yama's furious roar reverberated throughout the underworld. A new tale of Dragon Ball unfolds, and I hope to garner everyone's support. Please consider saving and recommending it. Thank you. Chapter 2. The Legendary Super Saiyan, Part 3. As is the nature of the world, unity inevitably gives way to division, and division ultimately leads back to unity. Change is a constant cycle. The days of peace harbor the potential for crisis, and once the storm erupts, an era of turmoil descends. Following the upheaval, there will inevitably be those who, wielding absolute power, seize everything, restoring chaos to tranquility. Thus, the history of the universe perpetually transforms that on Earth. Today was a splendidly sunny day, and the tranquility of life filled everyone with a sense of fortune. In this era of peace, people began to understand the meaning of the adage that a rainbow appears only after a storm. With Wukong having vanquished the evil dragon in months of relentless restoration, the devastation inflicted upon Earth had been largely healed. Yet the scars upon their spirits remained unhealed, and all could do was endeavor to erase that emotional pain from their hearts. In celebration of this joyous occasion, the Dragon Ball warriors gathered in Bulma's garden for a grand feast. As the saying goes, sometimes laughter is the best balm for sorrow, and time has a way of easing the sting of past misfortunes. Under the dazzling lights, the garden exuded a festive ambience. The vibrant scene of merriment was indeed overwhelming, with Master Roshi and Mr. Satan dominating the microphone, belting out their tunes, much to the amusement of the crowd. However, amidst the revelry, a green-faced individual sat in a corner, furrowing his brow, a visage of sorrow and worry, lost in thought. Tiandi, there's no need to be so glum. Today is a day for celebration. We should embrace joy, for some matters are beyond our control, and we bear a responsibility, do we not? Gohan, noticing Tiandi's despondent demeanor, approached him with comforting words, instinctively aware of the unspoken truth. Goku had vanished with the dragon. Gohan? Tiandi looked up abruptly, only to find Gohan smiling at him. Surprised, he quickly lowered his head, his brow furrowing deeper as he murmured, "Even so, I still feel guilty towards everyone. It was my creation of the Dragon Balls that led to the emergence of the evil dragon. This incident has caused everyone so much suffering, and Uncle Goku." Tiandi clenched his fists in frustration. Gohan observed Tiandi's agitation, his own eyes softening as he stepped closer, though Tiandi kept his head down. His heightened senses picked up on Gohan's approach, intensifying his inner turmoil that in truth, it is not solely your fault. Our abuse of the Dragon Balls is what led to this predicament. Dear God, the true issue lies with us. Goten interjected, swiftly addressing the matter. Upon hearing Goten's words, the tension in Tiandi's furrowed brow began to ease, yet the weight of self-blame still lingered within him. Well, regardless of how it may be, let us find joy today. I believe my father will be pleased to know that, Gohan said, placing a reassuring hand on Tiandi's shoulder, smiling as he closed his eyes. Perhaps you're right, Tiandi replied hesitantly. But as he met the reassuring smiles of Gohan and Goten, his heart began to flutter and his brow gradually relaxed. Honestly, these two microphone tyrants are simply horrendous singers. It's quite unbearable, Bra exclaimed, covering her ears, laughing and scolding them in equal measure. Indeed. Speaking of which, brah, have you been shopping lately? Marin chimed in with a smile, licking her ice cream that, oh, of course. Haha, what about you? Have you gone shopping with Annie 18 again? Bra replied with an air of pride, firmly believing that women were born for the purpose of shopping, while she returned the question to Marin. Yes, we often travel together. Marin smiled, her demeanor cheerful. Yes, that's so. I truly envy you both. Buras smiled. Yet his expression revealed a hint of envy tinged with helplessness. You could accompany your family as well. Marlin responded. Alas, I have no one to keep me company. My father trains diligently every day. While my mother and brother are preoccupied with managing the business, as for my grandparents, I have no idea where they have gone to enjoy their travels. Typically, I am left alone at home. Bura lamented about his life. Marlin, listening to Bura's words, chuckled sympathetically, unable to suppress a smile at his friend's plight. Hey Trunks, have you seen your father? From the doorway, Bulma scanned the surroundings before inquiring that, oh, looking for Dad? Yes, probably still in the gravity chamber working out, Trunks speculated. The normally composed Trunks had succumbed to the allure of food, busily toiling away, seated next to Goten, both engaging in a childhood rivalry over whose appetite was greater. Really, Vegeta is quite the diligent one, Krillin remarked with a grin, as he deftly maneuvered his chopsticks, his gaze fixed on the delectable dishes. In a flash, he snatched the food away from Goku, much to the disdain of the latter, who glared at Krillin in frustration for his repeated interference. However, Krillin paid no heed to the discontent, cheerfully chewing while offering an awkward grin. Yes, still the same, number 18 observed, savoring her meal, as she cast a glance at the self-satisfied Krillin, subtly suggesting he refrain from teasing Goku further. The tea that moment, Krillin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, let out an awkward chuckle. Indeed, you ought to consider my age that I watched you grow up. You little rascal, I truly wish I could give your bald head a good whack like in the old days, Goku declared with pride, bolstered by number 18 support. Ha, exactly. Bulma joined in the laughter, as did Chi-Chi, who shared a light smile. The joy was infectious, and everyone around shared in the merriment. Trunks, however, noticed Xiao Fang standing by the door, gazing up at the sky, accompanied by the little robot, Kilu. Seemingly lost in thought, Xiao Fang, he called out, pausing for a moment before stepping outside. Chapter 2. The Legendary Super Saiyan, Part 4. Xiao Fang lifted her gaze to the cerulean sky, where fluffy white clouds drifted lazily. Lost in contemplation, she seemed to perceive within the clouds the joyous memories of her and Goku's adventures throughout the cosmos over the past year, filled with both bitterness and sweetness, sourness and spiciness. Grandpa, Xiao Fang murmured, as if she could glimpse Goku's figure through the clouds, her heart stirred by the thought. Just then, a voice from behind roused her from her reverie. What's the matter, Xiao Fang? Still reminiscing about Uncle Goku? Trunks observed her distant expression, sighing inwardly, his demeanor reflecting a shared melancholy. Trunks, do you think Grandpa will come back? Xiao Fang nodded, her sorrowful eyes searching Trunks' face. That of course, I believe Uncle Goku will return as long as we protect the Earth with our efforts. One day, he will come back to us along with the Dragon Balls, Trunks reassured her, though a tremor of uncertainty coursed through him as he lowered his gaze, acutely aware of the uncertainty of his own words. It was a truth known only to him. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Xiao Fang smiled and nodded, seemingly satisfied with his affirmation. Her spirits lifted. In that case, let us head inside. Everyone is having a great time, Trunks suggested, guiding Xiao Fang to look within, where laughter and celebration filled the air. But something felt amiss. In that fleeting moment, Trunks' previously cheerful expression morphed into one of alarm as he abruptly turned his head, his eyes widening in shock. What is this? He gasped, his widened eyes trembling as he stared at the sky to the east, filled with profound astonishment. Upon noticing Trunks' change in demeanor, Xiao Fang too became aware and instinctively sensed something amiss in the same direction, her face mirroring his shock. In the distance, powerful energies were descending upon Earth. Gohan, Goten, and Ub, who had been laughing moments ago, suddenly halted their merriment. In that instant, a realization struck them, their faces shifting to solemnity as they instinctively leapt to their feet and rushed outside. Danger! Danger! Xiao Fang is in danger. Not only Gohan and Trunks sensed the threat. The little robot Killua echoed the alarm, its mechanical frame bouncing as it fixated on the ominous direction inside the gravity room. A brilliant flash suddenly cut through the air, igniting the highly compressed atmosphere and causing violent fluctuations that rattled everything around. Debris of shattered metal lay strewn across the ground. The echoes of the tumult gradually subsided. Giving way to the heavy sounds of labored breathing, a familiar silhouette began to materialize, revealing the figure of Vegeta, drenched in the rigors of intense training. Damn it, Kakarot, where have you vanished to? No, where could you possibly be? Vegeta seethed, frustration boiling within him. That I have always regarded you as my benchmark for surpassing. Yet after the battle with the evil dragons, you have mysteriously disappeared. This cannot be. You are the one I. Vegeta must surpass. You cannot simply vanish. What's happening? Why is there such overwhelming energy? Who could it be? As Vegeta caught his breath, he sensed the sudden shift in the atmosphere outside. Without exception, his expression darkened as he swiftly propelled himself out of the room. Joining the others who were equally transfixed by the same ominous direction, soon, everyone inside emerged, astonished by the serious expressions on the faces of Vegeta, Gohan, and the others. Those attuned to energy quickly discerned the gravity of the situation. They sensed that the newcomers arriving on Earth were anything but ordinary that we need to investigate, Vegeta asserted, keenly aware of the oppressive energy that loomed, breaking the silence with a heavy tone that the group nodded in agreement. Falling into a contemplative silence, Xiao Fang, stay here and inform everyone of the situation. You must protect them, Gohan instructed, recognizing the severity of the threat, his expression grave as he issued the order. Yes, Xiao Fang, witnessing her father's serious demeanor for the first time, understood that a fierce battle might lie ahead. Just as Gohan and the others were about to depart, a sudden voice from Tenchi called out urgently, Gohan, catch! He tossed several small objects toward him. Gohan caught them, recognizing what they were, and smiled, nodding in gratitude toward Tenchi. With no time for further discussion, knowing the urgency of the situation, Vegeta and the others understood the importance of swift action. Together, they soared eastward at breakneck speed as they pondered the unfolding events. Would these formidable energies prove to be adversaries? Yet that power felt overwhelmingly potent. As they raced forward, Goten's complexion paled slightly, hesitantly questioning, could they really be that formidable? As they drew near, the terrifying aura became palpably stronger. Vegeta nodded, perhaps so. Hence we must proceed with caution, as he contemplated the extent of their opponent's strength and their own odds of victory. Gohan and the others grasped the gravity of the situation in light of Vegeta's response, affirming their understanding. Meanwhile, aboard a spacecraft approaching Earth, numerous figures moved about, while a massive screen displayed data, revealing the contours of Earth and maps of its major cities. That a figure reclined in a chair. Light blue eyes fixated on the reconnaissance images of Earth, a constant smile gracing his features. This figure was none other than the enigmatic youth, currently exuding an aura of tranquility. Report, my lord. We are about to land on Earth. The scanner has detected 5 formidable energies approaching our ship at high speed. According to the computer's calculations, they are headed toward our landing site. The youth did not immediately respond, his smile only deepening. Oh, will they engage us? Should we test them with a laser cannon? Another voice inquired. No, I suspect they are esteemed guests. I never expected them to come greet us so soon, the young man replied with a grin. Oh, are they truly Saiyans? A hearty laugh followed, as another mysterious figure entered the reconnaissance room. My lord, I implore you to allow me to engage with them. I am eager to ascertain the strength of the legendary Saiyans. It has been far too long since I have experienced such exhilarating combat. Please permit me to partake in the next battle. The enigmatic figure knelt partially on the ground, pleading with an expression brimming with fervor for battle. Well, such a proposition could indeed be entertained, but do remember, be careful not to offend the harmony. Very well. With a hearty laugh, the figure vanished, secretly elated within, as at this moment he was exceedingly eager to witness the so-called strongest legend of the Saiyans. After all, legends are but echoes of the past, while now marks the first step toward the future. Oh, Do you not share an interest? The young man's gaze lingered on a position beside the door, where he noticed another figure, equally striking in appearance. Upon closer examination, he appeared even more handsome than the prince before him. Yet throughout it all, he remained entirely unmoved, his haughty demeanor intact, eyes closed, arms crossed contemplatively before him, remaining utterly still. Upon hearing the commotion, the aloof young man opened his eyes, and in that instant, a potent aura surged around him, the formidable energy waves rivaling those of the leading youth, the latter. With a bitter smile, continued to speak slowly. No, then he closed his eyes again, seemingly reluctant to engage in further dialogue. You remain as you always were, the young man said with a wry smile, shaking his head, fully aware of the character's temperament, and wishing not to disturb him further. After all, he understood that this taciturn individual possessed a power that rivaled his own, a strength that was unfathomable. In this world, to possess power equates to having the right to exist and the dignity that commands submission from others. However, he also recognized that with the previous subordinate's intervention, a spectacular battle was assured, rendering the opponent's presence unnecessary. Is this truly Earth? He mused. The environment is quite pleasant, yet the gravity is rather low, is it not? In an instant, the air rippled, and a familiar yet strange figure materialized upon the earth. Unrestrained and wild, he shed his dark attire, revealing a robust blue physique, his eyes glimmering with a mysterious green light. He casually rolled his neck, producing a crackling sound, a faintly sinister smile gracing his lips. Yet his form vanished once more amid a flash of blue light. They have indeed landed, Trunks remarked, his brow furrowed, aware that time was of the essence. Damn it, we must hurry. Wait, hold on, Gohan suddenly turned pale, urgently warning, be cautious. A powerful aura is approaching us. With his acute sensory perception, Gohan discerned the fluctuations in the energy and hastily alerted the group. They all understood the situation, realizing that the incoming presence was rapidly closing in on them. In that moment, they all decided to halt, preparing to conserve their energy. It seems the newcomer harbors ill intentions, Vegeta stated gravely. Moments later, as if on cue, he added, here they come. Indeed, as Vegeta's words fell, a flash of blue lightning surged forward, slicing through the sky with incredible ferocity, materializing before them. The blue mysterious figure hovered above, casting a condescending glance upon the assembled crowd, seemingly intent on asserting his superiority. So, he is indeed an extraterrestrial, Trunks observed, his expression growing solemn at the sight of the peculiar figure. So it is you, the stranger remarked. First, allow me to introduce myself. I am Kurek. I have come to this little blue planet merely to engage in a sparring match with you. To loosen my muscles, the mysterious figure introduced himself with an air of arrogance, though his gentlemanly attire did little to mask his hubris. Glancing around at the gathered individuals, he suddenly adopted a boastful demeanor, declaring, which of you esteemed Saiyans shall step forward first? What? You actually know we are Saiyans, Vegeta and Gohan exclaimed, their faces reflecting astonishment and confusion. But this hardly seems to be a secret. In fact, the entire universe is likely aware by now. The legendary Super Saiyan has indeed been born. Kurek surveyed the crowd confidently, his hands clenching into fists, which instantly radiated energy, illuminating the sky with multiple arcs of electricity. In an instant, a dense mass of dark clouds began to coalesce in the distant skies, stirring the surrounding air currents. Arrogant and conceited, Goten remarked, anger simmering beneath his words. So, you mean to say we are destined for battle? At this moment, Goten began to channel his full power, a soft golden light emanating from his being. Kurek did not rush to respond. Suspended in the air, he continued to exude negative energy, dismissively gazing down upon them. A cold smile reflecting utter disdain. Damn it! At this moment, the collective thought resonated within them, as they sensed the ongoing accumulation of negative energy, an unmistakable act of provocation, prompting them all to prepare for battle. The great conflict was about to commence once more. Chapter 3. The Crisis from Antiquity, Part 1. The tales of Saiyan warfare had already spread throughout the universe, and Goku's accomplishments reaffirmed the veracity of the ancient legends. With all his past exploits potentially becoming future myths, the Saiyan King was poised to return in this new era. However, how many among the populace truly understood the Saiyans' true identity? The sudden appearance of the mysterious figure uttered words that astonished all, hinting at the existence of deeper, unknown truths, much like how the Saiyans ascended to the status of the universe's foremost warriors. This question, history should have long since answered. Yet when did such an event transpire? What is the origin of the invincible legend? For years, the Dragon Balls have existed in this world, their history predating the new era. Perhaps they are even rooted in the myths of ancient legends. For the battles have never fully detached from the contest over the Dragon Balls. After all, in claiming the title of the strongest, they simultaneously declared themselves the dominators of the Dragon Balls to the entire universe. This moment, the mysterious figure's emergence heralded the gradual unveiling of hidden truths, as Gohan and his companions now faced the imminent conflict with this enigmatic adversary. This battle had reached an irrepressible juncture. Xiaofang, where have Gohan and the others gone? Why such haste? Bulma inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Chi, equally perplexed, turned to Xiaofang, asking, "Is there something else afoot?" "Ah, yes indeed," Xiaofang stammered, shaken from her stupor, realizing that the situation could no longer be concealed. Though her words faltered, just as she pondered how to respond, Bra, standing nearby, grasped the gravity of the situation and stepped in to assist Xiaofang. With a cheerful demeanor, Bra explained, "Dad and my brother sensed several powerful unknown forces approaching from afar and merely wished to investigate. However, they seem to harbor no ill will. They might be friends, and they'll be back shortly." Her reassuring smile somewhat alleviated the concerns of those gathered. Xiaofang looked at Bra, expressing her gratitude with a smile, stating, "Yes, that's precisely it though. So it's merely that. Then there is no cause for alarm. Let us continue to be happy." Mr. Satan declared, his initially gloomy expression brightening as he spoke, microphone in hand, cheerfully exclaiming. Both Bulma and Chi-Chi remained skeptical of Xiaofang and Bra's reassurances. Yet their anxious hearts began to settle. Only Master Roshi, Bu, Krillin, Android 18, and Den did not relax their vigilance. For with their heightened sensitivity to energy, they understood the underlying truth. Above the desolate yellow earth, several figures hovered mid-air, locked in a silent standoff, the air thick with an unspoken tension, the occasional gust of wind ruffling their hair, amplifying the pressure before the impending clash. The sudden arrival of the mysterious figure had issued forth a challenge. Displaying no fear of the Saiyans' royal title. What emboldened such audacity? Was it merely a manifestation of arrogance? A battle? No, not at all. I merely wish to witness the strength of you Saiyans firsthand. How about it? You may come to me one by one, or if you prefer, all at once, Kurek proclaimed, manipulating the lightning crackling between his hands, his tone dripping with condescension. As he concluded, he slowly spread his arms wide. And in that instant, the negative energy in the heavens surged again, the dark clouds rapidly coalescing, expanding to obscure the sky and unleash a tempest. This power far surpassed that of General Riled, and it showed no signs of abating. Damn it, how dare you underestimate us? The equally proud Goten could no longer tolerate the provocation, channeling his full strength, an icy aura enveloping him, infused with lethal intent. As soon as he spoke, Goten transformed into a shimmering streak of light. Now a Super Saiyan, he traced a brilliant golden arc through the air, hurtling toward his foe, his right hand already forming the nascent shape of an energy blast. Oh, as Lake's interest was piqued, he regarded his furious adversary with a raised eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips, radiating confidence. This display served as a reminder to the onlookers, Vegeta and Wukong, both of whom sensed something amiss and subtly heightened their own powers in preparation for the impending battle. Prepare to receive my attack, spinning blast. Wu Tian discerned the mockery in Lake's expression, and the flames of indignation ignited within him once more. He immediately unleashed a Kamehameha, a new technique he had devised recently. Making its debut in combat today, with laughter escaping him, Lake nimbly evaded, his figure a blur as he danced backward like a gust of wind, leaving countless afterimages in the sky, just as Wu Tian's spinning blast reached the position where Lake had been hovering. A thunderous crack echoed across the heavens. The bolt of blue lightning had already been set in motion, descending from the ominous clouds, poised to strike the diminutive spinning blast, controlling the power of thunder. The sudden turn of events left the spectators astonished, for it was the first time Vegeta and his companions had witnessed someone wielding negative energy with such ease. However, Wu Qian, after a moment of shock, could not help but smile. Almost at the moment the blue lightning collided with the spinning blast, the latter underwent a transformation, spinning at an incredible speed and enlarging into a golden ring. After the lightning passed through, the ring fractured and contracted back into a Kamehameha, hurtling toward the enemy with unrelenting speed. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone, including Lake, was left in astonishment, though the latter remained composed. But he halted his retreat, pointed at the descending blue lightning, and with a flick of his finger, the lightning shifted its course as if it possessed a will of its own, pursuing the spinning blast from behind. Experiencing such a turn of events, Wu Qian's expression darkened. Due to the recent inception of this technique, he could only control its rotation and transformation once, originally believing he could catch his opponent off guard. The realization that Lake could summon lightning made it clear that this surprise attack would not succeed. In that fleeting moment, Wu Tian accelerated, seeking to engage in close combat. As everyone anticipated, the lightning swiftly caught up to the spinning blast, effortlessly extinguishing its power as if it were devouring it. Meanwhile, the derisive grin on Lake's face deepened, yet before he could fully revel in his triumph, a thunderous crack reverberated. He watched as the colossal blue lightning, mere tens of feet away, fractured and then collapsed instantaneously, revealing a beam of golden light piercing through. Damn it! Faced with this unexpected turn, Lake finally regarded the situation with seriousness, yet he remained unfazed. With a single gesture, he unleashed a series of small blue lightning strikes that traveled faster than light itself, aiming to incapacitate Wu Tian before he could close in. However, Wu Tian was not to be underestimated. Having just faced the formidable thunder, he understood the sheer power of these negative energy formations. Utilizing his current speed advantage, he deftly evaded Lake's interference, steadily drawing closer. Chapter 3. An Ancient Crisis, Part 2, 30 feet. 20 feet, 10 feet, 5 feet. Wu Qian felt a surge of joy, but as he neared Lake, he discerned a sinister smile on his opponent's face, causing a chill to run through him. Realizing he had fallen into a trap. "Little brat, you are far too arrogant." The familiar yet foreign voice of Lake echoed in his ears. Before Wu Tian could comprehend his opponent's movements, he barely caught a glimpse of a heavy fist striking toward his abdomen with lightning speed. In that fleeting moment of paralysis, instinct kicked in, and Wu Tian crossed his arms just in time to absorb the force of the brutal counterattack, yet he was sent flying like a cannonball. Boom! The tremendous impact struck the ground, unleashing a violent surge of energy that caused the already crumbling earth to fracture, creating deep chasms that spread like a spider's web across the terrain. The tremors resonating for an extended period. Inside the spaceship, report, young master, Lake and his team have engaged in battle. Shall we analyze the combat data? Surface scans indicate their combat power is at 1 trillion, and they have yet to unleash their full strength That earlier tremor was quite intense. Akati seems Lake has truly become interested. He clearly doesn't know his limits. The young man waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to withdraw. Maintaining a relaxed smile on his face, he gazed at a figure that remained motionless nearby, and upon noticing a slight twitch in the person's brow, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you truly unaffected? I would think that individual would captivate you. Considering your similarities," the young man mused silently, disregarding the cold and indifferent presence. Having successfully landed a blow, Lake did not halt his advance. His figure vanished in an instant, a piercing rush of wind filling the air. Just as he was about to strike again, a cerulean energy blast struck him with precision, forcing him to retreat momentarily as he shielded his eyes, pausing his assault until he could identify the assailant. Upon realizing that it was none other than Trunks, another young boy, his arrogance swelled further, and he erupted into maniacal laughter. "Wu Tian, what's wrong?" Trunks had arrived at Wu Tian's side. Observing his friend's battered state emerging from the rubble, instantly recognizing the internal injuries Wu Tian had sustained, disregarding his tattered clothing, Wu Tian remained in his Super Saiyan form, wiping away the blood that had just begun to flow from his mouth. Although he heard his friend's concerned voice, his expression remained grave as he replied, "This is troublesome. This guy is no simple foe, he's quite powerful." "Yeah, I know." Trunks turned to face Wu Tian, both of them side by side. And in that moment, Trunks unleashed his formidable energy, raising his power to a significant level, erupting in a golden radiance as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Humph, just two arrogant little brats. Lake sensed their ability to instantly amplify their power. His brow furrowing once more, he was acutely aware that he could not perceive the changes in their power merely by intuition. Based on Wu Tian's explosive surge earlier, even the dimmest of minds would recognize that they were the type capable of instantaneously enhancing their strength through transformation. And their power was particularly explosive. "Thunder Domain," Lake uttered softly, in an instant. A chain reaction occurred above Trunks and Wu Tian, as the ominous clouds above unleashed a barrage of high-intensity blue lightning, cascading down like a net. "Wu Tian," Trunks shouted, and they instinctively reacted in unison. Both of them expelled a multitude of white ghostly forms, a mischievous technique devised by Wu Tian that wasted minimal energy while causing immense destruction, in an instant. Hundreds of ghostly figures surged upward beneath the Thunder Domain, generating violent explosions upon contact, and due to the high-density concentrated assault, a gaping hole was blasted into the massive lightning net. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Tian and Trunks fled the scene. Lake's heart jolted as he noticed the two golden streaks of light emerging from the destroyed lightning net. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he heard Trunks' impish voice ring in his ears. "Hey, old man, I'm still here." In that moment, Lake finally grasped the impending crisis, yet he was unable to evade it. A powerful energy blast struck him squarely, and an earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the heavens, causing the ominous clouds above to momentarily cease their expansion. They had now encroached upon an area of 300 miles. Witnessing this scene, Oob, Baijita, and Wu Fan exchanged knowing smiles, for they could accurately discern the underlying strategy. The moment the lightning net was breached, only Wu Tian and a temporary clone of his had surged forth. Wu Tian had employed the four-body fist technique to create a fleeting doppelganger, intentionally drawing Lake's attention away. Meanwhile, Trunks, who had remained concealed beneath the lightning net, unexpectedly unleashed a powerful energy blast, and it was evident that their plan had been executed flawlessly. However, all present understood that their side could not claim victory so easily. They were acutely aware that mere attacks of such magnitude would not suffice to defeat the cosmic being before them. Indeed, in the instant of the explosion, a blue flash enveloped the center of the blast, as Lake activated a protective shield to prevent being caught off guard by counterattack. The dense flames gradually receded under the blue light, revealing his blue-hued figure. "Not bad. You have quite the calculation." Lake was not enraged by humiliation. Instead, he surveyed the damage inflicted upon himself, and with a tone of satisfaction, he spoke. As Lake conversed, a radiant blue light shimmered around him. After having endured a moment of disarray, he was determined not to suffer again. Within a mere second or two of this blue light enveloping him, those present were astonished to witness his previously wounded areas heal instantaneously. Even more terrifying was the fact that his power appeared to be entirely undiminished. Chapter 3. A Crisis from Antiquity, Part 3. Wu Tian and Trunks fell into silence, especially the latter, who, upon realizing that his powerful blow had been absorbed by the opponent only for them to emerge seemingly unscathed, could not help but acknowledge the vast disparity in strength between them. But it seemed that it was time to unleash their true capabilities. However, I must inquire, is this what is referred to as the Super Saiyan state? Honestly, I find it somewhat disappointing. Lake's arrogance resurfaced, his visage displaying a scornful expression that ignited the fury and combat spirit of everyone present. As passionate youths, Wu Tian and Trunks found it intolerable to be subjected to such derision. Despite their limited understanding of the former glory of the Saiyans, being so belittled was unbearable. To acquiesce would be to admit cowardice. Sensing Lake's surge in power, Trunks and Wu Tian, fueled by rage, fully unleashed their own strength. In that instant, the very fabric of the world shifted. Fierce winds ravaged the earth and sky, threatening to obliterate the ominous clouds above. However, They exercised restraint, ensuring their power did not wreak havoc upon the ground, lest they incite unnecessary panic among the inhabitants of Earth, who were still reeling from the events involving the evil dragons. Likewise, Lake had no intention of endangering the planet. His sole focus was augmenting his own strength. Once they had completely unleashed their power, Wu Tian and Trunks darted towards Lake, aiming to disrupt his ascension before he could harness even greater energy. Foolish mortals. Lake scoffed at their audacious attempt at ambush, a cold smile gracing his lips. With a gesture, a colossal blue fist materialized above the swirling malevolent clouds, crackling with surrounding lightning, an astonishing display of his command over the elements. This enormous fist, a testament to his formidable abilities, hurtled downwards towards the two diminutive figures below. Awash with a sense of impending peril, Wu Tian and Trunks hastened in opposite directions, only to discover that retreat was thwarted by numerous circular bolts of lightning that had ensnared their escape. They had no choice but to brace themselves against Lake's terrifying strike. Damn it! Both Wu Tian and Trunks roared in unison, their auras igniting with fierce intensity as they summoned an impenetrable shield to withstand the onslaught. With a resounding crash, the immense blue fist shattered upon impact, yet the two figures were violently propelled away, their bodies sustaining grievous internal injuries, blood spewing forth as their garments were reduced to tatters. Their wounds a stark testament to their ordeal. Nevertheless, despite the severity of their injuries, Wu Tian and Trunks could endure, bolstered by the Scion's extraordinary physiology. Each battle they faced contributed to their ever-growing strength. And even in their current state of distress, their Scion resilience promised a swift recovery. This is not over why as Trunks and Wu Tian landed. They were met with Lake's chilling words, their brows furrowing in realization that their adversary possessed far too many secrets about them. In that moment, Wu Tian unleashed a piercing intent to kill. Thunder Prison. Lake invoked a new technique, and as his words fell, the negative energy in the atmosphere erupted violently. The sinister clouds above whirled into a massive vortex, unleashing a barrage of blue lightning that shook the earth itself. Countless bolts surged from the ground, obliterating the hundreds of afterimages of Wu Tian and Trunks, even as their corporeal forms were struck with immense force. Lightning Path. Identifying the true forms of Wu Tian and Trunks, Lake revealed a malevolent grin. Channeling his consciousness, a horrific electric strike descended, intent on inflicting grave harm upon them. In that fateful moment, the duo found themselves ensnared by the very lightning they had previously evaded, rendered immobile and at the mercy of Lake's onslaught. Yet, as they braced for the inevitable, in the instant Lake believed victory was assured, a golden flash appeared before Wu Tian and Trunks as it touched the ground. The figure let out a resounding battle cry. Break! In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, sweeping through the surroundings and annihilating the oppressive lightning. The atmosphere trembled with fear as the earth itself quaked violently. In that brief encounter, the electric assault of the lightning path was crushed by the invisible hand emanating from the golden figure. The shattered remnants of the lightning dissipated under the weight of his formidable presence. Sensing an overwhelming pressure, Lake was compelled to retreat to a height of 1,000 meters, observing from above with narrowed eyes, a battle-hungry smile playing on his lips. Very well, I shall take it from here. Wu Tian, Trunks, step back. You have performed admirably. Here, take this, sins of beans. Now a Super Scion, Wufan's tone had grown markedly colder, laden with an undercurrent of lethal intent, as he tossed the sins of beans into the fray. These were the beans gifted to Wufan by Ten, a precautionary measure that had now proven invaluable. Armed with these sins of beans, Wufan, OB, and Vegeta opted to observe for the moment, recognizing that such a battle was rare, even if the battered Wu Tian and Trunks had yet to reach their training targets. However, in that moment of impact, Gohan distinctly sensed the overwhelming might of his opponent. If he did not act promptly, although Goten and Trunks would not face death, they would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. It was precisely this realization that stirred a long-buried killing intent within Gohan to, "Oh, is it your turn to take the stage?" Rake remarked disdainfully, gazing at Gohan, who had turned to face him. Gohan did not respond to Rake's words. Instead, a gradual smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. Sensing that Goten and Trunks had fully recovered, even showing signs of enhancement. Gohan smiled, deepened. He extended his right index finger, pointing skyward, and coldly uttered a single word. Annihilate. In that instant, an unprecedentedly formidable aura surged forth, causing Rake's smile to freeze and his pupils to constrict dramatically. He felt an invisible pressure sweep past him, heading directly towards the ominous clouds above. The enigmatic smile of Gohan lingered in Rake's mind as he stiffly turned his gaze upwards, a sense of unease manifesting within him for the first time. Yet, upon discerning the changes above, his expression shifted violently, his eyes widening in disbelief, his blue visage paling momentarily, and his mouth twitching involuntarily. For he clearly saw that at the center of the swirling dark clouds, a golden energy sphere had inexplicably emerged. As he stood there, dumbfounded, the energy sphere erupted violently, not with flames, but like a golden maw, instantly devouring the surrounding 300 miles of dark clouds, rendering them utterly purified. Son Gohan's power was indeed astonishing. While Gohan and his companions battled on Earth, in another realm, an expanse of white mist enveloped the surroundings. A colossal figure sat upon a crystal throne. As massive as a mountain, both the figure and the seat suspended in this mysterious space. The figure was ancient and weathered, his face marked by the passage of time, his eyes partially closed, exuding a heavy breath. What remained unknown was that this venerable being possessed an almost endless vitality. In essence, this aged elder was not at the brink of life's end. What is it? Gfi, have you truly sensed it? The aged voice suddenly resonated. Indeed, my lord, Gfi replied, half kneeling in mid-air. I have felt it, and the black crystal has indeed emitted a red glow, albeit only for a fleeting moment. Nevertheless, it has happened. Though Gfi's form seemed merely a fraction of an enormous figure, the power he radiated was enough to shake the heavens in this vast space. They were the only two present. Is that so? It appears the time has truly come that in that case, Gfi, issue your command to eradicate all enemies in this world completely. Furthermore, you must continue to strengthen that barrier. The elder spoke slowly, commanding Gfi, the formidable new figure, with authority. Yes, my lord, I understand. May I inquire whether this matter should be communicated to the other two lords, considering the impending great battle? Gfi respectfully queried. No, not for now. They will know how to proceed. We need only focus on our duties. You may withdraw for now, the elder replied, never opening his eyes, his tone steady and benevolent. Yes, I take my leave, Gfi acknowledged, standing straight before vanishing in an instant, leaving only the memory of his youthful, striking visage, his silvery hair flowing in the breeze. I did not expect events to unfold in this manner. Yet, I wonder how the old man will respond. Will everything truly proceed as foretold? Does destiny truly exist? The elder murmured to himself, finally opening his golden eyes, shaking his head with a wry smile. Chapter 4. Intense Battle, Part 1. The grand battle was on the verge of erupting. The imposing Rake, still oblivious, possessed an uncanny familiarity with the Dragon Ball warriors, a fact that unsettled the battle-savvy Gohan and Vegeta. The confrontation had escalated to a fever-pitched "T.O. think you could obliterate the thundercloud with a single strike," Rake remarked, yet the light in his eyes grew ever brighter as he fixated on Gohan, a powerful adversary he desired to devour. Vegeta furrowed his brow. He was among the few present who truly understood Gohan. He had witnessed firsthand the terrifying power that this peace-loving individual could unleash when pushed beyond reason. What perplexed Vegeta was that Gohan's strength had not been so formidable just days prior. How had he made such a tremendous leap in power within a mere 6 months? Mr. Gohan has indeed grown considerably, Obi commented with a smile, deeply moved by Gohan's astonishing presence. Trunks and Goten stood in shock. They could hardly fathom how Gohan had so effortlessly vanquished the thundercloud, leaving them with a sense of helplessness and an awakening of their own suppressed discontent. I believe your true strength does not rely solely on this thundercloud. Now, let us engage in a genuine battle. What do you say? Gohan said, his smile fading as he adopted a serious demeanor. for he was a seasoned warrior, and Rake's nonchalant demeanor suggested that his true power far surpassed what he had displayed thus far. You're indeed far stronger than those two little brats from earlier. It feels rather impressive. It seems the Scions are truly a remarkable warrior race. Rake replied with disdain, perhaps overconfident in his own abilities, still underestimating Gohan, who had so easily dispatched the thundercloud. Yet what none of them realized was a terrifying truth inside the spaceship. Oh, has Son Gohan arrived? It seems this time, Rake may prove to be quite a challenge. What is your take? A young man observed the battlefield through a satellite feed, keenly watching the unfolding events. The solitary figure remained unmoved, as if in a deep slumber. Yet the youth understood that the individual simply chose to remain disengaged from this battle, or perhaps preferred to ignore him. Nonetheless, he did not harbor resentment towards this aloof figure, for he was aware of his past. As a prince of the same lineage, he refrained from provoking him. Understanding that in this world, strength dictated truth. The other's fists were mightier than his own, a lesson imparted by his father. It is best not to provoke him. The youth bore no ill will towards the enigmatic figure, chuckling as he remarked, "You remain as you always were, silent and brooding. Yet truthfully, this son Gohan should pique your interest," he mused aloud, his voice loud enough for the other to hear. Boring, the handsome, mysterious figure finally straightened, slowly opening his eyes. After uttering those words, he turned and exited the reconnaissance room. "Is that so?" The youth mused, watching the proud silhouette depart, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Gohan continued to unleash his intense aura, the surging golden light crackling through the air, causing stones the size of fists to levitate. The ground beneath him had long since caved and distorted. Fissures resembling the gnarled skin of an ancient sorceress marred the earth. Observing his opponent's arrogant demeanor only fueled Gohan's resolve, intensifying the killing intent within him. Slightly shifting his stance, Gohan withdrew his hands to the lower edge of his abdomen and proclaimed, "Kamehameha." As soon as the words left his lips, a brilliant white beam erupted from his hands, surging towards his adversary. Rake's brow furrowed. He had not anticipated such an archaic method of combat. Despite his continued disdain, he dove downward at an accelerated speed, exclaiming, "A tedious trick." Having discerned Gohan's energy attack, Rake swiftly swung his hand, deflecting the incoming energy beam into the heavens. In the midst of the clash, his right hand crackled with blue and white electricity, gathering an even more potent strike to retaliate against Gohan. Is that so? Gohan's voice exploded in Rake's ear. In an instant, he perceived a flash of movement, followed by a powerful fist descending upon him. Could it be otherwise? An unexpected clarity emerged, revealing Gohan's fist piercing through the air, only to discover that the figure he had just seen was but a mere afterimage. At that moment, the real Kurek was parallel to his left, and his left palm erupted with a fearsome blue-white electric shock. Yet the subsequent scene left Kurek utterly astonished. He had believed he had perceived everything clearly, envisioning his lightning strike penetrating his opponent's body, only to witness his own energy blast passing straight through Gohan's figure as well, with one stark difference. No trace of blood was left behind. Realizing something was amiss, and sensing a severe danger, the slightest whisper of wind alerted Kurek to Gohan's true form, but he immediately raised his right hand above his head to block Gohan's spinning body, which was descending with a sweeping kick from his right calf. Just before Kurek hit the ground from the impact, he heard Gohan's mocking voice, laced with a smile. "I don't think so." Even with a timely defense, Kurek found that his hasty precaution could not neutralize Gohan's long-prepared strike. He felt a tingling numbness in his right arm, and as he adjusted his body during the rapid onslaught, he unleashed an even greater force as he landed, propelling himself towards Gohan, who was in mid-air, attempting to pursue him. "Fool!" Gohan shouted, though he was secretly astonished by Kurek's agile combat instincts. Nevertheless, seeing his opponent charge up so recklessly, Gohan decided it was time to impart a lesson. A powerful wave emanated from Gohan's right hand, and amidst the energy disturbance, a massive azure energy blast surged downward, enveloping Kurek as he ascended. Chapter 4. Fierce Battle, Part 2. However, to Gohan's surprise, his energy blast failed to hinder Kurek's advance. Caught off guard, Gohan had no choice but to meet Korek's forceful charge with his palm. Korek barreled towards him head first, and in that moment of collision, Gohan felt a jolt of pain, realizing that Korek's entire body appeared to be engulfed in blue flames. Causing a searing sting in Gohan's right hand, as the pain surged through his nerves, Gohan retaliated with a powerful kick, but only sliced through Korek's afterimage, as Korek had already retreated to a distance of 10 zhong. The two opponents locked eyes. "Not bad. Your strength has indeed increased significantly," Korek remarked, waving his still numb right arm, a satisfied smile breaking across his face as he gazed at his opponent. "That you're quite formidable yourself. I didn't expect you could control fire as well," Gohan replied, observing the remnants of blue flames and lightning dancing on his scorched palm. Under Gohan's scrutinizing gaze, he too radiated an invisible power, dispelling the residual force of his opponent from his hand with sheer will. "Oh, you've discovered me, that I'm delighted to encounter someone of your caliber. But I wonder, can you withstand 1/3 of my true power?" Korek spread his arms wide, a sinister grin contorting his face as he began to amplify his own strength. Without responding, Gohan vanished once more, leaving behind a solitary, enigmatic smile. Korek recognized his own verbosity and also faded from sight. And the two resumed their fierce duel that a cacophony of explosive sounds reverberated across the battlefield, the residual energy trembling the earth beneath them. Fragments of rock tumbled from elevated positions, and the thunderous roars became incessant. Within a mere second or two, the energy fluctuations in the air had already manifested into hundreds of overlapping booms, creating an unbearable symphony of chaos. Exhilarating. Korek laughed triumphantly as he faced Gohan again. Their knees collided, and as they separated into two arcs, Gohan accelerated, almost instantaneously appearing at Korek's flank in pursuit. In that moment, Korek remained unflustered, having anticipated Gohan's strategy. Suddenly, he unleashed a suppressed aura, forcefully striking Gohan with a powerful gust of wind. As Gohan halted momentarily, Korek seized the opportunity to launch his second wave of attacks. Gohan sensed the intense energy fluctuations and, after stabilizing his own aura, found Korek countering his assault, seemingly aligning with his own intentions. Just before Korek's blow reached him, Gohan released a massive surge of energy from his left hand, forming a colossal gust that unexpectedly sent Korek flying back. Korek was taken aback by the sheer force of Gohan's retaliation. As he pivoted to face the pursuing opponent, he spread his hands wide, dissipating the formidable gust with a muttered incantation. "Thunder Foot!" In an instant, a shroud of bluish light enveloped Korek, and, after flickering twice, dozens of lightning bolts shot forth, resembling ancient ferocious beasts, their maw opened wide to consume everything in their path. Gohan remained cautious. However, upon witnessing Korek's swift defense, he felt a surge of apprehension as he dodged the oncoming lightning strikes. A colossal blue lightning fist thundered toward him from just a few meters away. With a resounding crash, Gohan braced himself against the powerful blow, his form skidding backward. Yet, as he slid 100 meters away, a white light pierced through the massive fist. In a moment of urgency, Gohan detonated his ki to obliterate the terrifying lightning force. Realizing that his power could not harm Gohan, Korek fell silent, beginning to regard his opponent with newfound respect. In the realm of elite fighters, although victory or defeat could hinge on a single second, both warriors understood the peril of recklessly engaging without an understanding of their adversary's capabilities, as it could lead to a thunderous defeat. After a brief period of stillness enveloped them, Korek broke the silence. "It is an honor for you to witness my transformation, that I despise tedious battles. And it seems I have no choice but to employ my true strength." Korek expressed plainly, shedding any pretense. Upon hearing this statement, Gohan displayed little surprise. Through years of combat, he had encountered numerous combat races capable of transformation. And as a Saiyan himself, he possessed similar abilities. However, just as Gohan felt indifferent, a warning signal resonated in his mind, prompting him to regard Korek with due seriousness, observing the escalating power emanating from him. The unsettling signal originating from this very individual who was about to transform. A cascade of blue light erupted from Korek, the the surging force echoing with an intensity that shook the earth, creating a tempest that darkened the skies. The once vanquished dark clouds, previously obliterated by Gohan, began to coalesce once more into a colossal storm, its expansion far surpassing the previous instance, reaching nearly 100 miles within mere moments, its growth accelerating rapidly. The sunlight was once again eclipsed, the surrounding visibility dimming, creating an oppressive atmosphere akin to nightfall. The furious winds whipped around, sweeping debris in every direction, as the heavens roared with the resurgence of thunder and lightning, as if a calamity were upon them. Sensing the overwhelming power, Gohan steeled himself. As Kurek amplified his strength, Gohan too began to gather his ki, his own power surging rapidly in response. With a thunderous explosion, the air shattered around Kurek as countless bolts of blue lightning and flames swirled around him. In the searing heat and pressure, Kurek dashed forward with terrifying speed, launching a direct assault on his opponent. The overwhelming force bore down upon Gohan, who, unable to discern Kurek's trajectory, widened his eyes and raised his head, astonished that a being capable of transformation could increase their power at such an alarming rate. Surpassing his OWN as Gohan's form dissolved, his residual image still lingered on the ground, yet a streak of blue lightning arced through the sky, piercing through before vanishing once more. Too slow. Chapter 4. Fierce Battle, Part 3. Gohan's figure materialized in the skies at 10,000 meters, poised to disperse Kurek's storm once more, when a chilling voice echoed in his mind. A swift kick, faster than the speed of lightning, swept toward him. Kurek, initially poised to attack, realized he had miscalculated and quickly accelerated to pursue the retreating Gohan, his angular knees sweeping outward. The sound of cutting air surpassed even his own perception of speed, forcing Gohan into a defensive stance. Still gathering his ki, he was ill-suited to counter with an energy blast, and in that moment of urgency, he spun around, grasping Kurek's right foot, originally believing that the crisis had been averted. Gohan was taken by surprise when he noticed the jagged protrusions on his opponent's knee extending menacingly, as if aiming to pierce through his left arm. Compelled by the circumstances, Gohan's right hand swiftly grasped the protrusions of his adversary, and in a bid to seize the initiative, he firmly gripped the opponent's right leg and immediately executed a flip, hoping to launch a decisive counterattack. How Navi did it appear that Reik had anticipated this move. As Gohan swung him around, Reik's left hand had already gathered a sphere of blue lightning, which accurately detonated in front of Gohan. The tremendous force of the explosion sent shockwaves reverberating for miles. And as the energy sphere erupted violently 100 meters away, Gohan's figure narrowly escaped the blast. Though he managed to mitigate the worst of the damage with a protective shield, his shirt was left tattered and torn. Something felt amiss. Gohan sensed an unsettling aura. Relying on his acute instincts, just as he was about to verify his suspicions, a massive bolt of lightning, spanning over 100 square meters, descended from the heavens. Crashing down upon him, boom! The earth trembled for 1,000 miles around, and Vegeta and the others were caught unawares by this sudden turn of events. The previous attacks had transpired in mere moments, and by the time they regained their senses, Gohan had already been sent deep into the ground. What baffled Vegeta and the others was that the terrifying lightning did not seem intent on destroying the Earth. Rather, it vanished without a trace after pressing down on Gohan. That Vegeta's gaze was fixed on the enemy, hovering a kilometer above, and through the subtle fluctuations of energy, he discerned that this foe's strength was not far off from his own. In that moment, Vegeta's heart was steeped in complexity. Goten, Trunks, and Ub anxiously watched the ominous gaping hole, their apprehension heightened by the potential for another thundercloud to emerge and trigger the land's static electricity. They hovered low in the air, peering down at the explosion site hundreds of meters away, and as they could no longer sense Gohan's energy, their anxiety mounted. I believe your power is not yet fully unleashed. You are Son Gohan, are you not? The one who once possessed incredible explosive strength. Where has that might gone? Must you resort to slaughter to capture your attention once more? Reik's voice was not loud, yet it carried effortlessly across thousands of meters, aided by the energy surrounding him. Those present were no longer astonished that this enigmatic figure knew the Saiyan secrets, including Gohan's name and past experiences. However, upon hearing Rake's words, doubts began to stir within Vegeta, accompanied by an unusual sense of alarm. It felt as though everything was laid bare before this adversary's gaze. Such was the conundrum that plagued Vegeta's thoughts. Indeed, this battle exhilarates me. Gohan's cold, mocking laughter echoed from the depths of the earth, followed by an eruption of golden light surging forth from the vast chasm, shaking the very ground beneath them. However, I must inform you that those who threaten me shall face my unrelenting wrath. After a moment of realization, Gohan's voice grew sharper and more frigid, sending shivers of trepidation through Goten A.S. if influenced by Gohan's energy. The atmosphere turned frigid, and the oppressive winds coalesced into formidable hurricanes. The fierce gales tearing through the gathered storm clouds, that Gohan's figure gradually ascended, enveloped in a fiery aura that flickered with electricity. As if summoning the storm clouds that had once been at Rake's command, now raging with fury, as if poised to annihilate Gohan or perhaps ready to switch allegiance in an instant. Everyone felt Gohan's transformation, and while Rake could not ascertain the extent of his opponent's newfound strength, he could clearly perceive the determination and confidence radiating from Gohan, a stark contrast to the chaotic tempest around them. Yet, in his arrogance, Rake refused to concede, bursting into a derisive laugh, akin to a wealthy landlord mocking a mere upstart. In the face of this brazen opponent, Gohan revealed a cryptic smile, the slight curve of his lips immediately raising Vegeta's suspicions. Vegeta had witnessed the terrifying power Gohan could unleash in times of crisis, and the almost apathetic cruelty that had once characterized this Saiyan prince now filled him with dread. This smile was all too familiar. Not only that, but Vegeta could also sense the terrifyingly volatile energy radiating from Gohan. As he scrutinized Gohan's aura, he realized it was rising rapidly, and what struck fear into Vegeta's heart was the realization that Gohan's power had surpassed his own in that moment. Vegeta's heart sank. After the battle with the evil dragon, although he had yet to transform into Super Saiyan 4, the conflict had significantly enhanced his strength, that he believed he could contend even with the transformed baby. Yet now, Gohan's resurgence eclipsed his own, as if fate were toying with him. Nevertheless, Vegeta refused to surrender, nor would he succumb to despair. Among those present, he alone understood the terrifying nature of the unhinged Gohan. Yet he also knew that such overwhelming power could not be sustained indefinitely. However, the meticulous Vegeta noted the enigmatic golden light enveloping Gohan. Its release was no longer dissipating in all directions as before, but rather, the surging power seemed to be converging inward. He had only ever witnessed such a phenomenon in Goku during his Super Saiyan 4 transformation, initially believing it to be a unique characteristic of Goku's, never delving deeper into its implications. Yet now, witnessing this subtle alteration in Gohan, Vegeta could no longer remain calm. His internal turmoil surged, contemplating the mysterious golden light. Chapter 4. Intense Battle, Part 4. Haha. Amidst the blustering laughter, Rake suddenly fell silent, for Gohan had appeared before him in an instant, his large right hand clasping Rake's mouth, and with a mighty heave, sent Rake soaring thousands of meters into the sky. Is this fear? Gohan's voice once again echoed in Rake's ears. Overcome with terror, Rake could scarcely register Gohan's movements. At that moment, his heart seemed to halt, his eyes widening in disbelief, his expression paling in shock. A formidable fist, imbued with a hint of golden light, struck Rake, who was still ascending from the previous blow. The powerful punch shattered all the lightning before him, sending Rake's blue form hurtling away. While Gohan, spinning in the air, caught sight of the blue blood spewing from Rake's body. Rake, having faced Gohan head-on after the first strike, had begun to take his opponent seriously as he soared into the storm clouds once more. He shouted in an attempt to command the thunderclouds above to retaliate. However, before he could finish his sentence, a key blast suddenly flickered before him. In that moment, Rake felt an unprecedented wave of fear wash over him. His blood-red eyes widening, boom! A deafening explosion, reaching hundreds of decibels, erupted at the edge of the atmosphere. The raging golden energy flickered momentarily before it expanded, like a consuming inferno, obliterating nearly 1,000 miles of the malevolent storm clouds in an instant. A revitalized Gohan smiled provocatively, yet his cold gaze radiated an icy intent to kill. He did not rush into battle. Instead, he measured Rake's combat capability through his energy, realizing that his previous gift would only leave Rake severely wounded. Perhaps there was no longer a need for further combat. Gohan watched from his elevated position as Rake's bloodied form plummeted freely from the heights, a smile gracing his lips. The outcome seemed sealed. In that moment, everyone present reached the same conclusion. Yet the heavens are fickle, and just as Gohan materialized beside Vegeta and the others, an exceedingly arrogant laugh resonated, followed by a roar that pierced the heavens. Ha ha ha! Indeed, to reach such heights, son Gohan, you are formidable. You leave me no choice but to unleash my seal. As if realizing something, Gohan immediately turned to gaze at Rake, still plummeting from thousands of meters above. His keen instincts tightened his brow. While Goten and the others had yet to fully comprehend the situation, they felt an overwhelming and terrifying aura surge forth, erupting abruptly, in a fit of exhilaration. Rake, who had previously sustained serious injuries, now spewed forth copious amounts of blood, yet he showed no signs of defeat. Rather, his spirit burned with unquenchable battle fervor. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Rake's fingers dug into his brow, and as pain contorted his features, tendrils of lightning and flame flickered from the center of his forehead. Simultaneously, a mysterious light enveloped his body as the blue and white flames gradually morphed into a blood-red hue. Unleash, a commanding phrase resonated through the void, utterly disregarding the intense agony. Lake gritted his teeth and suddenly yanked, revealing a flicker of flame and lightning at his brow that surged violently, as if a heavily sealed door had been forcefully torn open. A beam of crimson fire intertwined with violet lightning erupted forth, approximately the size of a bowl, piercing through the atmosphere. His aura swelled dramatically, and his power began to escalate rapidly in an instant. A fearsome energy storm ravaged the heavens and the earth. Despite the absence of clouds above, the overwhelming energy interference seemed to repel the sun's radiant light, causing the surrounding world to instantaneously shift through a spectrum of colors. Ultimately settling into a blue-brown HUEAS, Lake's power continued to surge. His laughter transformed into a wild, arrogant roar. The scars adorning his body healed at a visible pace, and as he halted his freefall, he floated above the ground, unchanged in appearance, yet radiating an undeniable might that set him apart from before. Gohan, recovering from his shock, turned back with an even broader smile, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction towards his opponent's earlier weakness. He was ignited by the revelation of Lake's formidable strength. The once dim golden light erupted fiercely once more, and Vegeta, observing from short distance, noted that Gohan's golden aura seemed to condense even more. At that moment, Vegeta, positioned sideways to Gohan, noticed a faint flicker of golden light glimmering in Gohan's eyes. Vegeta, Goten, Trunks, I urge you to retreat 10 kilometers from this location. The battle shall soon reach its conclusion. Gohan did not turn back, his previously indifferent gaze now ablaze as he regarded the dramatically transformed Lake. His tone, however, lacked reverence, directly addressing Vegeta by name. Familiar with Gohan's volatile temperament, Vegeta paid little heed to this shift in address. Nodding in acknowledgement, he swiftly led the three behind him away from the battlefield. Lake, unconcerned by Vegeta and the others' hasty departure, found his enjoyment of the battle centered entirely on Gohan. Although he could not discern the disparity in their powers through energy sensing, Lake firmly believed that upon unsealing his potential, he would possess sufficient strength to dominate the presently feeble Earth. Suddenly, Lake fixed his gaze on Gohan in the distance, and in that fleeting moment, a firestorm of flame and lightning, 3 meters in diameter, materialized before Gohan from thousands of meters away. Gohan, unperturbed, widened his eyes and unleashed a terrifying storm that cleaved through the space, obliterating Lake's boastful attack in an instant. To his slight astonishment, Lake's figure appeared before Gohan, just a meter away. At the moment the flames split apart, Gohan chuckled, delivering a powerful punch that collided with Lake's fist, triggering a cataclysmic release of energy. The very ground beneath Gohan trembled and fractured, the shockwave pushing the earth apart, revealing a depth that seemed unfathomable. After this exchange, Gohan appeared satisfied with Lake's newfound strength. Both combatants momentarily vanished from sight, as the chaotic battlefield erupted with countless bolts of lightning and flames. While golden light intermittently clashed with the destructive force of negative energy, the thunderous sounds of their clash could never keep pace with their frenetic combat speed. The energy fluctuations resonated from the heavens down to the trembling earth beneath them. A magnificent radiance burst forth as the energy shockwaves detonated, spreading golden and crimson light across the expanse, shaking the very foundations of the world, enough to leave witnesses in a state of sheer shock. Ha! Splendid, splendid! Such a battle is what true combat is all about, igniting my fervor, Lake exclaimed, having retreated several hundred meters away just before the explosion occurred. Reeling from the force of the blast, he managed to steady himself, wiping the blue blood from the back of his hand and declaring joyfully. Conversely, Gohan, a kilometer away, steadied himself and smiled at Lake. Indeed, this kind of battle is invigorating. You are quite formidable. Although Gohan had not sustained internal injuries, his left forearm bore burns from Lake's fiery lightning, sending waves of discomfort through his arm, hindering his full strength. Saiyans, I truly look forward to your upcoming battles. The so-called strongest legend. I hope to see it become history in my hands, Lake said with a sinister grin, releasing an even more powerful flame from his entire being. Is that so? Legends are not born from a single individual. I believe you lack the power to disturb it, Gohan replied, still smiling, as he began to gather an even greater aura of energy. For they both understood that after discerning each other's strength, the moment of reckoning would soon arrive. Chapter 5. The Cosmic Martial Arts Tournament. Stepping into a New Era. Part 1. Both warriors gauged the limits of one another's power, fully aware that only one victor would emerge. Despite their energies forming an external field, Gohan, adept at sensing energy, found himself unable to discern the true disparity between their strengths. Exchanging smiles, Gohan and Lake surged towards each other, leaving behind trails of residual images, culminating in a cataclysmic clash that obliterated their forms amidst the thunderous roar inside the spaceship. This energy, along with such data, the young man mused, absent-mindedly touching his nose. Over the past half-year, he had not traveled directly from headquarters to Earth. Instead, he had visited sufficiently powerful fighters beforehand. Concerning the Northern Galaxy, he had postponed his journey to Earth, recognizing the Science Royal status to be sacrosanct. However, this arrangement meant he had missed significant events on Earth over the past 6 months and could not grasp the latest developments in his opponent's strength. The young man chuckled, observing the combat statistics displayed on his computer. Astonished by the figures, has the outside world changed so rapidly? He pondered, nodding in a mix of denial and affirmation, for the information he had gathered in that time had fluctuated dramatically. While he had been shocked by Goku's 1,000,000 trillion battle power during the unveiling of Super Saiyan 4, it was the extraordinary growth of the individuals he closely monitored within such a short period that truly left him in disbelief. In less than 6 months, their power had multiplied exponentially. The malevolent dragon incident had obscured their comprehension of the battles at that time due to the overwhelming negative energy. Yet now, witnessing Gohan's combat statistics, the young man gasped in astonishment, forced to acknowledge the Saiyans' terrifying combat prowess. Combat statistics, 180 million trillion. In the blue-brown expanse, a dazzling crimson beam descended with breathtaking speed, cleaving a clear rift through the vast sky. Simultaneously, a blinding golden light shot upward, nearly matching the speed of the crimson pillar, as both fists met once more in the high altitudes, unleashing a torrent of energy that wreaked havoc in all directions, emitting a cacophony of destruction that resonated at over 1,000 decibels. The mere shift in air pressure flattened the ground beneath their feet into a plain. While the battle appeared evenly matched, the extent of their injuries revealed Gohan's distinct advantage. Pain radiated through Lake's right fist, and he could no longer maintain his previous arrogant demeanor. He bore a somewhat disheveled appearance, struggling to withstand Gohan's fearsome assaults, believing that unsealing his power would allow him to dominate the battlefield. Lake had never anticipated the significant discrepancies in the data he possessed. With a battle power exceeding 1,000,000 trillion, he had assumed he could look down upon Gohan, who was merely in his Super Saiyan second state. especially considering that not long ago, Gohan's legendary Super Saiyan power level had been beneath his own. Yet the harsh reality shattered his idealistic expectations, leaving Lake cursing the intelligence department for failing to gauge his opponent's true strength. A first for the typically arrogant warrior. Carelessly wiping the blood from his mouth, Lake, lacking the ability to gauge energy, was only able to rely on his external instincts to perceive his opponent's latest moves. However, a sudden gust of wind startled him, causing him to widen his eyes in disbelief that Gohan's strength was not only continuing to rise, but his speed was also exponentially increasing at that very moment. As the battle unfolded, Lake had yet to make a defensive move. Suddenly, Gohan's colossal hand emerged like a specter of death, seizing the sharp horn atop Lake's head. With a swift motion, he yanked it back, effortlessly hurling Lake several thousand meters away, disoriented in a frantic attempt to regain his balance. Lake witnessed Gohan, who had been racing towards him from 100 meters away, suddenly become a blur. Then a flash of golden light struck his abdomen with a powerful uppercut, launching Lake into the sky, reaching heights of over 10,000 meters. As he ascended rapidly, a bitter taste welled in his throat, and he coughed up a copious amount of blood, having been blasted away twice. Lake found himself at the edge of the atmosphere. Such an astonishing speed, his body began to feel the searing heat generated by friction with the atmosphere, a minor discomfort that momentarily cleared his mind. Yet a profound fear of his opponent began to creep in, accompanied by frustration at encountering such a formidable adversary in his initial battle, as well as resentment toward that accursed scout. Lake reignited a fierce flame of power, radiating heat that rivaled temperatures of 10,000 degrees. In amplifying his strength, he became indifferent to the scorching effects surrounding him. Cursing under his breath, Lake pierced through the atmospheric interference, resembling a comet streaking through the sky, drawing ever closer to his opponent, the ever-smiling son Gohan. Gohan, however, refrained from rushing into attack, instead calculating his next move as he observed the approaching Lake. He swiftly retreated, accelerating his speed as he did so. Enraged by Gohan's retreat, Lake surged forward, desperately trying to close the distance. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Something fell amiss. He abruptly halted, only to find his opponent soaring towards him with a powerful kick, sweeping across his chest and sending him high into the air once more. "It is over," Gohan's cold voice echoed in Lake's ears as he felt a peculiar warmth against his back during his ascent. Before he could comprehend the situation, Gohan's right hand, glowing with golden light, slammed against his back, sending him crashing to the ground. Dust settled, revealing a massive indentation resembling a handprint in the earth, with Lake, battered and bruised, at its center. This moment, Lake appeared to crawl, his severely injured body moving sluggishly. Feeling dazed from the assault, he coughed up more blood, his vision beginning to blur. Chapter 5, The Cosmic Fighting Tournament, Entering a New Era, Part 2, Exhaling a breath of stale air. Gohan relaxed his body, yet a shift in his demeanor revealed a newfound enjoyment in violence. After a brief moment of contemplation, he dove downward once more, intent on delivering a final blow. Just then, a sudden change occurred. As Gohan's fist was poised to strike, a white figure zipped past him with a speed his eyes could not perceive, whisking away the severely injured Lake. Gohan furrowed his brow, a surge of murderous intent emanating from his eyes, and no longer concerned about his opponent's identity. He swung his fist, unleashing the most potent attack of the battle thus far, a powerful ki blast hurtling through the air, rapidly closing in on the white figure. Boring, the mysterious figure seemed to sense something amiss, pausing mid-air. Turning to face Gohan, he raised his right index finger, which emitted a ripple of energy, effortlessly dissipating Gohan's formidable ki blast into harmless wisps of smoke. Gohan halted his pursuit, his body frozen in shock as he fixed his gaze on the mysterious figure, his fists trembling with excitement at the display of strength. "In this battle, son Gohan, the outcome is clear. You have won," the enigmatic figure stated coldly, observing Gohan from a distance, unperturbed. At that moment, Lake found himself grasped by the mysterious figure's left hand, and upon seeing his face, his eyes widened in shock. But he quickly regained his composure. With a smile, he remarked, "I didn't expect you to arrive, Sieku, but you certainly have no sense of humor." Gohan fell silent at Lake's words, yet the fire of battle within him intensified. The figure known as Saiyajin glanced at the injured Lake, a radiant beam of white light emanating from his palm, healing Lake's wounds at a visibly accelerated pace, but he then released Lake. Uttering a cold warning, "You must understand the situation," and no longer contesting. Lake, now partially healed, floated in the air behind Saiyajin in the ensuing silence, for beams of light appeared in the distance as Vegeta and his companions approached Gohan. Sensing the shift in battle, they hastened to his side, their expressions darkening upon observing the presence of yet another mysterious figure, whose aura far surpassed that of Lake. Just as both sides found themselves at an impasse, a hearty laugh echoed from afar. In an instant, a white beam of light materialized before Saiyajin and Lake. Gohan and his companions stiffened, the atmosphere growing tense as they beheld the arrival of the third mysterious figure. Unperturbed by the chilling ambience, the young man, wearing a charming smile, spoke. "I apologize for the trouble. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jenny Lee, and these two are Saiyajin and Lake that we hail from a distant part of the universe." Lake's earlier actions were merely a misunderstanding during a qualifying match. "I hope you can forgive us." Qualifying? Vegeta's irritation flared at the mention of the term, his pale face betraying a simmering rage. Yet his reason restrained him, hinting at deeper implications. Gohan, OOB, and the others furrowed their brows, sensing an underlying agenda in this encounter. Observing their reactions, Jenny Lee's smile widened as he pronounced, "Cosmic Fighting Tournament." Upon hearing this declaration, the hearts of all present surged with excitement, their minds racing with the implications of such a grandiose event that could shake the very foundations of a universe. Different regions, varying powers. Fighting tournaments were categorized into numerous levels, from national to global. Yet, in planets dominated by martial arts, interstellar fighting tournaments were also held. But was there truly a cosmic fighting tournament? Was this merely a grand deception or a forgotten relic of cosmic history? For Vegeta, who had battled for nearly half a century, this notion was foreign. He had never heard of such a tournament in the universe. However, from the lips of this suddenly appearing mysterious figure, they learned of its existence. Truth or fiction, the decision lay within the recognition of those present. Perhaps they all knew the answer. For the battle-hungry Saiyans, the concept of fear in combat was alien. What resided within them was only the thrill of battle. The Saiyans were hailed as the most potent race in the universe, their other moniker being warriors. Throughout cosmic history, the origins of the Saiyans might have become obscure. Yet one fact remained certain. They were a martial race that grew stronger with each battle. The fierce clash had subsided, but the echoes of the earlier turmoil lingered as the Dragon Ball warriors sensed the arrival of more mysterious figures. Their expressions laden with questions. Has the fighting truly ceased? The once sitting Master Roshi asked, his demeanor grave as he approached him, who had learned to sense energy levels, feeling the remnants of the earlier confrontation. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "It appears to have indeed come to a halt," Tien replied, though a glimmer of unease crossed his features. They remained uncertain of whether these newcomers were threats to Earth, and the effortless counterattack by Saiyajin had only deepened Tien's apprehension. "They have clearly surpassed our ability to gauge their power," Master Roshi lamented, shaking his head in resignation, reminiscing about the days when he had once ruled over the Earth. Exclaiming, "Time is relentless. Change is unpredictable." Beside them, Xiao Fong, Bra, and Klin, along with the 18th, collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Although they sensed that Gohan's strength had significantly increased, a palpable dread enveloped them as they contemplated the formidable presence of the enigmatic figure known only as Number 2. Their expressions betrayed a sense of unease. Chapter 5. The Universal Fighting Tournament. Entering a New Era, Part 3. The Universal Fighting Tournament, Gohan, still in his Super Saiyan 2 form, inquired directly, brimming with confidence derived from his newfound power. He was unreserved, fully aware of his status as the host of Earth. "Indeed, we have come to invite you to participate in the Universal Fighting Tournament. Given your status as the champions of this realm, you undoubtedly possess the qualifications to partake in this grand event, as evident from your previous battle with Lake. I wonder if you would be inclined to join?" Gurney, regarding Gohan with a composed demeanor, responded earnestly, "What exactly is the Universal Fighting Tournament?" Vegeta queried, a chill running down his spine at the absurdity of the proposition. However, the greater source of his trepidation stemmed from the formidable youth standing before him. "How come I've never heard of this before?" Vegeta was not easily deceived. Beneath his haughty brow, his piercing gaze scrutinized the young and in unison. The others echoed their inquiries, their apprehension intensified by the young man's imposing aura. Everyone except Gohan, who was now focused on the ominous Zack, a mysterious entity capable of effortlessly shattering Gohan's formidable energy attacks. Gurney remained unfazed by their astonishment, calmly explaining, "Naturally, the Universal Fighting Tournament is a grand event held once every 10 million years. It serves to crown the supreme warrior of the universe, with all the mightiest fighters from across the cosmos in attendance, that a tournament held once every 10 million years." Goten, Trunks, and OOB were taken aback by the sheer magnitude of time involved. After all, such an immeasurable span felt like an ethereal concept, making it difficult to discern reality from illusion. Is it truly a gathering of all the universe's strongest fighters? Vegeta maintained an impassive facade. Yet he could not suppress the exhilaration brewing within. The prospect of fervent battle ignited the Saiyan blood within him once more, allowing him to finally release the tension that had been building inside. During their brief exchange, Vegeta assessed the expressions of those present. He noted how the battle-scarred Lake respectfully stood behind Gurney, while the aloof Zack appeared indifferent, eyes closed in meditation. The courteous demeanor of the speaking youth further intrigued him. They do not seem to be adversaries, for their strength is undeniable, and there is no need for them to lie. Moreover, such a grand event. Very well, both Gohan and Vegeta concluded, methodically analyzing Gurney's words. After a moment of silence, they shifted back to their usual selves, though their speech was momentarily interrupted. Gurney seemed to comprehend Gohan's underlying message and smiled. "No problem. Your families may join as well. However, there is one additional stipulation. The most authoritative king of your planet must also be invited to participate in this tournament." "That is not an issue. We will handle that." Without a moment's hesitation, Goten replied, his naivety rendering him easily swayed by the words of others. His innocent belief in the truth of Gurney's claims astonished the rest, who regarded his straightforwardness with incredulity. After all, this was no trivial task. Everyone cast perplexed glances at him. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward, yet Goten remained unfazed, smiling as he had already devised a plan in his mind. "May I participate as well?" OOB timidly inquired, feeling somewhat embarrassed for not having been mentioned. Mr. OOB is also eligible for this tournament, for you are indeed one of Earth's strongest warriors and among the few formidable fighters in the universe." Gurney recalled his father's instructions and regarded OOB with a hint of curiosity, responding with a subtle smile, "Yes, that's so. That's fantastic." OOB exclaimed with excitement, his earlier trepidation dissipating. Following their brief conversation, everyone was invited to be guests at Vegeta's residence. As they sped along the route, Gohan stole glances at the aloof Zack, lost in thought. Upon their arrival, a delicate voice called out, and a petite figure dashed towards them. "Daddy!" The hurried Xiao Fong rushed forward, but abruptly halted midway, noticing the three unfamiliar figures behind Gohan. Although she had traveled through the cosmos, she was captivated by Lake's peculiarity. However, her true fear stemmed from the terrifying strength they possessed. "They are our guests, Xiao Fong," Gohan reassured her, recognizing her apprehensive expression and turning to Gurney and the others to provide some context. Having reverted to his normal state, Gohan returned to his tranquil demeanor. Smiling effortlessly, the others, following closely behind, heard Gohan's attempt at reassurance, but chose to remain silent for the moment. Gurney, understanding the gravity of his unexpected visit, couldn't help but chuckle at the tension he had inadvertently caused. After a round of introductions, the atmosphere finally settled, and Bulma welcomed them warmly. The battle seemed to have quieted for the time being, yet the conflict would not simply cease. Throughout the vast expanse of the universe, countless beings capable of suppressing all had emerged over billions of years. History serves as the best testament that nothing is absolute, for as long as the will to fight persists, conflict shall continue indefinitely. Endless battles lead to ever-growing strength, and this relentless strengthening perpetuates further conflict. Everything is intertwined, and it becomes difficult to pinpoint where it all begins or where it may end at. After a day filled with play, the mischievous robot, Kuro, finally began to feel a hint of fatigue. The Bulma's housework robot had long been subdued by this little troublemaker, who, despite its diminutive size, had managed to establish itself as the leader of the robotic legion. Kuro, with a consciousness akin to a living being, lamented its predicament, consistently bullied in front of Xiaofeng. Thus, it sought to recruit some underlings to vent its frustrations, relishing the newfound sense of superiority that came with instructing others. As Kuro pondered, it occasionally broke into a mischievous grin. Just then, having just finished reprimanding a few subordinates, it floated contentedly in the air, idly searching for something to capture its interest. "Kuro, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." That a voice suddenly resonated beside Kuro, the solemnity of the tone palpable in the empty corridor. Kuro, unfazed by the sudden call, recognized the familiar voice and turned to see Gohan approaching. "Mr. Gohan." Kuro did not hesitate, gradually moving toward him while scratching its head with a tiny arm. "Kuro, listen closely. I need you to help me with something. Please assist me." Gohan's expression was serious, though he struggled to suppress a smile at the playful Kuro. "Yes." Kuro sensed the importance of the matter and ultimately agreed. What exactly was entrusted to Kuro? That remains a secret shared only between Gohan and Kuro, but this secret would ultimately determine the fate of Earth. Chapter 5. The Universal Fighting Tournament. Entering a New Era, Part 4. As time flows, night has fallen. Sensing a powerful aura, Vegeta felt a surge of fighting spirit igniting within him. The proud Saiyan scoffed at the idea of joining the others in leisure. Since his return, he had once again retreated into the gravity chamber, subjecting himself to even harsher training conditions. After witnessing Gohan's display earlier that day, Vegeta harbored a nagging suspicion that Gohan might have surpassed him, yet he was unwilling to accept this reality. After all, he had only acknowledged one individual who could stand before him. "Dad, do you truly believe in them?" Trunks entered the gravity chamber, observing the weary figure engrossed in training. Vegeta, immersed in his rigorous regimen, initially overlooked his son's growing frustration. Upon hearing the question, he raised his head in mild surprise, his tone slightly cold. "Yes, Trunks. Well, I believe my answer is likely. After all, given their status and strength, they have no reason to deceive us. If there were any sinister intentions, their power would be more than sufficient to obliterate us." He imagined Zack effortlessly demolishing Gohan with a single, powerful strike. That may be true, but could there genuinely be a universal fighting tournament? Trunks, still filled with uncertainty, anxiously inquired, despite being in the relative naivety of youth. Yet, having endured numerous great battles, he had sensed an unusual aura I cannot ascertain, but there was a trace of helplessness reflected in Vegeta's gaze, his countenance dimming slightly, and one could fathom Vegeta's feelings at that moment. A simple statement could evoke the shadows of his gray past from the depths of his subconscious. The fact that he remained oblivious to such a grand competition pointed to the calamity faced by his race, which nearly led to their extinction, rendering him unable to uncover the history of the past. If that were the case, then why was Trunks about to continue speaking? However, Vegeta, having regained his composure, interrupted him. "No, we merely need to be vigilant against them. That is our immediate task. Now, we should go out to entertain them." After uttering those words, Vegeta took a deep breath and strolled out of the gravity chamber. Father Trunks gazed at his father's departing figure. At the edge of the windows, Jinrai, holding a glass of red wine, leisurely approached Gohan, who was gazing at the moonlight. After taking a sip, he too lifted his head to admire the moon. The two stood in silence, but Jinrai was the first to break the quiet. "Forgive my boldness, Mr. Gohan. Might I inquire about your father's whereabouts?" Though Jiraiya's voice was soft, it reached Gohan clearly, causing him to shudder before turning to see Jiraiya's expression mirrored his own bewilderment. Jinrai was well aware of Goku's identity, particularly recalling the intense battle he had witnessed. Although he knew the opponent had merely 1,000,000 units of battle power, the shock of reaching the 4th stage of Super Saiyan was something Gohan and the others could not comprehend in this moment. Jinairai felt a twinge of regret. Having traveled from afar, his greatest hope was to behold the true visage of this king. Yet, upon his arrival, he found himself preoccupied with welcoming other cosmic warriors, and the emergence of the evil dragon on Earth had obscured any information regarding this king, as if he had vanished from the universe itself. Of course, the reason for arriving on Earth 6 months after the evil dragon incident was now flooding Jinairai with an overwhelming sense of murderous intent. "I do not know," Gohan replied, glancing at Jinairai's expression. Turning away, he too was unsure of the answer, oblivious to the fleeting glimmer of malice in Jinairai's eyes. "I understand that we have been monitoring Earth with reconnaissance devices to gather your information, but that is solely due to the tournament," Gohan explained coldly. Jinairai, misinterpreting Gohan's indifferent response as disdain, began to explain himself. "I understand your position. However, concerning my father, I truly have no knowledge," Gohan stated candidly, realizing that he could no longer conceal the truth about the Dragon Balls. Noticing Gohan's earnest gaze, Jinairai accepted this reality, gently swirling the wine in his glass, leaning against the wall, and closing his eyes in contemplation. Gohan, preferring not to elaborate further, recalled his conversation with Crew, gazing at the full moon shining high in the sky. A realization seemed to dawn upon him, prompting a knowing smile before he turned to join the others in merriment. Around 10 meters away, Sieko remained aloof, leaning against the wall, perpetually wearing an expression of indifference to the world. Yet this time, he curiously observed Gohan, who was engaged in playful banter with the others, his usual cold demeanor seemingly thawing as he watched Xiao Fong, Ma Lun, and Bo El. "Do you still harbor hatred towards me?" Sieko tossed his head back, leaning against the wall once more, a bitter smile etched upon his face as memories of a delicate figure and her gentle call flashed through his mind. As the hosts, Vegeta and Trunks, approached to converse with their guests, Vegeta meticulously observed Jinairai's every move, yet still could not discern the depths of this young man's cunning. In the midst of their banter, Jinairai appeared to recall something, his expression tinged with suspicion as he inquired, "By the way, how do you intend for your king to accept our invitation?" "That depends on Mr. Satan," Trunks replied, having understood Goten's intent. As everyone turned their gaze towards the older gentleman, "Me?" Satan exclaimed, bewildered, pointing at himself, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek as he appeared utterly flabbergasted. The collective understanding dawned upon the others, nodding towards Satan. Yet, Satan remained oblivious to the implications, scratching his head in confusion. Jinairai and Lake began to regard this somewhat lecherous elder with newfound seriousness, though they could not ascertain the reasons behind it, believing him to be more than he appeared. Upon arrival at the palace, "Your Majesty, Mr. Satan requests an audience," a guard announced as he entered the palace, kneeling before the king. The king, a raccoon-like figure wearing reading glasses, furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment's thought, he decided to accept the invitation, replying calmly, "Very well. Let him in." Mr. Satan, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?" The benevolent king inquired politely, exuding no air of superiority. Although he harbored little fondness for this boastful world champion, the king held a certain respect for this savior figure, for it was thanks to Mr. Satan's timely warning about Earth's impending doom that humanity avoided a catastrophic fate. Nevertheless, he harbored doubts. The true victor of the previous tournament might not have been Mr. Satan at all. "Your Majesty, I have come to inform you that friends from distant galaxies wish to invite you to embark on a journey through the cosmos," Satan declared, getting straight to the point, deeming it unnecessary to beat around the bush. Upon understanding the intent, the king's expression darkened, for his identity represented the stability of Earth. "How audacious! You intend to kidnap the king under such flimsy pretense," one of the guards demanded with authority. Satan was not intimidated by this show of bravado, confident in his own abilities, for he was unmatched in the mundane world, though I may not yet possess the power to deflect bullets. He mused to himself, "I am far from weak. No, it was Mr. Satan who foresaw Earth's impending explosion and urged us to evacuate, thus averting disaster," the king recalled, his earlier hesitation fading. "However, Your Majesty, this seems excessively absurd. Even if it is Mr. Satan, you should decline, for your safety is of paramount importance to Earth," a guard implored in a panic, Satan dismissed their concerns, having interacted with far more esteemed individuals than this short-sighted guard. Feeling no need to stoop to their level. No, there must be a reason for this, right, Mr. Satan? The benevolent king smiled once more. Yes, your majesty, the invitation is for a grand cosmic martial arts tournament. And since Earth will have participants, it is essential for you, as the ruler, to bear witness, Satan explained, concealing the science identities while boasting about his own. Who from Earth will be participating? Is it you, Mr. Satan? The king inquired, his curiosity piqued by the thrilling prospect. No, merely a few of my disciples. Satan downplayed his involvement. Very well, this is a matter of pride for our Earth. I accept their invitation. When shall we depart? The king replied, appearing at ease. The day after tomorrow in the morning, at the backyard of Dr. Bulma's house. Satan respectfully answered, secretly pleased to have fulfilled his duty. Good. I shall see you the day after tomorrow. The king smiled, adjusting his spectacles as he watched Satan depart. As Satan made his way out of the palace, a concerned guard asked, Your Majesty, have you truly agreed to this? Keeping his eyes fixed on Satan's retreating figure. Indeed, after all, he is our great hero, the king affirmed, his gaze steady upon Satan, yet his thoughts lingered on another hero, the once youthful champion. Have we reached an agreement, Mr. Satan? Xiao Fong eagerly inquired as he entered the room. What happened, Mr. Satan? Everyone surrounded him, while Vegeta coldly regarded him, leaning against the wall. Humph. Of course, my title as Mr. Satan is no mere F.A.A.D.E. There is nothing in this world that can daunt me. Satan has once again begun to boast, declaring himself the world martial arts champion. Even kings must regard him with a degree of awe, Mr. Satan mused, slightly intoxicated by his own elevated status. How splendid! The crowd erupted in excitement, and any flicker of doubt on Vegeta's face vanished along with the revelation. Have you seen Kuro these past 2 days, Dad? Xiao Fong scanned the surroundings, yet the mischievous robot Kuro remained elusive, prompting her to furrow her brow at Kuro. No, I haven't seen him either, Gohan replied, his expression betraying a hint of discomfort. Clearly reluctant to disclose Kuro's whereabouts. Where could he possibly be? Knowing we were supposed to depart today, why is he wandering about? Xiao Fong complained. Yes, indeed. We must prepare to leave soon. There is no time to search for Kuro, Gohan said, gently stroking Xiao Fong's hair. Perhaps he is hiding due to some danger. Xiao Fong reluctantly nodded, her mind drifting to a vengeful thought. Just wait until I return. I shall deal with that detestable Kuro. The forlorn figure boarded the spaceship. Is there anyone left who hasn't boarded the spacecraft? Gurnary commanded from the cockpit. Then we shall be off. Wait. I'm here too, a booming voice called out. The turtle hermit hurriedly waved his left hand while dragging a large suitcase with his right. Rushing towards them, though, everyone turned to look at the amusing old man. Cough, cough. I finally made it, the turtle hermit gasped, appearing quite relieved to have arrived just in time. Grandpa Turtle Hermit, are you going too? Gohan inquired. Of course. The Universe Martial Arts Tournament is a rare opportunity. I wouldn't want to miss it, the turtle hermit replied, his sunglasses inexplicably gleaming. Really? Or are you just hoping to gaze upon beautiful women in the cosmos? Xiao Fong teased, making a face and elongating her voice deliberately. Doubly? You saw through me? The turtle hermit stammered, his face flushing with embarrassment. Laughter erupted among the group. All right, let's depart, Gurnary commanded. Yes, setting course for the base. The spaceship vanished at a speed surpassing light. Gohan and his companions finally left Earth behind, venturing into the vastness of the universe. What adventures await them in this expansive realm? At the dawn of a new era, everything remains uncertain. One can only say that adventures and new battles are about to unfold. The continuation of the Dragon Ball saga has officially begun. Chapter 6. The game begins. The Attack of the Saiyan Warriors, Part 1, Gazing into the Boundless Universe. Despite traveling at superluminal speeds, the spaceship felt like merely a sluggish turtle amidst the cosmic expanse. This scene serves as a testament to the vastness of the universe. Are the Saiyans truly the supreme rulers? Such thoughts may evoke a sense of confusion, for there are always greater beings beyond our own. After organizing their belongings aboard the spaceship, everyone gathered in the spacious command room, chatting and laughing as they anticipated the forthcoming cosmic adventure. This feels wonderful, It seems we should truly explore the outside world sometime. Bra leaned against the hatch, her gaze captivated by the vibrant nebulae outside, her feminine nature shining through as her eyes became dreamy. Indeed, the outside world is far more exciting, Xiaofang added, resting her head on the windowsill, though her previously jubilant mood suddenly dimmed upon recalling the smiling face of teenage Goku from her memories of a year ago, stirring a myriad of emotions within her. Bra, sensing Xiaofang's sudden despondence, was aware of Goku's situation. Her dreamy expression softened, and she gently caressed Xiaofang's hair, smiling as she said, "Don't forget, Marin asked us to take plenty of photos for her." And it's only fair. They already set off for M country early, and Uncle Krillin worked hard for months to secure this opportunity. It's quite the dilemma. Provoked by Bra's somewhat gleeful remarks, Xiaofang chuckled softly and nodded. Indeed, poor Marin. Her tearful expression was truly adorable that I wanted to pinch her cheeks at that moment. "How inappropriate," Bra exclaimed, noticing Xiaofang's uplifted spirits. She playfully tapped Xiaofang's head, eliciting a protest from the latter as she stuck out her tongue. Zeke opened his eyes for the first time, hearing the playful banter between Xiaofang and Bra. Instead of feeling annoyed, he focused on their antics, and the elegant figure in his mind became even clearer. If only you could be like them, Zeke thought to himself, managing a rare smile, though the subtle curve of his lips went unnoticed. He had long forgotten the sensation of smiling. Kara, having sustained serious injuries, had recovered significantly thanks to the power Zeke infused into him. Yet that was merely a superficial healing. Even with the aid of machines over the past few days, he still required solitary rest for a while. After 2 or 3 days of interaction, Gohan and the others had significantly altered their perception of Gurnary. From the gentleman's refined demeanor, they sensed his remorse for previous offenses, resulting in a more harmonious coexistence. "Gurnary, may I inquire how long it will take us to reach the competition venue?" Gohan, having finished organizing his belongings, entered the command room, only to realize he was the last to arrive. Chuckling at his bookish tendencies, he then turned to the seated Gurnary and posed his question earnestly. "Oh." Gurnary glanced at Gohan as he entered, nodded in acknowledgement, and contemplated for a moment, having visited numerous other planets along the way to greet other participants. Before smiling and responding, "It will take approximately 3 months to reach the base. If you find the journey tedious and wish to train, you may utilize the gravity chamber." Although Gurnary addressed Gohan, his gaze subtly shifted towards Bikita, a gravity chamber. Gohan expressed surprise, glancing at the familiar towering figure of Bikita. Inwardly amused by his father's penchant for self-inflicted training, yet he dared not voice such thoughts. "There's a gravity chamber here." Bikita, who had been deep in thought by the wall, opened his eyes with a hint of indifference. "Indeed, it can be adjusted to exert a gravitational force up to approximately 100,000 times that of Earth," Gurnary remarked, taken aback by Bikita's demeanor, yet recognizing him as a warrior worthy of admiration due to his proud combat spirit. True warriors do not solely rely on their extraordinary power to prevail. They must embody a certain aura, akin to Bikita's solitary and aloof nature, which reveals his exceptional character. "What? Does that mean we would endure a weight of 10,000 tons? Trunks exclaimed, his astonished gaze briefly darting towards his father, internally praying not to suffer such a prison sentence. After all, in their family's gravity chamber, the maximum load was only 5,000 tons, which he could only withstand after transforming into Super Saiyan 1. Without his father's coercion, Trunks would never willingly undertake the burden of training under such extreme conditions, but that was a matter of years past. That sounds like a truly absurd training regimen. Goten began to complain, unaware of the Saiyan's even more extraordinary capabilities. "Yes, then we can train together," Ub surprisingly responded with enthusiasm, likely influenced by Goku over the years. Upon hearing Ub's rebellious suggestion, Goten and Trunks shot him incredulous glares, their murderous stares sending chills down Ub's spine, leaving him utterly perplexed as to where he had gone wrong. Meanwhile, Bra remained somewhat indifferent, quietly sighing. "Another simpleton has joined us, Trunks' sister." Bra was acutely aware that this playful brother of hers could not endure hardship. Despite possessing an enviable talent alongside Goten, their inability to endure strenuous training had hindered their progress. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that over the years, This golden duo had improved significantly through their playful antics. That said, Bra herself was not particularly keen on the notion of excessive training, having grown weary of her father's stringent training regimen. Xiao Fong nodded vigorously in agreement. Obiu's ears caught the murmur of Dura, causing him to lower his head in embarrassment, a hint of shyness washing over him. Just as I prefer. I hope you don't mind if I use it for a while, Vegeta expressed with a touch of surprise. Yet a faint smile of satisfaction graced his face as he inquired, "May I ask where the gravity chamber is located?" His aloof demeanor remained largely unchanged, and the solitary, training-obsessed Vegeta was not particularly skilled in communication. With an expression as impassive as a still pond, he directed a rather rude question at Neri. "It is just below," Neri replied politely with a smile. However, the attendant beside him clearly harbored disdain for Vegeta's haughty nature, exhibiting signs of dissatisfaction both internally and on his face, while Sheka remained motionless, meditating quietly to one side. Chapter 6. The game begins. The assault on the Scion warriors. Part 2. "Thank you. I want to hold back," Vegeta remarked before turning on his heel, waving his hand dismissively as he exited the command hall. As he walked away, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. What does power truly represent? The king, seated nearby with a plate in one hand and a teacup half raised in the other, was momentarily distracted from sipping his hot tea by Vegeta's arrogant words. His gaze remained fixed on the departing figure, and he couldn't help but notice a resemblance between this silhouette and one of the mysterious individuals who had appeared during the Cell Games. I asked at them. The king lifted his teacup, savoring the delicate fragrance of the tea, while his peripheral vision remained alert to the characters surrounding him. What an arrogant fellow. Is he really Mr. Satan's disciple? A nearby guard, disapproving of Vegeta's demeanor, thought to himself. For in his eyes, even though Vegeta stood nearly 6 feet tall, he appeared diminutive in comparison to his own towering frame. Under the disdainful gaze of the guard, Mr. Satan couldn't help but feel a surge of anger welling up within him. Cursing internally, if it weren't for my position as the king's guard, I would relish the opportunity to teach this arrogant fool a lesson. However, at that moment, Mr. Satan dared not speak out, having spent considerable time with Goku and his companions. He was well aware of their peculiarities. Once Vegeta departed the command hall and the automatic door slid shut behind him, Mr. Satan finally began to boast, "He's not really my disciple, but his power is on par with my top disciple. He certainly won't listen to me, so watch out for a beating he won TC coming." Ignoring him, Mr. Satan sat beside the king and pretended to sip the fragrant tea, maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor as he spoke. Feeling Mr. Satan's veiled sarcasm, the guard was unwilling to concede. But as he prepared to continue the argument, he caught the king's disapproving glance and had no choice but to swallow his words. Simmering with discontent. What an ignorant fool, many in attendance thought, observing the simple-minded, brawny man with cold indifference. Vegeta is truly something else, so fond of training. "Neri, allow me to apologize for his earlier rudeness," Bulma interjected. Offering a polite smile, "Dado, it's nothing. Scions are naturally passionate about battle, as hosts. We certainly cannot neglect our guests," Neri responded with a continued smile, being well aware that the woman before him was Earth's most renowned scientist and inventor. The previously frigid atmosphere lightened, though it soon returned to its original calm. As Vegeta walked down the empty corridor, his brow furrowed in thought. For someone as vigilant as he, everything around him could not simply be deemed peaceful. The origins of these individuals remained shrouded in mystery, and they were equally reticent about revealing their identities. Despite sensing no immediate malice, if they were indeed invaders, defeating the Scions would hardly pose a challenge for them. Yet, was everything truly that simple? Vegeta pondered this question, and Goku's figure flashed through his mind, prompting him to wonder, "Kakarot, what do you think the situation is?" However, he quickly shook his head, bitterly muttering to himself. Am I really beginning to rely on him? How absurd! As the proud prince of the Scions, perhaps strength truly does represent everything. Unbeknownst to him, guided by a nervous attendant, Vegeta arrived at the end of the corridor, where a door awaited him. Is this the gravity chamber? He questioned. Eyeing the sign above, he pressed the door switch, which opened with a soft click, allowing him to step inside. The attendant who had followed him finally exhaled in relief. Being under the oppressive aura of Vegeta was no easy feat. After wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he returned to his duties. "Oh," Vegeta remarked, observing the machinery before him, somewhat surprised by the advanced equipment. Although he had encountered many sophisticated devices at home, this one was no less impressive, exuding an intangible pressure. This machine must control and alter gravity, Vegeta deduced logically, approaching it and stating, "All right, let us start with a gravity setting of 10,000 times." In a vast expanse of outer space surrounding a colossal planet, a swirling vortex of darkness suddenly erupted, revealing a figure cloaked in black mist emerging between two rows of shadowy figures. "Oh, is there something you need?" The figure's eerie white eyes scanned the obedient subordinates beside him, curiosity flickering within. "Lord Sharo, King Melu requests your presence in the demon realm." One of the foremost cloaked figures stepped forward, bowing with trepidation as he conveyed the message. "Oh, what does Melu wish?" Sharo inquired, his brow furrowing slightly, seemingly intrigued by this request from his companion. According to the king's tone, it seems the demon lord has awakened. The respondent stammered, feeling the chill emanating from Sharo, his voice growing increasingly hesitant, trembling with fear. "The demon lord?" Sharo's expression shifted dramatically, his face betraying the excitement and reverence he felt for this godlike entity. "Haha, Melu, you were correct. For 100 years ago, you forcibly awakened me. You informed me about the demon lord, and I initially dismissed it, but it appears all has come to fruition. That it seems your companion is indeed remarkable." That Sharo's consciousness radiated, and the information he shared resonated throughout the assembly of demon realm figures, causing their expressions to shift as they contemplated their fate. As they prepared to plead for mercy, a swift motion from Sharo's hand resulted in a black arc slicing through their bodies, instantly ending their lives. In their final moments, they widened their eyes in disbelief. The truth of being with a ruler is akin to being with a tiger, painfully validated, albeit at the cost of their lives. Those who know the truth must perish, correct? "Melu, it has been several million years since I last returned. These self-important former demon kings are truly nothing but worthless," Sharo mocked, his voice dripping with disdain for these feeble beings, harboring deep-seated contempt for those he deemed mere puppets. "Since the demon lord has awakened, it seems the game is about to commence," Sharo declared, pointing forward, ripping open a rift in the void before stepping through. Vanishing from sight, Chapter 6. The game begins. The Assault on the Scion Warriors, Part 3. A flurry of data danced across the massive computer screen, a shimmering light on the radar indicating an approaching presence in the center. "Report, my lord. We have detected Captain Nita's ship from the Y Galaxy heading towards us," an attendant announced, relaying the information. "Oh, is that so? They have completed their task just in time," Neri mused lightly, his demeanor devoid of arrogance, though a sly smile played upon his lips. "Prepare for their arrival. Open the reception door to welcome them, for all guests are to be treated with respect," Neri instructed, the smile on his face broadening. "Understood," the attendant acknowledged, slowly retreating to carry out the command. Inside another spaceship. "What a stubborn character. I find such men quite distasteful," a rough voice questioned, tinged with disdain. "How infuriating. What are your true intentions?" A man, forced to kneel on the ground, shouted in rage, his eyes betraying a mixture of regret and fury. Beside him lay several bloodied corpses, and he himself bore grievous wounds. In this moment, he realized he had invited wolves into his home. "Oh, ha ha ha, it's nothing much, merely that you mentioned your headquarters went to assist the Scions, and the Scions are the rulers of the universe. So we simply wish to witness their splendor first," declared a figure sitting in the central seat, a condescending gaze directed at the defeated foe before him. The one who had spoken prior stood to his left. Spare me your trivialities. Your intentions are far from innocent. What do you scoundrels truly seek to do to the young master?" The warrior-like figure retorted, indignation boiling within him as he attempted to rise. However, this futile effort caused the individual at the center to frown slightly. A single finger fell, and an overwhelming aura descended, forcefully pressing the resisting man back to the ground, producing a dull thud upon impact. In that instant, the kneeling man's complexion paled, and filled with indignation from such humiliation, he glared at the figure before him. Seemingly wishing to devour him whole, he possesses a decent intellect. Doesn't he? Brother, there's no need to bully this feeble creature. Let us reveal our grand plan to astonish these insignificant beings, lest they remain ignorant like frogs at the bottom of a well. Mocked another, standing to the right, that a plan? What might that entail? The kneeling man's eyes flickered with alarm as he hastily inquired, his voice tinged with urgency. Well, it's hardly a secret. We merely gleaned some connections between the Scions and the Universal Fighting Tournament from ancient texts. As the rulers of the cosmos, the Scions must harbor certain secrets. Thus, if we can eliminate them first, we, the Lee Sands, shall become the new sovereigns, and we shall possess such conditions, shall we not? Esteemed Captain Mr. Nita, the middle-aged man seated centrally chuckled, producing an ancient, tattered scroll from nowhere, igniting it in flames and reducing the manuscript to ashes. He let the remnants fall from his grasp. What? You dare entertain such thoughts? You are utterly mad, beyond comprehension. Nita glared furiously at the three figures before him, his heart stirred by tumult at the appearance of the ancient document, only to snap back to reality as it was destroyed, roaring in rage. Enough with the nonsense, or I shan't hesitate to dispose of you first. The somewhat frivolous figure on the left threatened, his haughty gaze implying that should the conversation continue, there would be no dawn for the one who dared to speak. Just then, a subordinate rushed in, reporting, "Leader, a distant spacecraft has signaled us to meet with them, and the docking bay is open." "Oh, is that so?" The man paused, then erupted into laughter. "What a boon! Let us proceed immediately." He seemed rejuvenated, rising to his feet. "This is bad, very bad for the young master," the kneeling man thought, recalling the three vile figures, anxiously praying for a favorable outcome. The hatch opened, revealing a subordinate awaiting their arrival. The middle-aged man leaned beside Nita, his companions following closely, casting disdainful glances at the welcoming figure before them. "Lord Nita, greetings." The attendant bowed respectfully. "And oh tricks." Elise Sand pressed a finger against Nita's lower back. The icy aura, ever present, signaling imminent danger to the one called Nita. It's no concern of yours. Where's the young master? I wish to bring these gentlemen to meet him." Nita, left with no choice, feigned compliance. "The young master is already in the reception room," the attendant replied. "Very well. Let us go." The four individuals descended, all advancing in the same direction. Upon entering the reception room, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Instinctively sensing a hint of danger, his gaze swept across the opulent surroundings, where several individuals were seated. The moment their eyes met, a chilling aura permeated his being. He smiled knowingly, having learned about the individuals on the other side from Nita, and now recognizing the unfamiliar figure as a scion. Gohan, too, felt the oppressive presence scrutinizing the area the moment they stepped into the reception room, the latent ferocity igniting his discontent and aversion, leading to a silent standoff. Goten, OOB, and Trunks also keenly sensed the tension, halting their conversation with Neri and directing their attention towards the formidable presence. Both host and guest are present. This makes things much easier. "Greetings, I am one of the Lee Sands you wish to invite. My name is Kelly. To my left is Sa, and to my right is..." The self-identified Kelly exuded a stronger power, directly shattering Gohan's imposing aura without any preamble. "What does this mean?" An individual standing behind Neri, displeased, inquired angrily, glaring at the trio. "Nothing, merely a greeting and an introduction," Kelly replied with disdain. "Do not be rude. Be careful lest I slay you." The man stepped forward but was halted by Neri's outstretched hand. "Do you possess such capability?" Sok taunted. The man visibly seethed with anger, while the indifferent Zek remained unperturbed. "Enough, Hefum. Do not be impulsive. However, I would like to inquire, Kelly, what does your presence signify? After all, the guest has arrived. What business do you bring?" Neri again raised his hand to restrain his subordinate. FIM. Chapter 6. The game begins the assault on the Scion warriors. Part 4. It's nothing much. We merely wish to meet the Scions. "Correct, Sai." Kelly sneered. "What?" Goten, OOB, and Trunks were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically, while Gohan, merely regarded them with indifference. "Oh, are the three of you also Scions?" Kelly observed their reaction, and upon witnessing Gohan's apathy, felt a jolt in his heart. "What is your intent? Do you seek to battle the Scions?" Neri inquired calmly, though the tea in his cup rippled from the air currents. "No, nothing of the sort. I simply thought that if we were to eliminate the Scions first, we would become the new rulers, and thus we could swiftly advance to the finals. Am I right, Prince Neri?" "Neri." Gohan's demeanor shifted at Kelly's words, fixing his gaze intently on him, his tone laced with barely contained anger. Searching for a satisfactory answer, Goten and the others also regarded Neri with barely concealed rage. Neri's smile faded entirely, and sensing Gohan's cold demeanor, he could only nod in acknowledgement, explaining, "This is not exactly a secret. My father was supposed to discuss it with you personally, as I do not know much about the tournament." Gohan remained non-committal to this response, while Goten and the others chose not to pursue the matter further, continuing their silent confrontation with Kelly and his companions. "Shall we begin the battle now?" Goten and Trunks stared intently at their opponents, their voices low and serious. "Indeed, Lord Neri, this may be considered an elimination match, indicating that it is merely a battle amongst ourselves. Therefore, please do not interfere," Kelly said with a sinister grin. Neri realized that the confrontation was unavoidable, and with a resigned sigh, stated, "However, you cannot fight here. You shall proceed to the gravity chamber for your battle. It is fortified with super alloys to withstand powerful assaults. Fine, that it matters not." Both sides acquiesced, and in that instant, the atmosphere crackled with rising tension. Cough, cough. Vegeta, drenched in sweat, gasped for breath. Having lain on the ground after an extended period of training, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling of the gravity chamber, reflecting on the events of the past few days. Yet at this moment, his brow furrowed once more, muttering to himself, "Oh, what tedious troubles." Vegeta sensed the battle intent emanating from Gohan and the others, discerning the overall situation as a seasoned warrior, supporting his slightly fatigued form. He awaited with interest. Just then, the door slid open automatically, and several figures strode in. Neri led the way, his gaze not meeting Vegeta's as he turned back to the seven behind him, saying, "This is the place." Kelly initially presumed the indoor space to be desolate and devoid of inhabitants. However, at the moment his gaze swept across the area, his heart jolted unexpectedly upon encountering the piercing eyes of Vegeta, which struck him with a sense of pressure akin to a thunderbolt. Yet he laughed and shook his head, dissipating the oppressive atmosphere with relative ease. Behind Kelly, Sa, and E, upon witnessing Vegeta's not particularly tall silhouette, were suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming presence that felt like a mountain pressing down upon them. They ceased their disdainful mockery and stared in trepidation at the towering figure before them. Vegeta refrained from speaking directly. After Kelly effortlessly dispelled his aura, he furrowed his brow slightly, though a hint of satisfaction curved at the corners of his mouth, seemingly pleased with the other's strength. "Dad," Trunks began to remind Vegeta of the situation at hand. However, Vegeta waved his hand dismissively, indicating he had already surmised the intentions of the visitors. Indeed, he recognized the identity of the newcomers through Gohan's expression, and as a seasoned warrior, he was aware of the unnecessary troubles that could arise. "You are also a Scion, are you not? We are Lee Sans, and we have come to challenge you." Suddenly, Kelly's aura surged dramatically, shattering the energy field created by Vegeta's presence, unleashing a flurry of wind blades that sliced through the air. Vegeta merely chuckled, observing the other's boastful display with amusement, remaining unfazed despite the provocation. Trunks, Goten, and OOB felt the palpable pressure emanating from the confrontation, unable to withstand it immediately, causing them to instinctively retreat. Gohan sighed at the other's antics and gently neutralized the oppressive energy surrounding him. Nur and the disdainful Zack behind him were equally unimpressed, releasing a faint aura from within that remained entirely undisturbed. In stark contrast, FIM struggled to withstand the force, while the other subordinates appeared somewhat disheveled under the assault of that overwhelming power. This guy, Sa, witnessing Vegeta's contemptuous expression, felt a surge of indignation against the derision he had once disdained in the week. Just as he was about to launch an attack, a large hand clasped over his mouth, and cold, indifferent eyes met his own, Fear gripped him as an emotionless voice whispered in his ear, "Rest now." With a thunderous roar, the gravity chamber erupted in sound. Fortunately, Vegeta had adjusted the gravity to 30,000 times, averting the possibility of the initial strike breaching the spaceship. Nevertheless, the tremendous impact forced Sai's head forcefully into the ground, creating a depression around him. Blood trickled from his nostrils, and he fell into unconsciousness. Kelly's eyes widened in shock. He had merely caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past him. As he turned to discern the truth, he found Vegeta crouched on the ground, his hand poised at Sai's mouth. His eyes cold and devoid of compassion, that a profound sense of life-threatening crisis surged within Kelly, who, disregarding his comrade's fate, swiftly darted away to a distance of several meters. Reacting more slowly, was similarly struck by the gravity of the scene, his scalp prickling in terror. Yet before he could formulate a plan, Vegeta's figure vanished once more. That Yi's face blanched in horror as he attempted to flee, only to find himself abruptly back in place. Warmth radiating from the back of his head before he could even comprehend the situation, Vegeta's massive hand pressed down upon him, causing his head to collide with the ground, resulting in an impact that inflicted damage comparable to that which Sai had suffered. The two resounding impacts reverberated throughout the spaceship, their frequencies synchronized within the same fleeting second, marking what could only be described as a true instant kill. Goten, Trunks, and OOB were left astonished by Vegeta's meteoric surge in strength, their mouths agape as they beheld his display of power. Gohan, however, perceptively sensed the transient fluctuations in Vegeta's aura and smiled knowingly, his brow relaxing. Ner contemplated silently, observing Vegeta's might, while Zack remained aloof and indifferent, exuding an air of detachment. Once again witnessing the explosive defeat of his companions, Kelly's heart sank, and he swiftly distanced himself from the threat. Finally, he unleashed his own power, a tempestuous force that reverberated throughout the gravity chamber, erupting in a vibrant azure flame. Boring, Kelly attempted to resist, but upon Vegeta's pronouncement, the latter intensified both his power and speed. A devastating elbow strike buried itself into Kelly's abdomen, the transmitted force radiating throughout his body, dismantling all of his defenses. One decisive blow. The blurred figure of Vegeta remained vividly clear in Kelly's mind. Though not particularly towering, he loomed large in his consciousness. No, it can't be. Kelly clutched his abdomen, saliva mixed with blood trailing from his lips, his disbelieving gaze fixed on Vegeta, who had already turned to depart. In his anguish and fear, he scarcely had time to ponder before darkness engulfed him, and he collapsed to the floor. "You arrogant fool," Vegeta remarked coldly as he stepped out of the gravity chamber, his words striking like a thunderbolt, indifferent to those present as he exited. The stunned trio of Goten, Trunks, and OOB remained in disbelief, replaying the previous scenes in their minds, utterly astonished by Vegeta's words. They had failed to perceive the fluidity of his movements during combat. Such an overwhelming victory was entirely beyond their expectations. After all, they understood that while Kelly's strength was not formidable, to genuinely defeat them, Goten and Trunks would have to transform into Super Saiyans. Gohan was equally astonished. He had not anticipated Vegeta's transformation over the past 6 months. Yet, recalling the latter's self-destructive training methods, he could only shake his head in resigned amusement. Ner, sharing in the irony, gestured for his subordinates to manage the situation, his gaze lingering on Vegeta's retreating form, a peculiar smile emerging on his face. Zack finally opened his eyes, witnessing Vegeta's figure vanish as he shook his head, lost in contemplation. Thus, a farcical episode came to an end, leaving an intriguing aftertaste. Chapter 7, Goku's Return, A New Battle, Part 1. P.S. The new book Urban Saint King by Muluo has officially begun serialization. For those who enjoy Muluo's stories, do check it out. In a vibrant world bathed in sacred light, a massive crystal chair floated within the spacious expanse, where an elderly man, frail and teetering on the brink of death, Saturday though life still flickered within him. He was acutely aware that a certain incident had drastically shortened his remaining days. With half-closed eyes and a weary visage marked by deep wrinkles, he exhaled a heavy breath before murmuring inaudibly to outsiders. "I can't find it. Will the prophecy truly come to pass? Ancestor, You left behind too many enigmas. Which one reflects your true intent? The old man sighed deeply, only to be seized by a violent coughing fit. His body trembling, I end this world. He was utterly alone, and through the agonizing ordeal, he gradually regained his composure, solemnly uttering 3 words, Scion. Thus, with no other course of action, the awakened divine dragon seemed to be cursing someone. Having made a decision, it began to validate the accuracy of the prophecy, even if it meant wagering its ultimate fate. With determination gleaming in its crimson eyes, the divine dragon unleashed a spiral distortion in the space several zhang ahead. Following the flash of red light, a petite figure emerged from the shattered void. That familiar form, that playful and adorable visage, that signature gesture, Wukong. Wukong, summoned by the divine dragon's call, chuckled as he ruffled his spiky hair. His youthful face mirrored his simplistic intellect, and his bare torso was adorned with tattered blue fabric wrapped around his waist. With one finger of his other hand, he absent-mindedly wiped his nose, disregarding his dusty appearance, and instead inquired, Divine Dragon, is there something of great importance? Why the urgency in summoning me back? It turned out that ever since Wukong had accompanied the divine dragon to this enigmatic realm, his restlessness had compelled him to persuade the dragon to allow him to train in other dimensional universes. Although those universes presented few formidable adversaries, Wukong relished the opportunity to challenge the local emperors in a conventional manner. He also sensed that, under the influence of the Black Star Dragon Balls, his previously diminished powers and vitality had gradually returned during the past 6 months of training, despite still possessing the physique of a child. Wukong was aware that his current strength far surpassed that of 6 months prior. The divine dragon refrained from responding directly, having discerned Wukong's renewed vigor. He pondered the conclusion, but remained baffled as to why that individual would act in such a manner. Considering Wukong's identity, upon reaching this thought, the divine dragon ceased its speculation, inhaling deeply while gazing solemnly at the sky. Noticing the dragon's silence, Wukong sensed the gravity of the situation, yet true to his nature of avoiding deep inquiries. He asked, Divine Dragon, what troubles you? Why do you seem lost in thought? Wukong adjusted his belt, letting the tattered blue garment fall back into place as he prepared to don it anew. I have a foreboding sense. Wukong, it appears that the universe is once again in peril. The divine dragon turned to face the freshly trained Wukong, sighing in response. What do you mean? Is there a new foe on the horizon? But there are still Gohan, Vegeta, and the others. They will safeguard the universe, so worry not. Wukong replied innocently, now fully dressed, clasping his hands behind his head and swaying leisurely. No, this impending catastrophe is not so easily resolved. The adversary's power far exceeds that of the evil dragons. The divine dragon declared gravely, its melancholic tone amplifying the tension in the atmosphere. Surely not. Wukong opened his eyes wide, halting his swaying, skepticism evident in his expression as he cast a sidelong glance, inwardly lamenting, what a pity it would be not to engage in battle with him. Indeed, Wukong, I have contemplated this for quite some time. The only solution is to send you back into the universe. For I believe you alone can avert this calamity. The divine dragon lifted its gaze thoughtfully towards the heavens, remembering the fragmented prophecies that still lingered within its mind. Is that true? Wukong's eyes shimmered with excitement as he stared intently at the divine dragon. Seemingly fearful of any sudden changes in the dragon's resolve, his eyes brimmed with uncontainable enthusiasm, and upon receiving the dragon's affirmation, he began to leap with joy. There is one more matter. Your body has shrunk due to the influence of the Black Star Dragon Balls, which is quite disadvantageous for you, especially as your strength has been suppressed. Allow me to restore you to your former self. This way, you will have a greater chance of success, the divine dragon stated, turning its gaze towards the diminutive Wukong. Really? That would be splendid. Thank you, divine dragon, Wukong exclaimed, joyfully bounding around the divine dragon once more. Observing Wukong, the divine dragon was still contemplating various matters, just as it finished speaking. A radiant red light emanated from the dragon's eyes, illuminating the elated Wukong. In that instant, Wukong's body began to transform. His muscles rippled, and the bones cracked as they gradually expanded. After enduring a brief moment of discomfort, The once petite figure regained its towering stature, the robust Wukong reappearing before Wukong's physical form was restored. The divine dragon also reclaimed his garments, significantly enhancing their durability. In an instant, Wukong's powerful physique exuded an overwhelming aura, leaving the divine dragon astonished by the surge of energy. Ha ha! This is truly wonderful. I have finally returned to my adult form. Wukong exclaimed, his voice transformed as he admired his own body, his hands caressing the firm muscles of his chest, satisfaction radiating from him. Yet he did not forget to express his gratitude to the divine dragon. Thank you, divine dragon. Now let us set forth. The divine dragon concealed its inner astonishment, aware of the pressing time, and refrained from further elaboration. Once more, its eyes glowed red, and, as the light enveloped Wukong, the towering figure vanished in an instant, marking the commencement of the prophecy's validation. However, the divine dragon continued to gaze pensively at the empty sky, once again lost in thought, pondering, can he truly avert this calamity? After all, he is a scion, the legendary Super Saiyan. Chapter 7. The Return of Wukong. A New Battle, Part 2. The scene shifts to the realm of the Kaioshin. It remained as serene as ever, for this place was undoubtedly one of the few realms in the universe that few could access, including the gods of the mortal realm. The environment rivaled that of Earth. Truly a paradise within the cosmos. Having accompanied Wukong to the Kaioshin realm and lacking a home to return to, the father and son duo of SWL-ing, the two extraterrestrial beings encountered by Wukong during his fall into the skeleton space, now resided within the Kaioshin realm. Having become well acquainted with the Kaioshin, they roamed freely, often teasing the old Kaioshin's crystal ball to catch a glimpse of the universe beyond, laughing and playing without a care. Meanwhile, the old Kaioshin and the Kaioshin sat upon a large stone, leisurely fishing, their eyes closed in a state of tranquil detachment from the world. Beneath their righteous facade lay a concealed, unsightly truth. At that moment, they appeared to be gentlemen of honor, yet unbeknownst to others. They were embroiled in a wager. The victor would have the privilege of selecting 3 editions from the other's collection of coveted magazines featuring beautiful women. Truly, the moral decay of society had even ensnared the Kaioshin. For as the saying goes, one is influenced by their company. However, SWL-ing and his father would likely remark, birds of a feather flocked together, a gentle breeze rustled through, tousling a few strands of their hair. As silence enveloped the world, even in the murky underbelly, that a sudden tremor coursed through the old Kaioshin's hand. Half closing his eyes, he instinctively opened them to observe the increasingly erratic vibrations of the fishing line. He resisted the urge to leap with joy, awaiting the moment when the fish would truly bite. Yet at the precise moment the hook reached its maximum oscillation, a thunderous shout erupted, startling not only the fish in the water, but also the old Kaioshin, who had been on the cusp of victory. What? This energy, it's Wukong, isn't it? How can he have returned? The Kaioshin exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise, excitement coursing through him. The old Kaioshin, about to unleash a tirade of curses. Initially assumed his junior was simply unable to accept defeat, but upon hearing the name Wukong, his furious expression shifted to one of astonishment. What? Did you say Wukong has returned? Was he not supposed to vanish forever alongside the divine dragon? You must be mistaken, he exclaimed, his voice rising, then muttering pensively, but wait, could it be that new troubles are brewing? Indeed, that is Wukong's energy, the Kaioshin declared, his face flushed with revelation. However, upon noticing the old Kaioshin deep in thought, he quickly regained his composure and repeated his inquiry. Meanwhile, SWL-ing and his father were taken aback by the old Kaioshin's dramatic reaction, gazing in bewilderment at the contemplative elder. What could this mean? Is it possible? Certainly, it has been a millennium since the last occurrence, the old Kaioshin mused, disregarding the younger Kaioshin's presence, his voice heavy with contemplation. His once lustrous eyes lost their gleam as he set down his fishing rod and closed his eyes in deep thought. The previously bewildered Kaioshin began to recall something, and after a moment of astonishment, he echoed, "Could it be? That matter? Indeed. What course of action shall we take?" The old Kaioshin raised his head, gazing at the lofty blue sky and white clouds. As if searching for the answer, the Supreme Kai lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought, while the father and son of Wu Lang exchanged helpless glances, scratching their heads in confusion, transitioning to another planet. Ah, what a predicament! Goku exclaimed. I haven't even clarified the whereabouts and situation of Gohan and the others with Shenron, and yet here I am on this desolate planet, observing the barren landscape before him. Goku chuckled. Well, there's no other option. I must use instant transmission to locate them. He prepared himself for the technique, but after a brief moment, he released his fingers, his expression shifting abruptly as a muffled thud echoed, causing Goku to relax his brow. With a self-deprecating laugh, he remarked, it seems I should first satisfy my hunger. After a bit of activity, I'm famished. No wonder. The source of the ominous sound was the growling of Goku's stomach. After training for half a day, he had completely forgotten about his hunger when summoned by Shenron. Now, with his stomach protesting, this simple-minded being had finally come to his senses. Food is paramount, especially for Saiyans. Besides their insatiable thirst for battle, their voracious appetites are another hallmark. Goku, carefree, decided not to ponder further and utilized instant transmission to leap to a planet abundant with life, following a feast akin to a tempest. Goku patted his slightly swollen belly and sighed. Chi-Chi says I should eat until I'm 7/10 full. That I suppose this meal shall suffice. However, those mere words left the entire restaurant in shock. The waiter standing behind Goku stared dumbfounded at the mountain of bowls stacked high. Speechless, what struck them as most peculiar was that the glutton had declared a meal equivalent to that of 20 people was merely 7/10 full, and yet his belly was only slightly protruding. It was a blatant violation of the laws of conservation of mass. As many mused, well, my friend, time to settle the bill, Goku said, wiping his mouth with a napkin, then pulled out a glass sphere from his bag. This spectacle astonished everyone present once more. Many were left petrified, especially the waiter, who had been smiling and extending his hands but now completely fell apart upon seeing the glass sphere. He bellowed. What are you doing? Do you intend to dine and dash? Kid, you're quite audacious, the middle-aged waiter, observing Goku's youthful visage, cast aside his gentlemanly demeanor and unleashed a tirade of curses. After all, he understood that if this fellow truly absconded without paying, his entire month's wages would be jeopardized, let alone any bonuses. Given the sheer volume of food Goku had consumed, Goku, momentarily taken aback, soon comprehended the situation and chuckled wryly, patting the back of his head. It turned out that during his travels in other dimensions, he had found that the recent planet lacked glass, making this singular glass sphere incredibly valuable in that realm. Different worlds often bore distinct currencies, and even Goku, despite his simplicity, grasped the implications. While the patrons of the restaurant whispered among themselves, Goku paid little heed to the incessant threats from the flustered waiter. He rummaged through his bag once more, producing another small object and placing it on the table. Instantly, the restaurant fell silent, and many patrons gasped in astonishment. The waiter stood dumbfounded, his eyes gleaming with greed, drooling like a pig, for what Goku had revealed was a 10-carat diamond. This should suffice, and I shall take my leave. The waiter, utterly dazed, merely nodded in response to Goku's familiar voice, failing to notice that Goku had already vanished from sight. The cacophony of the streets was incessant, with vehicles zipping through the air. Showcasing the advanced technology of this planet, a familiar figure strolled down the street, bright eyes scanning the surroundings beneath crescent-shaped brows. Goku patted his noticeably defined abs through his clothing, seemingly still savoring the recent feast. This place isn't too shabby, but compared to Earth, it still pales in comparison, Goku remarked, though the mention of Earth cast a shadow over his otherwise cheerful demeanor. He vividly recalled Shenron's words, only by leaving this mortal realm can peace arrive. A wave of melancholy washed over him as he reminisced about his childhood, warm memories flooding his mind, gradually restoring his spirits. Just then, a raucous voice pierced the air, drawing Goku's attention. Upon looking toward the crowd ahead, he sensed an unusual aura of death, and his brows furrowed deeply. Oh, what a pity! It appears to be the former king. A well-dressed brute sneered as he kicked an elderly man, causing the surrounding crowd to recoil in fear, casting wary glances at him and the moaning elder. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Another burly man rushed to support the elderly figure, whose bruised face ignited a fierce glare at the assailant. "You vile traitor! Jean, how dare you harm his Majesty? Humph, a king. Now he has nothing but a worthless life. I senti," the man boasted, glancing at the soldiers flanking him with a mocking grin. "How dare you? I will kill you." The injured man roared, his fury igniting as he charged at the brute. "Humph, is that all you've got?" The arrogant brute simply tilted his head, effortlessly dodging the attack, then raised his knee to strike the man's abdomen, sending him flying several meters and leaving him coughing blood. The elderly man scrambled to his feet and rushed to assist the injured individual. Goku, however, did not rush to intervene. Instead, he honed in on the soldier's strange energy signatures, perceiving the dark threads of malice emanating from them, all pointing toward a majestic palace several kilometers away. In that moment, Goku recalled the battle against the fully realized baby, recognizing the similarity between the dark energy and baby's method of enhancing his power by absorbing humanity's negative emotions. "Oh, how convenient," he mused. "But the king has given orders, and you no longer have a reason to live. I could eliminate you both right now." He gathered energy in his hand, preparing to unleash it upon them. As the brutish man declared his intentions, Goku's keen awareness enveloped the area, allowing him to witness the sudden surge of dark threads above the man's head. As the brute's eyes glowed red, an energy sphere manifested in his palm. Goku frowned. In that moment of sudden change, he swiftly stepped forward and snatched the glowing red energy sphere, effortlessly neutralizing the impending attack. The brute, taken aback by Goku's sheer strength, feigned composure and stammered, "Who are you to dare oppose me? I am a warrior from Earth," Goku replied calmly. Ignoring the astonished onlookers, he turned his attention to the dark energy swirling around his hand. Lost in contemplation, he had inadvertently preserved some of the dark energy during the earlier explosion, only to discover its purity exceeded even that of the evil dragon. "An earthling? Oomph, you must be tired of living." Jean sneered, relieved that his forces had surrounded Goku. He bellowed threats, then swung at Goku's head. Goku, however, made no attempt to evade. Instead, he smirked. Sensing the man's intentions, he swiftly dodged and retaliated with an energy blast that Goku redirected back at him with increased velocity. Jean, eyes wide with horror, felt the dark threads above him swell once more. Enhancing his strength, his hand, now appearing poisoned, gripped the energy blast, absurdly absorbing it back into his body. Goku observed the unfolding events, realizing that Jean was not merely absorbing the energy, but rather that the dark threads were devouring his strength. As the blackness spread across Jin's body, he appeared to be suffering greatly. His expression twisted into a nightmarish grimace. With the tips of his toes barely grazing the ground, Wukong darted forward, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage as he swiftly traversed to the side of the burly man. A mighty hand then descended upon the crown of the man's head, unleashing a blinding flash of light that forcefully eradicated the lingering dark energy. The burly man appeared to find liberation, and as Wukong's radiant aura infused his being, his previously ashen form instantaneously reverted to its original state. However, unable to withstand the fierce clash of the two potent forces within him, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood and succumbed to unconsciousness. Surrounding them, dozens of soldiers gazed in terror at this immensely powerful enigma. Just as they were about to flee in astonishment, Wukong had effortlessly completed all his actions, cleansing the dark energy from their heads and knocking each one out in succession. This overwhelming skirmish left all present utterly astounded. They had failed to witness Wukong's movements, yet they were still in awe of his triumph over dozens of adversaries in mere seconds, leaving the atmosphere eerily silent. Wukong paid no heed to their fearful gazes, instead striding towards the elderly figure referred to as the king. His desire was to uncover the truth of the matter, and the king of this world was undoubtedly one of the best sources of explanation. The king and his guard regarded the unfamiliar Wukong, yet they slowly approached, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, T.O. repay you. May I inquire if you have any requests? I will do my utmost to accommodate." Wukong, smiling, assisted the bowing elder and directly inquired, "I wish to know the secrets of these individuals. Upon hearing Wukong's response, both the elder and the guard exchanged anxious glances, seemingly grappling with whether to divulge their knowledge. They were acutely aware of the terror that lurked within that faction. Despite Wukong's formidable strength, it was uncertain if he could triumph over them. "I will aid you in resolving this matter. So please speak truthfully," Wukong urged. Having discerned their trepidation in their eyes, he had sensed a subtle dark force stirring not far off, originating from within the resplendent palace. Furthermore, the elder known as the king, even with Wukong's singular focus, would likely be aware of certain intricacies. What troubled Wukong most was the dark energy's elusive destination, shifting between three individuals and one, embodying a sinister negative force, though not as overwhelmingly terrifying as a Super Saiyan. Its malevolence was far more pronounced. Was this the cosmic catastrophe the dragon had foretold? Wukong pondered, for after enduring numerous battles, he was no longer merely bracing for conflict. Chapter 7. Wukong's Return. A New Battle, Part 4. Within the opulent palace, three towering figures sat regally upon their thrones. Their faces bore striking similarities, sharply defined features that conveyed an air of dominance and authority, their eyes radiating a lethal intensity, save for the central figure who bore a black lightning mark upon his brow. This middle-aged man was currently coalescing a sphere of lightning in his hand, the countless tendrils of electricity intertwining in a dazzling display. Yet none could fathom that this fist-sized orb possessed the capability to obliterate the land for miles around. At this moment, the middle-aged man's brow furrowed, his deep-set eyes fixated on a distant point in bewilderment. "Elder brother, you too have sensed it. Haven to you, someone has forcibly erased our mark," spoke the figure seated to his left. Unable to contain his agitation, the man with the lightning mark did not respond, but the figure to his right interjected, "Indeed, third brother, and you too must feel it. This person's aura seems rather familiar." Upon hearing his second brother's remark, the third sibling's expression darkened. He was acutely aware that as Wukong unleashed his white light, he had indeed detected the fluctuations of that familiar energy, reminiscent of a prior informal encounter from over half a year ago. "Regardless of who he is, we shall eliminate him," declared the eldest brother, his concerns stemming from the fact that the opponent's aura had inexplicably vanished after its explosive surge. Since the moment his dark energy had been severed, he had diligently searched for the opponent's whereabouts, only to find him seemingly evaporated from this planet. Yet he was certain of one thing: the adversary had not departed. "You mean to say that over half a year ago, another star system adjacent to yours was suddenly annihilated, and from that destruction arose a colossal energy field? The one who usurped your throne hails from that system?" Wukong recounted the essence of the elder's explanation. What truly sent chills down Wukong's spine was the realization that upon sensing the emergence of this vast energy field, he attempted to gauge it with his own aura, only to discover that the space had become distorted and illusory, rendering his senses incapable of unraveling its secrets. One fact remained clear: there were no signs of life present. Yes, that is essentially the case. Since their arrival, they swiftly took control of the majority of our soldiers and warriors overnight. And those who resisted their rule were mercilessly slain. Over 90% as for me. Due to my status as king, they merely opted to delay my demise, the elder lamented, his eyes clouded with despair, the tragedy of his later years dimming his spirit. Indeed, without their infusion of power, these soldiers would not possess such strength. Jean was never a match for me. Yet now I find myself unable to contend with him," the guard added. Although he was unable to discern the nature of the dark energy, he had witnessed Jean channeling the black glow into a commanding officer's head, resulting in an unprecedented surge in the officer's power. "This matter is far more intricate than it appears," Wukong interjected, halting mid-sentence, as such revelations were perhaps too unfathomable for them to comprehend. Only he understood that while the dark energy indeed nourished the soldiers, he also discerned that their vitality was rapidly depleting, with wisps of dark energy continuously siphoning away their essence, while the figure orchestrating this remained unseen, steadily growing stronger. Upon hearing Wukong's summary, both the guard and the elder were taken aback. Yet they were filled with hope at Wukong's subsequent declaration. After taking a deep breath, Wukong earnestly proclaimed, "I shall resolve this incident." After a brief interlude, the impending confrontation finally drew near. Report, my lord, someone has intruded. Captain Jean has been defeated. It was the former king and his cohort, aided by an exceptionally powerful, mysterious figure. A soldier rushed in to announce, "Oh, have they finally arrived?" The second brother stirred from his reverie, slightly opening his eyes to gaze at the trembling subordinate. A wave of disdain washing over him. In an instant, a suffocating pressure emanated from him, crushing the hapless soldier to death. Useless, the second brother coldly remarked, then turned to observe his elder sibling, who appeared far from pleased. The third brother also noted the somber expression on his elder brother's face. Impulsive and aggressive, he and the second brother lacked the depth of thought exhibited by their eldest sibling. Moreover, unbeknownst to them was a secret. They were not three independent entities. The aura has remained stable around 5,000. The middle-aged man with the black lightning mark clenched his fists, having long since noticed the commotion outside. Yet, in his pursuit of the intruder's energy signature, he found it perplexing that the rival's power remained consistently at 5,000, a feat utterly impossible, considering the soldier's strengths were in the tens of thousands. The most critical concern was whether the intruder bore a resemblance to that figure from over half a year ago, sharing a similar aura, yet possessing an incomprehensibly weaker presence. Upon receiving the report from his subordinate, the middle-aged man had finally confirmed that the invader truly was the mysterious figure who had erased his mark. However, he was astonished by the adversary's mastery in controlling his power. Not panic. No one can defeat us. The middle-aged man finally responded to his so-called younger brothers after a moment of contemplation. Yet at that instant, a blinding white light surged into the palace, initiating their first clash with explosive force. Devour! The middle-aged man bellowed, releasing a wave of black flames from behind him. With a disdainful snort, the violent black energy collided with the incoming white energy blast, absorbing it without triggering an explosion, demonstrating its formidable nature. It appears the situation is indeed dire. That enigmatic black energy is far from simple. A familiar voice resonated within the grand hall, and after a fleeting silhouette, Wukong's voice echoed throughout the vast expanse. Suddenly, he was met with an assault from Wukong, leaving the second and third figures in a state of shock. That moment, they realized the terrifying nature of their adversary, their previous arrogance stripped away as they scrutinized him gravely. Even the middle-aged man, marked by lightning, did not speak. He alone understood that as the dark energy consumed the opponent's ki, it simultaneously obliterated a significant portion of its own power, revealing a disparity where the energy expenditure was less than the energy absorbed. However, it was only through battle that the outcome would be revealed. Wukong stood proudly before his foes, acutely aware of the dense, malevolent energy surrounding him, feeling no need for mercy, for he had come to comprehend the dreadful existence of negative energy following the incident with the evil dragon. Observing the multitude of vanquished foes at their feet, the elder and his companion Wei remained trembling with trepidation. Who was that individual, and how could he possess such formidable power to effortlessly subdue 10,000 soldiers, whose combat prowess was above 50? 000. The king reminisced about Wukong's previous battle. Indeed, the speed was overwhelming, resulting in a truly decisive victory. Wei reflected on Wukong's prowess. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could truly aid us. This is simply marvelous. The elder gazed intently at the main hall in the distance, his spirit still surging with admiration, fervently wishing for Wukong's complete triumph. Yes, your majesty, Wei responded reflexively, still in awe of Wukong's might. That moment, a swirling vortex of energy appeared above the main hall, with roiling dark mist shimmering ominously as fierce winds surged and powerful forces ascended, causing the entire capital to tremble. A great battle was imminent. Chapter 8. The Mysterious Dark Energy, Beyond Super Saiyan, Part 1. 4 formidable auras ascended into the heavens, enveloping the entire capital. The black vortex in the sky intermittently discharged crimson lightning. Although it did not rain down destruction, the oppressive aura instilled deep apprehension in the fighters below. Wei discerned the impending terror of this battle, and, sensing the chilling intent to fight, he whisked the king away to a location over 10 miles distant. Both men now gazed at the battle scene unfolding in the distance, despite the vast distance. The battlefield spanned an enormous area. Even though Wukong had drawn the fight to a sparsely populated outskirts of the capital, the flames of war still cast their shadow upon the city. Supported by Wei, the king floated several hundred meters above ground, perfectly positioned to witness the distant clash. To the onset of the battle, Wukong had already unleashed his power to disperse the black vortex of negative energy. As he obliterated the tempestuous vortex, crackling with lightning, he felt a powerful suction, as if it sought to devour his own strength. Consequently, Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura clashing against the three dark energies. They are truly formidable, Wei reflected, sensing the intensity of the conflict. However, from their remote vantage point, they remained oblivious to the true nature of the struggle. For now, he could only barely withstand the turbulent waves generated by the battle with a protective shield. Were they to return to ground level, the impact of the fluctuations would be considerably lessened, yet one could not guarantee that the earth would not suddenly rend asunder, as they had just witnessed. After a series of fierce exchanges, a figure gradually descended upon a large boulder. Wukong, reflecting on the unfathomable power of the middle-aged man marked by lightning, also noting the other two figures beside him. Having already discerned their similar yet enigmatic auras, Wukong was not overtly surprised upon seeing the trio, though a deeper contemplation began to brew within him. Oh, you are indeed powerful. Were it not for your strength, I would surely not stand a chance against you. Your power has increased tremendously since we last met over 6 months ago, remarked the middle-aged man, regarding Wukong's golden hair with keen interest. Upon hearing this, Wukong's demeanor subtly shifted, though he concealed it well, internally assessing that the other could not possibly have met him before, yet the mystery deepened. Greetings, I almost forgot to introduce myself. You may call me Leisha, or the God of Thunder, hailing from a neighboring star system. The two beside me are Haisha, the second, and Luosha. Stunned, Wukong's eyes widened in surprise, quickly furrowing his brow as his expression turned serious. After a brief moment of astonishment, he attempted to inquire, if you are a deity from another planet, why come to invade another S-world? The God of Thunder hesitated before answering, wearing a rueful smile. Survival of the fittest. Wukong's expression shifted slightly. He had never anticipated such a response. Hearing those words stirred a hint of animosity within him. The God of Thunder ceased to speak, instantaneously appearing before Wukong and delivering a fist aimed at his abdomen. Wukong reacted swiftly, deflecting the attack with his hand while retaliating with a punch aimed at the God of Thunder's face. However, the latter disappeared in a flash, materializing 100 meters away, conjuring an energy sphere in his hand. Before Wukong could neutralize the first attack, he sensed an aura approaching from behind, the energy intent on striking him. Wukong could not afford to be distracted by the God of Thunder's ambush. He executed a swift maneuver, delivering a heavy punch that collided solidly with his opponent's fist. Wukong's superior strength sent Haisha crashing backward, suppressing a surge of blood, with a wave of his hand. The God of Thunder launched a blue energy projectile that arced through the air, intercepting Wukong as he pursued Haisha. Left with no choice, Haisha halted his advance and unleashed a golden light from his right hand, exploding it to destroy the incoming projectile. Taking advantage of the moment of respite, Haisha broke free from the constraints of power, attempting to dive into the heart of the explosion for a surprise attack. Yet as he neared the flames, a hand enveloped in golden light reached out. Haisha's eyes widened, but he could not react in time. Wukong emerged from the flames, seizing Haisha by the head while delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen with his other fist. At the moment of impact, Wukong released his hold on Haisha's head, opting to incapacitate him rather than kill, wishing merely to thwart this incursion. Locking onto the God of Thunder's presence, Wukong's eyes flashed coldly. After evading a barrage of energy projectiles, he discovered that the God of Thunder was merely a fleeting shadow. The latter had already appeared beside the injured Haisha, and the enigmatic dark energy surged into Haisha's body, rapidly healing his wounds. Wukong had no time to spare. Suddenly, an oppressive force descended from above, compelling him to abandon his offensive and enter a defensive stance. He thrust his arms apart, unleashing a surge of power that shattered the God of Thunder's wind attack. Chapter 8. The Mysterious Dark Energy, Beyond Super Saiyan, Part 2. Wukong's figure vanished instantly, yet he sensed that the god of thunder had locked onto him. Seizing the initiative, he materialized before Luo Sha, grasping the latter's forehead and forcefully driving him into the ground, sending a massive wave of earth soaring at that moment. The god of thunder swung his right hand, transforming his energy into a lightning whip hundreds of meters long, cleaving through the void to strike at Wukong. Feeling the terrifying power of the lightning, Wukong remained unfazed, darting forward and creating several afterimages in midair before arriving at the god of thunder's location. Executing a circular energy slash, the god of thunder hastily countered, but Wukong severed the source of the lightning whip. The god of thunder was slightly taken aback, but what shocked him further was Wukong's massive hand halting before him. Before he could respond, a wave of oppressive force struck, sending him hurtling backward. The dark energy within the god of thunder erupted, consuming Wukong's palm strike, yet he still sustained some injury, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Wukong, however, did not allow the god of thunder to focus on his own injuries. Rather, he appeared beside Hai Sha, who was facing imminent peril. Just as Hai Sha caught his breath, Wukong, having already injured Luo Sha and the god of thunder, seized Hai Sha's arm, swinging him forcefully toward Luo Sha, delivering a golden energy attack that once again devastated the newly risen Luo Sha and the bloodied Hai Sha. This scene left the god of thunder utterly astonished. He could never have anticipated that his opponent would suddenly unleash an overwhelming fury, exhibiting a force so powerful that, upon encountering Goku's indifferent gaze, he felt a flicker of fear for the very first time. Although the thunder god was oblivious to the reasons behind this sudden wrath, he could not ignore the palpable aura of death that pressed down upon him, a sensation steeped in an atmosphere of chilling slaughter. Perhaps Goku himself was unaware of why he experienced such an intense desire to eradicate his adversary. Indeed, a profound shift in his mindset had occurred. In that fleeting moment of enlightenment, Goku recognized a subtle alteration in his emotions. Was it brutality? This question flashed through Goku's mind. Even when he had transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, he had never harbored such a bloodthirsty impulse, just as the seven-star dragon had once articulated. Each time Goku ascended to Super Saiyan 4, his emotions would undergo a transformation, with feelings that could be suppressed in his previous states becoming heightened in this form. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he had never possessed such a sanguinary inclination until now. During his recent travels, Goku had seldom encountered battles that necessitated transformation, but upon shifting into this state, a primal urge for slaughter surged forth. The higher the transformation level, the more intense this subconscious ferocity seemed to clash with his original sensibilities. Did I it because the Dragon Balls have entered my body? The only questionable answer Goku could arrive at was this. Though such a notion was difficult to accept, leave this planet. If you dare to commit such acts again, I will kill you. Suppressing the turmoil within, Goku gradually retracted the aura emanating from his body. He gazed down at the beleaguered Thunder God, prepared to deliver the final decree. As if struck by a blow to his dignity, the Thunder God ceased to cower in fear, clenching his teeth. Blood seeped from his lips. Indeed, a warrior may be killed, but not humiliated. Now subjected to such degradation, the Thunder God retained an innate nobility, and suddenly, an ominous glimmer sparked in his eyes. Dark energy erupted from the crown of his head, enveloping him entirely, while an exceptionally formidable power surged forth. Instantly perceiving this shift in dark energy, Goku felt an overwhelming anger rise within him, reigniting the murderous intent that had yet to subside. In a flash, he darted through the air, intent on delivering a punishing blow to his bewildered opponent. However, just as Goku was closing in on the Thunder God, the latter emitted a thunderous roar, and the dark energy coalesced into a spectral figure, pale amidst the shadows. With a mere gesture, it pointed at Goku, unleashing a devastating energy blast that hurtled toward him. Goku was taken aback at the moment the figure materialized. A profound sense of crisis gripped his heart. He hastily summoned his strength. But as he braced himself against the oncoming energy, he was astounded to discover the sheer magnitude of its power. which propelled him toward the distant mountains. That a cataclysmic destruction ensued. Goku was relentlessly pressed into the colossal mountains by the force of the energy, which obliterated the landscape, erasing miles of terrain in the blink of an eye. This fierce clash, though seemingly prolonged, transpired in mere moments. Just as an explosion was on the brink of erupting, a resounding roar akin to a great ape echoed through the air, with the mountains shattered beneath him. A golden aura coalesced into the form of a massive ape, its deep crimson eyes piercing through the distance. With a ferocious snarl, it unleashed an even more thunderous roar. The giant ape seized the energy blast, which was no larger than chopsticks, and with a powerful grip, crushed it, purging the dark essence with its radiant golden light. Goku stood in stunned silence, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events just moments prior. As he anticipated the imminent explosion of the energy, he had intended to amplify his strength and transform yet again. Instead, an overwhelming power surged within him, manifesting as a golden giant ape alongside his rising aura. Uncertain of the cause, Goku chose not to dwell on it, recognizing that he had no choice but to elevate his power in response to the Thunder God's escalating energy. As both combatants ascended to a higher realm, the energy of the world trembled, the very planet quaking under the weight of their might. A colossal explosion reverberated across 100 miles, the immense force cascading outward, obliterating the land around Goku and reducing scattered boulders to dust. Chapter 8. The Mysterious Dark Energy, Beyond Super Saiyan, Part 3. A familiar golden figure stood proudly upon the earth, though the opponent beyond 100 miles remained unseen. Yet, through the perceptible aura, Goku understood the unfolding changes. Just as he had surmised, the Thunder God and his two companions were, in essence, one entity. Once the dark energy fully enveloped the Thunder God, Haisha and Luosha were similarly engulfed, merging into his being. Furthermore, the residual dark energy lingering within the bodies of the numerous soldiers was entirely absorbed into the Thunder God's essence. With his brow furrowed, Goku's cerulean eyes narrowed slightly, his spiky golden hair cascading down to his waist. While the surging golden aura crackled through the air, blue-white lightning flickered upward from his feet, and a smile graced Goku's face as he transformed into Super Saiyan 3. This time, for reasons unknown, Goku sensed a significant reduction in his impulsive power. He had anticipated that ascending to Super Saiyan 3 would heighten his ferocity, yet upon completing the transformation, he felt no reservations. His emotions remained unperturbed, only imbued with an inherent pride that accompanied his transformation into Super Saiyan 3. If aware that his opponent had completed the final step, Goku's smile broadened. He slightly lifted off the ground, and after scattering a few golden sparks, his figure vanished, reappearing 100 miles away, with two afterimages appearing almost simultaneously. Since releasing all the dark energy, the Thunder God no longer hesitated in embracing his transformation. At this moment, he seemed brimming with confidence, albeit slightly surprised by Goku's transformation. Yet his consciousness, partially influenced by the dark energy, compelled him to launch an offensive. With a flick of his finger, dozens of black energy blasts erupted from his fingertips. Although Super Saiyan 3 Goku had grown considerably stronger, he was acutely aware of the overwhelming nature of these dark blasts. He understood that should he be struck by even 2 or 3 of them, he would suffer a slowdown in his movements, a potentially fatal miscalculation in such a high-stakes battle. Thus, Goku refrained from engaging head-on, with a sense of exhilaration reminiscent of a long-lost fervor for battle. He relished the opportunity to fight fiercely in his Super Saiyan 3 form after having suppressed his more violent tendencies for the past 6 months. As a barrage of dark energy blasts surged toward him, Goku deftly evaded them with a series of swift movements, his form appearing as though it had multiplied in the air. Once the energy blast sailed past him, Goku ignited his golden aura once more. Pursuing his opponent, the Thunder God, still shrouded in dark energy, intended to launch another assault on Goku. But upon realizing Goku's true intentions, he slowly raised his outstretched right hand and unleashed a powerful blast toward the sky. Not bad. Goku's voice resonated from 100 meters above, as the afterimage that had matched the Thunder God dissipated, locking onto the direction of his opponent's strike. With a sigh of resignation, Goku's right fist, charged with energy, descended, deflecting the Thunder God's attack effortlessly. Seeing that Goku had countered with the strength of his fist, the Thunder God frowned. Yet just as he was about to release his power, a black vortex erupted from his hand, absorbing the energy blast that had been sent back his way. With a cold smile, he suddenly appeared before the descending Goku, and a heavy punch was unleashed. Boom! The collision of their fists sent shockwaves rippling through the air as the golden light clashed against the dark energy below. In that instant, an unprecedented wave of impact erupted, forcing the earth beneath them to cave in. Fissures sprawling outward for miles. Both combatants executed their attacks in a heartbeat, and within mere seconds, the golden light and black energy engaged in a relentless exchange high above. Each blow released residual waves before the next strike followed in swift succession. Consequently, the gathered energy of the heavens and earth erupted simultaneously, and after a brief pause, a cataclysmic explosion shook the entire planet. Damn it! The Thunder God cursed under his breath, never expecting that even when unleashing the full extent of his dark energy, he would still be unable to overpower Goku. Throughout this confrontation, he found himself at a relative disadvantage. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Goku still retained another chance to transform, which fueled his determination to persist in this struggle. Yet he was acutely aware that if the battle dragged on, the dark energy would eventually turn against him, heralding his own destruction. In this world, only one person is aware of the existence represented by that dark energy. Wukong, too, has his thoughts, and he naturally understands that even though he is yet to unleash the full power of his Super Saiyan 3 form, since the evil dragon incident, the infusion of Dragon Balls into his body, and the restoration of his own form by the dragon, only he knows how immense his current strength truly is. With his existing power alone, he could easily vanquish the initial form of the one-star dragon. Yet in the current battle, the Thunder God seems to match him in strength. This analysis leads Wukong to conclude that the Thunder God's power surpasses that of Super 17, a realization that leaves Wukong perplexed. When did such a formidable being emerge in the universe? Perhaps the answer lies within that dark energy, Wukong deduces. From the very first sight of that black thread, he felt a sense of trepidation, as the presence of that negative energy is even more suffused with death than the evil dragon, that a vague sense of crisis rises within him, and though he does not know the reason, his instincts warn him that if he does not defeat his opponent swiftly, the situation will deteriorate. Resolute in his decision, Wukong ceases to delay. While moving at high speed, he harnesses even greater power, executing a violent spatial shift to catch up with the Thunder God, launching a sidekick aimed at his opponent's form. The latter, clearly taken aback by Wukong's sudden acceleration, manages a desperate defense at the last moment. However, the dark energy cannot keep pace with Wukong's assault. The Thunder God twists his body and raises his forearm to block Wukong's powerful kick, yet he is still sent hurtling backward, his right hand entirely numb as Wukong's ki disperses his defensive barrier. The Thunder God skids through the air, white energy erupting from his feet, producing a shrill sound as he fiercely rubs against the atmosphere. Only after a jolt of energy stabilizes his retreating form does he suddenly look up to find Wukong's figure reappearing above him, ready to execute another attack with his left foot, now facing Wukong's right foot sweeping toward his face. The Thunder God's heart roars as he grasps Wukong's right foot, but the tremendous force causes him to lose his balance momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, Wukong suddenly channels energy into his hands behind his head, shifting his center of gravity. Using his hands as a pivot, he spins his body, and the Thunder God, slightly relaxed from gripping Wukong's foot, is sent flying after being propelled by Wukong's rotation. He watches the Thunder God being blasted away. Wukong continues his assault, unleashing a powerful energy wave that arcs toward the Thunder God's position. Accurately predicting his opponent's movement, Wukong lands another heavy blow to the Thunder God's torso, sending him crashing down to the ground. The impact raises towering clouds of dust and causes the ground to sink and deform significantly, even altering the trajectory of the planet itself. Chapter 8. The Mysterious Dark Energy Beyond Super Saiyan, Part 4. Leaving this place behind, Wukong floats 100 meters above, watching coldly as the debris settles to reveal the severely injured thunder god below, ready to resume their earlier dialogue. However, the response he receives is the thunder god's enigmatic smile, marred by wounds and streaked with blood, a grimace that is both terrifying and sinister. It is only now that he realizes the extent of his opponent's power, and he can hardly fathom how this stranger, whom he had encountered once months ago, has grown to such formidable heights. As Wukong contemplates the thunder god's demeanor, he observes that the dark energy surrounding him begins to detach, morphing into a silhouette that materializes between Wukong and the thunder god. This time, however, the pale figure beneath the dark aura resembles a person, its overwhelming dark power growing ever stronger, just as it prepares to launch an attack on Wukong. The Dragon Balls within him finally begin to stir for the first time. As the Dragon Balls move, Wukong's eyes shine with golden light, and a colossal ape's afterimage appears, colliding with the dark silhouette in a cataclysmic explosion, resulting in both entities being obliterated. Wukong is also thrown back by the shockwave, tasting blood as it spills from his lips. The Thunder God, barely managing to hold himself upright, is further injured by the explosion, his expression dimming, yet his smile growing more intense, sending a chill down Wukong's spine. Let it all be destroyed. The Thunder God's gaze sharpens, and he bursts into a maniacal laugh, spitting bright red blood from his mouth as he revels in his perceived victory. A sudden sense of life and death crisis envelopes Wukong's mind as he gazes into the Thunder God's unyielding eyes. Instinctively, he turns to look above, only to be met with the sight of a swirling black hole materializing in the sky after a flicker of darkness. Daylight abruptly gives way to darkness as the heavens seem to be consumed by the black vortex, an image that strikes Wukong as akin to the gates of hell, poised to devour all living things in that moment. If one were to observe this scene from space, they would see a black hole of gargantuan proportions, rotating at the edge of this galaxy, appearing as no more than a speck of dust before the planet. Its vast gravitational pull causing the world to tremble as it draws closer to Wukong's face pales. After all, the black hole exudes no signs of life, making it impossible to gauge the situation outside through any aura. He realizes too late that disaster has arrived. Yet, such a transformation should not instill such fear within him. Wukong is perplexed by the suffocating aura of death surrounding him, as even in his Super Saiyan 3 form, he could potentially obliterate a galaxy, let alone a black hole of this size, that Wukong's entire being radiates with golden light as he attempts to unleash a powerful energy wave to annihilate the black hole, only to find that the void ravenously devours his strength like an abyss, leaving him stunned and unable to marshal his full power. Wukong stares in shock at the encroaching black hole, his body releasing even greater strength as he struggles against its consuming force while gathering energy to retaliate. Useless. This black hole cannot be destroyed. The Thunder God watches Wukong's futile struggle with a derisive amusement, likening it to an ant attempting to resist an elephant. The world is engulfed in darkness, and the inhabitants of this planet are finally gripped by the fear of death, fleeing in panic. Some devout believers even perceive the impending apocalypse as the ultimate judgment to eradicate the sins of the world. What is happening? One cries out, having witnessed an eclipse yet bewildered by the sudden, ominous transformation before him. Was that an earthquake? Another shouts in terror, no, look, a massive black vortex has appeared in the sky. Is it a black hole? A third person, after scrutinizing the scene, finally discerns the bizarre sight above. What? A black hole? Are we to be annihilated? Panic spreads among the crowd. Your Majesty, this is bad. A guard trembles as he gazes at the swirling darkness overhead. Is our fate truly destined for destruction? The king muses, having believed they could overcome adversity, only to find themselves on the brink of despair. Damn it! No, I cannot allow the people of this planet to be consumed by the black hole. Wukong clenches his fists, sensing the panic of those below while channeling energy within himself. Yet the black hole grows stronger as it absorbs his power, amplifying its gravitational pull several-fold. Strength. I need more strength. Wukong roars, unwilling to accept such annihilation. He knows that if he were to utilize instant transmission to evade the black hole, he would emerge unharmed. Yet he refuses to do so. He will never do so. As images of the terrified crowd flash through Wukong's mind, an earth-shattering roar erupts from within him. Instantly, Wukong's eyes blaze with golden light, an unmatched power surging forth as he feels his strength escalating. As he grapples with the gravitational force and the explosion of his inner might, Wukong endures the pain, relentlessly pushing his power to its limits. Finally, at a critical juncture, his entire being radiates with golden light, and the surging power bursts forth uncontrollably. With a thunderous roar, Wukong transforms once more, revealing himself as Super Saiyan 4. An overwhelming, unparalleled force emanates from him, surpassing any previous Super Saiyan 4 form. His body crackles with energy as he severs the black hole's grasp. Finally launching forward, his hands poised to unleash the Kamehameha wave. Tenfold, came, haim, ha. His booming voice reverberates through the cosmos, releasing a blinding light that reaches into the depths of space, halting the advance of the black hole. What? Is this really him? His body has undergone a complete transformation. That tail, the god of thunder, shaken by Goku's aura to the point of spitting blood, gazed in astonishment at the towering figure and trembled as he spoke. Goku finally unleashed his formidable power, the crimson energy wave hurtling towards the center of the black hole with incredible speed. Once again, the stalemate was shattered. The black hole spun ominously, while the red energy surged forward, disappearing into its depths in the blink of an eye. There was no cataclysmic explosion, nor was there a resounding roar echoing through space. Only an eerie silence. Everything fell quiet. The black hole, situated in the vastness of space, transmitted no sound waves. Both Goku and the god of thunder fixated on the suddenly motionless black hole, awaiting the final moment's revelation. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths for breaths. Time flowed slowly, and suddenly, the halted black hole stirred slightly before ceasing its movement again. Then, with a burst of crimson light, it began to expand rapidly before eventually erupting. It vanished completely. Witnessing this spectacle, Goku finally felt a sense of relief as he descended, the golden light enveloping his body gradually fading. What? He was actually able to obliterate that black hole? Who is he? Really? He claimed to be from Earth and has a tail resembling that of the great ape. Could he be the legendary Super Saiyan? Ah, Saiyan. The god of thunder, devoid of the breath to speak, was overwhelmed by an unimaginable backlash at the moment of the black hole's destruction. While clinging to his last breath, he thought bitterly, ultimately letting out a roar filled with resentment before vanishing. Cough, cough, cough. Goku gasped for air. Having returned to his normal state, he wearily sank to the ground. Goku. Wei arrived, flying alongside the king, smiling. Goku also made a victorious gesture, grinning as he lay back on the ground. Chapter 9. A Test in an Isolated Realm, Part 1. The previously cloaked figure wore a grim expression, leaning back in his chair, coldly observing the kneeling subordinates below. His white pupils glinted like 2 sharp blades, instilling fear in these lower-ranking individuals. Where did Meluo go? The figure in black asked icily, his voice laced with barely concealed anger. He was Shiro. Upon hearing such words, everyone felt their hearts race, trembling more violently, yet none could muster a response. Incompetence, Shiro, known for his solitary and decisive nature, was not one to be controlled by anyone, except for that one individual, for in his eyes, he possessed unparalleled power, revered as the god of war in the demon realm, having single-handedly resisted all forces of justice. Now, time and again, he was pointed at by Meluo, and his simmering rage could no longer be contained. Since he could not obtain answers, living became meaningless. Shiro's white pupils flickered, and the dark chamber suddenly plunged into a frigid temperature, nearly reaching absolute zero, freezing the 10 or so subordinates before him. He then closed his eyes, and the frozen figures shattered utterly, turning to dust. What do you intend to do? With a clap of his right hand, a wave of cold emanated from his palm, encasing the entire chamber in ice. Initially, he believed the demon lord had indeed awakened, But upon arriving at the long-forgotten demon realm, he was informed that there was no sign of the demon lord. Witnessing the astonishingly weak elders of the demon realm ignited his fury, prompting him to slay them to avoid their resentful gazes. A sigh escaped him, echoing in the chamber. A Shero furrowed his brow in contemplation. A figure cloaked in black materialized before him, with piercing green eyes locking onto Shero's seated form. You still possess that foul temper. After all, the current demon realm cannot be compared to the past. Noticing the glint of intrigue in Shero's silver pupils, the figure in black sighed inwardly and continued. Since you have vented your anger, there's no need to go mad. The demon lord has indeed awakened. Now, focus on your duties. The anger that had been ignited within Shero upon hearing this individual's words was swiftly quelled by the news of the demon lord's awakening. However, he still pressed. Understood, but where exactly did Qingluo and Meiluo go? Although he had received confirmation of the demon lord awakening, Shero could not forgive the incessant of Meiluo. The once unconstrained being was now toyed with by this newcomer, and he found it hard to quell his inner turmoil without a confrontation. Upon hearing Shero's hostile tone, Qingluo's expression shifted momentarily before he regained his composure, responding coolly, I hope you won't act rashly. The demon lord has issued orders. Before Tianluo is unsealed, Meiluo will assume Tianluo's position. You are only to manage matters within the demon realm for now. Realizing the gravity of this news, even Shero's complexion changed. He could not comprehend why. Despite his strength surpassing Meiluo's, he was not the foremost being under the demon lord's command in Tianluo's absence. Furthermore, regarding Meiluo's identity. Nevertheless, even if discontent brewed within him, he had no choice but to accept the demon lord's decree. After all, aside from that exalted position, he was fully aware of the demon lord's power, and he dared not offend it. I understand. Then you may commence your actions. That world has enjoyed peace for far too long. Let us add Insi and Injia to the mix. Shero cast a wicked grin at Qingluo. Very well. That realm is yours to command. Qingluo replied, already vanishing from sight. In the vibrant, multicolored nebula, there exists a relatively independent planet. A colossal celestial body that remains unaffected by its star, motionless and suspended in the void. The inhabitants of this planet fled in terror, a phenomenon that had begun half a day prior. Simultaneously, the planet's magnetic field fell victim to an inexplicable energy disturbance, rendering communication and satellites entirely inoperative. The source of this disturbance was a black-clad figure hovering high above the planet, unleashing a tremendous force that immobilized the planet's trajectory. He was merely waiting for someone. After what felt like an eternity, the black-clad figure opened his eyes, with only his eyes and lips visible. Sensing a presence, he smirked. Finally, you have arrived, without waiting for the figure to approach. He unleashed a powerful gust of wind with a single strike, shattering the planet's atmosphere, while the distinct outline of his palm swept through space. At that very moment, a figure clad in blue and yellow flashed with white light, instantly traversing the void and nearing the planet's edge. However, his brow furrowed, and he retaliated with a fierce gust of wind, dispersing the attack aimed at him, and his form slightly decelerated before ascending into the planet's atmosphere. Who is it? A familiar voice inquired coldly, the figure ceasing movement and using his consciousness to locate his opponent. The figure that materialized was none other than Goku. He had been using instant transmission to catch up to Gohan. But due to the vast distance, he had to employ the technique multiple times to reach him. Yet upon this emergence, a mysterious assailant had targeted him. Chapter 9. A Test in an Isolated Realm, Part 2. Not long after Goku's words fell, a sudden ripple in space erupted a twisted black line, and the black-clad figure who had attacked Goku stepped forth. Are you from the demon realm? Goku inquired, scrutinizing the opponent's elusive movements, cautiously testing the waters. The aura felt somewhat familiar. However, the power possessed by this individual far surpassed that of the demon beast Ego and the demon king Depura. I see you still hold the demon realm in high regard. How rare, son Wukong. The figure remarked coldly, observing Goku with a detached gaze. His tone was neither rushed nor slow, and as he revealed Goku's identity, the latter felt little surprise, affirming the opponent's affiliation with the demon realm. Goku fell into a moment of silence. When he first heard from Shinran about the terrifying nature of the demon realm, he had been somewhat skeptical. After all, during his initial encounter over 20 years ago, the demon realm King Depura was merely on par with a fully formed cell. Yet, Goku never forgot Shinran's warnings, and now, feeling the overwhelming energy pressure emanating from his opponent, he finally grasped the rationale behind Shinran's insistence on taking the demon realm's figure seriously. For this adversary's strength surpassed even his own limit during his Super Saiyan 4 transformation from half a year ago, and he wasn't even at peak power. I am Meluo. Here, I harbor no intent to kill. Rather, I wish to see how far the legendary Super Saiyan has come. If you can leave this planet, I shall cease this game of pursuit. The figure who referred to himself as Meluo spoke with a hint of disdain, his hands occasionally gathering and dissipating energy blasts, as if to provoke Wukong's battle instincts, yet he showed no intention of engaging. The legendary Super Saiyan? Wukong felt a surge of apprehension. He had learned of the tale of the legendary Super Saiyan for Vegeta many years ago. However, since then, not only Vegeta, but also Gohan, Trunks, and Goten had achieved the form. Over the years, it seemed not only Vegeta had come to regard the legendary Super Saiyan as inconsequential, but even Wukong, who once had a singular focus, felt no need to explore the matter further. Yet now, he was confronted with the notion of the legendary Super Saiyan once more from a being of the demon realm. Strangely, neither Goku nor Depura recognized his Saiyan identity. That be why such reasoning. There should have been no intersection between the Saiyans and the demon realm. Yet this significant figure audaciously referenced the legendary Super Saiyan and, more perplexingly, pointed directly at Wukong. Before Wukong could inquire further, the figure clad in black morphed into a shadow, mysteriously manifesting over 100 silhouettes within a radius of 100 meters. Each hand coalesced a Saiyan energy blast. And while Wukong initially perceived this as mere trickery, he soon discovered that over 100 energy blasts were hurtling toward him. Infuriating, Wukong had long sensed the opponent's power, and during their conversation, he had discreetly amplified his own strength. The very moment combat commenced, Wukong summoned tremendous energy, and with a resounding explosion, a torrent of golden light obliterated the barrage of energy blasts, transforming him instantaneously into a Super Saiyan 3. Just as Wukong had newly assumed this form, he had yet to respond to the sudden onslaught when he was struck by a sense of impending danger. He glanced up to find a colossal fireball descending from above. Startled, Wukong's complexion shifted, and he could only escape the space that had been locked onto him by utilizing instant transmission. The moment he reappeared a kilometer away, a shadowy figure pursued him, launching a fist like a blade. In that hasty moment, he could only brace for impact, crossing his arms protectively before his chest, yet he was still sent skidding over 100 meters by the force of the opponent's powerful strike. His feet screeching against the atmosphere, transformed into Super Saiyan 4. In your current state, you are no match for me. I can afford you the time, Meluo declared, retracting his fist and gazing at Wukong from 100 meters away. As he looked down on his opponent's apparent weakness, he could not help but admire Wukong's exceptional defense. Wukong maintained his stance but felt a tingling pain in his hands, leading him to gauge the opponent's strength. Amidst the shock, he wondered which faction of the demon realm this being belonged to, given the invitation to transform. And knowing that powerful beings often uphold their promises, Wukong decided not to decline. After all, if the opponent desired a grand battle, he would oblige with a fervent clash. As Wukong's power surged, he amassed enough energy to once again attempt the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. As he radiated an overwhelming golden light, his eyes shifted from a pale blue to a brilliant gold, while his waist-length golden hair gradually darkened to black. The fabric of his attire could no longer contain the sheer magnitude of his overwhelming power. Tearing as red fibers erupted forth, as he reopened his crimson eyes, two beams of gold energy flashed from beneath the aura, and his power surged dramatically. In that instant, not only was this planet affected by his energy, but the entire star system and galaxy seemed to shift in response, that if one were to observe from light years away, they would witness the color of the nebula transforming from pale blue to a dazzling gold. Watching the very fabric of the universe alter in response to this radiant golden light, Meiluo, was internally astonished. He had never anticipated that Wukong's strength would grow so rapidly after 6 months of absence. At this moment, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, regretting his earlier underestimation. Just as Shalu had asserted, the demon realm's influence in the cosmos was but a mere glimpse. Even a droplet in the vast ocean could scarcely convey its extent. Those so-called elders of the demon realm were but inconsequential pawns in his eyes, and even the supreme demon lord was merely a puppet in their hands, a figure who served as a distraction to the world. For years, the demon realm had been biding its time. For Shalu, who had lived for over 10 million years, the splendor of the demon realm was a memory he had witnessed. Yet ultimately, the demon realm faced annihilation at the hands of the divine and mortal realms. After that cataclysmic confrontation, the demon lord was sealed away, and the remaining strength of the demon realm dwindled to less than 20% aside from the demon lord. The Scions were heralded as the strongest race in the universe. A fact recognized not only in the cosmos, but also acknowledged even by true denizens of the demon realm, who would tremble at the mention of such a name, for this legendary strength was a source of fear for them. Now, in accordance with the grand prophecy foretold 400 years ago, this era had arrived, not merely glimpsed by the Namekians through their prophetic arts, but also echoed in similar prophecies from the ancient times of the demon realm. As the Scions sought to reclaim their place atop the cosmic hierarchy, the return of the demon lord heralded the onset of a new epoch. Thus, after countless years of silence, the demon realm finally stirred into action, with the Scions becoming the focal point of their attention, particularly this legendary Super Scion before them. Chapter 9. Testing the waters in a space isolated from the world, Part 3. The winds howled as Wukong, now transformed into Super Saiyan 4, unleashed an astonishing power, causing the very air to crackle and hiss as if ignited by the released energy. Similarly, upon his transformation, Wukong's emotions underwent a shift. His tone was now authoritative, laced with a hint of indifference. "So, do you still wish to continue this battle?" A slight, mischievous grin crossed Wukong's face as he stepped forward, directly manipulating the energy field of his opponent with his sheer power. Though Wukong was ever the warrior, he remained mindful of Gohan's situation, unwilling to squander time at this critical juncture. The opponent had previously stated that if he had the capability to leave this planet, there would be no need for further pursuit. Thus, as Wukong surpassed his opponent's strength, he felt certain that this playful engagement should come to an end. Stimulated by Wukong's taunting remarks, Meiluo seemed to chuckle, shaking his shoulders. However, he offered no reply. Instead, he continued to amplify his own power as an indirect response. "Oh," Wukong observed, slightly surprised by the reaction. But having resolved to transform into Super Saiyan 4, he had no intention of wasting more time. Witnessing his opponent maintain a combative stance only ignited Wukong's own fighting spirit. Suddenly unleashing a surge of formidable energy, Meiluo extended his hands, one glowing with a dim hue and the other radiating golden flames. In a moment of confusion for Wukong, the energies of heaven and earth coalesced before him into a wind dragon and a fire dragon. Wukong's brow twitched slightly as he smiled, watching the two dragon-shaped energy blasts roar toward him. In a flash of brilliance, he vanished, reappearing beside the head of the wind dragon, and delivered a crushing blow to its jaw. Upon shattering its lower jaw, the immense force caused the wind dragon to lose its balance, colliding with the fire dragon and resulting in a spectacular explosion of wind and fire. This powerful energy wave, while formidable, had no effect on Super Saiyan 4 Wukong. He tore through the dense flames, extending his hand to deliver a devastating strike to his opponent. Though Meiluo struggled to perceive Wukong's movements, he instinctively reacted due to the pressure of Wukong's energy, meeting Wukong's iron fist with his own. The collision unleashed a violent shockwave, causing both combatants to be repelled. Wukong staggered back a few steps, while Meiluo was sent skidding approximately 10 meters before he gradually came to a halt, his right hand throbbing with pain from the impact. Since his opponent showed no intention of halting hostilities, Wukong resolved to subdue him with his fists. After recalibrating his body, Wukong advanced, leaving a trail of residual light in the sky. Just as Meluo steadied himself, he sensed Wukong's renewed offensive intent and quickly uttered a single word before retreating at high speed. Thunder. As Wukong closed the distance, a sense of danger surged within him. Just as he detected the shift, a bolt of golden lightning struck toward him from his left side. Yet, Wukong remained composed, swiftly unleashing an energy blast that obliterated the incoming lightning in that instant. His speed surged, and he vanished from sight. Wind, fire, lightning. As Wukong moved rapidly, he pondered the versatility of his opponent's techniques, marveling at the ability to manipulate such a multitude of elemental energies. This is not a skill that an ordinary genius can master, but rather a talent possessed by the chosen ones of this world. Long ago, following his battle with Frisia, Goku ventured to another planet, where he encountered numerous beings with extraordinary abilities. Among them, only a handful could harness the energies of heaven and earth to enhance their combat prowess. However, in comparison to the enigmatic figure before him now, those once remarkable techniques seem like mere child's play. Over the years, Goku has grasped the utilization of these celestial energies, which is why, on that day when General Ledon, the metallic entity from GT, attempted to gauge Goku's power, he could not detect the essence of Goku's strength during the assault on Super 17. The technique he employed, drawing upon the energies of heaven and earth, was merely a shade less powerful than self-detonation. The three types of energy were effortlessly vanquished by Goku, leaving Mero with a grim expression. Just when he was pondering how to avert disaster, he was suddenly enveloped in a life-and-death crisis. A colossal hand emerged from the void, grasping his face, followed by a powerful shockwave emanating from the palm of his assailant, causing him to cough up blood and fall into a daze before he could comprehend the situation. With his head suffering from severe bombardment, he continually spat blood, and as Mero's eyes glimmered with a cold light, he finally managed to barely keep pace with Goku's speed by amplifying his power. Upon perceiving Goku's trajectory, his right hand, positioned behind him, unleashed a cerulean energy blast that shot towards his opponent with remarkable swiftness. However, Goku showed no signs of slowing down. He seized the energy blast and concentrated his own energy in his palm. After effortlessly obliterating his opponent's attack, Goku reappeared beside Mero, delivering a powerful uppercut that sent Mero hurtling into the sky, 1,000 meters away. Having sustained such a heavy blow, Mero's injuries intensified, and he wiped the blood from his mouth, forcing his body to suppress its ascent as he noticed Goku pursuing him. With a roar, he shouted, "Fire disc!" His palm faced downward, and at the moment his voice fell, a radiant golden light burst forth from his hand, simultaneously conjuring a massive fire disc, 100 meters in diameter, which spun and ignited the surrounding air, pressing heavily down on Goku's position. That a sense of unprecedented peril surged within Goku as he recognized the overwhelming nature of this attack. Without hesitation, he concentrated his right fist, which glowed with a faint golden light as he prepared for a counterstrike. When he was less than 10 meters away from the colossal fire disc, Goku let out a mighty roar, dragon fist explosion. In a thunderous cacophony that reverberated through heaven and earth, a fierce aura erupted from Goku's hand, accompanied by a prolonged dragon's roar. A golden dragon, a meter wide, burst forth, shattering the fire disc before it, while the massive dragon surged upwards, pursuing Mero. "Damn it!" Mero exclaimed, having expended significant energy in conjuring the fire disc. Gasping for breath, he observed his opponent effortlessly dismantling his technique and growled fiercely. With a swift motion of his fingertip, he enclosed Goku within a spatial barrier spanning 300 meters. Thus, the roaring golden dragon was momentarily stymied, but its immense power easily shattered the confines of the barrier. However, at the instant the barrier crumbled, a formidable force of destruction collided with the golden dragon, effectively neutralizing Goku's dragon fist. Upon realizing the formation of this spatial lock, Goku furrowed his brow. The retaliatory force was not to be underestimated. Most regrettably, as Goku broke through the sealed space, a dark fissure at the position of the cloaked figure snapped shut, causing the presence of his opponent to vanish entirely. It turned out that after executing the spatial lock, the adversary had immediately torn open a rift in space, escaping to a location billions of light years away. After searching for a moment, Goku confirmed that the figure had indeed disappeared, sensing the alterations of this planet. He was compelled to exert immense power to gradually restore it to its original trajectory. Once everything was set right, Goku returned to his normal state and once again utilized instant transmission to seek out Gohan's energy signature. To Goku's astonishment, Gohan and Vegeta's presences had vanished. Releasing his fingers, he gazed intently in that direction, his brow furrowed. After a brief silence, he disappeared once more with a flicker of instant transmission. Chapter 9. Testing the Waters. A Secluded Space. Part 4. While Goku battled Marrow. Gohan and the others concluded their months-long journey through space. They arrived in an unfamiliar realm, and Gohan, Trunks, Goten, Master Roshi, and Den leaned against the viewing window of their spacecraft, marveling at this otherworldly paradise. Starkly different from their previous world, countless vibrant nebulae streaked across the backdrop like meteors. Yet what truly captivated Gohan and his companions was the overwhelming presence of powerful energies upon entering this realm. Even Vegeta, typically indifferent to such matters, paused his training to observe the cosmic vista, sensing the distinct aura of this space igniting his competitive spirit, a slight smile gracing his lips as he envisioned the thrilling battles to come. "It's so beautiful," Brahm murmured, turning her head only to find the usually sullen Zik nearby. Just as she was about to turn back, she unexpectedly heard Zik's response. "Yes, but beneath the surface, no one can discern the truth." Zik seemed momentarily affected by Bra's abrupt motion to turn away. However, he merely narrowed his eyes slightly, offering a self-deprecating smile before turning to depart. Bra was taken aback. Her hasty action stemmed from the fact that during their 3-month journey, Zik had spoken only a few sentences. She had no confidence that her allure could elicit a response from him, and thus, she had treated the aloof Zik as if he were invisible. Yet now, she found herself entranced by his unexpected reply, turning to gaze at his solitary figure, filled with curiosity. Naturally, Xiaofang witnessed this exchange, but having learned of Zik's formidable strength through Trunks, she refrained from provoking him, aware that he preferred solitude, which only accentuated his sense of isolation. Meanwhile, Beulah and Chi-Chi peered curiously at the outer world, the former having traveled through outer space before, but now realizing what true vision entails upon witnessing this scene. Bulma also marveled at the beauty of this celestial realm, while the lively Master Roshi and Satan exhaled heavily, excited by the prospect of reaching their destination the following day, which promised encounters with numerous beautiful women. The King of Earth and his attendants were equally astonished, as the recent events were beyond their wildest imagination, let alone experienced. It turned out that this realm was not part of the original universe. As the spacecraft approached a pitch-black expanse of stars, everyone was puzzled as Jain stopped the ship's progress. He then answered their unspoken query with emotion, after issuing a command through the ship. The previously empty void of stars split open, revealing a rift in space. Upon entering, they discovered the bizarre cosmos within this universe. "Is this the universe you speak of?" Gohan asked first, intrigued by the legendary universe fighting tournament. Having previously learned of this realm's existence, however, he had never anticipated that the power level of this universe would far surpass that of his own. Jain, fully aware of Gohan's character, noticed subtle changes in his demeanor during their interactions over the past few days. It was a natural evolution. As with Goku absent, Gohan had instinctively taken on the mantle of his father's responsibilities, vowing to protect Earth and safeguard his loved ones. With a slight smile, Jain replied, "To be precise, this is the inner universe, while your world resides in the outer universe. In ancient times, these two realms were once a singular cosmic space, but during a cataclysmic event in the distant past, our universe was divided into two. Furthermore, there are notable differences between them, which my father will clarify for you." Upon hearing such an astonishing answer, aside from the ever-watchful Wukong and Vegeta, even Ubu, Trunks, and Goten were taken aback by these words. Noticing the subtle changes in their expressions, Journali was acutely aware of the terrifying implications of the celestial upheaval involved. After all, when he first learned the truth, he too was shocked by the sheer force capable of distorting a portion of the cosmos. Such power was akin to that of a being at the pinnacle of divinity. "Well, you all should take some time to organize and rest. We shall reach our final destination tomorrow. after 3 months of travel. You deserve a respite, Journal replied courteously, his gaze sweeping over the group as he reminded them that their journey was nearing its conclusion. Suddenly confronted with such a statement, Xiaofang felt an inexplicable wave of sorrow wash over her. Silently, she was the first to depart, for at that moment, she recalled a figure who was half a head shorter than herself, yet possessed an incomparable grandeur. This scene was only partially perceived by Bai'er, her mother, while Chi-Chi also reminisced about Goku's past. However, they both had the tact to refrain from speaking to Xiaofang, understanding that such emotions needed to be endured in solitude. Yet just as the crowd began to disperse, a hurried figure rushed in, standing at attention upon seeing Gurney. It seemed Journal sensed something amiss, and, after a slight nod, the person approached and whispered a message in a Journal's ear. Upon receiving such a report, Journal's expression shifted momentarily before he quickly regained his composure and responded, "Organize the data. I will be there shortly." After a moment of silence, he let out a gentle sigh and proceeded toward the reconnaissance room. When did this incident occur, and which specific star system is involved? Journal inquired, his demeanor no longer relaxed. After a moment of bewilderment, his eyes shone with intensity as he entered the room. "Master, the detection occurred just as we were about to enter this space, and the location is approximately a star system known as RL, situated about 6 billion light-years away. The energy signature we captured bears a striking resemblance to the individual detected a week ago, and both parties appear to possess instantaneous enhancement capabilities," the responder replied, visibly shaken by the findings. "Instantaneous enhancement type? What is their combat power?" Journal promptly seized upon the relevant information, his brow furrowing as he realized the connection to the previous week's finding. On the surface, both parties exhibit combat power at 5 units. Note: 1 unit equals 100 million trillion in combat strength, akin to the initial state of Super Saiyan 4 and the Great Ape transformation of Baby. The individual, observing Journal's darkening expression, dared not hesitate any longer and answered with newfound courage. However, estimates indicate that the opponent's strength exceeds 300 units. Yet, during their final confrontation, both parties experienced a remarkable surge in power. But due to the fleeting nature of time, we were unable to collect further data. Instantaneous enhancement type, 300 units, or perhaps even more. Journal finally gleaned a more detailed answer, though he remained unsettled by the implications. Resting his chin in contemplation, reflecting on the energy fluctuations detected a week prior, he surmised some similarities. However, the power exhibited at that time was only around 200 units. He understood that in the final moments, the opponent's strength had surged significantly. Piecing together this overlapping information, Journal let out a resigned smile as he turned to leave the reconnaissance room, closing his eyes in meditation while pondering, is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Such an astonishing rate of growth. Father, how will you welcome this newfound ally? Suddenly, Journal opened his eyes, a mischievous glimmer surfacing as a golden light flashed within his gaze, his smile broadening. Chapter 10. A Bold Invasion. The Return of Goku, Part 1. Within the pitch-black palace. The 5 elemental forces surged around, expertly wielded amidst the palpable energy of the universe, accompanied by the sound of heavy breaths and the occasional drip of water. After emitting a low growl, a figure clad in black unleashed a powerful aura that obliterated the elemental energies within the palace, only to return to a state of normalcy after the tumult. Once his injuries were mended, an uninvited presence materialized within his sanctum, those white eyes seemingly mocking him. "What brings you here?" the figure in black coldly inquired, seemingly unimpressed by the sudden arrival. "Meluo, you have finally returned. However, seeing you in such a disheveled state suggests you must have encountered formidable challenges," the newcomer remarked, disregarding Meluo's menacing tone with a triumphant grin. "Shaluo, this seems of little concern to you. Focus on managing your affairs within the demon realm," Meluo retorted, his eyes narrowing as he recognized the familiar taunts from his adversary. "Is that so? Don't presume that winning the demon lord's trust grants you the liberty to act recklessly. Meluo, are you still unaware of your true standing? Even by sheer strength, you cannot contend with me." Shaluo, incited by this provocation, could no longer suppress his inner resentment, his voice frigid as he unleashed a bone-chilling aura in an attempt to strike back. I beg to differ, sensing the palace enveloped by Xiaoyuo's icy presence. Meiluo's eyes gleamed with a cold light, and from the depths of the freezing atmosphere, he summoned a searing heat that rivaled the frigid power, causing Xiaoyuo's expression to shift. "Oh, you have been concealing your strength?" Xiaoyuo, taken aback, stared at Meiluo in disbelief. Initially intending to deliver a minor lesson to this overconfident companion, he now found himself astonished by Meiluo's ability to contend with him so effortlessly, despite his injuries. "While you may have lived far longer than I hope you understand that strength and talent are not measured by the passage of time." Meiluo waved his hand lightly, obliterating the icy energy with his fire-based power, responding coldly to Xiaoyuo. Yet, he was well aware that Xiaoyuo remained gravely wounded, having only recovered a fraction of his former might since their last great battle. Should they confront each other at full strength, he would still find himself at a disadvantage. Xiaoyuo was left speechless, glaring intensely at Meiluo. Seemingly recalling something, Meiluo continued, "Let me make myself clear. Unless ordered by the Demon Lord, I trust you will withdraw the plan to assault Earth during this vacant moment in the demon realm. I must warn you, I just had an encounter with that monkey." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyuo recognized the underlying implications, his eyes widening in shock as he tentatively asked, "Could it be that?" Before Xiaoyuo could finish his incredulous inquiry, Meiluo nodded solemnly and interrupted. "Although we were merely testing each other, based on my assessment, I cannot match him. Even you, at your peak, would struggle against him now." The weight of Meiluo's revelation drained color from Xiaoyuo's face. Since returning to the demon realm these past days, he had been made aware of the cosmic upheavals over the last 4 centuries. He was staggered to learn that the once fading science had risen to prominence once more after nearly facing extinction. And the growth of Sun Wukong was beyond comprehension. Now, hearing of Meiluo's injuries inflicted by a mere monkey, it was clear to him that it could only refer to the one who had achieved the 4th stage of Super Saiyan. After all, Meiluo's power was sufficient to dominate during ancient times. Upon his return, he had already been informed of Xiaoyuo's reckless actions. Yet as someone who always considered the bigger picture, he could not allow such recklessness to continue. Understanding the significance of the prophecy and the Demon Lord's keen interest in this newly emerged Saiyan, did he not vanish with the dragon? There is no mention of this in the prophecies of our demon realm. Xiaoyuo questioned incredulously, lifting his gaze to meet Meiluo's, his doubt evident. "How laughable! Did the prophecy ever acknowledge my existence? Remember this. Until the Demon Lord makes a decision, do not act impulsively, or you shall bear the consequences." Meiluo appeared to mock the stubbornness of the other party, letting out a cold laugh before vanishing without a trace, leaving Xiaoyuo in a state of bewilderment. In that moment, Xiaoyuo recalled that the prophecies held within his dominion of the demon realm indeed made no mention of Meiluo. Moreover, the Demon Lord would not awaken in this era. However, since that fateful battle, the trajectory of the prophecies had undergone some alterations. The emergence of Meiluo and the potential awakening of the Demon Lord coincided with the resurgence of the Saiyans, weaving a complex web of relations that seemingly contradicted the ancient prophecies. It was precisely this aspect that fueled Xiaoyuo's animosity towards Meiluo, for the latter was a being that should not exist. Yet here he was in the demon realm, even recognized by the Demon Lord. Did that battle from years past truly air? Xiaoyuo trembled with rage, ultimately roaring in fury, unleashing a formidable cyclone that stirred the very fabric of the demon realm. Tianluo, Chapter 10, The Bold Assault on the Great Array. The Return of Goku, Part 2. A streak of radiant light, akin to a meteor racing towards the moon, traversed the vast expanse of numerous nebulae, moving with such swiftness that it went unnoticed in the grand cosmos. After a prolonged passage of time, that halted figure once more spanned a distance of 1 billion light-years. I could see this moment. Goku, having pondered deeply, transformed into his Super Saiyan state to execute instant transmission and pursue the vanished location of Gohan and the others. This velocity not only accelerated his movement, but also conserved energy, preventing any unexpected fluctuations that might hinder his response time. Strangely, Goku sensed only faint remnants of Gohan and Vegeta's presence at that location, alongside several powerful, yet familiar auras that he had already identified. However, without any signs of battle, the auras of Gohan and his companions abruptly ceased, as if they had vanished into thin air within this universe. Once more aligning his energy, Goku pinpointed the coordinates for his next destination and, without pausing for even a moment, vanished from sight. As time slipped away, a day had elapsed, and Ner's spaceship began to decelerate, gradually passing over an enormous, indescribable planet straddling the boundary of green and brown. Is this the planet for the tournament? Goten and Trunks crowded around the viewing window, gazing at the colossal planet that dwarfed Earth by thousands of times, struggling to comprehend the reality before their eyes. Indeed, this celestial body is the largest planet within our inner universe, and its resistance capabilities are said to be the strongest in the cosmos, as countless universal battles have unfolded upon its surface. Ner replied truthfully. Gohan then posed a question. The earlier tremor must have been caused by this planet's gravitational pull, as it appears its density and gravity far exceed those of Earth. Those fissures on the planet must be remnants of past battles, I presume. Surely, aside from the tournament, many of you frequently come here to train, correct? Vegeta also noted this detail, hands on his hips, as he inquired. Ner smiled without answering, seemingly acknowledging the implication. Meanwhile, Jack observed the planet with a pensive expression, sighing as he adopted a detached demeanor. Beside him, Rake had fully recovered, yet seemed to harbor some resentment towards Gohan. Throughout their journey, he had spoken little, but upon seeing the tournament grounds, he finally smiled faintly. What planet is that? How far is it from the seaside? Master Roshi eagerly pressed for information, his shiny sunglasses glinting with light. Beside him, Dend rested a hand on Master Roshi's shoulder, both of them sharing a mischievous grin as they inquired. Well, it's not too far from this planet. We will arrive in 3 minutes. And the seaside is quite nearby, Ner replied somewhat awkwardly. Having spent enough time together, he was well aware of these two's quirks, yet he still answered politely. The king, momentarily taken aback by the usually dignified Mr. Satan's behavior, noticed the disdainful attitude of the guards behind him. For this narrow-minded guard, the group deemed it unnecessary to engage in conflict. Outwardly, he may look down upon them, yet behind his back, they all regarded him as a fool. Xiaofang noticed his arrogant demeanor and, in her youthful impulsiveness, felt the urge to teach him a lesson, but she restrained herself, choosing instead to maintain her image as a lady while coldly returning the glare of the arrogant man. Bulla understood their collusion and merely sighed helplessly, shrugging her shoulders bii. On the other hand, blushed shyly, secretly cursing her father's lecherous tendencies that Chi-Chi and Bulma refrained from comment, having been subjected to Master Roshi's advances in the past. They had long since seen through his nature and felt no need to disdain him further, for those two were set in their ways, and there was no point in wasting expressions on them. Before the pitch-black starry sky, a faint golden light flickered, and upon closer inspection, it revealed a figure, Goku. Goku gazed into the impenetrable darkness of the cosmos, utilizing a protective shield to sustain oxygen and linger in space for a while. Yet he found himself perplexed by the scene before him. Having tracked the auras of Gohan and Vegeta, Goku was bewildered upon discovering this empty expanse, even when he had used instant transmission to probe the endless starry void ahead. It was not until he reached 1 billion light-years away that he detected any signs of life. In other words, Gohan and the others had indeed lingered here until the very last moment. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Goku discerned no abnormalities. In a moment of desperation, he tentatively unleashed a ki blast with his right hand, intending to detonate it in the mysterious space ahead. However, at that very instant, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. As Goku's ki blast cleaved through the void, the surrounding space began to tremble, and countless meteors and small celestial bodies erupted into chaos. In that dark expanse, a colossal circle resembling a formation materialized, and Goku's probing attack, upon merging with the formation, proved utterly ineffective. What? Goku's expression darkened. In the course of his half-year journey, he had traversed other dimensional universes and was well aware of the existence of elements absent in this universe. He even recalled his own experiences of sealing demonic entities, thus realizing that this energy circle was a form of seal. Could it be that Gohan and the others had entered this array's realm? Goku focused intently on the seemingly slow-moving, yet instantaneously rotating immense seal, his eyes gleaming with determination as he relaxed his grip. "It seems I must force my way in," Goku chuckled, shaking off his serious demeanor. His carefree smile betraying his relief at knowing Gohan and the others were not in peril. Chapter 10. The Bold Assault on the Great Array. The Return of Goku. Part 3 in the Starry Night Sky. With each of Goku's successive blasts, the formation merely flickered upon contact with the key blasts, rendering all of Goku's attacks as ineffective as throwing a meat bun to a dog, utterly fruitless. In the vacuum of space, even the most tremendous explosions produced no sound, yet Goku found it frustrating that the dozens of key blasts he unleashed were absorbed by the faint golden formation without even a chance to detonate. And the latter accelerated further with the increase in power. Goku tore open the palm of his right hand, where a newly formed key blast had coalesced, realizing his attacks yielded not a shred of effect. As confusion mingled with a hint of trepidation, he concluded that the only recourse was to amplify his strength. As Wukong gazed upon the suddenly manifested and then swiftly concealed seal, he resolved not to squander any further effort and instead unleashed a more formidable force to forcefully breach the array. With each ascension into the fourth stage of Super Saiyan, the duration required for Wukong to transform diminished significantly, and correspondingly, the wasted energy also gradually lessened in the brief span of a breath. Wukong summoned all of his strength, surging through the bottlenecks of various stages as lightning crackled around him, and the golden radiance grew ever more resplendent at last, following a violent tremor in the fabric of space. He ascended once more into the realm of Super Saiyan 4, that upon completing his transformation, Wukong sensed a subtle shift within himself. Originally a battle-hungry warrior, he began to perceive an intensifying bloodlust with each successive transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Had it not been for the earlier encounter with the God of Thunder, wherein he felt the slight restraint of the Dragon Balls, he might have already become a bloodthirsty fiend. This realization left Wukong in a state of perplexing confusion. Casting a cold gaze into the void, he smirked mischievously, then released a powerful aura from within. Amidst the chaos of the array's activation point, Wukong finally grasped the pivotal moment and unleashed the energy he had been accumulating. Tenfold Kamehameha. Wukong, having discerned the flaw in the array during the prior bombardment, noted that as the seal's circle absorbed external energy, its rotation slowed in proportion to the increasing external force in that fleeting instant. A golden fissure, as fine as a hair, erupted at the center of the array, and within that fissure, Wukong detected the presence of countless life forms. A blood-red rainbow shot forth from Wukong's palm, the tremendous recoil causing his body to tremble slightly, and that rapid energy beam struck the now slightly decelerated seal. The golden threads reappeared under the onslaught of the tenfold Kamehameha, suddenly expanding from a hair-thin crack to a gaping fissure over 100 meters long and more than a zhang wide. Yet the scene within was shrouded in darkness. However, as the array was forcibly breached, a powerful golden energy beam shot forth from the dark fissure, aimed directly at the assailant Wukong. At the same moment, Gohan and the others disembarked from their spacecraft, and since their arrival in this peculiar realm, OOB had begun to feel somewhat dizzy. The instant his foot touched the ground, an invisible force surged from his core. A violent energy that abruptly surged and then vanished. Such a transformation went unnoticed by anyone, even OOB himself, who merely perceived a fleeting darkness before dismissing it as mere acclimatization. When Gohan and Vegeta stood firmly on the earth, they suddenly felt a slight tremor, prompting them to glance skyward, where they discovered numerous celestial bodies vibrating. A change in the heavens? Gohan's countenance paled in shock, while Journeyer's expression shifted drastically before he smiled knowingly. Those Sekou and Laika stared in astonishment at the starry sky, for they too sensed the tremors rippling through the space. Gradually, it became apparent that not only Journeyer and Gohan were aware of this cosmic disturbance. Many fighters within the realm felt the earth-shattering changes and used their energy to probe the causality of it all. Gohan and Vegeta's expressions darkened, but upon observing Sieku and Lai Ku's reactions, they realized this event was beyond their expectations, thus dismissing the notion that their adversaries were employing underhanded tactics. However, the individual capable of creating such upheaval was undoubtedly not to be trifled with. Just as everyone speculated on the identity of the instigator, a colossal seal materialized at the edge of this cosmic realm. Even Gohan, from such a distant vantage point, could see the immense crimson seal, and a powerful aura, suffocating to most fighters, emanated from it. Suddenly sensing this overwhelming presence, Journeyer's expression shifted once more, while Sieku's keen gaze fixated intently ahead, and Lai Ku was momentarily stunned by this unexpected surge of power. Yet amidst the astonishment of these individuals, Gohan and his companions were even more profoundly shaken, their hearts stirred by an exhilarating recognition, for they all sensed that familiar aura. Grandpa! It is Grandpa! Truly, it is Grandpa! After a moment of stunned silence, the first to cry out in excitement was Xiaofang, her shoulders trembling as she covered her mouth after shouting, tears cascading down her cheeks, leaving trails of wetness in their wake. Hearing such words, Sieku's expression shifted once again, and Lai Ku's face paled in disbelief. He understood precisely who Xiaofang referred to as Grandpa, but he could scarcely believe that the figure who had been missing for over half a year had returned. Exuding such an overwhelming presence, originally somewhat anxious, Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Satan, upon hearing Xiaofang's ecstatic exclamation, finally comprehended that the cause of this entire upheaval was none other than Wukong. Yet they still struggled to fully grasp the enormity of this revelation. Shifting their gazes toward Gohan, who was equally astounded. Gohan, noticing their stares, felt moisture welling in his eyes and nodded, affirming, "It is truly Dad." With this confirmation, Chi-Chi could no longer contain her tears, choking on her sobs. Having followed Wukong for so many years, with Wukong's prolonged absence, Gohan and Goten had often feigned cheerfulness, leading Chi-Chi to contemplate the worst possible outcome. Yet now, she was told, "Wukong has returned. Kakarot, you have finally come back." But our gap. Vegeta turned slightly, having realized that the formidable aura belonged to Wukong. He felt a sense of relief. However, upon sensing the overwhelming energy surpassing even that of Super One-Star Dragon, Vegeta felt a twinge of frustration. After all, he believed that during the past half-year of arduous training, he had surpassed the initial stages of Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 4, only to have his confidence shattered in an instant by Wukong's transformation. Nevertheless, Vegeta no longer aimed to surpass Wukong. Instead, he aspired to be the first to stand at Wukong's side. Such aspirations were, without a doubt, a colossal challenge, embodying both pride and ambition. Outside the array, Wukong had long discerned the mystery of the fissure, thus refraining from probing directly into it at the moment of its tearing. Observing the incoming golden light, Wukong awaited the opportune moment to dismantle the array. With a sudden swing of his right fist, he unleashed a colossal golden dragon, employing the dragon fist technique to obliterate the final defense of the seal. The earth-shattering explosion caused the cosmos within to tremble slightly, not due to Wukong's power being sufficient to shake the entire inner universe, but rather because his force struck the seal, causing it to tremble and compress the stars within. As the dragon fist shattered the retaliatory golden energy, Wukong sensed the presence of Gohan and the others emanating from the vast fissure. Retaining the form of Super Saiyan 4, a mischievous smile crept across Wukong's face as he instantaneously shifted into that extraordinary space. The moment the array was forcefully breached, the fighters within the cosmic realm changed color. In the blink of an eye, having traversed millions of light years in a golden streak, Wukong's figure materialized steadily on the planet where Gohan and the others stood, and amidst their gazes, the familiar silhouette with red-tipped hair and black long locks broke into a comforting smile once more. The figure laughed heartily, declaring, "I have returned." Chapter 10. Forcefully breaching the array. The return of Wukong. Part 4. Beholding the all-too-familiar figure before them, everyone experienced a surreal sensation, as if fearing this was a beautiful nightmare. Many vigorously shook their heads, struggling to contain their tears. They nonetheless beheld the trademark smile of the figure before them. In that moment, silence enveloped the gathered crowd. During the brief separation of less than a year, it felt as though they had endured a lifetime of waiting. They had believed they had lost Wukong, yet now the true Wukong stood before them. Wukong seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere, but he first winked at Vegeta, signaling him before smiling and saying, "What's the matter? Is it so unpleasant to see me?" "Welcome back, Wukong," the turtle hermit greeted first, his excited form, though shielded by sunglasses, revealing that his eyes were misty, his voice tinged with emotion. Following the turtle hermit's initial greeting, the younger generations gently wiped away their tears of joy, nodding with smiles. "Welcome back." Thank you." Wukong continued to laugh heartily, and in that moment, he relinquished his power. His body, after a gentle flash of golden light, returned to its normal state, revealing the familiar yet robust figure. "Grandfather, is it really you? You've truly come back. I am overjoyed," Xiaofang exclaimed, rushing forward with excitement, her eyes shimmering with tears as she playfully sought his affection. Blinking in disbelief, she struggled to accept the reality before her, yet the imposing figure indeed overlapped with the familiar silhouette from many years ago, and his aura remained unchanged. Chi-Chi, equally excited, stepped closer to embrace Wukong gently, tears streaming down her cheeks as she choked out, "Wukong, you're finally back. Do you have any idea how worried I was? I was truly afraid you might never return. I promise I won't bully you anymore." Taken aback by her words, Wukong touched his nose in surprise, recalling how Chi-Chi had made similar declarations numerous times before. Yet even now, she still relentlessly tormented him, a habit she had maintained since Gohan's birth. Wukong slightly straightened himself, turning his head to ask Chi-Chi with a sidelong glance, "Is that true?" "Yes," Chi-Chi nodded in affirmation. At that moment, everyone else gathered around Wukong, including Vegeta. Despite his pride, merely nodded at Wukong in acknowledgement, signaling his understanding of the situation. Wukong returned the gesture with a knowing smile. "Indeed, I have returned," he said, his gentle gaze resting on Xiaofang and Chi-Chi as his large hands caressed their hair. "Grandfather, how did you come back? Didn't you say?" Xiaofang, gazing up at the towering Wukong, finally noticed that he had reverted to his adult stature, feeling a twinge of sulkiness. "Well, I'm not entirely clear on the specifics, but Shenlong suggested that returning to my original form was for the best. I had to pester him for quite some time before he agreed to bring me back," Wukong replied, pinching Xiaofang's slightly pouting face playfully. However, he understood the importance of what Shenlong had indicated and refrained from revealing too much, especially since he had spotted Jenny and the others nearby. Those privy to the truth were aware of Wukong's silence regarding certain matters, yet they had no reason to press him for answers. "So, grandfather, you won't leave us again, will you? Right?" Xiaofang broke free from Wukong's grasp and clung tightly to him, her eager eyes searching for reassurance. "Yes, I won't be leaving you all again," Wukong said after a brief pause, gently patting her head with his other hand. "Then why didn't you return sooner?" The warm atmosphere suddenly dissipated as the once timid Chi-Chi clenched her trembling hands, producing a sound like cracking bones, then unexpectedly struck Wukong on the head. With a yelp, Wukong grimaced in pain, looking at his mercurial wife with a hint of grievance. Everyone was taken aback, and Wukong quickly cradled his head, tears glistening in his eyes as he complained, "What was that for?" "Chi-Chi." He looked at his volatile wife with a mix of fear and confusion. "What do you think?" Chi-Chi turned her head away, deliberately avoiding Wukong's gaze, and boldly interrogated, "If Shenlong could bring you back so easily, why didn't you come back sooner? You made me worry for nothing." I'm being serious. I had to use quite a bit of persuasion to get Shenlong to make that decision," Wukong said, rubbing his head in a resigned manner. Chi-Chi maintained her stubborn demeanor, fully aware of Wukong's fibs, yet still reveling in her role-playing. Her fierce display left everyone astonished, especially Vegeta, who stared in disbelief at the cosmic champion he had long revered, now seemingly subdued. However, Wukong could only smile wryly, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Chi-Chi's sweet words were not to be trusted. For just moments ago, she had already contradicted her earlier promises. The others exchanged knowing smiles. Unbeknownst to them, in a corner, Ginny silently observed Wukong. So, Uncle Wukong, did the Dragon Balls and Shenlong come back with you? Trunks inquired as he stepped forward. No, it was just me who returned. Before coming back, Shenlong restored my original body. Wukong answered truthfully, not wishing to divulge that the Dragon Balls had merged within him. That is a good approach. Shenlong did well. Now Wukong is the same age as me, so I no longer have to worry about you chasing after other women. Chi-Chi teased with a playful remark. Ha. Laughter erupted among the group, while Chi-Chi blushed and Wukong continued to scratch his head in confusion, joining in the merriment, simple-minded as he was. Yet, how could his appearance seem so familiar? It felt as though he had seen him somewhere before. The king observed the jovial Wukong, lost in thought. But your majesty, how could you possibly know this commoner? The guard inquired. No, it's not that. He truly seems familiar. Who could it be? Let me think. Yes, he appears to be the very boy who defeated King Piccolo all those years ago. After a moment of contemplation, the king exclaimed, adjusting his glasses as he scrutinized the robust Wukong, gradually aligning the present visage with that of the youthful savior from long ago. Is it possible? Is he truly the legendary hero? He doesn't seem particularly formidable, the guard questioned, gazing at the king in disbelief. The king remained fixated on Wukong, straining to recall the events of that time. He bears an uncanny resemblance, indeed. Very well. Let us allow time to confirm. Young master, is it really him? Is he the legendary Super Saiyan? Rake's body trembled slightly, still shaken by Wukong's earlier display of power. Zack remained silent, shifting his gaze to Jenny, awaiting an answer. Indeed, it is him. I have not erred. That was his state back then. Jenny recalled Wukong's Super Saiyan 4 form, responding with conviction. But the legend speaks of a king who is a cold-hearted battle fanatic. How can this man, so close at hand, diverge so drastically from that description? Rake attempted to question, grappling with the stark difference between the figure before him and the tales he had heard. No, you must have seen it as well, Rake. Scions can transform. Their power surges in an instant, and their emotions shift as well. You should be well aware of this from your battles with Gohan. Moreover, you can't deny what you just witnessed. Ginny rebutted Rake's assertions, disregarding the latter's displeased expression, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Beneath that fervor, however, lay a profound emotion so deep that no one could discern it. Chapter 11. The gathering of all parties. Winds rising and swirling. Wukong's return allowed Gohan and the others to finally release their guilt over past mistakes. However, they were naturally skeptical of Wukong's fabrications. For they were in a foreign land where many secrets could not be revealed, always wary of eavesdroppers. Vegeta, more cautious than Gohan and Trunks, understood that Wukong's departure from Earth had not been a simple matter to be altered by Shenlong. Years of battle experience had instilled a sense of vigilance in him. As time passed slowly, everyone remained at the control area of the spaceship's landing, drawn together by the familiar figure that, while bringing joy to others, also provided a sense of calm. After an animated exchange, Wukong once again received a few playful thumps from Chi-Chi, who, panting with excitement, was nonetheless filled with joy, since Wukong had reverted to his childlike state. Chi-Chi seemed to recall their childhood together, becoming somewhat shy and more nurturing for a time. However, with Wukong now restored to his adult form, she felt no need to act awkwardly toward her husband and quickly returned to her true nature. Given Wukong's towering height of nearly 2 meters, it was quite convenient for him to bestow playful taps upon her, much to his chagrin. Simultaneously, Wukong had learned from Master Roshi about Krillin, Yam Hinshinan, and Dend, and he had gathered a general understanding of the reasons behind Gohan's recent cosmic journey. However, a grave expression crossed Wukong's face as he reflected on the encounters of these past days. The matter of the Thunder God still left him perplexed, and he had unexpectedly encountered a formidable figure from the demon realm just yesterday. The enigmatic figure has utterly subverted Wukong's assessment of the power dynamics within the demon realm. Now, upon hearing yet again of the cosmic tournament, he finds himself somewhat disoriented. However, Wukong is adept at concealing such secrets. He notices that Nilri occasionally lingers his gaze upon him, prompting him to engage in conversation effortlessly. Revealing no signs of discomfort, the turtle sage and Satan, too, have temporarily set aside their leisurely pursuits due to Wukong's return. The former maintains a master-student relationship with him, while the latter is bound by familial ties. Both aware of Wukong's esteemed status among their peers, and thus they rejoice at his presence. At that same moment, those who had previously sensed Wukong's overwhelming aura felt a cold sweat trickle down their spines. Yet, before they could fully recover from their astonishment, that formidable force capable of shaking the entire inner universe vanished in an instant. This spectacle reignited their curiosity. From countless light years away, various figures extended their senses, only to discover an unusually mundane aura emanating from the main planet. Could it be him? They speculated among themselves that a significant portion of those probing with their energy were denizens of the inner universe, while others were competitors invited to the tournament. Therefore, they remained particularly vigilant regarding the influx of external participants. Upon the arrival of Vegeta and his companions, they had already categorized them as contestants. But now, the emergence of another seemingly mediocre fighter among them compelled all to cast doubt on Wukong's identity. This situation arises partly because Wukong's aura undergoes considerable changes each time he ascends to Super Saiyan 4. Those unfamiliar with him would find it challenging to recognize that both forms belong to the same individual. Additionally, those daring enough to probe Wukong's energy are all formidable figures in their own right. Well aware that some extraordinary beings can manipulate their physical prowess at will, swiftly enhancing their capabilities. Naturally, Wukong perceives the multitude of prying energies converging upon him, yet he refrains from responding, feeling somewhat awkward. He chuckles softly, touching the tip of his nose as he recalls that his earlier actions may have been somewhat excessive, stirring up a storm upon his initial arrival, which leaves him feeling embarrassed. In this scenario, those capable of sensing energy also grasp the chain reaction instigated by the upheaval. Nilri wears a wry smile. He had never anticipated that the other party would so brazenly breach the formation's defenses. If such an event were to go unnoticed, then those individuals would hardly deserve the title of battle maniacs. Zack, having regained his composure, shifts his gaze from Wukong to Gohan, observing the profound bond between the father and son. He contemplates while gazing up at the heavens before closing his eyes. Reik, although not adept at discerning opponents through energy, is neither blind nor foolish. Upon feeling the entire inner universe tremble beneath the other's might, he realizes that such power is beyond his simple imagination. However, having gleaned a modicum of understanding, he detects numerous energies converging on the main planet, with his focus ultimately resting on Wukong. This unfolding scene instills a sense of trepidation within Reik. Chapter 11. Convergence of Forces, A Tempest Brews, Part 2. Similarly, under the influence of the celestial upheaval, various individuals harbor their thoughts. They do not intrusively probe with their energies, but instead engage in solitary contemplation. This power is immense, but is it truly useful? An elderly man, upon receiving reports from his subordinates, finally comprehends the cause of the recent seismic disturbances that he raises his hand, signaling for his men to withdraw. His deep-set eyes concealing his true intentions as he sighs and shakes his head. Bar Elder, should we alter our course? Yesterday, suddenly, at that moment, a figure silently materializes within the Elder's study, respectfully addressing the Elder before him. No need. While the source of this power is indeed him, we must make sacrifices for the sake of prudence. The events of yesterday have not been leaked, have they? The Elder's eyes sparkle with intensity, his bony hands gently tapping the table to signify his resolution. Understood. According to Elder Bar's orders, I will eliminate those who are privy to the information. The burly man, while discussing the extermination, momentarily reveals a flicker of pain in his resolute eyes. Though he quickly conceals his emotions, not wishing to be discovered if you harbor resentment towards me, it is certainly justified, as your brother is involved in this matter, is he not? Furs? The Elder, with keen perception, discerns the fleeting glimmer in the middle-aged man's eyes, sighing deeply before continuing, No, my subordinate is aware. After all, my brother's involvement. The middle-aged man responds with some trepidation, not fearing the Elder's command to execute him. For the Elder lacks the capability, Eager to clarify, he fears the elder may develop a rift with him henceforth, that a loyal servant would lay down their life for their true master, but being mistrusted by the one they serve would be utterly humiliating. He also articulates the crux of the issue, fully aware that had it not been for his brother's betrayal years ago, he would not face this perilous fate today. Yet, blood runs thicker than water. Despite the betrayal, the thought of ending his brother's life is profoundly tragic. Nevertheless, he chooses to align with the elder's decision, for he understands that the greater good must prevail. The elder observes the middle-aged man's demeanor, grasping his genuine thoughts, nodding in satisfaction. This time, he refrains from issuing a lethal command, yet the man still executes the task flawlessly, earning the utmost trust of the one known as Furs. Then you may withdraw and prepare accordingly. For the next few days, ensure no one sees you. Once everything is ready, I will contact you. Did I s that clear? The elder inhales deeply, enunciating each word with solemnity. Understood. Furs acknowledges the command, vanishing like a specter, leaving no trace behind, as if he had never existed in the room. That I in the spacious workroom, now once again filled with the elder's solitary figure. The sound of his sighs occasionally punctuates the silence. At this moment on the same planet, a slender silhouette quietly gazes at the breathtaking sunrise over the sea. She understands the locking of energies, yet she does not deliberately seek to probe. Her unique status allows her to recognize Nilri and Zak's auras, leading her to deduce that the figures nearby are scions, and the one wielding that earth-shattering power must also belong to their ranks. She possesses an exquisite visage, appearing to be in her early 20s. Yet her pallor suggests a certain frailty. Her long, flowing tresses cascade down her back like a waterfall, reaching her waist without a single strand out of place. Clad in a loose-fitting robe, this partial concealment does little to obscure her graceful figure. Her arms, bearing a more normal complexion, rest elegantly before her, accentuating her lithe form. She gazes contentedly at the scenic beauty before her, as a gentle sea breeze caresses her face, tousling her hair with a delicate gesture. She tucks a lock behind her ear, her melancholic eyes reflecting deep sorrow. She yearns to remain oblivious to the events that may unfold, yet her thoughts are ensnared by his presence, a change that stirs her heartache. Particularly for him. Have you not yet come to terms with this? You have done no wrong. The young beauty murmurs, memories flooding back, tears cascading down her cheeks, her voice choked yet defiantly silent. You have done no wrong. It is merely their fault. Her sobs intensify as she crouches down, cradling her knees, her body trembling with emotion. Chapter 11. Convergence of Forces, a Tempest Brews, Part 3. In a maritime expanse, several figures cloaked in black robes are captivated by the earlier tremors. However, they refrain from rash actions, instead diminishing their energies to avoid detection by the opposing party. The leader fixates intently on Wukong's direction. He had sensed the forceful breach of the formation during the initial wave of attacks. Yet, what leaves him incredulous is the realization that the other possesses the strength to tear a gap in the formation, a power so formidable that it not only shakes the formation, but the entire inner universe. Such an exaggerated display causing a jolt to his senses. Most astonishingly, he recognizes the aura, familiar yet adversarial, a stark opposition. However, Wukong remains oblivious to his identity. It is him, without a doubt. It must be him. In the lower right corner of the leader, a figure trembled violently, seemingly not out of sheer terror, but rather fueled by a sense of deep-seated resentment, akin to confronting a sworn enemy. Yet, interwoven within that tone was a palpable undercurrent of fear, for he was acutely aware of just how formidable the power they had just witnessed truly was. Not be so anxious. That aura may not solely belong to him. After all, the formation was torn asunder. A tremendous force emanated from it. Perhaps the power we just felt was merely a manifestation of the formation itself. The fellow cloaked figure, of equal standing to the leader, conjectured this, for he was privy to a fragment of the formation's secrets, thus maintaining a relatively optimistic perspective on this unfolding drama. However, he remained oblivious to the particularly grim expression on the face of his commanding brother, who still harbored the belief that his deduction was correct, and thus ceased to panic over the potential enormity of their adversary's strength. The leader cast a disdainful glance at him, choosing not to disrupt his reverie. Since returning, he had witnessed this braggart's arrogance on numerous occasions. But what irked him most was that this individual pretended to possess strength he did not truly have. Now, standing before formation with 6 of its 7 apertures unsealed, he mistakenly believed himself to be mightier. A truly hopeless case of ignorance. No, your reasoning is flawed. The man pondered, reflecting on the moment of the celestial shift. The unforgettable scenes that shattered his psyche replayed in his mind, while he feared the power of Wukong. He simultaneously felt a fervent longing to harness such unparalleled strength. When his conclusions were refuted, a flicker of anger ignited within him, for he was accustomed to others obeying his commands and found it unsettling to be challenged or doubted. If he truly possessed such immense power, would he have been so beleaguered during the evil dragon incident? Do you truly believe he could have gained such strength in just 6 months? However, if his power were not so vast, the formation could not have been so easily disrupted. That I implore you to seriously consider his true capabilities. The initial speaker remained unconvinced by his counterpart's assertions, his ire further provoked by the latter's contemptuous demeanor. Such behavior left the other party feeling awkward, his eyes nearly ablaze with indignation. Upon hearing the former's words, the leader's eyes glimmered with a spark of recognition, nodding as if to commend his insight. Yet, upon seeing that insufferably arrogant individual, he fought to suppress the urge to eliminate him. Slaughtering many insignificant pests only proves you are marginally superior to them. The leader, far from possessing a myopic view like that of his counterpart, would never render such hasty judgments, and his understanding of the intricacies of the formation far surpassed that of these 2 juniors. While he had indeed articulated a valid point, the retaliatory force unleashed by the formation had been obliterated in an instant. This comparison alone was sufficient to witness just how terrifying the opponent's strength was. Yet amidst the shock, what truly unnerved him was the question of why the adversary had emerged in the extensive records he had maintained over the years. He knew that this significant figure had departed from Earth 9 months ago, vanishing without a trace. Moreover, at that time, the opponent's strength had been less than a mere fraction of what it was now. Yet in less than a year, everything had undergone a dramatic transformation, and the rate of his opponent's growth was alarmingly tyrannical and extraordinary. Can this truly be sustained? At that moment, the cloaked figure sensed a hint of danger. Overwhelmed by emotions, he hastily waved his tattered sleeve, his gnarled hands slicing through the fabric of space, whisking a handful of individuals along with him into the void. Just as the rift sealed completely, a cataclysmic surge of energy howled past, ultimately arcing away from the planet. Chapter 11. A Gathering of Forces, Tempests Afoot. Part 4. Wukong and his companions have been graciously invited into the reception chamber by the young master, Journer. Currently, they found themselves within the technological hub of the planet, and as a member of royalty, Journer did not reside there. Moreover, the father he had mentioned, who had yet to reveal himself, resided miles away in a grand palace. I am delighted to make your acquaintance. You must be son Wukong, correct? I am Journer. Journer was already well aware of Wukong's identity, yet he patiently awaited Gohan's introduction before extending a cordial greeting. A gentle smile gracing his features as he offered his right hand for a handshake. Yes, hello. Wukong returned the smile. Upon grasping Journer's hand, he instinctively sensed the immense power pulsating within him, causing Wukong to slightly change expression, though he still regarded Journer with admiration. While Wukong scrutinized Journer, the latter was equally probing into Wukong's depth. Upon contact, he was astonished to discover that Wukong's strength was exceptionally well concealed, revealing no discernible fluctuations. Leaving him momentarily dumbfounded, T.O.B. acknowledged, as the most formidable warrior in the outer universe, Mr. Wukong is indeed a fitting title. Journer remarked with a smile as Wukong released his grip. Well, I am merely a warrior who has emerged from the shadows. Whether I am the strongest is debatable, as there are many rising talents, and the universe is replete with powerful figures yet to be uncovered. Wukong mused, reflecting on the countless times he had clawed his way back from the brink of death throughout his battles. He now recognized that as his strength grew, so too did the breadth of the world he encountered. Those who claimed to be the best in the universe were often merely regional tyrants. How vast was the cosmos! in comparison to Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and OOB, each of whom surpassed him. He acknowledged that their starting points were far superior to his own, and their current prowess eclipsed his by a significant margin. Such a statement, spoken without intent, did not escape Journer's notice. His expression shifted slightly, for he, being a figure of the inner universe and a prince of a ruling lineage, was acutely aware of the depths of the outer universe. Wukong's words sparked memories of certain events not too distant in the past, suggesting that remnants of history should still linger. However, in the year's worth of data Journer had amassed, he uncovered a peculiar revelation. With a wry smile, Journer's demeanor subtly shifted. Though it went unnoticed by others, he merely acknowledged Wukong's humility and instructed his attendants to assist Gohan, Vegeta, and the others with their belongings, continuing to engage in conversation with Wukong. Who exactly is he? It must be him. So deeply concealed, yet why is there not a hint of energy fluctuation? Being personally received and entertained by Prince Journer, the identities of these individuals were undoubtedly extraordinary. Are they Saiyans? Was at one back there also a Saiyan? In an instant, numerous minds retracted their focus inward. The prominent figures who had been observing Wukong and his companions were left aghast upon detecting Journer's aura. While they possessed the capability to participate in the grand tournament, those who had resided in the inner universe for some time, or were originally from there, were well aware of Journer's identity and formidable power. Upon witnessing Journer personally attending to these individuals, they hastily retracted their energy signatures, each lost in speculation. In the midst of this, some were unaware of the temperament of Sieku, intentionally leaving their energy lingering upon him. In response, Sieku unleashed a formidable wave of energy, intimidating those who had failed to recognize their place. Such a momentous event quickly reverberated throughout half of the inner universe before the tournament commenced. Within a lavish palace, a robust middle-aged man chuckled. "My friend, your actions are rather excessive. You have frightened quite a number of people." His brows furrowed sharply. Beneath them were deep-set eyes that sparkled with clarity. His angular visage belied his years. Exuding an aura of authority, he rose to his feet, having anticipated Journer's arrival even before the signal from Journer's spacecraft had requested entry into the inner universe. Initially intending to await the seance in person, he ultimately refrained from doing so, given his unique status. After all, he was the king of the entire inner universe, a being akin to a deity within that realm. He was none other than Journer's father, Grit. "It is time for a meeting, seance." Grit mused to himself with a smile, then strode forward with steady steps. Chapter 12. The Grand Tournament, The Chosen of the Universe, Part 1. What just transpired? The group of black-clad individuals caught off guard reappeared at a certain location. One of them, filled with trepidation, inquired. This individual was the one who had speculated about Wukong's true strength. The arrogant figure trembled slightly, feeling a wave of fear. Although he had not sensed the impending key attack, he had been ensnared by the leader at that moment and had connected with that formidable power, realizing that the previous strike could have obliterated him. "Is it them?" he asked, his heart racing as he glanced at his leader, his voice laced with palpable doubt. Upon seeing the foolish expression of his subordinate, the high-ranking figure felt a profound sense of resignation. Yet he responded, "It is not their aura, but that power is indeed peculiar. My lord, do you not sense the presence of its master?" The leader, devoid of rage, increasingly admired this astute assistant, recognizing the confusion mirrored in the latter's eyes. He understood that the assistant had grasped something, unlike the arrogant fool who was in a state of panic. It appears you two have perceived the strangeness of that key." The black-clad man offered a vague reply, for he himself found it hard to believe such a situation could exist, yet the scene from earlier had unfolded so vividly. With the leader's tacit acknowledgement, the figure's eyes abruptly narrowed, affirming his earlier suspicion. Though he could scarcely believe that such a phenomenon could exist in the world. Noticing that both were engaged in cryptic riddles, the one labeled as a fool, seizing the moment when neither of the two paid attention to him, felt a flicker of brilliance in his previously languid eyes. He suppressed the tremors coursing through him, and no one noticed the hidden arc beneath his black hood. The leader turned around, regarding several unremarkable subordinates behind him, and waved his sleeve to command, "You may withdraw for now. Await my further contact after the competition begins." There is no need for undue actions in the meantime. Depart. Yes, responded the 5 or 6 figures in black cloaks. Bowing in gratitude before vanishing one by one, I have received instructions to revise our battle plans. Consequently, I must vacate this space, and 2 others will assume command over this competition in my stead. Do you understand? After the subpar subordinates had retreated, the leading figure disclosed this vital information, casting a knowing glance at the 2 subordinates before him, both of whom harbored a shared disdain, yet were compelled to reveal the modified plans. Under our identities, it is inconceivable for us to be subservient to them. Even Qing Luo lacks that qualification. One of them exclaimed in indignation, compelled to conceal his ambitions for the sake of survival. He was acutely aware of what he possessed, and it was precisely that which even Qing Luo regarded with caution, refraining from brazenly attempting to eliminate him. And so it was, the individual who had departed earlier was none other than Qing Luo of the Demon Realm. While this cadre of black-clad individuals represented the burgeoning strength of the new generation from the same realm. However, all of this is still contingent upon power. We do not yet possess such strength. One remarked, seemingly attuned to the sentiments of his companion, who sighed, acknowledging the brutal reality of a world governed by the survival of the fittest, where identity and status did not necessarily correlate. Nor is it guaranteed. They seem to perceive us merely as pawns. That is acceptable. As long as they take that step, I would not mind claiming their lives. Venting his frustrations, he clenched his fists tightly. For the once arrogant individual had recently lost dominion over the demon realm and was compelled to don a mask of arrogance to secure a chance at survival. Indeed, I share your sentiments. His companion concurred, a glint of cold light radiating from his eyes. Chapter 12. The Martial Arts Gala, The Chosen Ones of the Universe. Part 2. A solitary figure, traversing back and forth, was met with reverent bows from those who dared approach, yet he never once opened his eyes to meet their gaze, seemingly wandering aimlessly in search of answers he yearned to attain. This cold and aloof individual would have no one beside him, but Sieko, aware that grit would soon meet the seance, he opted to leave the reception room, not out of a desire to avoid the one who had altered the course of his life, but rather because he had never been one to concern himself with anything, save for her matters. Everyone possesses their own narrative, and Sieko was no exception. However, aside from one individual, the rest who knew of his past had been extinguished. Their very souls vanquished a second time. That incident had once sent shockwaves throughout the entire inner universe. It was precisely such occurrences that had instilled fear in the hearts of nearly all who beheld Sieko. Yet, Sieko himself was acutely aware that beneath the surface of their fear lay disdain and deep-seated hatred. He paid no heed to their opinions, nor did he care to acknowledge them. Yet, should anyone provoke his ire, they would surely vanish from this world in the blink of an eye. Do you harbor no interest in the gala? Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced the air, and Sieko recognized the newcomer by their aura. He opened his eyes to regard Lake, who stood before him in the corridor, and spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. I have no interest, having long since grown weary of Sieko's indifference. Lake's anger flared. He understood his own unique status. His bloodline could never rival that of Sieko, yet he could not bear the dismissive gaze cast upon him by Sieko, just as he was about to unleash his pent-up frustration. A warning from Jenny resonated in his mind. Never provoke Sieko. Suppressing his rage, Lake's eyes still glimmered with cold light. While Sieko had already closed his eyes, his steps unceasing as he brushed past Lake. This is no longer Earth. I trust you have no objections to my intentions? Lake inquired, watching the aloof figure retreat, once more swallowing his eye. R-A-D-O as you wish, but do not say, I did not warn you. Should those matters arise again, I shall make you a mere pawn. Sieko's reply to Lake was laced with a chilling undertone, and after a brief pause, he continued, this time, remember the lesson well. I shall personally deal with those worthless fools. Sieko's words reverberated in Lake's mind, igniting fury within him, yet he could only grit his teeth in silence. Sieko, one day, I shall slay you. Lake dared not voice his rage aloud, instead roaring inwardly, his eyes bloodshot as a fierce aura surged forth, a second mark faintly materializing upon his forehead. In less than 5 minutes, in a desolate wilderness miles away, Sieko stood amidst scattered stones, coldly observing the four bodies of those who had met their untimely demise. Each had experienced overwhelming fear and regret in their final moments. Yet Sieku afforded them no chance for remorse. Systematically dispatching them one by one, he glanced at his blood-stained right forearm, then summoned a faint golden key flame, dissipating the thick blood while a small key bomb descended upon the corpses. Following a resounding explosion, the four bodies disintegrated into nothingness, leaving only scorched earth behind. Your strength was commendable, but knowing full well you were crossing my boundaries, death is the best outcome for you. Sieku closed his eyes, exhaling a sigh, remaining utterly motionless. In the ensuing silence, the wilderness returned to its natural rhythm, and at that moment, a small creature alighted upon Sieku's left shoulder. It hopped about with its petite orange limbs, fluttering its golden-tinged brown wings, occasionally rubbing its beak against Sieku's attire. Sieku's attention shifted, and he turned his head slightly to regard the adorable little creature, which met his gaze with an innocent round-eyed stare. Time seemed to freeze as both remained still. Observing the little bird's utter lack of fear, its naive demeanor softened Sieku's heart, and for the first time, a smile graced his lips with a gentle caress of his right hand. He stroked the smooth little head of the bird, yet the latter showed no signs of submission, puffing up its fluffy little abdomen and deftly evading the villain's fingers. In retaliation, it pecked at him and then shot a fierce glare at Sieku before taking flight. Amused by the bird's playful antics, Sieku found the attack on his fingers to be of little consequence, yet he could not help but recall fond memories, leading to an unusual third smile gracing his face. Chapter 12. The Martial Arts Tournament. The Chosen Ones of the Universe, Part 3. The robust and stern visage of a young middle-aged man seated before them exuded an aura of dominance that made the womenfolk subtly wary. They refrained from engaging too freely in conversation, whereas Bulma and Bra seemed unfazed, being well acquainted with a certain version of the character, Vegeta, at home. Under the introduction of Journal Eye, all present quickly realized that this middle-aged gentleman was none other than their king, Grit. Furthermore, due to the necessity of discussing some confidential matters, the King of Earth was escorted to a separate resting area. You must be the proud scions of the universe, Grit addressed the gathering with a smile. He did not adopt a condescending regal demeanor, instead focusing his gaze predominantly on Goku and Vegeta. In contrast, Vegeta remained the staunch defender of Saiyan pride, a distinction clearly evident when compared to Grit. The latter, however, was unfazed. He was aware of more than Journal Eye and understood Vegeta's temperament. He also knew that in ancient times, Scions possessed considerable prestige, and as a prince of this lineage, Vegeta appeared to be the heir to future dominion. Even though the Scions were no longer what they once were, the inherent arrogance within them was indelible, a mark eternally etched in their spirit, intertwined with their innate combat prowess. Indeed, we are among the last surviving Scions. Vegeta and I are pure-blooded Scions. These individuals are the mixed-blood descendants of Scions and Earthlings. Goku responded amiably. Despite his usual lack of cunning, Goku felt an inexplicable apprehension in this moment, though he could not fathom why. That makes sense. After all, the information is unlikely to be erroneous. Grit exhaled, somewhat perplexed by Goku's sudden reappearance, but he had never revealed his true inner world. What is so remarkable about this? What if they are Scions? Vegeta asked impatiently, his proud demeanor betraying his agitation, that he was displeased that the other party seemed to be probing into their past exploits. The knowledge that their experiences on Earth were grasped from afar left Vegeta feeling controlled and belittled. Inciting his ire, quite simply, the identity of a Scion cannot be feigned, Grit smiled at Vegeta. Upon hearing this ambiguous response, Vegeta paused momentarily, while Goku, Gohan, and the others exchanged astonished glances, though none dared to inquire further. There is no need for excessive dialogue. Please elucidate the meaning of this so-called Universe Martial Arts Tournament for us, that I believe you can satisfactorily address our questions regarding this event, Vegeta interjected promptly. All eyes turned to Grit, who appeared somewhat taken aback by Vegeta's directness. After a brief silence, Grit finally spoke with a smile. Very well. Let me clarify matters regarding this Universe Martial Arts Tournament. He paused momentarily, contemplating before continuing. This tournament is the largest of its kind in the universe. occurring once every 10 million years, a grand event that transcends history, having existed since ancient times that we are currently approaching its 138th edition. The specifics of its origins elude me, but I know it is a mission passed down through generations of our kin, validated by the historical pendulum that tolls every 10 million years. The purpose of this tournament is to determine the universe's reigning champion, to claim supremacy in this world, Grit reminisced. The wealth of information left everyone in awe, perhaps due to the magnitude of the event they had never encountered before. Champion, does this imply control over the universe? Gohan, who yearned for freedom and peace, was the first to inquire, his tone softening since Goku's return had alleviated some of his burdens to know. It merely serves to ascertain which race boasts the strongest warriors in the universe. Although they will enjoy certain privileges befitting a ruler, commanding the fighters of the cosmos, Grit responded. Upon realizing Gohan's subtle transformation, he was momentarily puzzled, yet the gentleness in Gohan's tone obscured the depths of his inner world. Trunks, astonished, asked, "Fighting race?" In the past, Vegeta seldom spoke of cosmic matters, leaving Goten, Trunks, and three rather Na'vi youths, unfamiliar with the events of the universe. Yet upon hearing this term, Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta listened intently in silence. Indeed, in a certain sense, it also determines the allocation of fighters in the universe, Grit remarked, casting a glance at the silent a subtle smile gracing his face that, what? Is that to say we are to determine the strongest ruler in the universe? Goten queried, scratching his head in confusion. Not entirely. It's not necessarily about actual power. The essence lies in the supreme honor. Grit observed Goten's naivete and quickly replied, "Then, are you the one wielding power in this tournament?" Goku tightened his gaze, scrutinizing the jovial Grit. No, that is not the case. We will also invite the highest ruler of the universe, the Kais, to witness this universe martial arts tournament. What? The Kais will also attend. Gohan, Goten, and Trunks exclaimed, their astonishment palpable. However, their memories conjured images of the lackluster Kais and the lecherous old Kai. Indeed, for the Kais are the supreme rulers of our universe, and only they can bestow upon us the greatest honor. Grit explained, by the way, how did you come to know all the happenings beyond our realm? What means do you employ? Vegeta finally unmasked his inquiry. Adopting a frigid tone, Vegeta was reluctant to dwell on this issue. Having recently reconceived the true strength of the Kais and others, he understood that their role in this cosmic tournament was merely symbolic. It is as such. You see, we are the people organizing this tournament. Thus we possess the ability to sense power fluctuations across the universe. While we observe, we can discern who possesses the capability to participate in the tournament, those who have the obligation and right to do so, allowing us to stay informed of outside events. It all matters. Does that include the history of the universe? Gohan inquired, astonished. Almost. Our primary focus remains on sensing the battle conditions from the outside. For that is the crux of the matter. Grit raised a finger to emphasize the distinction between the two. Why do you engage in such activities regarding battle conditions? Goten asked, equally perplexed. This is an ancient duty bestowed upon us, and we have no choice but to fulfill it. Why is it that there is no ability to sense what transpires here, in this isolated space from the outside world? Goku queried, particularly intrigued by the existence of this formation when faced with it. However, he could not directly question the origins of this phenomenon, believing that it was not a construct of the inner universe, given what he had learned from Gohan regarding journalized remarks in ancient times. A cataclysm occurred, resulting in the division of the inner and outer universes. Thus, it seems this formation is a remnant from that epoch. Goku mused, astonished that such a formidable force could persist across such vast epochs. What level must the practitioner have reached to achieve this? Indeed, this is a privilege of our kin. Furthermore, this space is immovable. I trust you have heard from Journali regarding the cataclysm that separated the inner and outer universes. Correct? Given that this is the venue for the tournament, the destruction of battles would have far-reaching consequences, and thus we must remain here to prevent other parts of the universe from being affected. From Journali's words, what further distinctions exist between this space and our world? After a brief moment of silence, Wukong began to inquire. Indeed, the passage of time here does not align with that of the outer universe. 1 month in this realm equates to a year outside, indicating a time disparity of 12-fold between the inner and outer universes. Grit answered candidly, observing the puzzled expressions of Wukong and the others, and merely smiled without further comment. A time difference of 12-fold? Ubu, awakening from silence, posed a sudden question, drawing the group's attention to the subtle unusualness he had exhibited earlier. Indeed, Grit replied with a faint smile. Is there anything particularly special about this place? For example, regarding the competition, Baijita also regained his composure and expressed curiosity that, yes, the defensive capability of this space is exceedingly formidable. Traversing it is no trivial matter, as evidenced by the previous tournament where it remained largely intact despite the chaos. Everyone was aware of this fact, especially in light of Wukong's earlier display of immense power, which still could not easily breach the barrier enveloping the entire inner universe. Moreover, are there any rules governing the participants of this tournament? For instance, do those of malevolent intent qualify to compete? Wukong was particularly interested in this query, recalling how the sudden appearance of demonic figures would not avoid such a grand combat event. Well, there are no strict regulations. Any formidable individual is entitled to participate, of course. One cannot engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Once an opponent surrenders, they must not be harmed further. This is an absolute rule. Is that so? Trunks, Wuqian, and Ubu exchanged silent glances, fully aware that in battles among the powerful, the moment before an opponent declares surrender, a determined adversary could indeed deliver a fatal blow. Really? Haha, such competitions are a rarity. Wukong exclaimed with unrestrained excitement, while a faint smile graced Baijita's lips. Precisely. This means we can engage in a thrilling battle there. Grit regarded Wukong, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yes, Wukong mirrored Grit's gaze, responding instinctively. Chapter 13. The Saiyans and the Sai Crown People. Ancient Legends. Part 2. Self-recommendation, not quite demonic, not quite divine, not quite immortal. Miracles are distant. The path to immortality is long, stained with blood. The quest for immortality ultimately leads to solitary eternity. The divine war reignites. Chaos reigns over the world. Heroes rise, talents emerge, and the gods and demons return. How shall the protagonist embark upon the path to ultimate strength? With my life, I defy destiny. With my blood, I alter the heavens. The new book Soul War by Muluo will present a stunning tale of cultivation, and I seek your support. Text perhaps sensing something amiss. Wukong felt uneasy under Grit's fervent gaze, but having weathered many storms, he replied with unwavering resolve. More importantly, Wukong's inclination for battle was not insignificant. He simply did not rush to eliminate his opponents. A great battle? That is certain. Wukong seemed to grasp certain issues, responding with a double entendre. However, he remained unaware of why his previously calm demeanor suddenly bore an inexplicable anger and hatred upon seeing Grit, attributing such negative emotions to the Dragon Balls within him. Nonetheless, the sentiment was shared by Baijita, Wu Fan, Wu Tian, Trunks, and even Bra and Xiaofeng, who felt similarly, yet attributed it to their personal dilemmas, remaining unspoken. The participants in this battle are certainly not limited to those present. Such an event is a grand occasion for the entire inner and outer universe. Grit noted the sudden glint of gold in Wukong's eyes, as if he had realized something and deliberately turned his head to continue speaking. Indeed, such events truly ignite one's passion. I am brimming with energy. Wukong contained his thoughts, sharpening his focus on the impending clash. It seems you Saiyans are as combative as ever, haha, according to the timeline. The competitors should be arriving shortly. You shall experience the long-awaited battle. Grit jested, unable to restrain his laughter as he observed the concealed joy among the Saiyan bloodline members. When does the competition commence? Baijita inquired impatiently, harboring a subconscious aversion towards this enigmatic king. Having never been fond of Jinyu, he found himself at odds with this formidable figure, his princely pride unwilling to wane. The tournament will take place in 5 days. Commencing with the elimination rounds, Grit was not one to be oblivious to the nuances of human emotion. In contrast to his royal stature, his understanding of the emperor's psychology was exceptional, and he was well aware of Baijita's disdain, his brows slightly furrowing. Bulma also noticed her beloved's strange demeanor. Perplexed by it, Vegeta was typically cold, dismissive of strangers, yet during this conversation, his harshness became evident. However, Vegeta paid no heed to others' perceptions. Wukong too was taken aback by Vegeta's unusual behavior. Contemplating whether his own feelings mirrored Vegeta's, both inexplicably ignited with anger. The truth was Vegeta was confounded. Though cold, he was not devoid of emotion, yet a sense of aversion festered within him. Chapter 13. The Saiyans and the Sai Crown People. Ancient Legends, Part 3. As Grit's words hung in the air, each member present harbored their own thoughts. Wukong and Vegeta were naturally eager to engage in battle. Wu Tian and Trunks, with childlike complaints, lamented the scarcity of playtime, while Trunks felt a surge of unease, hesitantly glancing at his father. The next moment, as if confirming his fears, Trunks appeared disheartened. "Where is the gravity chamber?" Vegeta's voice resounded once more. Though he relished combat, in the pursuit of strength, he acknowledged his subordinate status, claiming no one dared to call him the eldest. Upon hearing this, everyone regarded Vegeta with knowing expressions, while Wu Tian, upon receiving Vegeta's answer, turned pale. After all, that Vegeta's words held the weight of a death sentence for Wu Tian. Then Wu Tian, Wu Fan, and Ubu should join as well. Ubu, who had remained silent, merely uttered a stunned while Wu Fan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Satan and Rashi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the two women, Xiaofang and Bra, cast disdainful glances at the undeniable camaraderie of the two. "Haha, there's no need for you to rush into training just yet. You Saiyans and our kin can directly enter the finals, and Mr. Ubu possesses such privileges as well," Grit replied with a smile. This statement, akin to a celestial melody delivering salvation from suffering, was melodious and enchanting. Wu Tian and Trunks instinctively nodded in acceptance, but moments later, they grasped the significance of the information, their expressions mirroring those of the others. Left utterly dumbfounded. "What is the meaning of this?" Xiaofang and Bra were the first to voice their queries, followed by Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Biddy, who also grew curious. Could it possibly relate to earlier events? Wu Fan shifted his gaze to Jinyu, inquiring. Indeed, Jinyu nodded in response, fully aware that it was time to unveil the truth. "This is a privilege," Jinyu scanned the room, taking note of the astonished expressions, particularly the unchanging calmness of Wukong and Vegeta. "How could we possess such privileges?" Trunks was the first to ask, while a bewildered Ubu leaned forward nervously, seeking clarification as it pertained to him as well. "Because you are Saiyans, the kings of this universe." Grit's words thundered within the hearts of all present, and his subsequent declaration startled even Wukong and Vegeta. "And we are Sai Crown people, the rulers of another lineage within the universe. Our two races possess such supreme rights." Everyone stood agape, astonished. At that moment, Jinyu added, "The ancient texts referenced by the Lazarians pertain to this privilege, and the challenge from Leaky is a test for you." Gohan's response did not entirely align with Nilai's, yet it was devoid of any apparent flaws. Meanwhile, Goku pondered deeply, and amidst Xiaofang's incessant discourse, he swiftly gleaned the events that had transpired over the past 6 months. Consequently, he found himself intrigued by the ancient texts mentioned by the Lisan people. "You claim to be the Saiyan people. What does that truly mean, especially when we are all rulers of the universe?" Vegeta, on the other hand, resembled a man who had just swallowed a fly, his expression riddled with confusion. "Saiyan? Saiyan?" "The correlation between Senyuan," he muttered, aware of the legendary Super Saiyan to some extent, yet questioning if this constituted the proclamation of universal supremacy. Gohan directly inquired, his attention keenly directed towards the shifting expressions of Goku and Vegeta. "This is the crux of the legend. Every time your Saiyans endure a certain passage of time, a legendary Super Saiyan is born. This period seems to coincide precisely with the cosmic martial arts tournament, which is why you consistently reach the finals and often emerge victorious, establishing yourselves as formidable forces. Although our people may not possess the extraordinary might of your legendary Super Saiyans, we are still capable of contending with your race. Thus, by the decree of the cosmic beings, we are seeded competitors, granted the privilege of advancing directly to the finals," Grit declared, raising his voice. The startling revelation left everyone momentarily stunned. However, I have never heard of such a thing. Especially concerning your kin, Vegeta interjected, equally astonished, before cutting straight to the point. Chapter 13, Science and Saren. The Ancient Legend, Part 4. Indeed, this reality exists, as you mentioned. Your people are but a handful. Due to the actions of Frisia, the historical civilization of your scions has been utterly obliterated, leading to your ignorance of these matters. How does he know of Frisia and our grievances? Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan maintained their composure, yet each privately mused over the implications. Is this true? Tion and Trunks, unaware of the situation, inquired with excitement, as if they had glimpsed the dawn of hope that could avert disaster. Yes, I speak no falsehoods. This is indeed the truth. That's the Prince of the Scions. Vegeta should be well aware of why your kind is forever hailed as the rulers of the cosmos. Naturally, this is also because we Saren are relatively unknown in the universe, which has forged your science reputation as the #1 in the cosmos. Grit did not respond to Trunks, but instead turned his gaze toward the contemplative Vegeta. Vegeta did not refute this, solemnly nodding in agreement. Thus, we possess such privileges. You say our Scion kind has repeatedly triumphed in the cosmic martial arts tournaments? Goku seized upon the essence of the conversation, subtly discerning the nature of the legendary Super Saiyan Vegeta had once spoken of, prompting his inquiry. Indeed, and the victors of the last 2 tournaments were your ancestors, the Scions. This is why all beings in the modern universe fear your formidable strength, and the legendary tales of your races might stem from the fact that the previous generation's Super Saiyan was an unparalleled conqueror. What does this imply? Vegeta seemed to catch a deeper meaning, his thoughts swirling with memories of Frisia's annihilation of planet Vegeta, his entire being trembling with rage. In that moment, both Goku and Gohan recalled something and abruptly turned their eyes toward Grit. I too suspect that Frisia's motives for obliterating your Scion race stem from his fear of your power. Perhaps he learned from their ancient records that the 10 million year period was approaching, at which point a formidable Super Saiyan would soon emerge among you. Fearing that this would threaten his reign, he hastily exterminated your kind. How despicable. I never imagined such a reality existed. So it turns out that the legend of a Super Saiyan being born every 1,000 years was erroneous. It should be every 10 million years, Goku remarked, lowering his gaze. Indeed, Grit confirmed, sighing in resignation at the capriciousness of fate. Vegeta, deep in thought, asked quietly, lowering his head in silence. Where's the gravity chamber located? Oh, I shall summon Clack to guide you, Grit replied, and shortly thereafter, Clack approached. Vegeta, are you all right? Goku queried, observing Vegeta's movement. I am fine. I merely wish to train a bit more. Vegeta's inner turmoil surged as he finally grasped the truth behind his race's obliteration, causing him profound anguish. Yet he forced a smile and walked away. By the way, Mr. Grit, why do you say I possess such privileges? Is it not a privilege reserved solely for the Scions and Saren? Chimed in, intrigued. This privilege was established through negotiations by the elders of our clan, and I cannot provide you with a clear answer at present. In due time, you shall come to know everything. Grit sidestepped the question, advising them to rest well in preparation for the upcoming rematch. However, Goku gazed at Vegeta's solitary figure, steeped in sorrow, and felt a twinge of unease. Chapter 14, Racial Legends. The Strongest Warrior in History, Part 1, A Solitary Silhouette, equally marked by desolation, illustrated the profound sorrow within this formidable figure. Upon learning from Grit the reasons behind his kin's impending extinction, even the typically composed Vegeta could not help but feel a wave of melancholy wash over him. Though he did not fully trust the words of others, a discerning individual could recognize that Frisia would never allow the legendary Super Saiyan to awaken. In light of this, considering the passage of 10 million years, perhaps this era was indeed destined for the emergence of a legendary Super Saiyan. Nothing could be purely coincidental. Vegeta reflected on the painful memories of the past, his body trembling with the echoes of past humiliations that he could not forget. The Scions, once the mightiest race in the universe, had forsaken their pride to submit to Frisia, only to face the merciless obliteration of their lineage. Damn it, I never anticipated the legends to hold such truth. Yet Frisia, in his fear of their arrival, exterminated our entire race. Even as we surrendered our dignity and lived according to his demands for bloodshed, we remained targets for annihilation. That despicable fiend, that scoundrel. Vegeta clenched his fists, a surge of power rising within him in response to his turbulent emotions. A peace settled into his life. Vegeta had grown fond of Earth's tranquil existence. Over the years, he had encountered numerous individuals and stories, causing him to abandon his rigid adherence to the belief in the supremacy of the legendary Super Saiyan. Yet now, within the annals of the universe's history, he learned that such a legendary Super Saiyan had indeed once existed, and that the Saiyans had basked in a glorious era of dominance over the cosmos. That it was precisely because they had once known such glory that their decline felt all the more painful. Why, Father? Why were we so cowardly back then? How infuriating! I, too, was powerless, kneeling before Frieza, while the one avenging our race was not I, the Prince of the Saiyans, but rather a warrior deemed the lowest of the low, Kakarot. Now that the 10 million year period has once again arrived, the glory of the Saiyans shall rise anew. I shall not be defeated by anyone, for I am the Prince of the Saiyans. I shall become the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta's heart roared with fury. Those around him, though unable to comprehend the depth of Vegeta's strength through mere presence, trembled at the palpable aura of menace emanating from him. Those who had experienced battle understood the iron-fisted nature of this individual. As Vegeta strode past, they felt a sense of trepidation with each step. Bulma wished to call out to Vegeta, but upon witnessing her beloved's sorrowful silhouette, she hesitated, ultimately choosing silence. Over the years, she had come to know numerous secrets regarding the past, and the tragedy of Vegeta, the prince of his people, was a shadow that loomed over his life. Vegeta departed alone, and this scene evoked various thoughts among the onlookers, each acutely aware of the tale's sorrow, and faintly sensing the unvoiced anguish of a shattered family. Goku, observing Vegeta's retreating figure, pondered, is that so? Is he recalling Frieza's wickedness and his own powerlessness? For a brief moment, everyone maintained a respectful silence. The departed are gone, Mr. Goku. Would you be interested in reviewing our historical records? Grit sighed softly, yet he had pressing matters to attend to, thus interrupting the somber atmosphere and directly inquiring. Well, Goku faltered. Well, what? Grit's eyes flickered imperceptibly. Perplexed by Goku's words that I am hungry again, Goku cheerfully replied, laughing heartily while patting his belly that was audibly protesting like thunder, attempting to mask the impolite sound with his laughter. In order to keep pace with Gohan and the others. Goku had been eating rather haphazardly and sparingly over the past few days, and having just broken through a formation with considerable effort, he had expended a significant amount of energy, which naturally left him ravenous after his exertions. Upon hearing his remark, the expressions of those present shifted from melancholy to lightheartedness, followed by gentle laughter. Yes, that's so. Saiyans are indeed quite amusing. However, we Saiyans have quite the hearty appetite as well. Grit responded, slightly taken aback by Goku's antics, but quickly finding himself at ease and smiling. Chapter 14. Racial Legends. The Strongest Warriors in History. Part 2. After a frenzied feast, amidst a chaotic scattering of dishes. Goku contentedly rubbed his belly. Although Chi-Chi incessantly reminded him to eat only until he was 7/10 full, Goku nonetheless consumed an amount nearly 30 times that of an average person, had it not been witnessed firsthand. No one would have believed that such a small stomach could accommodate so much, surprisingly. The usually reserved genie, under her father's nod of approval, also demonstrated extraordinary levels of consumption, as both Saiyans devoured food equivalent to that of 20 individuals. Seeing Goku truly return, everyone shook off the gloom that had settled in their hearts over the past months and dined joyfully together. Xiao Fong, wishing to converse with Goku, found herself ignored as her grandfather was overwhelmed by the delicacies. Responding to her with fragmented sentences, this, in turn, left Xiao Fong, who was contemplating weight loss, feeling quite frustrated. However, Goku, while voraciously devouring food, occasionally piled various delicacies in front of Xiao Fong, cheerfully proclaiming, the more you eat, the more energy you have to lose weight. His words prompted many to laugh heartily. After the merriment, Grit extended an invitation to Goku to view ancient historical documents. As they walked, Grit deliberately slowed his pace. Stepping beside Goku and saying, "Mr. Goku, I would like to invite you to our archival room of historical competitions that I believe you will find materials of great interest there." Goku, glancing at Grit, was intrigued yet puzzled by his words, momentarily at a loss for a response. Nonetheless, upon hearing that these ancient documents pertain to the history of the universal fighting tournaments, a genuine desire for battle surged within him. "Yes, indeed. I too hope to discuss something else with you privately," Grit said earnestly, noticing Goku's interest. Goku, observing the seriousness on Grit's face, hesitated before responding, "No problem." Then it is settled. Grit smiled at Goku, who reciprocated the gesture. In less than 3 or 4 minutes, the two distanced themselves from the technological base. Following Grit's lead, they arrived in a chamber spanning over 10,000 square meters, with a height of 10 meters. Countless crystal spheres, each the size of a fist, floated within the space, their brilliance illuminating the chamber in a way that rendered day and night indistinguishable. Numerous frames housed ancient, tattered scrolls of historical documents. "What is this?" Goku inquired, his curiosity piqued by the floating crystal spheres. He reached out to touch one, only to find it evading his grasp, its pale blue light flickering. Goku noted that these crystal spheres bore a resemblance to those in the Kaioshin realm, yet he could not discern the differences between the two. These crystal spheres serve as repositories of information, documenting past histories, much like those ancient texts. Among them are the histories of our Sai Crown people, details of the universal fighting tournaments, and records of significant events in the universe, Grit explained with a smile. "Oh, then what materials are we examining now?" Goku, who was not particularly fond of books, glanced at the distant ancient text with a hint of dismay. "It pertains to significant events involving our two races, the Saiyans and the Saiyans." Grit paused, turning back to meet Goku's gaze, a solemn expression on his face. Chapter 14, Racial Legends. The Strongest Warriors in History, Part 3. Is it the history of the Saiyans and the Saiyans? Goku furrowed his brow, halting his steps. "Indeed," Grit replied succinctly. He pointed toward a distant crystal sphere with a beckoning gesture, causing a deep blue glowing sphere to float toward them. Halting a foot away, Goku pondered. Grit concentrated golden light at his fingertip and touched the suspended crystal sphere, which began to spin vigorously, releasing a cloud of white mist that revealed text above it. "What? This?" Goku gazed in astonishment at the displayed data, eagerly capturing the crucial information. Point 1 ST Tournament Champion, Sai Byron runner-up, Tianxi 3rd place. Wukong Li 2nd Tournament Champion, Sai Byron runner-up, Tianxi 3rd place. Fu Li Sa 134 TH Tournament Champion, Sai Quan runner-up, Sai Yin 3rd place. Tianxi 135th Tournament Champion, Sai Quan runner-up, Sai Yin 3rd place. Fu Li Sa 136th Tournament Champion, Sai Yin runner-up, Sai Quan 3rd place. Na Mei Kuxing 137th Tournament Champion, Sai Yin runner-up, Sai Quan 3rd place. Na Mei Kuxing, as the data continued to shift. Goku fell silent. "What do you perceive?" Grit inquired, retracting his finger as the crystal sphere absorbed the mist and returned to its original state, floating away. "That if my assumptions are correct, many of the top 3 competitors in the data are from external universes. Yet how could it be that Goku, having heard of several cosmic races, naturally had some understanding of their spatial distribution? However, the information he was now viewing seemed vastly different from what he had previously deduced. In ancient times, the combat prowess of external universes was evidently superior to that of the internal universe. Yet upon Goku's arrival in the internal universe, he discovered many warriors who surpassed those from the external universe. The disparity in strength was staggering. Even the Fu Li Sa and Na Mei Kuxing races have significantly declined compared to the current internal universe races. Goku's thoughts deepened. "I am not certain about that either. Perhaps the situation mirrors that of your Saiyan race," Grit acknowledged, sensing Goku's contemplative state and sighing at the capriciousness of fate. Moreover, why did the once dominant Sai Byron suddenly seem to vanish in the preceding tournaments? With their might, they should have remained among the frontrunners, Goku pointed out, emphasizing the significance of this question far beyond the previous ones. "Well, This is the crux of the matter, and the very reason I called you here. Grit gradually closed his eyes, reflecting before responding. What matter? Goku's expression grew serious, tinged with urgency. This is a secret. IT concerns the Saiyajins and Sai Byrons. Grit paused for a moment before delivering his answer, locking eyes with Goku. A secret? Our secret? What is it? Goku furrowed his brow, attempting to unravel the mystery. Perhaps you may not fully believe it, but according to ancient records, our two races were originally of the same lineage, sharing a common ancestor, both being the most formidable fighting races of the universe. Descendants of the Sai Byron, Grit continued, undeterred by Goku's changing expression. In other words, we are all Sai Byrons, and while our Saiquan lineage is direct, your Scion lineage is collateral. Thus, in an indirect sense, we are brothers among races. Goku's countenance shifted profoundly, a mix of gravity and incredulity washing over him. Chapter 14. Racial Legends. The Strongest Warriors in History, Part 4. Are we Scions and you Saiquans descendants of the same race? Is this true? How could such a thing be? Wukong was momentarily taken aback, a sheen of sweat forming on his back. After a brief moment of astonishment, he chuckled lightly and inquired, "Surely, you have made an error or are perhaps jesting?" "Nay, we are not so absurd." Grit shook his head, dismissing Wukong's conjecture with a serious demeanor. "It is precisely because we are of the pure lineage, hence we are referred to as Saiguans, while you are of the mixed lineage, thus called Scions. This is an undeniable truth. However, this assertion was too incredulous to accept. You claim to be Saiguans, which in itself is unfathomable. Yet, it appears you still harbor doubts. Perhaps this will convince you." Grit produced an emblematic object from behind him. Indeed, a defining artifact. Wukong gaped in disbelief, for the object in question was none other than the distinctive mark of the Scions, a tail. A silvery white tail emerged from Grit's lower back, writhing in his grasp. "How is it that you possess a tail?" Wukong exclaimed, utterly astonished. "Surely, this should assuage your skepticism. The tail is the quintessential emblem of our race, a testament to our identity as cosmic conquerors. The only difference lies in the hue. Yours is brown, while ours is silver." Grit, sensing Wukong's lingering disbelief, transformed into a Super Saiyan form in a flash of golden light. This transformation mirrored Wukong and his companions, further stunning Wukong. Could this be true? But why do you not disclose this to Vegeta? After all, he's the prince of the Scions, and you are the king of the Saiguans. He is your closest kin. Wukong furrowed his brow, raising a point of contention that I trust you are aware of Mr. Vegeta's temperament. If I reveal the truth to him, with his prideful disposition, would he accept it? Grit chuckled softly, reverting to his usual demeanor, though the regal aura around him remained palpable. Wukong began to comprehend the implications, feeling a sense of dilemma. So, is there anything else? Wukong, unable to bear the weight of this revelation, inquired delicately. Well, observe this combat power reading. Grit summoned another crystal orb, pointing to it as it displayed the data for Wukong to examine. What is this? A staggering 50 trillion. That is half the power of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Wukong gasped in disbelief. Could it be? His eyes widened, remorse and excitement flickering within them. Indeed, this combat power reading is the highest recorded to date, left by the previous Super Saiyan. Wukong, momentarily dazed, felt an exhilarating rush. So, the previous Super Saiyan is currently the strongest Super Saiyan, correct? Wukong asked, his excitement surging upon realization. Indeed, he's the mightiest warrior in history. Is that so? Wukong smiled faintly, clenching his fists. He thought to himself, "This is wonderful. There exists someone so powerful. I must surpass him, and surpass him." His eyes gleamed with unparalleled joy. Seems. Grit observed Wukong with a knowing smile, a meaningful grin gracing his lips. Chapter 15. The Assault on Vegeta, Part 1. To those following the saga of the Dragon Ball Emperor, I trust you appreciate this writing style. Here, I shamelessly recommend my concurrently serialized work. Soul War. Despite its seemingly glitched title, the narrative within is sure to captivate you all. Soul War has now reached Chapter 46, providing ample content for your enjoyment. But a novel tale of cultivation unfolds, where the path to immortality reopens and divine battles recommence, as the protagonists engage in an astonishing contest for supremacy. Moreover, I must mention that on the 26th, my birthday, my confession was met with failure. I share this not to elicit your affection or sympathy, but to convey that I did not deceive you all that day. The actions of the other party have left me disheartened. Yet I shall strive to craft the tale of Dragon Ball Emperor into a masterpiece, offering you a more fulfilling conclusion. Thank you for your unwavering support. Text he actually broke through the seal. That wretched monkey, a pair of silver-white eyes fixated on the somewhat familiar, yet strange scene ahead. The speaker's words punctuated by shock. Sorrow sensed the vibrations emanating from the internal universe's formation due to the forceful assault and rushed to the heart of the demon realm. From the colossal wheel, he witnessed Wukong's audacious incursion into the inner cosmos, his wide eyes unable to fathom the reality before him. It seems that his strength remains difficult to gauge. Moreau had also made his presence known, accompanied by 3 others. All 5 individuals were left stunned by Wukong's audacity. While others may not grasp the truth of the celestial upheaval from years past, these 5 understood the origins of the formation. And someone capable of shattering the seal must possess a power exceeding 1,000 units. Moreau, what on earth is happening? I have come to learn that this monkey's ascent to power has much to do with you. Sorrow's eyes glinted with cold fury, his latent, murderous intent barely contained as he questioned Moreau, who stood not far from him. Since yesterday, Sorrow had been monitoring Wukong's progression in less than 60 years. Wukong had attained 100 units, which hardly marked him as a prodigious talent. What truly terrified Sorrow was the miraculous rate at which Wukong's power had surged over the past year, having increased by thousands of times since defeating Baby. Throughout this meteoric rise, Moreau had remained active in the demon realm, yet had taken no action to eliminate or suppress Wukong's growth. This perplexed Sorrow and fueled his current ire, for Wukong's strength now surpassed Sorrow's peak. I owe you no explanations, Moreau retorted, refusing to yield an inch to Sorrow in the face of Sorrow's violent aura. Moreau's disdainful response was accompanied by a fiery energy that effortlessly evaporated Sorrow's ice-based power, before he turned to walk away. Curse you! Sorrow, astonished by Moreau's prowess, roared in anger. However, Moreau's next words sent him into a frenzy. Mind your own business. My authority is not to be challenged, or you shall learn the consequences. With that, Moreau vanished, leaving Sorrow's retaliatory ice dragon to grasp at shadows. In its place, a basketball-sized fireball materialized, spinning rapidly and unleashing an overwhelming inferno. Amidst the shock of the onlookers, it struck the head of the ice dragon, shattering its assault and sending the entire secret space into turmoil, as the fiery power once again triumphed over ice. Moreau! Sorrow bellowed, initially intending to ambush Moreau to assert dominance. Yet Moreau countered with an even stronger blow to end this clash. Sorrow found himself at a disadvantage, and the impact reignited ancient injuries, causing blood to spill from his lips. The 3 individuals behind him remained silent, despite their elevated status. They felt insignificant in the face of Sorrow and Moreau's identities. They could only silently endure the clash between the 2 adversaries. Yet even they were injured by the final strike, their hands shielding their eyes from the storm, leaving them with numerous cuts and bruises. As they witnessed Sorrow falter against Moreau, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. 400 years ago, when Moreau forcefully awakened Sorrow, the latter held overwhelming superiority. Yet now, even restored to full power, Sorrow might struggle to prevail against Moreau. Moreau's identity was shrouded in mystery, yet his growth was astonishing. Chapter 15. The Assault on Vegeta, Part 2. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed since Wukong learned of the secrets surrounding the Saiyans and the Saiguans, leaving his expression somewhat grave. Though they forced smiles while conversing with Gohan, Xiaofang, and others, those familiar with Goku could subtly perceive the latter's somber mood, though none dared to voice their observations. Similarly, Bulma was filled with worry, as Vegeta had not returned home all night. Had it not been for Trunks informing her that Vegeta's energy remained on the planet, Bulma might have boldly demanded that Goku and the others search for him. Furrowing her brows, Bulma, well acquainted with Vegeta's temperament, had never witnessed such a vulnerable side of him. It had never occurred to her that the proud warrior harbored the shadows of his people's annihilation deep within. Now, as this wound was exposed, she realized that Vegeta had indeed endured a dark chapter in his past. Without any pressing matters, Vegeta would come to terms with his thoughts. Kiki approached, grasping Bulma's hands in hers, gently patting them to reassure her to ease her worries. Bra echoed her sentiments. Having only ever seen her father's formidable side, she naturally did not harbor fears of any potential danger befalling him. Bulma, caught in a daze, came to her senses, noticing the gazes of those around her were fixed upon her. Feeling a bit awkward, she nodded and gently extricated herself from Kiki's grasp. She picked up a cup of coffee before her, pretending to savor it to mask her unease. Goten, Trunks, and were oblivious to the underlying tensions, while Gohan, having learned the history of the Saiyan race's destruction during their time on Namek, felt a pang of sorrow. Empathizing with Vegeta, Goku was also aware of Vegeta's absence throughout the night, which only heightened his unease. Walking along the deserted beach, his nearly 6-foot frame moved with heavy steps, leaving distant footprints in the sand. The waves intermittently crashed against the shore, sending small splashes into the air. The cool sea water harbored immense natural power, compacting the fine sand into a solid, slightly brownish surface that shimmered with the sun's golden rays. This figure was none other than Vegeta. Having spent the night away, Vegeta had also gone without sleep. He found himself at the seaside, wandering aimlessly, his mind swirling with memories of the past. A shell glinting in the sunlight caught his eye, snapping him out of his reverie as he looked up to see the sun high above, only to realize it was already the following morning. After a restless night, Vegeta's eyes, void of spirit, reflected endless fatigue. The sorrowful glimmer in his gaze appeared clouded, and his beard had grown unruly overnight, now nearly 2 millimeters long, transforming him into the visage of a bearded middle-aged man, blinded by the brilliant sunlight. Vegeta instinctively blinked, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He rubbed his temples and shook his head to regain focus. With a slight exhale, Vegeta took a deep breath to calm his inner turmoil. Gradually emerging from the shadows of his past, a self-deprecating smile crept onto his face as he muttered to himself, for his stomach had begun to protest after nearly a full day without sustenance. A blush crept onto his cheeks. His growling stomach was hardly befitting of a prince, as his proud nature dictated a more refined demeanor. Vegeta chuckled to himself, but just as he prepared to take flight, a vital piece of information pierced through his consciousness, shattering his momentary tranquility. At a familiar energy sent a shiver down his spine, causing his pupils to widen in shock as he gazed towards the distant ocean's horizon. Is it him? His mind erupted in chaos, briefly short-circuiting before arriving at this singular conclusion. A violent tremor coursed through him, twisting his features into a grimace as an overwhelming sense of murderous intent enveloped his being. Chapter 15, Attack on Vegeta, Part 3. It is him. No, it can't be him. Vegeta, as tremors intensified, the familiar energy evoking long-buried memories of humiliation and darkness. Yet, as the presence continued to grow, he fought to suppress his impulses. Rationally dismissing his far-fetched speculation, he sensed a distinct disparity between them, and the power of the other far surpassed that of the individual he feared. Damn it. Even if it isn't that guy, it's still utterly inescapable. Vegeta shook his head vigorously, but the revived hatred for the annihilation of his race could not be quelled, as years of concealed pain found an outlet in this singular moment. With a growl, he released a roar that could not contain the raging fury within him. The suppressed, brutal energy erupted with unprecedented ferocity. Launching himself forward, he propelled himself 100 meters into the air. Harnessing the rebound of the water's surface to unleash his full power, a fierce wave of energy rippled through the air as Vegeta ascended into the sky, his form vanishing in an instant. At the same moment, Goku, Gohan, and the others distinctly felt the surge of malevolent power rising into the heavens. Goten, Trunks, and were unaware of the identity behind the energy, yet Goku and Gohan exchanged glances. Their expressions darkening as they sensed the energy's disturbance. Goku and the others turned their bodies towards the far-off presence, But Goku quickly noticed Vegeta's unusual behavior, his countenance growing grim in mere moments. Gohan also recognized Vegeta's anomaly. And just as he was about to speak, Goku interjected, "Gohan, you all stay here to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. I'll go check it out." With those words, Goku swiftly moved towards the door, transforming into a streak of golden light as he raced away. Gohan understood the gravity of the situation, feeling the rising power of the entity, and sensed that things were amiss. The energy surpassed even the strongest state of Frieza. What on earth is this energy? Gohan furrowed his brows, repeatedly attempting to pinpoint the source of the energy, only to find himself further perplexed. Xiaofang, Bra, and Bibi also sensed the overwhelming dark energy, though separated by thousands of miles. The escalating ominous force enveloped their hearts like a nightmare, signaling an impending crisis at the distant seaside. Due to the vastness of the planet, thousands of miles away, it was sunset at that moment. A deep red sun casting its glow upon the crimson waters. Along the shore, surrounded by desolate cliffs, for figures cloaked in black robes floated in the air. One of them emanated a purplish-red aura. And as their power surged, an immense vortex of negative energy gathered 1,000 miles wide in the sky above. Dark purple clouds coiled around the vortex, and crimson lightning danced within the storm. As fierce winds howled and thunder crackled, both of them have arrived. One cloaked figure, shrouded in darkness, remarked upon sensing Goku and Vegeta's energies. He took a step forward and turned to address the figure behind him. "Yans, this place is up to you. I'll handle that monkey for now." The voice belonged to an unfamiliar figure, and upon hearing this audacious proclamation, the figure radiating a purplish-red aura couldn't help but smirk, while the one with light blue eyes began to laugh mockingly. "Oh," Yans replied, yet the other had already vanished 100 miles away. The two figures regarded the audacious speaker with the disdain one might reserve for a foolish clown. Yet their own roles were merely as subordinates to these two arrogant individuals. Harboring grand ambitions, they were unconcerned with the fate of their superiors. Indeed, the situation was ironic. Yans and Mingjia had pursued the inner cosmos immediately after returning to the demon realm. Yet they had not witnessed Goku's audacious breach of the barrier. Thus their understanding of Goku was still rooted in the events from over half a year prior, but a slight miscalculation had led to this clash of titans. Chapter 15, Attack on Vegeta, Part 4. As Mingjia's figure faded, Yans gradually began to unleash the latent power within him. A pale blue flame ignited across his body, and the black robe seemed unable to withstand the intensity. Crackling under the heat of the flames, thin tendrils of black energy writhed around him, and a swirling vortex appeared at his chest. When the blue vortex, resembling an eye, suddenly opened, an endless stream of flames surged forth, rapidly amplifying his power. Suddenly raising his head, a blue visage emerged from beneath his flowing hood, displaying a grotesque face adorned with a sinister smile as he extended his hands towards the higher plane, unleashing a blue energy blast that tore through the purplish-red negative energy of the world, striking into the void beyond. Fool! As the azure energy beam was about to pierce through a distance of 100 zhong, a flicker of an afterimage suddenly appeared ahead. This shadow did not linger for a moment. Sensing the imminent danger of the strike, it swiftly altered its trajectory and vanished from sight once more. With a cold smirk, Yan spoke the word fool, while simultaneously erasing his presence, ascending to a height of 1,000 meters. With a flicker of blue light from his right hand, a fire beam the size of a bowl erupted forth, bombarding the figure below, which was merely a few zhong away. The shadow below was taken aback once again, yet this time he did not retreat. Instead, he radiated a brilliant golden light, harnessing a tempest of energy that extinguished the opposing fire attack, while simultaneously retaliating with a beam of azure energy. "Oh!" Yans was slightly startled, his brows furrowing as he reassessed his opponent. However, he did not show the same respect for the counterattack. His purplish-red lips parted slightly, revealing a purple-blue tongue that coalesced a point of light at its tip. Just as the azure energy approached within a zhang's distance, a violet-blue beam erupted, obliterating the incoming attack and violently surging towards his opponent. Upon witnessing this, the newcomer bellowed, his golden aura intensifying. He raised both palms forward, conjuring an even more formidable golden tempest that shattered the dreadful strike before him. In that moment of collision, the surrounding space imploded into a vacuum, as if tearing the very fabric of reality. Flames erupting in a cataclysmic display. Damn it! The figure leaped from the colossal fireball, the golden light enveloping him, protecting him from harm, yet he still muttered a curse under his breath. This figure was unmistakably the pursuing Vegeta. In a flash, Vegeta appeared atop a steep cliff below, and as he landed, he was met with a cacophony of derisive laughter that made his stomach churn. Furrowing his brow, Vegeta realized that his opponent had approached the battle with a playful mindset. The harsh laughter ignited a fiery rage within him. Yet he disregarded the arrogant taunts and focused his gaze on the figure cloaked in black, emanating a purplish-red glow, recognizing him as the most perilous of the three present. His judgment was not based on raw power, but rather instinctive awareness, a lesson learned from years of combat experience. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Vegeta, the figure enveloped in purplish-red energy ceased to act as bait. Sneering, "Welcome, Prince Vegeta," Vegeta's expression darkened, not dramatically changing in hue, but becoming more somber upon hearing his identity proclaimed, confirming his suspicions and heightening his agitation. Meanwhile, several thousand miles away, Goku sensed the shifts in the battle and felt his power surge. As he flew, a flash of golden light enveloped him, and under the cascading golden aura, faint blue lightning crackled around him, boosting his speed 100-fold into Super Saiyan 2. Yet in that instant, Goku abruptly halted his advance. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and with a swift motion, he slashed through the air with his hand, cleaving the void before him. As the golden energy blade tore through space, a black void emerged, and the sky crumbled like a shattered mirror. Observing the spectacle, Goku did not immediately depart, but instead focused his breath to lock onto everything around him. Truly, he was Son Goku, that a foreign voice echoed. And another vertical rift appeared in the void, from which emerged a figure surrounded by countless purple lightning bolts. As the black aura dissipated behind him, a torrent of demonic energy surged forth from the cloaked individual. The demon realm, Goku, having witnessed the figure's emergence, recalled the events of recent days and classified the individual before him as a denizen of the demon realm. Upon discerning the identity of his foe, a glint of cold light flashed in Goku's eyes, and his power in Super Saiyan 2 continued to escalate rapidly. I recommend Soul Battle to the vast Dragon Ball fandom, a fresh narrative in the realm of cultivation. For those who appreciate classical Shinxia, do lend your support. Chapter 16. The Enchanted Fist, Part 1. Since the battle 2 days prior, Goku had taken note of his opponent's mastery over spatial sealing techniques. Thus, during the brief encounter, he detected the stifled energy within this space and did not hesitate to shatter the opponent's confinement. However, Goku did not anticipate that this time, the assault would once again be linked to the demon realm. After all, the typically low-profile demon realm had initiated a second offensive in such a short span. This was no mere skirmish between two parties. One decisive strike ruptured the opponent's spatial blockade. And upon recognizing the familiar figure cloaked in black, Goku immediately launched an offensive. Countless afterimages connected over a distance of 100 jom, manifesting as a golden rainbow that flashed before the black-clad individual. As Goku's eagle-like right hand struck forth, truly, he was a battle fanatic. The black-clad figure uttered this phrase as Goku shattered the spatial barrier. Yet before he could finish, he found himself under attack once more. With Goku now merely a few feet away, the black-clad figure was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained composure, a cold smile spreading across his face as he unleashed a torrent of lightning towards Goku's position. Goku's eyes narrowed. Having encountered that mysterious individual capable of wielding various elemental energies, he was not taken aback by this opponent's control over lightning, that a circle of golden energy enveloped Goku's right hand, showing no sign of retreat as he directly countered the piercing lightning with his own energy, shattering the purple lightning attack. Mingjiao was already aware of Goku's true strength, and his instinct to delay Goku stemmed from his ability to stall for time. When Goku effortlessly shattered the spatial blockade, Mingjiao believed that Goku had expended considerable power and was not entirely convinced of his opponent's might. However, witnessing Goku's second wave of attacks, he now truly grasped the extent of Goku's formidable prowess. Unwillingly, he released the most potent lightning energy to avoid being instantly annihilated. Yet he soon realized how arrogant he had been, as he sensed Goku had already appeared behind him, in a state of terror. He had not even seen Goku's strike before being overwhelmed by an immense gust of energy that sent him crashing into the ocean. With a resounding boom, a massive wave rose to a height of 100 jong, and the enormous palm print left behind forced the impact point down to a depth of negative 100 meters. Goku, eager to conclude the battle, did not calculate the full extent of his strength to eliminate his opponent. He merely unleashed a powerful strike to dismiss the hindrance. After all, his years of combat experience told him that this individual had come solely to buy time. Once free from the opponent's grasp, Goku pressed his fingers to his forehead, enveloping the entire planet in his immense energy sense that, in an instant of concentration, he rapidly narrowed the area covered by his divine perception, pursuing his intended target. However, Goku's brow furrowed as he realized that his opponent had also employed spatial sealing to obstruct Vegeta's aura. Goku released his fingers, his sharp, eagle-like gaze scanning the earlier captured location, cold light flashing in his eyes, and a chilling killing intent radiating outwards as the golden aura around him flared intensely. Fists clenched. "Whatever your intentions may be, I shall undoubtedly defeat you." Goku's pupils contracted, and a fierce, killing aura surged forth, creating a tempest that ravaged the surroundings, causing the temperature to plummet. This subtle shift went unnoticed even by Goku, whose eyes sparkled with golden light, now tinged with two glimmers of red, as the previously suppressed negative emotions surged violently once more. Once he reestablished his focus on Vegeta's original location, Goku's energy surged, and beneath a brilliant light, he transformed into a golden rainbow that traversed the heavens, instantly crossing 1,000 miles. However, Goku was caught off guard when his opponent unleashed a third spatial blockade. With a flash of cold light, Goku erupted with power, drawing upon the surrounding elemental energies to form a tempest that crashed against the void ahead, producing a sound akin to shattering glass. As he effortlessly shattered the blockade once more, Goku had no intention of slowing down, yet he discovered that the fragments of space he had shattered emitted a dazzling light, swirling back towards him. In an instant, innumerable shard-like projectiles shot forth from all directions. Sensing the tenacity of his foe, Goku's anger intensified, and he slightly reduced his speed, unleashing an even more formidable power. The golden tempest suddenly expanded to a vast range of 1,000 jong, enveloping all fragments around the body of Wukong. And with a sharp crack, it was completely shattered. In that fleeting moment of obstruction, a bolt of purple lightning, as wide as a whale's mouth, descended from the heavens. Its thunderous roar resonating through the void like a rupture in reality, revealing the tattered figure of Mingjia amidst the vanishing thunder. Chapter 16, Enchanted Fist, Part 2. Wukong turned to gaze at the side where Mingjia stood. Upon noticing the latter's enigmatic black aura, a profound silence enveloped Wukong's heart. Familiar scenes replayed in his memory, revealing subtle connections that I truly underestimated you. This is merely your Super Saiyan 2 state. The thought trailed off abruptly as Mingjia smiled at Wukong's renewed assault, his pale, bluish face emerging from the ragged cloth. Extending his right hand of the same hue, he sliced through the air, unleashing a blue energy wave that absorbed surrounding energy as it pursued Wukong. Becoming encased in azure lightning, the energy wave pierced through Wukong's afterimage, and, as the golden flames flickered, Wukong dramatically shortened the distance between them. His left hand, enveloped in a sphere of golden light, gently touched the lightning energy wave. Severing Mingjia's thunder, and in a fluid motion, he launched a white energy blast with his right hand. The blast arced in a circular trajectory, evading the opponent's energy barrier and directly bombarding Mingjia from a distance of 10 jong. Upon witnessing Wukong shatter his lightning, Mingjia, though shocked, swiftly prepared his defense. His left hand spun to form a barrier of lightning, bracing against the impending energy blast. The power of the lightning coalesced and compressed, extinguishing Wukong's energy projectile. However, in that fleeting moment, Wukong closed the gap once more, his cold gaze locking with Mingjia's. With a sneer at the latter's terror-stricken expression, he prepared to unleash another energy blast. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Wukong first withdrew the energy blast, then swept his palm across, shattering the lingering afterimage. Looking up, he beheld Mingjia's true form already positioned 100 zhang high, his finger raised to the heavens. As the sky darkened, from that outstretched index finger, several dozen purple lightning serpents, each 100 meters long, were unleashed, coalescing into a football-sized orb of electric energy. Lightning flash. Mingjia, disregarding his injuries, seized the moment to channel most of his energy into a powerful strike aimed at his unprepared opponent. The swirling lightning coalesced around the electric orb, and as he hurled the energy blast toward Wukong, the orb began to spin rapidly, creating a vortex of unleashed thunder that swiftly descended upon the unsuspecting Wukong below. Wukong, slightly taken aback, had not anticipated that Mingjia would employ spatial confinement while launching his attack, thereby restricting his movement. The speed of the impending energy blast was astonishing. Yet, all of this underestimated Wukong's true strength. Upon noticing Mingjia's afterimage, the energy that had merged into Wukong's body did not dissipate entirely. Instead, it coalesced into an even more formidable strike within the palm of his hand, observing the electric orb nearing his foe just over 10 meters away. Wukong smirked coldly, his right hand glowing with golden light as he unleashed a golden energy blast, colliding with the orb at an even swifter pace, with a thunderous roar that echoed across the heavens. Wukong's rotating golden sphere exhibited unparalleled might as it merged with the lightning orb, erupting into a magnificent display of golden light and unleashing a formidable force that annihilated all lightning energy within mere moments. Seizing the advantage, Wukong propelled himself upward through the chaos of the explosion. As he spotted the lightning dragon charging toward him, he pointed forward, summoning a ring of golden light that formed an arc. And with a powerful energy wave, he cleaved through the roaring dragon, bisecting it effortlessly. "It is over." Wukong's voice resonated coldly. Mingjia, having been consumed by dread the moment his two attacks were thwarted, now gazed in a daze at Wukong and the golden energy orb before him. His previously pale complexion drained of all color in a cataclysmic explosion. Wukong sent Mingjia flying 100 meters away. As he beheld the raging flames, Wukong hesitated not a moment longer, with his right hand enveloped in golden light. He slashed upward, aiming to deliver a devastating blow that would either severely wound or slay his adversary. An insatiable thirst for blood coursed through Wukong's being, for reasons unknown. Despite his transformation into the golden giant ape, his emotions had once again been suppressed. Yet, upon encountering that familiar enigmatic black aura for the third time, an instinctual surge of hostility and brutality welled within him, causing his murderous intent to become palpable, rendering him somewhat irritable. Believing he could conclude the battle in one decisive strike, the situation took an unexpected turn. Just as Wukong's blow was about to land, the recovering Mingjia swiftly enacted his defense. The black aura he emitted contracted intensely, distorting the space behind him, allowing Mingjia to slip inside. The remaining black energy resisted Wukong's strike while the fissure closed once more, restoring everything after the shockwave, causing Wukong's golden slash to dissipate after breaching the flames. Wukong internalized this sudden shift, sensing an unsettling aura as the black energy spread. Upon realizing that Mingjia's presence had vanished entirely, he unleashed his full power, transforming into a fleeting shadow that pierced the void. Chapter 16. Enchanted Fist, Part 3. In the first week following the contract, seeking votes and support this moment, Vegeta had also regained his composure. Upon entering this realm, he realized his energy signature had been distinctly severed. In such circumstances, he understood that he had acted with undue recklessness. However, his pride would not allow him to retreat. He would fight until the end. A massive fireball rained down from above. Now, in a Super Saiyan 2 state, Vegeta immediately harnessed his strength, bringing his hands together to emit a beam of azure energy that propelled the fireball away and detonated it several zhang away. "Damn it!" Vegeta spat. Cursing inwardly as he sensed the impending danger, he abandoned the cliff beneath him, his raging energy obliterating the rocks below, and in a flash, he appeared before Yan's, releasing an energy blast with his left hand. However, the sweeping motion of his left hand failed to capture his opponent's form, and Vegeta's energy blast merely detonated against the barrier of spatial confinement without causing significant damage. It merely shook before reverting to its previous state. A fiery whip flickered before Vegeta's eyes, prompting him to instinctively lower his head to evade. The serpentine flame whip sliced above him, its searing heat not only vaporizing the air, but also instilling a sense of dread within Vegeta, who had witnessed the whip cleave through a massive mountain, leaving an unfathomable scar. Continuously dodging the onslaught of the flaming whip, Vegeta expanded his energy signature to encompass the entire confined space, finally pinpointing the exact locations of his three adversaries. In an instant, he surged forward, shattering the flaming whip with one hand before appearing before Yan's, delivering a powerful punch. Yan's was slightly taken aback by his opponent's tenacity, but he could only barely defend against Vegeta's assault at that moment. He intercepted Vegeta's furious right punch with his left hand, absorbing the force of the blow, and retaliated with a punch of his own. Vegeta was stunned, utterly unprepared for the realization that his nearly full power strike felt as though he were hitting cotton, devoid of any effect, while the counterattack from his opponent left him feeling an overwhelming sense of danger. Quickly, he raised his left elbow to block, the tremendous impact reverberating throughout the area, creating a repulsive force that formed a tempest in the void. Yet the pain radiating from his hand informed Vegeta that his left arm's bones had been shattered by the force of his opponent's strike, and he barely managed to stabilize himself with his energy, feeling his power begin to wane. One blow had left Vegeta thoroughly injured. The former was slightly astonished by the opponent's formidable physique and keen reflexes, while the latter was subdued by the enemy's strength, and both remained silent. Disregarding his grievously injured left hand, Vegeta's expression betrayed no panic. An unending stream of golden light emanated from within him, and the faint energy he gathered around his nearly incapacitated left forearm surprisingly revealed that this energy possessed healing properties. Emotionlessly, Vegeta internalized his shock, concealing it from the outside world. Since the incident with the evil dragons, he had noticed that his energy and Gohan's transformation bore similarities to Wukong's at that time. As he had not engaged in any intense battles over the past 6 months, Vegeta was unaware that this divergent energy could restore his own injuries. This newfound ability left Vegeta perplexed. As a member of the universe's foremost race, the Saiyans, he could ascend in power during transformations, yet he could not heal his previously sustained injuries in the course of these years of battle. He discovered that many of his adversaries could rapidly heal their past wounds while simultaneously enhancing their combat prowess. In comparison, the combat superiority of the cosmic elite, the Saiyans, was somewhat inferior to that of other warrior races. It was only today that he realized that the Saiyans' self-healing ability would awaken solely when the mysterious golden aura manifested externally. Chapter 16, Enchanted Fist, Part 4. This is the second update of the day, with more chapters to follow. Upon uncovering this secret, Vegeta found himself unable to express joy amidst his astonishment. After all, this was not a moment for sentimentality. The sharp pain in his hand served as a stark reminder of the formidable strength possessed by his opponent. Ensi sneered at the slightly grave expression on Vegeta's face, slowly extending his right fist and then flicking it in the air. From the tip of his index finger, he gathered a radiant flame, simultaneously unleashing hundreds of fireballs, each the size of a fist. As he witnessed the barrage of attacks descending upon him, Vegeta's face grew cold. With a hasty gesture, he raised his left hand to counter, while his right palm surged forward, emitting a massive radioactive beam that obliterated the rapidly approaching fireballs from a distance of 100 meters. The explosive force generated a tremendous backlash, allowing Vegeta to retreat 100 meters with perfect timing. However, sensing the encroaching threat, Vegeta continued to release Azure Ki from his right hand, sweeping across half the sky and swiftly targeting the position behind him, aiming to injure the ambushing Ensi. Well done. Ensi's voice echoed in his mind, but Vegeta's Ki sweep was unable to keep pace with his opponent's speed. NC deftly stepped into the void, covering a distance of 10 zhong in an instant. In retaliation for Vegeta's formidable attack, NC seized Vegeta by the neck from above and slammed him down to the ground, shattering the towering mountain range beneath them. Dust and debris billowed into the sky. The sound of destruction ringing in their ears, a flash of red light pierced through the dust cloud as NC emerged, the tremendous impact dispersing the surrounding area. Yet, he did not linger to savor the joy of tormenting the weak. He raised his right hand, stirring the fire elements of the surrounding space, and a torrent of flames erupted from above his hand, forming a small inverted pyramid that surged towards the heavens. Although injured, Vegeta still retained the ability to act. The towering golden light illuminated the entire sealed space, and the previously dim atmosphere surged with an explosive energy. The shattered terrain was repelled outward by the energy field. Larger boulders suspended in the air, revealing Vegeta, whose blood-soaked head and tattered clothing bore testament to his injuries. However, just as Vegeta prepared to counterattack, he found himself ensnared in a sea of flames. After the towering golden light faded, NC had gathered a sea of crimson gold flames on the ground, a 10-zhong-high inferno cloaking the area, emanating a destructive aura that left Vegeta aghast. Within this fiery expanse, flames coalesced into fire dragons that pursued Vegeta relentlessly. With his left hand still not fully recovered, he could not fend off the dozen fire dragons with just a single hand. Even with the addition of a kick, that he could only passively defend himself, using his ki to repeatedly shatter the flames surrounding him. Damn it. What is happening? Can the energies of heaven and earth be wielded like this? Vegeta pondered darkly that he understood that some beings in this universe could harness the energies of heaven and earth to augment their own power, yet he had never encountered anyone capable of summoning such vast reserves of energy. As Vegeta grappled with his astonishment, NC completed his lethal strike, a triumphant smile gracing his face. With a flick of his left hand, the endless sea of flames below rapidly coalesced, forming a swirling vortex in mere moments. In the midst of Vegeta's terror, it condensed into a basketball-sized crimson gold energy orb, radiating a temperature exceeding 10,000 degrees, scorching the ground to a fiery red and igniting the very air itself. Vegeta realized too late that he was in grave danger. His eyes widened as he beheld the fiery orb detonate before him, an unfathomable force of destruction enveloping his body. The fierce flames tore through him, sending him hurtling backward, blood erupting from his mouth like a cannonball, his spirit waning as he succumbed to the onslaught. Perish, NC declared, gazing at the battered Vegeta, finally ready to unleash his ultimate blow. He halted his raised right hand at the center of the roaring inferno, flames entwining around his arm, the crimson glow illuminating the space as a surge of power reverberated throughout the enclosed area. In the next moment, just as NC relished his impending victory, the entire space trembled violently, the oscillations far exceeding the influence of his own attack. Sensing an ominous turn of events, NC's expression shifted to one of horror as a cataclysmic force surged through the space. An overwhelming power radiating from the outside into the sealed interior. The towering aura seemed to tear apart the very fabric of the space, instilling fear in all four individuals within. Yet, while Vegeta offered a wry smile of resignation, the other three were gripped by terror. The entire realm quaked, and ultimately, the incoming force shattered the glass-like barrier of space as effortlessly as a bullet punctures glass that a colossal handprint materialized in the void, leaving countless afterimages as it slammed into the towering column of flames. In a moment of collective astonishment, the hand dissipated all the flames. The ensuing explosion propelled miles away before finally detonating. Two figures hastily fled, their retreating forms battered by the shockwave, while NC suffered grievous injuries as well. When the massive handprint descended, he was the primary target of the assault. Although he was not blasted 100 miles away, the cataclysmic force inundated his body, shattering his bones as if they were twigs, leaving him a bloodied wreck. He could hardly believe his eyes, and as his breath caught, he saw a golden glow approaching from hundreds of miles away. His pupils constricted in sheer terror as he recognized the figure of Goku, who had ascended to Super Saiyan 3, streaking toward him like a golden comet. In that moment, he felt the staggering disparity in strength between them. The notion of Goku slaying him felt as effortless as squashing an ant. Realizing that his assassination plan would fail, Ensi's fury ignited. Disregarding the vast chasm between their powers, he recklessly charged toward Vegeta's position. Confident that he could eliminate his opponent before Goku arrived, given that he was less than 3 miles away. His strike materialized as a torrent of demonic energy, coalescing into a skull with disheveled hair as it surged forward. Goku, perceiving the implications of this desperate counterattack, narrowed his eyes, teleporting beside Vegeta to unleash a ki blast. However, it eerily penetrated the skull without effect, detonating against the grinning Ensi behind it. The explosion transformed Ensi into a marionette with severed strings. Vanishing in a swirl of sinister black energy, Goku's expression shifted to one of alarm, as he had not anticipated that the peculiar skull could bypass his attack. In an instant, it collided with Vegeta's head, sending a tremor through his entire being. Vegeta, in that moment, let out a primal scream, an overwhelming torrent of demonic energy erupting from his body. The black aura roared forth, ascending toward the heavens and saturating the entire planet. In the distance, a figure floated in mid-air, halting his rapid movements, startled by the sudden upheaval. Enchanted Fist? At the onset of the battle, Grit had noticed the sudden shift in the atmosphere. As the monstrous demonic energy surged upward. His expression darkened, astonished beyond measure. Chapter 17. Dreamlike Reality, Part 1. A powerful surge of demonic energy flowed from Vegeta's head into his body. Outsiders remained unaware of the transformation taking place. Yet Vegeta acutely sensed an insurmountable dark force infiltrating his psyche and spirit. Amidst the agonizing turmoil, Vegeta felt his body beginning to metamorphose. The once diminutive golden flame flickered within his consciousness, exhibiting a subtle yet undeniable trend of growth. Simultaneously, the torrent of demonic energy erupted from within him, shaking the very heavens and earth, while his body continued to disintegrate. Goku immediately sensed something was amiss. The immense black energy surging from Vegeta's 7 orifices instilled a deep sense of dread within him, reminiscent of the sinister energies he had encountered from 3 demonic beings before. However, under subtle observation, Wukong discerned that Vegeta's dark aura was more akin to that of the first person, far purer and far more terrifying than that of his previous 2 opponents, Yan's and Ming. In that moment, Vegeta, as if possessed, roared incessantly, his body being eroded by demonic energy, his consciousness beginning to blur. His eyes radiated 2 dazzling black beams, and as the power of darkness surged, the earth trembled violently, even affecting several nearby star systems. Initially, Wukong was unaware of the sudden change. In a bid for self-preservation, he distanced himself from Vegeta by several meters, upon sensing that Vegeta exhibited no peculiar resistance and that his energy was waning. Wukong had no choice but to resort to offensive measures. The explosive aura he unleashed immediately tore apart all the dark energy surrounding Vegeta, followed by a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen, rendering him unconscious. Wukong then secured the unconscious Vegeta at his waist. Concurrently, golden light began to seep from Wukong's body. He had discerned the function of this golden radiance 6 months prior, and at that moment, as he leapt away, he continuously employed his own aura to dissipate the dark energy while simultaneously healing Vegeta. Apologies, Moluo wishes to verify something that if readers truly enjoy this Dragon Ball story, please log in and bookmark this book within 3 days and leave a comment. Currently, this novel has surpassed 100,000 views, yet only has 50 bookmarks, which Moluo finds abnormal and thus seeks verification. Previous TL friends, please refrain from artificially inflating the data and do not comment for now, as Moluo urgently requires genuine data. If anyone believes Moluo is deceiving you, you may remove this book from your shelves on Monday. Over the next 3 days, Moluo wishes to ascertain the true data of this book and verify a troubling suspicion. Thank you. In truth, it wasn't that Wukong was unwilling to utilize instant transmission to buy time. Rather, he realized that if he did not eradicate the mysterious dark energy, Vegeta's injuries would only worsen. Ordinary mechanical treatments could not counteract that power. so on his way back, he had to continuously use his golden aura to neutralize the dark energy. The battle had long attracted the attention of numerous fighters within the vast inner universe. Many faces drained of color, shaking their heads in bitter acknowledgement of their opponent's overwhelming strength. Likewise, several formidable beings licked their lips, seemingly anticipating the forthcoming cosmic battle. They all locked onto the recent clash with their auras. And even some fighters who had yet to arrive were paying attention to this conflict from other galaxies. However, some deep-minded individuals were puzzled as to why the space had been sealed, while others who were privy to some of the details grew wary of the combat techniques being employed. Ultimately, the surging demonic energy unleashed by Vegeta instilled fear in many, as distant senses seemed unable to escape the encroaching dark energy. Even those thousands of light years away found themselves affected due to the lock on their auras. The dark energy possessed a devouring ability, abruptly absorbing the auras of those converging from distant corners of the universe, causing harm to the slower reacting onlookers. Of course, what truly terrified them was the realization that their adversary trapped in a demonic realm was growing exponentially stronger. After all, the mightier the opponent, the more unfavorable it became for themselves. Grit, Nilai, Siaku, and Lai can naturally sense the changes occurring here. However, even the usually unflappable Siaku furrowed his brows at this incident, departing the command center without so much as a courteous glance towards Nilai. Nilai did not reproach Siaku for his behavior. Fully aware of the temperament of this solitary individual, he was merely astonished that he too harbored apprehensions regarding the dark energy. Lai Ku, too, felt the weight of the situation, his expression darkening as Vegeta's power surged relentlessly. Meanwhile, Grit, who was near the battlefield, halted his actions upon learning that a figure from the demon realm had employed a magical fist. In a state of bewilderment, he was momentarily startled by Wukong's decisive actions, but ultimately smiled and shook his head, knowing that Wukong's approach was indeed the most effective course of action. He then vanished without a trace. Chapter 17. Dreams and reality. In the earlier tumult, Gohan and the others had also been monitoring the battle, and now they all found themselves in the palace's treatment room. After hearing Wukong's explanation, they fell into a contemplative silence. Gravity etched upon their faces. Xiaofang, Beulah, Bayer, and even Master Roshi sensed the ominous turn of events. After all, they had been shaken by the overwhelming demonic flames that Vegeta had unleashed earlier. Now filled with dread at the possibility of a rampaging Vegeta, Bulma was beside herself, anxiously gazing at the treatment room's entrance. Upon learning from Wukong that Vegeta's injuries were severe, her heart was filled with turmoil. Had it not been for the assurance that Vegeta was not in mortal danger, she likely would have fainted from fear. Wukong too found it curious that he hadn't mentioned the events of the past few days to Gohan and the others. But as the earlier incidents converged with today's battle, he caught a glimmer of information, pondering why the demon realm had shifted from its previous low profile to target the Saiyans. Unbeknownst to Wukong, the demon realm had issued orders to temporarily cease attacks on the Saiyans ever since Melua's crushing defeat at his hands. However, the two mysterious figures had not informed the utterly oblivious Mingjia and Yans of this development, leading those arrogant individuals to recklessly attempt an assault on his way back. Wukong continuously employed his aura to dispel the enigmatic dark energy, yet he found that a portion of it remained lodged within Vegeta's vital channels. As the golden radiance purged the dark energy, subtle fluctuations were occurring within the Dragon Balls, a fact Wukong himself was unaware of. Meanwhile, the distant Shenlong shuddered, its gaze deep and contemplative like a vast ocean. Is it truly such a situation? But where is he? Damn it, that wretched being. Why has he vanished from this world, leaving only fragments of inherited memories that leave me utterly bewildered? What exactly are you plotting? The immense Shenlong sighed, releasing a breath of dragon energy, its massive form shifting as an increasing sense of unease enveloped its consciousness. In the darkened void, 8 figures materialized in this desolate space, 4 of whom exuded a mysterious dark aura, their bodies enveloped in an alluring power that continuously mended their injuries. Judging by their energy signatures, they were unmistakably Mingjia and Yans. Damn it, that monkey arrived too swiftly. We suffered a significant loss before our defenses were ready. The one who had sustained relatively minor injuries cursed under his breath. He was the one pretending to be arrogant, now conversing telepathically with another nearby figure. Indeed, he is truly terrifying. However, it is unfortunate that we were unable to leverage his power to eliminate either of those two, the other replied, expelling a cloud of murky aura. Having been struck by Wukong's formidable force, most of his internal organs had been reduced to pulp. Had it not been for the existence of the dark energy, he would have been left with barely half a life. Our original plan was proceeding smoothly, but we did not anticipate that these two arrogant fools would manage to survive. It seems we must take matters into our own hands. The individual spoke in frustration, never expecting that these two inept superiors would be fortunate enough to live. In the earlier scheme, rather than simply wanting to eliminate Vegeta, they had intended to use Wukong's strength to simultaneously dispose of Yan's and Mingjia. Let us observe how things unfold. It appears the demon realm has severed its connection to this place. However, I fear matters may not be so simple. Only at the final moment shall we strike back, for otherwise, Shaluo and Qingluo will not let us off the hook. Another responded, though he was disheartened by the deteriorating situation. He took solace in the fact that Mingjia and Yan's were far worse off than himself. Based on his aura perception, he believed that for the next half-month, the two adversaries would be unable to recover to their peak condition. While he and his companion would fully heal in 3 days. At that point, taking action would yield a probability of over 90% in their favor. Damn that wretched Shaluo. One day, I will make him witness my power. This old fool has lived for so long. It's time for his life to come to an end. The humiliation he has inflicted upon me shall be repaid 1,000-fold. Upon hearing the words of Shala, the individual was unable to conceal the fury that enveloped him, and a surging aura within him began to swell, hastening his healing process without attracting the notice of Mingjia and his companion. The man remained silent. Having endured Shala's humiliation himself, his hatred was no less profound than that of his companion. However, he chose to endure, seeking to obliterate his adversary in a future counterattack. At that moment, Yan suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with uncontainable wrath, and his aura surged tremendously as he bellowed in fury. Mingjia, you had better explain to me why you did not inform me of the sudden turn of events in advance. Yan's eyes blazed with fire. He had initially believed that the opponent could be delayed for a time, which is why he had taken to mocking Vegeta during their earlier skirmish. Yet he never anticipated that Sun Wukong would arrive on the scene within half a minute, delivering a devastating blow that left him grievously wounded. Had it not been for the life-saving black energy, he would have met his end at that very moment. This miscalculation filled him with resentment and bitterness. Had Mingjia informed him sooner, he would have annihilated the opponent and retreated with ease. Mingjia did not rush to respond. After a cold laugh, he said, I was struck down and rendered unconscious myself. How could I have informed you in advance? It seems you were the one to blame. Unable to eliminate your foe within half a minute, it appears you despise failure, yet seek to shift the blame onto me. Mingjia showed no signs of weakness, as Yan's amplified his power to pressure him. He unleashed a formidable aura in retaliation, though his venomous words left Yan's seething with rage. Aware of his own shortcomings, Yan's could only suppress his desire to vent his anger, casting a fierce glare at Mingjia. A chilling aura enveloping him. Though devoid of murderous intent, it still exuded an overwhelming dominance. The other 4 individuals remained silent, feeling the oppressive surge of energy that forced them to stagger backward, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Meanwhile, the 2 figures exchanged silent amusement, finding the spectacle of mutual animosity rather comical. Chapter 17. Dreams as Reality, Part 3.3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Yet Vegeta remained unresponsive. Though his internal and external injuries had healed, his energy fluctuated, causing great concern among those present. Wukong fell into deeper silence, discerning through subtle fluctuations that the black energy within Vegeta had ceased its previous tumult. Both aspects gradually returned to a state of tranquility, yet for reasons unknown, Wukong found it impossible to calm his own mind. For Vegeta's safety, Wukong eliminated over 90% of the black energy. Fully aware that this action meant severing Vegeta's opportunity for a dramatic power increase. Still, Wukong firmly believed that if Vegeta were conscious, he would unhesitatingly forego such an opportunity. After all, his pride as a Saiyan prince would never allow him to elevate his power through such means. This was Vegeta's humiliation, an immense disgrace for one of royal lineage. During this time, Glitter and others came to inquire about the situation, maintaining an appropriate silence after hearing Wukong's account. They departed after offering their well wishes. Though Glitter's brow remained furrowed, the emergence of formidable powerhouses does not imply that strength is confined to a single identity, while it is said that Saiyans and Saiyan kings are the pride of the universe. This assertion pertains solely to their lineage. The origins of the demon realm remain shrouded in mystery, yet some former peak warriors speculate that its inhabitants might also belong to various races within the universe. With the demon realm serving as a dark world composed of fallen races, essentially their paradise. The magical fist, in ancient times, was a formidable combat technique feared throughout the cosmos. However, this is merely a historical recounting within the universe. During the demon realm's zenith, its power was sufficient to withstand the entirety of the universe and even other dimensional realms, with the so-called forbidden techniques widely known within the demon realm. Their terror lies in their ability to evoke the negative emotions of the wounded, awakening their demonic nature. As the dark energy within them swells, it fortifies the injured while simultaneously corroding their bodies and minds. Ultimately, this may result in death or transformation into a demonic entity, turning against their own companions and living by slaughter. This fate is not determined by the quantity of dark energy, as long as one is disturbed by even a trace of the magical fist's energy. They must endure near-fatal tribulations and conquer the possibility of succumbing to madness. This represents Vegeta's calamity, yet also his opportunity for transformation into a powerhouse, as the external world continued its course. Vegeta's spirit realm was also in motion. The moment the black energy enveloped his heart, his soul was struck by a surge of intense white light, causing a momentary dizziness that plunged Vegeta back into slumber. After what felt like an eternity, or perhaps merely a fleeting instant, Vegeta awoke once more, astonished by the extraordinary scene before him as he surveyed his surroundings. Wandering through a familiar yet strange place, Vegeta was uncertain of how far he had traveled or how long he had been walking. Yet his brow furrowed deeper as the sights around him stirred his heart with an indescribable emotion. "Where is this place? How did I end up here?" Vegeta exclaimed, striking his own head as he came to a halt. "I remember being injured by that person. At the last moment, Kakarot arrived, and I was struck by a surge of demonic energy," he recounted, piecing together fragments of memory with a sense of profound resentment. "Damn it," Vegeta cursed quietly, but just as he contemplated fleeing this land, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. In that instant, he felt as if struck by lightning, his body trembling involuntarily as he reflexively opened his eyes wide, gradually turning his head to locate the source of the sound. For he distinctly heard someone calling his name, a voice he had not forgotten for decades. At that moment, Vegeta's heart swelled with indescribable excitement, and upon recognizing the figures before him, his eyes widened in disbelief, a look of astonishment crossing his face. From a distance of 100 paces, 3 figures approached, 2 adults and a child. As they drew closer, Vegeta could finally discern their features. The sight caused him to tremble, his eyes glistening with tears, for the 3 individuals before him were none other than his father, whom everyone should remember, and his mother, a beautiful woman with flowing black hair cascading down her back, clad in a pure white gown, along with his younger self. Chapter 17. Dreams as Reality. Part 4. This scene left Vegeta in a state of disbelief, his pale face fixated on the figures ahead. He was astonished, unable to conceal the tumult of emotions within him, and he shouted, "Father! Mother!" Yet his voice seemed to fall on deaf ears, as they showed no sign of response. Ignoring this, Vegeta instantly flashed to their side, attempting to embrace them, only to find himself grasping at nothingness, stumbling forward in a moment of disarray. Vegeta quickly regained his composure, fully aware that everything before him was an illusory realm, one he could not touch. Yet, the scene felt hauntingly familiar, stirring unease within him, for he recalled that this was the last memory he had of his father and mother, and this place was none other than the now destroyed Vegeta star. "Father, Why have you brought me here? Aren't you supposed to manage the affairs of Vegeta's star? But I need to train, the one small Vegeta queried with a hint of arrogance, ready to turn away. Ah, Vegeta, dear, today you shall play with your father for a while, all right? His mother said, gently ruffling his hair, though her eyes betrayed an underlying sorrow. No, I want to grow stronger. Young Vegeta looked up, novelly gazing at his mother, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. No, you should relax and play for a while today, for tonight, your father and I must embark on a significant mission that will affect our future. We may not see each other for quite some time, his mother said, her voice faltering as she fought back tears, yet she quickly put on a brave face and continued, and you will also have your own missions to attend to tonight. Oh, is that so? Young Vegeta replied, innocently unaware of the changes in his mother's expression. Meanwhile, the real Vegeta gritted his teeth, his hands clenched tightly, tears welling in his eyes as he thought, damn it, after this, I will never have the chance to see my father and mother again. Vegeta, from today onward, you must become independent and even stronger. I hope that one day you will remember this moment to fulfill our shared destiny. King Vegeta finally spoke, exhaling slowly. Of course, I must become powerful, the strongest in the universe, surpassing King Frieza. Little B, naive yet eager, declared. Yes, that kind of spirit is what makes me proud as King Vegeta's son. He added with a restrained smile, though internally stirred by the words of his child. A sense of comfort blossomed within him. So, what shall we play today, mother? Little B turned to gaze at his stunning mother, his face adorned with youthful innocence. Let us go hunting and enjoy the wilderness to the fullest. King Vegeta responded with a hearty laugh. But be cautious, beware of the ferocious beasts out there, which are far more formidable than those on Earth. The Queen of Vegeta expressed her concern. There's no need to fear. I am quite formidable now, Little B boasted. However, father, you must not resort to tricks this time. Mother, please ensure fairness. Me, resort to tricks? King Vegeta questioned. Incredulity etched on his face. Yet, upon witnessing the mischievous grin of Little B and the laughter of his wife, he could only concede with a hint of exasperation. All right, I won't play tricks. The three then erupted into laughter, though King Vegeta wore a slightly helpless expression as they made their way back in the direction they had come. Little B, enchanted by the scene from moments ago, was lost in memories of the past. By the time he regained his senses, the three had already ventured far. He hurried to catch up, but found it too late. As they slowly faded from view, leaving him in an entirely different evening. Where are father and mother? Little B looked around, finally asking a guard, why haven't they come? The unaware guard replied honestly, Your Highness, the king and queen have also prepared to depart on a mission, so they could not come. Why didn't they leave later to see me? Little B asked angrily, clenching his fists. Was it not agreed that if a child is to undertake a mission, their parents must come to see them off? The guard could only respond in silence. Oh, is that not our dear Little B prince? Why do you sound so tearful? During the silence, a voice emerged as a figure approached. It turned out to be Vegeta's uncle. Cheer. Observing Little B's tear-streaked face, he jested. Have you become afraid? What nonsense. I would never be afraid. Little B shot back at Cheer with indignation. However, I have heard whispers that your father and mother do not wish to keep you any longer. It seems they intend to send you to another planet, never to return to planet Vegeta. Did they not say this to you? Cheer teased, casting a sidelong glance at Little B. What are you babbling about? Little B recalled the day's events, remembering that his father was never this congenial, but felt his anger flare, shouting in rage. Babbling? As the Prince of the Saiyans, I have no reason to violate the edicts of our ancestors. You must understand the implications of not personally seeing off a child. Upon hearing this, Little B felt as if struck by lightning. He was acutely aware of this covenant. Saiyans are indeed fierce and can challenge their kin to life-or-death battles. Yet, in a relative sense, they care deeply for their offspring. Such battles must never unfold in front of family. However, according to the ancient agreement, when a child is sent on a mission, their parents must be present. Otherwise, their bloodline would be deemed null and void, allowing for life-or-death combat. No, it cannot be. It cannot be like this. Little B repeatedly assured himself, secretly thinking, do father and mother no longer want me? Have they disregarded the covenant of bloodlines? I hate. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Nappa interjected, "Prince Vegeta, rest assured, the king would never do such a thing. He loves you dearly. Furthermore, this time, we are merely going to another planet for a mission. We will return soon. And then you will know everything." Humph. Little B paid no heed to Nappa's words, for his young heart had been easily deceived, and he stormed into the cosmic capsule. The latter sighed helplessly, following suit into another capsule. Meanwhile, Cheer stood by, wearing a wry smile, watching Little B's departure. In the distance, King Vegeta and the Queen observed everything from the command room of the palace, both with tears glistening in their eyes as they softly murmured, "Forgive us, Vegeta. You will understand everything in the future. You must become strong and evolve into a true Super Saiyan. Prepare for launch." The countdown commenced as the orders were given. When the time arrived, the cosmic capsule soared into space, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 18, Dreams Unveiled, Part 1, 7th Update. As Vegeta delved into the recesses of his past memories, the real world outside erupted in chaos. Goku and the others learned of the magic fist from Greet, their expressions tense as they sensed Vegeta's faint, seemingly non-existent aura. Bulma, suppressing tears, sat by the side of the Naur-covered Vegeta, who lay quietly on a hospital bed. Her hand clasped tightly in his trunks and bra surrounded them, the former silent while the latter placed her hands on Bulma's shoulders, offering words of encouragement. Her own emotions stirred. Goku gazed intently at the sleeping Vegeta. His brow furrowed, for he alone understood the terrifying nature of the dark energy present, and what he had learned from Greed about the magic fist did not compare to the sinister black aura that lingered in Vegeta's heart. In other words, Vegeta's condition was far worse than that of previous victims. Goten and Ub stood vigil, while Gohan contemplated deeply, though he had not learned the entirety of the situation from his father. The familiar aura and past experiences allowed him to piece together parts of the truth. Xiaofang held the hands of Biddy and Chi-Chi. As women are often more prone to sentimentality, their brows furrowed and lips pressed together. Nearby, Master Roshi and Satan, clad in swimwear, had rushed to the nearby beach for leisure, but upon hearing of the sudden turn of events, they returned, concerned for Vegeta's safety, overshadowed by the gravity of his injuries. Once again, returning to Vegeta's inner world, scenes from the past replayed before Vegeta's eyes. Upon first encountering the void, he discovered the dreamlike truth. He watched as planet Vegeta was destroyed and his parents perished. A sense of profound fatigue welled from within. It was simply because his former self had been too weak. This how it all transpired. Thus, planet Vegeta became a relic of history, and Vegeta's spirit darkened. This familiar scene stirred memories he had buried deep, and in the past he had sought to forget that painful chapter through slaughter. Yet now, confronted with it once more, he realized how naive he had been. It was impossible to erase such memories. Once, he had aspired to become a heartless being, rejecting all emotions, believing that only the unfeeling could awaken the true nature of Saiyan, thereby transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan. However, after his time on Earth, he gradually embraced the warmth of human connections, recalling the feelings he once possessed, relying on the tranquility of life. Yet no one in the world could truly comprehend his heart. As a Saiyan prince, he harbored a deep-seated resentment and bitterness towards the annihilation of his race, and within him lay an eternally unsolvable mystery. Even after countless searches, he could never uncover what truly transpired on that fateful day. In a sudden realization, Vegeta's heart trembled, the last vestige of his thought being to trace his parents' footsteps and uncover the truth of the past. Thus, he resolved to follow his father and witness this so-called mission to alter history. Chapter 18, Dreams Unveiled, Part 2, 8th Update. Just as this thought emerged, the scene before Vegeta shifted abruptly, placing him in the command room, where familiar figures dashed about with resolute determination. Report to the king. Everything is ready as planned. Please issue the orders. A Scion clad in old-fashioned battle armor jogged forward to relay the situation. Upon hearing this, the sorrow etched on King Vegeta's face dissipated, replaced by a solemn expression as he exhaled deeply, gently patting his wife's shoulder. She, too, understood the situation as progression, calming her own distressed heart. Have all preparations been completed? Then let us depart, as King Vegeta closed his eyes. He resolutely declared, inform the king, should we await the return of Baraku, translated from Cantonese, Wukong's father, and his companions. After all, we require their strength. The previously mentioned scion seemed to recall something and respectfully inquired. No, King Vegeta firmly denied, then slowly explained, although they are indeed our elite forces among the scions, and this mission certainly necessitates their power, my greater wish is for them to survive. Their survival is our hope for the future. Hearing his father emphasize the phrase, survive, pierced Vegeta's heart with anguish. Yet upon hearing about Wukong's father, his thoughts subtly shifted, realizing that his father's words and actions were shrouded in an unusual mystery. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, King Vegeta issued the command, prepare everything, and set off immediately to the headquarters to confront the tyrant Frieza. Yes, upon hearing this powerful proclamation, the Scions felt a surge of fervor ignite within them, shouting in unison, while Chil, who followed closely, clenched his fists tightly. Fight for survival, fight for freedom, fight for the future, fight for glory. Observing the fervent battle spirit igniting among the crowd, Vegeta, however, felt a profound sorrow, mourning this grand endeavor. This fervent mission and this tragic sacrifice. During the swift journey of the spaceship, an elderly man inquired, Your Majesty, do you suggest we charge in directly, or should we wait until we are near Frieza before launching a surprise attack? His once clouded eyes now sparkled with an otherworldly light, as if seeking to glimpse the splendor of a glorious future. I have heard that Frieza has long desired the annihilation of our Saiyan race. His summons to the headquarters must indicate his intent to act. Rather than wait passively, we should take the initiative. King Vegeta judiciously assessed the situation and spoke with great authority. Moreover, a surprise attack is a disgrace to us Scions. The queen stood silently at the hatch, her tear-filled eyes sorrowfully gazing at the receding planet Vegeta, her expression a tapestry of pity, indignation, grief, and resilience. Vegeta maintained a distance of about 10 feet from his mother, not out of a lack of desire to approach her, but rather due to his ingrained pride, which made closeness feel uncomfortable. Additionally, he sensed an almost imperceptible tension in the air. Half an hour passed, and the spaceship descended steadily upon a launch base. Greetings, esteemed King Vegeta, greeted a grinning individual with an exaggerated sycophantic demeanor. However, the response was a beam of energy that erupted, extinguishing him amidst a display of fireworks. Witnessing this abrupt turn of events, the assembled crowd, unaware of the truth, erupted into panic, calling for reinforcements. With solemn authority, King Vegeta gestured, issuing a lethal command, prompting all Scions to unleash a fierce assault as they stormed into the control room. Chapter 18. The Dream Realized, Part 3. I was embarrassed to discover that the sluggish school internet was the reason I was unable to access the authors section from yesterday afternoon until noon today. After trying with Wi-Fi today, I was able to enter, as mentioned earlier. There will be 6 updates today, so please collect and provide recommendation tickets. Outside, a massacre had already commenced, yet inside, a chilling silence prevailed. King Vegeta was acutely aware of the potential for ambush. He understood that Frieza had likely foreseen all developments, yet the enemy's unnerving silence imposed an overwhelming sense of dread, as if toying with his plans. Suppressing his rising panic, King Vegeta steadied his trembling right hand and pressed the button to open the door. With a resounding sound, the door slid open, and the Scions surged in, taking in the scene before them. Before them sat the diminutive Frieza, flanked by Shambo on the left and Dodoria on the right. Both wore sinister smiles, with Dodoria mockingly remarking, "Ah, the great King Vegeta," drenched in blood as if emerging from a fierce battle. What on earth transpired? Hearing that piercing voice ignited King Vegeta's fury, further aggravated by the conspicuous demeanor of his so-called brethren. "Spare me your pretenses. You have long sought to eliminate our Scion race. Do not feign innocence here. I know you fear the emergence of the most powerful warrior among us, the Super Saiyan, for that would spell the end of your reign." Oh, Dodoria appeared momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that Vegeta had discerned so much. However, he soon erupted into laughter. You pathetic wretches, do you truly believe a super scion will arise from your ranks? Your battle power barely exceeds 10,000. As Dodoria pressed a button on his miniature scouter, he ridiculed them further. Damn it, you will pay for this, you fat fool. A voice thundered from behind King Vegeta. It was Cheel, unleashing a wave of energy toward Dodoria. Dodoria remained unfazed, regarding the attack with contempt, effortlessly countering with a powerful thrust of his palm, which dissipated the energy in a flash of pink light. Cheel, enraged, spat defiantly before darting toward Dodoria, aiming to cleave his neck with a sweeping strike. Yet Dodoria merely smirked, pivoting to parry the attack and swiftly bisecting Cheel in the process. Blood rained down, a gruesome display of violence that filled the air with the nauseating scent of iron. While Dodoria grinned savagely, reveling in the carnage, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. Even King Vegeta momentarily numb at the sight of his brother's slaughter. Meanwhile, the true Vegeta slowly closed his eyes, desperately wishing to alter the unfolding reality, but realizing he was powerless to change a single detail. Dodoria, completely indifferent to the severed Cheel, remarked coldly, "How brave of you to be the first to attack me, and to call me a fatso." After his words, his rage intensified. "I will slaughter all of you." In an instant, after all the scouters were destroyed in a cataclysmic explosion, everyone regained their composure, preparing for defense. However, such reactions were far too slow for Dodoria that he approached one scion and punched through his abdomen. With a swift motion, he crushed another scion's neck, severing his nerves and ending his life in a fluid motion. He spun around and slashed a third individual's throat with his left hand in mere moments. The scene was drenched in blood, a horrific tableau that left the remaining 5 scions paralyzed with fear. King Vegeta seethed with fury, his veins bulging, yet his overwhelming pressure could not alter the course of events in this world. Helpless, he cursed himself for having once so easily dispatched Dodoria in the past. "What is it, dear King Vegeta? Why does your countenance appear so grim?" Shambo inquired, arms crossed with a mocking smile. Is this the power of Dodoria?" King Vegeta stammered, his body trembling with trepidation. "Ha. I have always said before us, you are but a swarm of ants," Dodoria taunted, licking the blood from his hands before spitting it out in disgust. King Vegeta, fully enraged, leapt forward, aiming to strike Frieza. Yet Frieza merely displayed a malevolent smile. Slowly raising a finger to flick King Vegeta's forehead, a surge of immense power coursed into Vegeta's skull, causing a fountain of blood to erupt from his brow. The queen, previously in a stupor, was jolted awake, her anguished scream piercing the as King Vegeta collapsed to the ground. His eyes wide open yet unseeing, he convulsed violently, expelling blood with each agonizing cough. Witnessing this, Vegeta could no longer bear it. Closing his eyes tightly and clenching his fists in escalating fury. Chapter 18. The Dream Realized, Part 4. Second update. How ungrateful, Dodoria scoffed, launching another attack that dispatched 3 more scions, leaving only the queen in a state of shock. The queen trembled, her exquisite visage as pale as parchment. After a moment, she regained her senses and frantically flew to King Vegeta's side, sobbing as she cradled him in her arms. "Oh, how lovely you are." Shangbo gazed at the tear-streaked queen, a sense of revulsion creeping into his voice. "Oh, do you wish for her to serve as your skincare remedy?" Duatali, who had initially approached the distressed pair, now inquired with an oddity upon hearing Shangbo's words. "Well, should we utilize her life essence? It would be the finest choice, for I am undeniably beautiful," Shangbo remarked in a somewhat melancholic tone. However, this statement ignited an insatiable wrath within Vegeta, causing him to tremble violently, his palm bloodied from his own grip. What? Vegeta roared in fury, forcing himself to stand as he bellowed, "I shall kill you." An intense aura surged around him, rendering the queen momentarily dazed by the spectacle. Truly, a waste of space. Shangbo, unfazed by the eruption of power, swiftly approached Vegeta, piercing through his back with a single hand and creating a gaping wound the size of a bowl. The brilliance faded, and silence enveloped the moment, only to be shattered by a heart-wrenching scream. As the shrill cry echoed throughout the vicinity, Vegeta, devoid of strength to speak, gazed distantly at his wife, now utterly shattered in her cries, and ultimately smiled as he closed his eyes forever. Witnessing the demise of her beloved, the queen, as if struck by madness, screamed, "I would rather die than allow you to torment me." She then unleashed a powerful energy blast aimed at her own heart, shattering her life force with immense force. Blood gushed forth, staining her white attire in a shocking crimson as she collapsed beside Vegeta, clasping his hand tightly, and smiled into eternal slumber. Vegeta cried out in despair. No, but was helpless, for all that lay before him was a reflection of the past. Thus he wept, for it was the second time Vegeta shed tears, filled with hatred. "What happened, Shangbo?" Frieza asked nonchalantly. "I never expected her to take her own life, thus wasting my resources. The blood of the deceased lacks any beautifying properties," Shangbo replied disdainfully, tinged with a hint of frustration. Frieza undoubtedly fell into silence, rendered speechless by this perverse individual. "Your Majesty, what is the task at hand?" Undoubtedly broke the silence, bowing respectfully. "You shall go and deal with the Scions on Karu Star. Remember, be swift and precise." "Yes," undoubtedly nodded in response, hastily making his way to the launch site, boarding a spacecraft bound for Karu Star. "What shall we do with the remains?" Shangbo inquired anxiously, observing the simple-minded undoubtedly depart. "Let their corpses remain here for now. Shortly, I intend to take them to Vegeta Star to witness a grand display of fireworks." "Ha!" Frieza licked his lips, grinning wickedly. Meanwhile, Vegeta comprehended the impending events yet found himself powerless to alter his fate. Frieza was about to annihilate Vegeta Star. Thus, only Baraka managed to escape Dawdley's pursuit, standing alone in defiance against Frieza and his cohorts. Yet history remained unchanged. Frieza exited the chamber, conjuring a colossal energy sphere with a mere gesture, seemingly dismissive of the myriad of insignificant insects before him. With a gentle flick of his fingertip, he hurled the immense fireball towards Vegeta Planet. Following a cataclysmic explosion, blinding golden light illuminated the cosmos as Vegeta Star was utterly disintegrated into cosmic dust, along with the bodies of several Scions, among them Vegeta, who agonizingly shut his eyes. Frieza, in a fit of madness, laughed heartily. "Ah, what splendid fireworks! Ha! Ha!" Vegeta's gaze was one of despair. Before him lay the events of yore. Trapped in an illusory realm, he felt utterly powerless to aid his kin. He closed his eyes tightly, his heart swelling with rage, yet gradually succumbing to despondency. I could see that moment. He loathed his former weakness. After all, it was undeniable that in a world governed by the survival of the fittest, it was his own inadequacy that allowed Frieza to dominate and obliterate his race. He felt hatred, remorse, and blame. Amidst such torment, the light in Vegeta's eyes dimmed, and he drifted through the void of space, aimlessly wandering in the depths of his desolation. Memories of the past resurfaced. The weight of his despair was suffocating, and he finally collapsed in a solitary spot, yearning to await the inevitable conclusion. Chapter 19. The Shattered Dream, Vegeta's Transformation, Part 1. Third update. This third update seeks your collection and recommendation votes. Let us witness the formidable lineup of Dragon Ball enthusiasts, showcasing the brilliance of yesteryears. A somber nebula, dotted with the remnants of a forsaken silhouette, deep in the atmosphere of melancholy. This moment, Vegeta's solitary figure crouched in the void of space. Motionless, unaware of how many years he had languished in despair, unable to escape the harsh truths he faced. His weakness stemmed from the frailty of his past self. Vegeta clutched his knees, concealing half his face, his downcast eyes devoid of any spark, as if trapped in a cycle. Haunted by previous scenes that in the depths of his mind, he could only chastise himself. Without power, nothing could be accomplished. After an indeterminate silence, Vegeta finally revealed the remainder of his head. Exhaustion etched across his features. His lifeless gaze murmured intermittently, "Father and mother seem truly gone from my sight. Perhaps I am merely a failure. I cannot defeat Frieza. I am utterly no match for Cell. and Bu toys with me at will. Baby regards me as a mere vessel. Super 17 disregards me, and the evil dragon's might has left me in despair. At this juncture, a rare self-deprecating smile graced Vegeta's lips, his internal sorrow intensifying that I remain so weak. I am truly weary that I long to rest eternally. Yet, just as Vegeta contemplated surrendering completely, a profound shift occurred. A resonant sound erupted within him, a surge of formidable energy awakening from his dimmed essence in that instant. His vacant gaze ignited with inky brilliance, tendrils of darkness seeping from every pore of his being. As a torrent of strength reverberated within him, this transformation startled Vegeta, who, astonished, attempted to mobilize his body but found himself struggling to regain control. An overwhelming force of darkness surged within him. Is this truly happening? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, as this abrupt change allowed him a fleeting clarity, prompting a resolve to expel the dark energy surging from his heart. Yet his body underwent an enigmatic transformation, rendering him unable to fully control himself. The rise of his aura was inexplicably constrained, while the dark energy danced exuberantly. What on earth is happening? At this moment, Vegeta truly awoke, striving to amplify his golden power to resist the encroaching darkness. Memories of his previous despair raced through his mind, and upon recalling his profound despondency, his expression darkened. Fear surged within him as he summoned every ounce of his energy to suppress the relentless tide of dark power. The rhythm of his heart intensifying, the pounding echoed painfully in his ears, and he gasped for breath as more and more darkness streamed from his heart, seeking to envelop him entirely. Damn it. Who are you? Vegeta roared, unleashing an astonishing aura as a tempest of power brewed within him, the golden flames dispersing the surrounding darkness, yet having no effect on the external realm. Get out of my body at once. Vegeta finally grasped the disquieting state of his being, vividly recalling Baby's past actions. Recognizing the malevolent dark force that didn't belong to him, he instinctively surmised the dire threat it posed. Chapter 19. The Shattered Dream. Vegeta's Transformation. Part 2. Fourth update. Seeking Collections. In this moment of existential peril, Vegeta cast aside the shadows of his past, his mind sharpened by newfound clarity. He realized that he had been passively manipulated, ensnared in a web of deception. And no matter who you are, depart from my body at once. No one shall control me. Vegeta. Vegeta's furious cries echoed, for the experience of having his body usurped was among the greatest humiliations of his life. Now, facing a similar predicament was an affront to his very being. The amalgamation of old and new emotions fueled Vegeta's rage, awakening the dormant power within him, surging forth with relentless vigor. Ha ha, homie. I am you. Are you not? It seems to mock the futile endeavors of Vegeta. A peculiar voice manifested within Vegeta's mindscape, and that tantalizing statement ultimately confirmed his suspicions. The dark energy within him was the presence of another. However, this revelation left Vegeta momentarily dumbfounded. He could not fathom why the other would act in such a manner. After all, he had already discerned the secret, and there was no longer any need for deceit. Yet, the current response truly left him in utter shock. Who are you, and why do you lurk within that darkness? Vegeta soon found solace, as he roared, continually augmenting his strength to resist the encroaching dark force that assailed his consciousness. Resolutely dismissing the absurdity of the situation, I've already stated, I am you, for I am but a fragment split from your very essence. The sinister voice resounded within Vegeta's mind, imbued with palpable disdain, as if indifferent to Vegeta's feeble resistance. The relentless dark energy surged toward every part of his being, seeking to usurp the true Vegeta. Upon hearing this declaration, Vegeta's spirit quivered once more. He finally recognized the familiar voice. It was unmistakably his own. Do you not perceive your own powerlessness? I can aid you in realizing your dreams, granting you unparalleled strength. The mocking voice echoed again, breaking the silence and tempting Vegeta with its allure. It seemed to comprehend all of Vegeta's innermost thoughts, and it laughed with reckless abandon, arrogantly proclaiming, "For I can bestow upon you supreme power, elevating you to the pinnacle of this world, subjugating all beneath your feet. Of course, your body will henceforth be under my dominion. Together, we shall become the unrivaled force of this realm." Vegeta remained silent, yet the shifting of his will was palpably felt by the other. After hearing such words, Vegeta's resistance to the dark energy began to wane, his strength visibly diminishing. "What say you? This transaction is quite agreeable, is it not? From this moment forth, you shall no longer suffer from weakness, nor fear the might of your adversaries, nor begrudge your inability to surpass Kakarot. I can enable you to transcend all others, transforming your body into the mightiest existence, granting you invincible absolute power, and bestowing upon you everything this world has to offer." As these grandiose claims echoed, Vegeta's resolve shifted dramatically, the sinister smile on the voice's visage leaving him momentarily stunned. Upon ceasing its verbal onslaught, he sensed the feeling of his essence being forcefully severed from his body, and he roared in furious outrage. "You wretched being, how dare you attempt to sever our shared existence?" Yet, Vegeta refrained from responding, allowing the other to continue its tirade. The once dormant golden aura surged back to life, fiercely expelling the invading dark energy from his being, as his formidable willpower severed their connection. No, no, damned wretch, you cannot do this. I am the true Vegeta. I have always harbored the ambition for ultimate strength. You are but an impostor, for your heart has faltered, yielding to submission and cowardice. Thus, you are no longer Vegeta. The mental dialogue detonated within Vegeta's consciousness, and due to his forceful counterattack, the dark entity was gradually forced out. In that moment, it lost the composure it once held, resorting to frantic curses. Chapter 19. The Shattering of Illusions, Vegeta's Transformation, Part 3. Vegeta remained unresponsive to the other, as his escalating power seemed to fracture the confines of his latent potential. Igniting an unfathomable strength, the mysterious golden radiance surrounding him grew increasingly potent. In mere moments, his energy had nearly doubled, his combat prowess soaring to 7 units. "You cannot do this. I am also Vegeta. This body is mine as well. You have no right to expel me." The concealed Vegeta sensed the determination radiating from Vegeta. As his strength surged, the advantage he once held was now stripped away, leaving him completely subjugated and filled with trepidation. In this moment, he cursed Goku for his actions. He was the embodiment of Vegeta's negative emotions, and the power he wielded depended on the darkness within his core. This Goku eradicated the dark energy enveloping Vegeta. He inadvertently diminished the dark force within his essence, rendering his own strength a mere fraction of what it should have been during an awakening. In this reciprocal diminishment, Vegeta's power had already surpassed his own, thus seizing the reins of control over his body. As an outsider, he could only flounder in the face of absolute strength, yet what truly terrified him was the prospect of being expelled, leaving him even weaker than before. "Am I you? Am I not Vegeta?" Vegeta felt his burgeoning strength invigorating him, and in a light-hearted tone, he retorted, for this was the most absurd jest he had ever encountered. The other was entirely unaware of the transformation about to unfold in Vegeta. Fear had gripped him, yet as Vegeta attained absolute dominion over his body, he began to establish a connection with the other's consciousness, only to be astounded by the truth of the claims made, for indeed, he was a manifestation of Vegeta's own consciousness. "You must remember me. I am Vegeta, the true prince of the Saiyans." Vegeta clenched his right fist, pointing his thumb at himself, taunting the other with his words. However, to purify the other required immense mental fortitude, leaving him utterly drained, panting heavily yet resolutely determined, his eyes shining with unwavering conviction. "How detestable! You weakling, with your current strength, you are utterly incapable of facing the foes that lie ahead. Only with my presence can you survive, can you attain absolute power." The voice roared in defiance, cursing Vegeta while desperately attempting to retaliate against his consciousness. It unleashed the dark energy in a reckless bid for greater strength, hoping to reclaim control over the body. Caught in the violent backlash, Vegeta spat blood, the explosive dark energy inflicting significant damage upon him. His consciousness dimmed, and his power ceased to escalate, even showing signs of stagnation and regression. Your power? Do not jest. You are merely a remnant born from the influence of that dark energy. You are not me. And the strength you speak of is merely that of the darkness. Vegeta forced down a second mouthful of blood, piercingly articulating the true essence of this magical punch. Do not assume I am unaware. I comprehend everything. This dark energy is a manipulative force that controls the mind, that I do not know its origins, but I am astounded by its ability to replicate the memories of its victims, ensnaring them in the past, fabricating a seemingly real history to deceive me. Its purpose is to plunge me into despair, thus allowing you to be born, or rather, to empower the dark energy itself. You are in essence a figment of nothingness, a mere disturbance instigated by the dark force to disrupt my mind. Vegeta laid bare the entire truth, then let out a sorrowful, bitter laugh. Upon realizing the deception, he had failed to resist the encroachment of his memories, ultimately ensnaring himself in a web of confusion. But now, awakened, he would not fall prey a second time. He would strike back with ferocity and obliterate the other. Chapter 19. The Shattering of Illusions. Vegeta's Transformation. Part 4. Upon hearing Vegeta unveil the entire truth, the shadowy remnant could no longer withstand the force of Vegeta's onslaught. After a violent explosion within, it was entirely expelled from his being through Vegeta's reckless, self-sacrificial actions. It distanced itself from Vegeta by 10 paces, manifesting as a humanoid figure of swirling black flames. After a brief transformation, the dark energy revealed a visage identical to Vegeta's OWT that moment. It too was shrouded in deep despair, grievously wounded by Vegeta's decisive strike. And the true turmoil within its mind arose from the realization that it was merely a utilized remnant, a fact that sent its expression into turmoil, yet it refused to acknowledge the truth. You lie. I'm the true Vegeta. For years, I have tirelessly pursued the dream of becoming a legendary Super Saiyan, striving to be the strongest warrior in existence. You, however, have forsaken your former ambition, resigning yourself to a life of peace on Earth, wallowing in mediocrity like any ordinary person. Thus, you have betrayed the essence of who I am. I am the true Vegeta. Regrettably, the remnant could not bring himself to believe in Vegeta's words, roaring defiantly in defense of his own existence. Strength. Though I have not relinquished my pursuit of it, I shall never willingly degrade myself to become a mere pawn in another's game. I, Vegeta, require no external power. I once erred in my past, but I have since awakened to the truth. I indeed seek greater strength, yet I will never forsake my identity as the Prince of the Saiyans. I, Vegeta, shall never abandon my essence. Repeatedly chastised for his perceived weakness, Vegeta felt an unusual surge of anger, unleashing a long-buried truth. While he admitted to deceiving Babidi in pursuit of additional power, he resolutely declared his intent to no longer submit. The remnant appeared momentarily stunned by this proclamation, trembling as he embodied Vegeta's negative emotions, inherently possessing the pride of the universe's strongest Saiyan. He became acutely aware of his own long-held resolve. Hesitantly, he took a few steps back, beginning to fear the Vegeta before him, for he knew well the unwavering determination that the true Vegeta possessed in his quest for ultimate strength, as a fragment of that self. He could not help but dread the entirety of his being. No, that is incorrect. I do not require the strength of others. I am Vegeta. It is my weakness, the loss of my father, mother, and kin, that drives my desire to grow stronger. Yet I am still feeble. Hence I sought external power. No, I have never contemplated acquiring such strength. The remnant, in a state of confusion, babbled incoherently, shaking his head as memories surged forth, desperately trying to deny his own errors, only to realize he had done nothing wrong, and thus he spiraled into a cycle of self-doubt. No, it is you who are lying. You are evading your own frailty, for you have lost the heart to pursue unparalleled strength. I have never changed. I have always remained the same. I merely utilized another's power temporarily for vengeance, that I will surpass them. I, Vegeta, and the true master, and I am the genuine Vegeta." Suddenly, the remnant erupted into a frenzied roar. His eyes bloodshot, a fierce glimmer radiating a powerful aura, as he unleashed multiple units of formidable strength in his madness. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, Vegeta too unleashed his own might, as he repelled the foe. His own strength surged rapidly, surpassing his previous combat power and instilling within him absolute confidence. With a mighty strike, he dispelled a black energy attack, manifesting a colossal hand that sent the opponent crashing, leaving them gravely injured and spitting blood. Yet the latter seemed impervious to pain, howling as torrents of blood gushed forth, becoming even more frenzied in releasing all their power, burning everything within to attain greater strength. Intent on obliterating this audacious individual before him, Vegeta struck again. His own body was severely wounded, making it difficult to launch a more vigorous assault. Thus he unleashed a flurry of energy blasts, repeatedly battering his adversary, who continued to bleed and weaken, while Vegeta, too, felt a twinge of sorrow. "Perhaps you were indeed once me, but I am the true Vegeta," Vegeta whispered quietly, acknowledging that the indomitable spirit of his opponent was one he too possessed. At that moment, with furrowed brows, he summoned vast power, and a potent energy wave surged forth from his hands, slicing through the void and culminating in a magnificent explosion that obliterated the black energy's existence. As the darkness dissipated entirely, Vegeta closed his eyes, realizing something profound, while the cosmos around him began to fade, transforming into a brilliant white radiance that enveloped his form in endless light. It was time to awaken. In this blinding realm, Vegeta's voice resonated with newfound confidence, no longer weary, but imbued with an unshakable assurance. He had finally undergone his transformation. In the shimmering light that encased him, Vegeta's true essence began to shift once more. His tightly shut eyes slowly opened, revealing a glimmer of pale golden light, his body shimmering with a faint luminescence. As a sudden surge of formidable power erupted within him, in the midst of Vegeta's internal struggle against the other self. The moment when the magic fist truly began to corrupt his being. Goku and the others observed in horror as the black energy seeped from Vegeta's form. Bulma and the rest, unable to discern the gravity of the situation due to their ignorance of energy sensing, were nonetheless struck with dread by the malevolent aura emanating from him. Even Goku felt a twinge of trepidation towards that dark power. However, this ominous scene lasted less than half a minute, as Vegeta blinked for the first time during the anomaly. In that instant, a second malevolent force emerged within him, radiant golden light clashing against the black energy. Ultimately, Goku and the others were relieved to witness Vegeta expelling the malevolent black energy entirely through sheer will. As Vegeta awakened, the tension among the group dissipated, joy replacing their earlier anxiety. Having slept for most of the day, it was already night time, yet the dazzling lights still stung his eyes, prompting him to squint before fully regaining his senses. Vegeta quickly scanned the faces of those present, a faint blush of embarrassment crossing his features as he uttered a dismissive grunt. However, with his heart unburdened, he began to feel the warmth of their emotions, gradually thawing the icy core that had long resided within him. Yet the ever-proud Vegeta resented his current state of vulnerability, immediately propping himself up to sit upright, feigning indifference by closing his eyes to mask the changes in his emotions. "That guy," Bulma teased, gently nudging Vegeta's arm, her eyes glistening with tears, which only deepened his sense of embarrassment. Goku chuckled, remarking, "It seems you've recovered quite swiftly." Upon hearing Goku's pointed comment, Vegeta realized the pretense was unnecessary. Assessing his newfound strength, he discovered that he had indeed ascended to a remarkable level, estimating his current power to be around 13 units. Gohan, perceptive as ever, sensed this subtle shift. Aside from Goku, he was the only one capable of grasping Vegeta's true power. In that moment, he was taken aback, for Vegeta's strength now eclipsed that of Super 17. While he himself had only awakened a fraction of his latent energy, barely reaching 6 units. Reflecting on the harrowing experiences he had just endured, Vegeta felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. He understood that had it not been for the prideful negative force awakening his true nature, he would have been completely possessed, reduced to a mere vessel for another's will. Moreover, the haunting visions of a true future left him unsettled, revealing the magic fist's manipulation of his subconscious, distorting fragments of his past. Yet compared to the loss of his parents, a deeper, unspoken pain lingered within. This laughter filled the air. An awkward rumble from their stomachs prompted a moment of silence, followed by the embarrassed attendees clutching their bellies, while only Goku laughed heartily, scratching the back of his head, his crescent-eyed grin masking his own discomfort in a distant, sealed dimension unbeknownst to the outside world. Any fighter attuned to energy would be gripped by fear upon entering this enigmatic dark space. Within it, a formidable, malevolent aura surged, potent enough to instill despair in all who existed there, but a figure cloaked in black flames extended a gnarled hand. And as a black orb in its palm shattered, it released a wisp of dark energy that dissipated into the void. "Oh," a voice rasped, filled with astonishment at the recent events that I never expected him to break free from the magic fist. "You do not require dark power, do you? It seems this plan has failed." The voice continued to muse, its eyes glinting with a chilling red light as it drew upon the energy of the space around it. "Vegeta, oh Vegeta, you too are an unexpected variable. Yet perhaps the decision made long ago was not an error. Your potential for growth remains vast. I, Nader, eagerly anticipate your journey." Nader? This name may not yet resonate with many, nor does it hold much influence in the present era. But in ancient times, this individual was renowned across the cosmos, possessing a reputation that left the universe in awe, for he was the architect of the demon realm. Lauded as the Demon Lord of War. Chapter 20. The Dark Lord's Departure After 3 Days. Part 2. In a grand chamber, there sat a solitary figure, Grit. In his right hand, he swirled half a glass of red wine, while his left hand propped up his chin, gazing thoughtfully at the expansive screen before him. He was acutely aware of Vegeta's transformation, yet what truly astonished him was the fact that, even without harnessing the dark energy of the magical fist, Vegeta had still ascended to such heights. Naturally, this left him in a state of profound awe at the rapid growth of the Saiyans. Beside him, Naliri observed his silent father, sensing the inopportune moment to speak, but nonetheless ventured a question. "Father, where have they gone? To the gravity chamber, perhaps?" "Oh, Naliri, this is hardly surprising. After all, you are well aware of the nature of the science. Do you have any further doubts?" Grit paused his swirling motion upon noticing his son, sitting up with a knowing expression. "That I understand. But is this situation truly acceptable?" Naliri pressed on. "It matters not. Since they wish to train, it is our duty as hosts to accommodate their requests, especially when it involves Saiyans." He replied with a calm demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This left Naliri speechless, falling into silence. "Are you worried, my son?" Grit inquired, rising to his feet. With a smile, Naliri responded, "I will find my own way." "Won't I?" "That will be all. Father, I shall take my leave." Naliri nodded, but as he turned to depart, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to ask earnestly, "Father, regarding Jack's actions." Though he wished to express his concerns fully, Naliri found himself lacking the courage to lay everything bare, opting instead to await his father's decision. "Let us allow things to settle, for you are all aware of Jack's situation, that I hope those few do not stir up further trouble." Grit remarked, his gaze shifting slightly as he spoke of the formidable being, betraying a hint of apprehension. "I understand," Naliri acknowledged, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "Very well, prepare for the upcoming tournament," Grit encouraged, eagerly anticipating the impending martial festivities, his warrior spirit igniting a sense of joy within him. However, once Naliri had turned away, his expression darkened as he fell into deep thought. "In the gravity chamber, Dad, do we really need to go all out right from the start?" Trunks grimaced, his face resembling a bitter melon as he felt his father's exuberance under the immense pressure, managing a wry smile despite the circumstances. After all, he was moving like any ordinary person. Vegeta, aware that his suddenly amplified power would not easily harmonize, had decided to devote 3 days to training in the gravity chamber. Under his fierce gaze, Trunks and Goten, the two layabouts, were inexorably drawn into the gravity chamber's confines. What was even more disheartening was Vegeta's decree against transformations, while OOB had to suppress his own strength as he pressed the button for 100,000 times Earth's gravity. The gravity on this planet was comparable to that of Earth, allowing Bulma and Chi-Chi to move about with ease. Goten shot Trunks a resentful glance, but Trunks, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, ignored him, embodying the brotherly principle of sharing burdens. Humph, at this point, you still expect to take it easy. You know the tournament is fast approaching. We have no time to waste. Vegeta feigned a laugh while threateningly asserting, of course, if you can defeat me in your regular state, then that's a different story. You may leave. Engaging in a one-on-one match with you would be sheer folly. You are a sadist, and I am no masochist, Trunks retorted, his lips pursed in frustration. Hearing this, Goten seized the opportunity to vent his frustration. Exclaiming loudly, Uncle Vegeta, Trunks is asking if it's true. He claims he wishes to give it a try, asserting that he will one day show you. The accusation sent Trunks' expression into a frenzy, and just as he was about to unleash his wrath upon Goten for his treachery, the latter interrupted, Besides, I'm not Trunks. I deserve some leniency, right? Goten, do you want to slack off like Trunks? Vegeta clenched his fists, producing a cracking sound, and with a gentle smile, asked, You two children wish to seek my opinion on your fists. Do you? Absolutely not. Is that even a consideration? Goten and Trunks instinctively huddled together, retreating to the wall, feigning ignorance. Chapter 20. The Dark Lord Departure After 3 Days. Part 3. I never expected you. Vegeta, to possess a sense of humor, Goku chimed in, tightening his belt as he laughed heartily. What? You insufferable cockroach. Did I really? Vegeta stammered, flustered, his face betraying a rare blush. All right, let us allocate our training partners, as time is of the essence. Gohan interjected, smiling to ease the tension. Yes, yes. OOB, deeply influenced by Goku's antics, nodded vigorously, readying himself for rigorous training. Then, I shall pair with Vegeta, Goten with Trunks, and Gohan. You'll be with OOB. Gohan, you may transform for the battle, but do not unleash your full strength. OOB, suppressing your power will yield better results. Goku outlined the plan, addressing everyone. Train diligently, and remember, those who lose in each group will go without food. Goku pointed at the 4 of them. Smiling what? Everyone gasped in disbelief. Fully aware that their powers were evenly matched, they would inevitably engage in a fierce struggle, especially given the Saiyan's competitive nature, leading to a palpable animosity. Goten and Trunks, who had previously clasped hands, quickly released their grip, locking eyes as rivals instead of allies. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Mom, will Dad and Grandpa grow even stronger? Little Fong innocently inquired of Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi smiled, stroking her daughter's hair as she replied. Yes, of course, your father and grandfather are both formidable warriors, but to what extent will they grow strong? Grandpa is so committed to pursuing power, Little Fong remarked, a hint of indignation in her voice. Indeed, your grandfather is a battle fanatic, while the rest are merely simple-minded. Chi-Chi chuckled, scolding Goku lightly, and yet he insists on dragging my Gohan and Goten into the fray. The children are not as resilient as he is. Bulma chimed in, agreeing with Chi-Chi. They, the Saiyans, are born for battle, perpetually seeking conflict. They are all of a single mind, and Goku is adorably foolish. The room erupted in laughter, sharing a moment of camaraderie. Ah, wait, am I coming down with something? Goku mused, wiping his nose in confusion. Suddenly, an idea struck him that, I just remembered. For the sake of thorough development, I propose sneak attacks are permissible. Goku rested his chin thoughtfully. Can we really do that? That's rather underhanded. Goten questioned, fully aware that Trunks' cunning surpassed his own, making this decision decidedly unfavorable for him. As Goten prepared to protest, Trunks was the first to vocally support the idea, causing Goten's brow to twitch with annoyance, silently cursing Trunks' pettiness. Yes, yes, this notion is quite sound. What could be wrong with it? It will enhance our alertness and aid in life-and-death battles, Vegeta replied, contemplating the suggestion. Uncle Vegeta, you can't say that, Goten lamented. Enough. You should focus on being wary of your opponents, Vegeta teased, glancing at the eager Trunks. Goten was immediately alarmed, turning to see Trunks eyeing him with mischievous intent. Feeling a wave of dread wash over him, Meanwhile, OOB and Gohan had already readied themselves for battle, their gazes fixed on one another, unwavering and silent. OOB quietly pondered, "Can I truly defeat Mr. Gohan? I recall he possesses a formidable hidden strength. Yet my control over Ki is not sufficiently robust. But I refuse to lose. Although my resilience pales in comparison to that of Saiyan, I cannot bear the thought of going hungry for an entire day. What to do? Ah, yes, with Bu around, my chances of victory just increased." Obu felt an overwhelming sense of joy from deep within. After all, he was fully aware that 3 months prior, Gohan's power had significantly increased following his battle with Kakarot. While Obu had gradually enhanced his own strength through the continuous refinement of his body after merging with Bu, he remained uncertain whether he held any advantage. Thus, he became entranced and repeatedly inquired, Hey, Bu, can you hear me?" "Bu?" Gohan, observing Obu's stillness, thought, "How can he be so calm? Obu is suppressing his energy to such a degree. Has he improved his perception of Ki?" He realized he had to exercise caution. "What is the matter, Obu?" A voice resonated. It was Bu, with a hint of confusion, asked, "Why did you wake me?" "Ah, you've finally awakened. This is wonderful. Bu, you must remember, I have a task for you." Unable to conceal his inner delight, Obu proceeded to recount the earlier events to Bu, repeatedly emphasizing, "Remember, you are responsible for sensing the fluctuations of Ki. Should danger arise, you must immediately control my body and respond." Due to Bu's past transformations, even Fat Bu possessed a sensitivity to Ki, and although not as sharp as Little Bu's, he certainly surpassed Gohan's current capabilities. "Ah, so that is how it is. How amusing." After a moment of contemplation, the childlike Bu hesitantly asked, "But can I really do that?" "Fear not. You and I are essentially one. Your abilities are my abilities. What could possibly go wrong? We simply need to utilize this cleverly," Obu proclaimed with pride, a broad smile adorning his face. "All right then, no problem," Bu replied. Thus, Gohan silently observed for several minutes while Obu skillfully arranged their tasks, that if Gohan would uncover the truth, while he might not pursue Obu to the end of the earth, he would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of scorn for his deceitfulness. "Let the battle commence," Goku suddenly shouted, shattering the prior silence. Startled, everyone snapped back into combat mode. After a period of acclimatization, they had gradually overcome the gravity of this place. Allowing for relatively free movement, albeit not entirely unrestricted, Trunks initiated the attack, sprinting forward, leaping into the air, and executing a horizontal slash with his left hand. However, Ten had already prepared himself, swiftly blocking with his right hand and seizing Trunks' left wrist. Yet this was merely a feint. Trunks quickly bent his right knee to strike Ten in the abdomen. Ten, realizing the situation, immediately caught the blow with his left hand, chuckling, "Ha, is that all you've got?" But Goten, underestimating his opponent's true intent, was met with a direct punch to the nose from Trunks. Goten was sent reeling backward, crashing onto the ground due to the weight of gravity. He quickly sprang back to his feet, blood streaming from his nose, causing him to shake his head in pain. "Oh, that hurts, it really hurts," he exclaimed, wiping away the crimson droplets. Seizing the opportunity, Trunks unleashed a ki blast at Goten without hesitation. Unfortunately, the overwhelming gravity rendered his attack feeble. The energy fell slowly to the ground. Trunks' eyes widened in shock as he realized it was too late to react. The ki blast detonated upon impact, sending him sprawling. "Ah!" Goten chuckled at the unexpected turn of events, quickly closing the distance to land a punch squarely on Trunks' face, causing him to stagger backward, blood trickling from his lips. "What?" he shouted in anger. "You little brat, you've gone too far. Watch me go all out." Trunks charged at Goten, and they began to exchange blows like two children in a brawl, oblivious to the accelerating speed and increasing force of their strikes. Meanwhile, at the moment of Trunks' ki explosion, Gohan, now transformed into Super Saiyan 2, commences battle with Obu. A gust of energy signaled the beginning of their clash. Obu launched the first attack, and both fighters exerted their utmost, their speed far surpassing that of Goten and Trunks. Obu adopted a low stance, suddenly vanishing from sight. Gohan, aware of Obu's strategy, closed his eyes, calming himself to sense the fluctuations of ki around him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, looking upward, and released a ki blast towards the source of the attack. Indeed, Obu reappeared at that very moment. However, upon sensing the incoming attack, Obu deftly evaded and reappeared behind Gohan. Delivering a punch, Gohan, startled, quickly deflected the strike with his hand, though he felt the backlash, propelled upward by the force. Yet, Obu was already beneath him, preparing to strike once more. Gohan, anticipating the move, launched a punch downward at Obu, employing both timing and speed. Simultaneously, he stilled his body using ki. Upon witnessing this, Obu panicked, halting abruptly and descending slowly to the ground. Gohan followed suit, landing silently. What is happening? How could Obu's ability to perceive ki have improved so dramatically? This is astonishing. It seems I must fight earnestly and not be careless. Otherwise, Obu too pondered that was close. If it weren't for Buu's assistance, I would not have evaded Gohan's attack. I must remain vigilant. Bu, you need to stay alert and coordinate with my combat. Okay, Bu playfully replied. Thus, the two entered the true state of battle, moving and attacking with incredible speed. Their fists and kicks flew with astonishing rapidity, and it was evident that neither side gained the upper hand. On another front, it's time for us to fight as well. Wouldn't you agree, Kakarot? Vegeta remarked, turning away from Gohan's battle to gaze at Goku. Indeed, it has been quite a while since we last fought. Vegeta, let us engage in a proper match. Goku responded with a smile, his gaze fixed intently on his rival. Then I shall attack, Vegeta began, but before he could finish, he vanished. Goku remained still, quietly standing. Seconds ticked by slowly. Suddenly, Goku raised his right hand and unleashed a ki blast, which shot forward in a straight line. Just then, a figure appeared in its path, hastily attempting to block it. None other than Vegeta. However, as he halted, a cold sweat broke out on his brow as he turned to find Goku had already positioned himself behind him, pressing down with a hand before releasing another ki blast that astonishingly passed through Vegeta's body. What? Is that a mirage technique? Goku marveled inwardly, while Vegeta reappeared directly in front of Goku, palms together, unleashing a blue ki blast. Take this, Kakarot. With the ki blast mere inches away, Goku swiftly reacted, pushing down with both hands to suppress the energy, utilizing gravity to force it downward before rapidly ascending. The explosion erupted, sending shockwaves through the air. That was close. Goku wiped the sweat from his brow, somewhat shaken. But it's not over yet, a voice suddenly rang out. And another ki blast erupted from below Goku. Startled, he quickly turned his head, narrowly dodging the attack, only to find Vegeta before him, launching a punch at his chest. What? Realizing the danger, Goku crossed his arms in an X shape to block the blow, but was still sent reeling, the two now approximately 10 meters apart. Just as I thought, Kakarot, your power has increased considerably, Vegeta remarked, shaking off the numbness in his hand. Indeed, you two have made significant progress, Goku replied, lowering his arms. Are we warmed up now? Let the real battle begin, Vegeta declared, stepping forward with a grin. Absolutely. So be on your guard. Wukong responded with a smile. Then the two vanished without a trace, instantaneously attacking from the east. Yet before their afterimages dissipated, they appeared in the south, north, and east once more. The waves of energy surged continuously. 1, 2, 3, thus slowly, 3 days of training passed. They emerged from the gravity chamber, their defensive attire in tatters, and a formidable presence radiated from them. Indeed, their strength had markedly increased, incomparable to their former selves, truly embodying the Sai. The scholar is to be viewed with new eyes after 3 days apart. Chapter 21. The Divine Foreboding, Tianxi's Worries, Part 1. The scene transitioned to a familiar planet. Our Earth. Beneath the blue sky, wisps of white clouds floated, verdant mountains and crystal-clear waters abounded, teeming with vitality, while humanity continued to live in tranquility. However, ever since the catastrophic events of the evil dragon incident, people have become more reserved, diligently working to gradually restore their former environment. Yet, just as light coexists with darkness, even in peaceful times, the seeds of turmoil were beginning to stir in the realm of the deities. A figure with greenish skin, Tianxi, stood silently at the edge of the divine realm, his customary right hand gripping the divine staff before him, quietly observing the people below. His seemingly satisfied expression, however, was tinged with a subtle anxiety. His brows furrowed deeply, forming a distinct frown in the center of his forehead. Would such days continue? Tianzi sighed softly, raising his gaze to the pale blue sky, murmuring to himself, "Perhaps I still cannot fulfill my responsibilities as a deity." Tianzi bitterly mocked himself, but before he could continue, a hurried voice shattered his reverie, causing his face to darken as if struck by despair. "This is bad. This is bad," a familiar voice called out, followed by a figure clad in ancient Sudanese attire rushing towards him, holding a piece of paper. It was Mr. Bobo. Tianzi's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the item in Mr. Bobo's hands, his eyes widening in panic. For he understood the implications. "This is terrible, Divine One. The analysis report has come through, and the situation is just as you feared. Their target is Earth," Mr. Bobo exclaimed, his tone laced with anxiety, the usually robust man now visibly shaken by the information before him. "No." Tianzi felt his last flicker of hope extinguished, his pupils constricting in sheer terror. Trembling, he stammered, Is this true? Mr. Bobo, are you certain there are no errors in the data?" At that moment, he was reluctant to confront such a reality. Even a nightmare seemed preferable to the ironclad truth, for dreams can be awakened from, while reality, however, is an indelible existence, representing everything of the future. "No, Divine One, that the data is accurate. I have confirmed it several times, and all results are consistent. They truly intend to come to Earth," Mr. Bobo replied, his voice gradually diminishing in fear. Upon hearing this unequivocal truth, Tianzi did not become despondent. Rather, an overwhelming sense of terror transformed into a flicker of defiance. He slowly closed his eyes and sighed deeply, expressing his helplessness. "The calamity is indeed upon us that I remain so powerless as the deity of Earth, unable to contribute even a little." Tianzi seemed to be cursing himself, a troubled smile lingering on his youthful visage. Mr. Bobo recognized the gravity of the situation, observing the despondent Tianzi in silence, calling out the deity's name in a tone no one else could hear, at a loss for words to inspire Tianzi. "Can we give up? Can we give up?" Tianzi opened his sorrowful eyes, and after a brief silence, they shone with a determined divine light, in an unwavering tone. He declared, "Even if Gohan and the others leave here, I will endure as the deity of Earth. I will surely protect our planet." He clenched his fists tightly, the pale white nails piercing his palms, trembling as blue blood dripped down. "But is it possible? Can I change this situation?" As if recalling the harsh reality, Tianzi's burgeoning resolve was once again shattered, engulfed in confusion and uncertainty. "Divine One," Mr. Bobo seemed to remember something, persistently calling out to the dazed Tianzi. When there was still no response, he gently approached, placing his sturdy hand on Tianzi's shoulder, then pointed towards the temple behind them, saying, "Divine One, we still have a chance." There, after a moment of stupor, Tianzi weakly turned to look at Mr. Bobo, then followed his gaze, pondering for a moment, before his eyes sparkled with hope. "Yes, we still have this chance. This is wonderful, Mr. Bobo. We still have the time chamber. We still have hope." "Indeed," Mr. Bobo agreed, nodding to Tianzi's hopeful divine light. He too glimpsed the dawn of victory. Chapter 21. The Divine Foreboding, Tianzi's Worries, Part 2. Meanwhile, in another familiar place, the very site that first appeared in the Dragon Ball story, a vast expanse of yellow sand stretched out. The blazing sun high in the sky, with only blue skies and white clouds in sight. Moreover, in this sparsely populated wasteland, a gentle breeze occasionally swept by, stirring waves of heat, yet carrying a hint of coolness. Not far away stood a small hill, about 5 to 6 meters high, with an entrance above and below, beside which were 4 prominent characters reading, tempered by repeated trials. Like a tea that moment, a figure was seen underneath, repairing a car, with braided hair cascading down his back, sweat soaking through his shirt, revealing his robust physique. "Master Lepin, Yamcha," a hurried voice called out, as a creature resembling a raccoon scurried out from the cave, its blue fur contrasting with its light gray underbelly. It was Yule. Upon hearing this, The man turned, wiping the fine sweat from his forehead with his right forearm, revealing a distinct scar shaped like a cross on his face. It was the long-lost Lepin, who lazily asked, "What is it, Yul?" "Ah, yes, Master Lepin. I just saw that over the past half-month, the robbers have repeatedly raided major banks and are currently headed in that direction. Roughly 3 kilometers away from here." Yul pointed southeast with an old-fashioned telescope that seemed disproportionate to his petite frame, barely containing his excitement that, "Oh, is that so? What a bunch of fools, walking straight into a trap." Lepin wiped his hands clean, smiling brightly. "Then let us go." "Yes, Master Lepin." "Ha! Those police are truly dim-witted. They let me snatch away 100 billion with such ease. We will never have to worry again." A brawny man guffawed heartily, tossing aside his bottled out of course. "Big brother, you are a master. Even Mr. Satan could not possibly be your match. Is there anyone in this world who does not fear you?" A middle-aged man with beady eyes flattered. "Indeed, that old codger is past his prime now." Laughter erupted among the group, totaling 13. However, the heights of joy often give way to tragedy, and, as they reveled in their laughter, a chilling voice suddenly tightened the nerves of these outlaws, draining the color from their faces as they hastily grabbed their weapons. "What are you laughing at?" The unexpected question startled them, and more astonishingly, they saw a figure floating before them. Due to the sun behind him, his features were obscured, yet a small object floated beside him. After a brief moment of silence, someone suddenly screamed, "A ghost!" A cowardly member of the group cried out, collapsing in fright. "You fool! Can't you see he's a solid person?" The man dubbed Big Brother stifled his shock and attempted to project authority. "Who are you, kid? Are you tired of living? Leave? I'm here to deal with you." The figure replied nonchalantly. Accompanying voices echoed in agreement. Yes, and it was none other than Lepin and Yul. "You want to take us down?" "Ha! You think you can handle us? What an audacious display of overconfidence." The burly man, furious to the point of laughter, shook his shoulders while glancing at his companions, seemingly mocking the fool before him. Consequently, the others joined in the laughter. "Well then, I shall entertain you," he declared, rushing forward with the intent to land a punch on Lepin. Yet, such an opportunity was fleeting. Lepin vanished in an instant, only to reappear behind the hulking figure, with a mere flick of his finger. The man was sent hurtling backward, flying several yards away. "Big brother! This scoundrel is infuriating." The remaining 12 roared, charging at Lepin in an attempt to surround him. However, with a tilt of his head, a swift sidestep, and a deft dodge, Lepin effortlessly evaded their onslaught. He smiled softly, then clenched his fists, dispatching each of them with a single blow, leaving them all unconscious. "Who on earth are you?" The hulking man, realizing he had encountered an immovable object, slowly rose, trembling as he asked, "Oh, you haven't lost consciousness yet?" "Quite impressive," Lepin remarked, somewhat taken aback. Seizing the moment of the man's stunned expression, the burly figure produced a capsule from his person, swiftly pressing it to reveal a rocket launcher. He aimed it at Lepin and bellowed, "Prepare to meet your end," before activating the device, launching a homing missile in Lepin's direction. "Yes, that's so." Lepin chuckled, not bothering to evade the attack, bracing himself to absorb the impact. With a resounding explosion, brilliant fireworks erupted, a fireball expanding outward. The burly man was flung several meters away, while the others were scattered more than 20 meters from the blast zone, thus escaping the immediate effects. Though the heat wave was intense, "Lepin, watch out!" Wooer cried out in a panic, unaware of whether Lepin's defenses could withstand such an assault. "Ha ha, at last, I've done it. You're finished, kid," the burly man exulted. Cackling madly at the sight of the roaring flames, that truly your belief, that such a feeble attempt could vanquish me. A voice emerged from within the fireball. Lepin's voice that in an instant. He summoned his energy, extinguishing the flames with a wave of his hand. "What?" The man could scarcely believe his eyes, retreating in terror as he stammered. "Not even a rocket launcher can harm you." "Indeed, even a force capable of annihilating the earth may not suffice to defeat me," Lepin mused inwardly. Approaching the burly man, he declared, "Then it seems you are destined for slumber," with a gentle yet firm strike to the man's neck. He rendered him unconscious at last. "It's done, please notify the authorities to come here. We shall turn over the stolen goods to them." Lepin instructed, producing rope to bind the assailants together. He then added with a sly smile, "However, their ill-gotten gains should rightfully belong to me." As he spoke, Lepin wore a mischievous grin, his expression somewhat lewd as he proclaimed, "For I am a champion of justice." The backdrop behind him transformed into a bold proclamation, reading the just and single-banded, as a gentle breeze swept through, enhancing the atmosphere. "Ha!" He chuckled softly to himself, basking in his own delight. "Well then, let us depart." As he turned, a sudden shock gripped him, and he spun around in astonishment, finding a familiar figure before him. Greetings, Lepin." "It has been quite some time," the figure said with a faint smile. Chapter 21. The Divine Intuition of Tian-Di's Concerns, Part 3. Lord Tian-Di. "It has indeed been a while," Lepin responded respectfully, recognizing the figure as Tian-Di. After a moment of surprise, he inquired, "What brings you to seek me out?" "Lord God." Lepin detected a hint of concern in Tian-Di's demeanor. "Indeed, I have come to seek your assistance," Tian-Di replied hesitantly. "I require your strength once more to defend our Earth." "Has something occurred on Earth?" Lepin's brow furrowed with unease as he pressed for answers. "The calamity we face is dire. You must have sensed it as well. Gohan and the others have already departed from Earth, leaving only a handful of us behind. That I am not a warrior, and my strength is insufficient. So I implore you to fight," Tian-Di implored, his expression showing signs of retreat. Lepin nodded in acknowledgement but hesitated to respond immediately. Observing Lepin's silence, was filled with trepidation. Not wishing for him to be drawn into the perils of battle, she gazed at him with hopeful eyes, silently pleading for him to decline. After a moment of contemplation, Lepin took a deep breath and declared, "Very well, I shall engage in battle, for I am a Dragon Ball warrior, and I must fight to protect our Earth." He masked his inner turmoil with a smile, bowing his head as he thought, "Forgive me, for I must fight to safeguard you, everyone, and our planet." "Is that so, Master Lepin? You truly intend to fight?" Wooer trembled as she spoke. "I will accompany you, Master Lepin," she added, tears welling in her eyes as she flew towards him. "Yes," Lepin replied, embracing Wooer with a smile. Tian-Di observed the scene with a heavy heart, filled with self-reproach. "It is my incompetence that has shattered their peaceful existence and failed to protect this beautiful planet," he thought, gazing up at the azure sky adorned with drifting white clouds and fresh air, lost in contemplation. Lord God," Lepin approached, shaking Tian-Di's shoulder. "What of everyone else?" "Ah yes," Tian-Di snapped back to reality. "I will inform everyone. For now, I need to ask you to go to Kame House to find Infinity and Android 18 and accompany them to the temple. I will seek out Tien Shinhan and the others. Once we reach the temple, I will explain everything to everyone." "Understood. I shall head there at once," Lepin affirmed, then turned to her, saying, "Please wait for me at the temple. I will arrive shortly." "Yes, Master Lepin, I will wait," she replied, and with that, Lepin took flight, soaring towards the familiar yet humble Kame House. Watching Lepin depart, Wooer felt a myriad of emotions swirling within her as a gentle breeze swept past. "You should make your way to the temple. Mr. Popo will explain everything to you there. I must find Tien Shinhan and the others," Tian-Di said, glancing at Wooer. "Yes, Lord God. I shall take my leave now." "Please take care," she responded, and Tian-Di, filled with a hint of regret, took flight towards his own destination. Kame House. "Mom, Dad, aren't you tired? You've been fighting here for so long," Marin remarked, observing Krillin and Android 18 locked in combat. Meanwhile, Master Roshi had long since curled up in a corner, clutching his head and trembling. Is that so?" Krillin and Android 18 paused in their rapid movements. "Let's take a break," Krillin suggested with a smile. "I'll fetch you some drinks," Marin replied knowingly as she headed into Kame House. "And make sure to grab an extra bottle," Krillin called after her, chuckling. "Yes, all right," Marin replied in playful confusion, continuing inside. This kid is so concerned for us. She must have an ulterior motive," Krillin said with a wry grin. "She is only spoiled because you give in to her every whim," Android 18 teased in response. "Hey, you're just as guilty. You must have sensed it too. Someone is approaching you. I at him." It has been so long since we've seen him, Krillin said, unable to conceal the bittersweet nostalgia in his voice. Chapter 21. The Divine Intuition of Tian D's Concerns. Part 4, indeed. Android 18 nodded with a smile. Just as the words left her lips, a voice echoed through the air. Whoosh! A figure soared through the sky, sending waves crashing against the sea before finally landing on Kame Island. Hello there, Lepin greeted with a smile. I trust everyone is in good health? Ah, it truly is you, Lepin. Hello. It has been far too long, Krillin exclaimed excitedly, recalling their shared training experiences. Marin emerged from the house, slightly taken aback to see Lepin, yet politely greeted him. Hello, Uncle Lepin. She then handed out drinks to everyone, realizing the meaning behind her parents' earlier words. Master Roshi, hearing the familiar yet distant voice, peeked out from his hiding place. His heart filled with joy upon seeing Lepin. Amidst laughter and chatter, the atmosphere was lively. Lepin, your arrival suggests you have something important to discuss with us, Krillin observed. Lepin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he replied. Indeed, I have come on behalf of Lord Tian D. My purpose is to gather you all and head to the temple. Tian D, what business does he have with us? On the 18th, she inquired with great interest. Indeed, I too am unaware of the specifics. All I know is that he mentioned our Earth is once again facing calamity and wishes for us, the Z warriors, to join forces in its defense. Tianjin Fan and his companions are also preparing to depart. Lu Ping directly broached the topic, saying, Is something about to occur again? The old turtle, who was shrinking away to the side, graciously stepped forward to ask as well. Yes, I have heard it is a significant disaster. Lu Ping expressed his concern. Is that so? Another calamity? Shall we set out then? Krillin turned to his daughter and said, Marwin, you should accompany us to the temple. Oh, really? But it's so dull there, Marwin replied, feigning a sour expression. Do not be like that. This is for your safety. 18 comprehended her daughter's sentiments and stated, In the temple, your safety will be better assured. Trust me, you should go there. All right, I understand. Marwin, upon hearing her mother's words, reluctantly agreed with a nod. Then, let us depart now, Krillin declared, but suddenly recalled something and added, By the way, what about you, old turtle? What do you intend to do? I will remain here. After all, it has been so many years, the old turtle replied. I will help Master Wu Tian keep watch over the home. Yes, that's so. Then we shall see you later. Take care of yourself, Krillin responded with a nod. Well then, we are off. Goodbye. Krillin soared into the sky, cutting through the air, distinctly visible against the clear blue point 18. Lu Ping and Marwin also took flight, heading towards the small island temple in the sky. Upon reaching the temple, the sky there was perpetually azure, with only a few clouds adorning it. Everyone is almost here. Tian D, who had just returned to the temple, turned and smiled, awaiting their arrival. Indeed, moments later, 4 auras landed upon the temple. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi also turned their heads, sensing the arrival of their friends, their faces radiant with joy as they collectively inquired, How is everyone? Krillin, Lu Ping, 18, Marwin, is that Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi? Krillin recognized their voices and beheld the burly figure before him, adorned with 3 eyes, alongside the floating child with a pale complexion, his long-lost comrades. Upon their reunion, tears of excitement glistened in the eyes of Lu Ping, Jiaozi, Krillin, and Tianjin Fan as they embraced the joy of the Z warriors reuniting, excluding Goku, who had chosen to remain at Tianjin Fan's home. Observing this heartwarming scene, Tian D felt moved. Initially smiling, his expression soon darkened. For Mr. Bobo shouted, Indeed, divine being. The others turned to see Mr. Bobo rushing towards them, a brilliant white paper in hand. Tian D, upon glancing at the paper handed over by Bobo, immediately grew grave, and the others sensed the gravity of the situation. Concerned, they asked Divine Being, What is the matter? Tian D surveyed each of them, and after a moment of silence, finally spoke. According to this information, a spaceship will land on Earth in approximately 15 days. And I have an unsettling feeling that those aboard possess formidable powers, with at least 3 individuals having combat abilities exceeding 50 billion. Whether they are foes or allies remains uncertain, but one thing is certain. They appeared at the very moment Gohan and the others vanished into the cosmos. Coinciding with their journey to another dimension, This is merely my personal conjecture, of course, without knowledge of the world concerning the Saiyajins. This implies they deliberately opened a path to Earth intending to confront Gohan and the others. Thus their arrival is ominous. What? Could it be those individuals causing the upheaval? Krillin inquired, recalling the Universal Combat Tournament. The specifics are unclear, but I harbor a sense of foreboding. Earth is once again on the brink of conflict. Tion D trembled as he spoke. This will be our greatest challenge yet. Fear and anxiety gripped the group, furrowing their brows and focusing intently, fully aware of their own insignificance, a despairing terror. They all closed their eyes, with only the beautiful sky starkly contrasting the impending darkness ahead. Chapter 22. The Calm Before the Battle. Fifth update PS. The new urban saga Holy King by Mu Luo is officially serialized. Friends who enjoy Mu Luo's tale should take a look as the door to the gravity chamber swung open. Exuding a chilling aura, two figures darted down the elongated corridor, startling the patrolling personnel. Although unable to capture their appearance, the guard were nonetheless intimidated by the aura they emitted. Had they known these two were merely sluggish due to hunger, their expressions would have been far more entertaining. Goku and Vegeta exchanged knowing smiles, while Gohan and OOB felt a rare awkwardness. But as their stomachs protested, they could only affirm the actions of Goten and Trunks, the two shadows they had just witnessed. Perhaps to motivate Goten and Trunks, Goku and Vegeta had insisted that they skip breakfast that morning and stipulated that they could only leave the gravity chamber after battling under normal conditions and determining a victor effectively. Not until noon on the fourth day, and this round of rigorous training would leave a lasting impression on Goten and Trunks, as Vegeta raised the gravity to a staggering 50,000 times that of Earth. As they sprinted, Goten and Trunks traversed several kilometers in mere seconds, suddenly bursting through the great door, their eyes glowing with a ghostly green as they lunged towards the dining table, subsequently devouring food with wild abandon. The sight of two famished youths crashing into the room momentarily shocked the gathered crowd. Though they were all well-mannered, they couldn't help but express their astonishment. Yet upon recognizing the two ragged figures as Goten and Trunks, relief washed over them, though curiosity about their experiences lingered, especially for those who could sense energy and were astonished at their rapid growth and strength. "Is that Goten?" Kiki exclaimed, unable to believe that the disheveled and foul-smelling individual before her was her son, momentarily dizzy from the revelation. There's still a sixth update later. I recommend Soul Battle to everyone, and thank you all for your support of Mu Luo that I hope we can surpass 59,000 views today. We'll aim for 60,000 tomorrow. Bulma, startled by Trunks' disheveled appearance, remained silent, her brows furrowed as she understood that Vegeta had often undergone such experiences, thus Bulma did not react excessively. Meanwhile, Xiaofang and Be, with their chopsticks frozen midair, stared wide-eyed in surprise at the sight of the two devouring their meals like pigs. Goten did not glance at Kiki, nor did he speak in response. He merely grabbed a chicken leg with one hand, gnawing on it while nodding, and with the other hand, he seized a bottle of red wine, downing it as if it were mere water. Upon witnessing Goten's reaction, Kiki was utterly flabbergasted, while Master Roshi and Satan appeared equally dumbfounded. Even the King of Earth was taken aback by the sight of Trunks and his comrade, while the short-sighted guards assumed defensive postures, prepared for a sudden attack from the presumed ruffians. "Haha, slow down your eating. Then you can relax afterward." Suddenly, a familiar laugh echoed from outside the dining hall, and everyone immediately recognized the source of the voice. After a brief respite, they saw Goku, his shirt tattered, entering with his trademark grin while scratching the back of his head, nodding at those inside. However, he was taken aback by the presence of a particular individual, King Kai. Vegeta entered alongside Goku, followed by Gohan and OOB, all of whom acknowledged King Kai with smiles and nods, a gesture that slightly alleviated King Kai's distress, as he had been ignored by Goten and Trunks, despite the latter two being oblivious to his presence. At Goku's urging, the two engrossed in their meal finally became aware of their own lack of decorum. But having been mischievous since childhood, they continued to grin foolishly at King Kai before returning to their food. Although Goku and the others felt some embarrassment, Goten and Trunks were even more frustrated. They could hardly articulate their grievances, But after they explained the situation, the awkward atmosphere transformed into laughter once more. It turned out that Goten and Trunks were evenly matched in strength and were well aware of each other's capabilities. Thus, during their 3.5 days of training, their victories and defeats were perfectly balanced, which is why both had gone into the battle with empty stomachs, embodying the tragic spirit of a warrior who goes into battle without sustenance. Amidst their banter, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Oobi voraciously devoured the food before them. And in less than a moment, they consumed the equivalent of what hundreds would eat, and, astonishingly, the speed of their consumption showed no signs of slowing down. As the Kaioshin fell silent after exchanging a few words with Goku through mental communication, it seemed as if he was attempting to recall fragments from the past. Chapter 22. The Stillness Before Battle, Part 2. Suddenly, a loud laugh erupted, followed by a splash of water as high as a zhang. As a figure gracefully leapt several meters, diving into the sea. The splashes glimmered like crystals under the radiant sun, a delicate rainbow shimmering briefly. "Here I come, dear ocean." After that joyous exclamation, another voice called out, and another person plunged into the water, splashing the sea and causing the first to momentarily submerge, creating a scene reminiscent of a life-and-death struggle. "Trunks, is it not enough to beat you?" Goten did not employ any power, but simply used his palms to push the waves. Launching a surprise attack on the still stabilizing Trunks, the latter stumbled, losing his balance, yet swam like a fish, retaliating with a powerful surge of water, causing Goten to sputter. "Kid, are you bored with life, daring to sneak attack me?" Trunks, laughing, returned the insult, and thus the two began to wrestle in the shallow waters, their antics drawing bewildered glances from onlookers, who scrutinized the peculiar identities of the two, questioning if this was the legendary back-to-back mountain. "Oh, my goodness," Bra, clad in a striking swimsuit, was swimming nearby, observing her older brother's childish behavior with a gentle forehead slap, appearing quite exasperated. Bra sighed at the sight of Goten and Trunks grappling. Another shout rang out. "Oh, Ocean, Ocean, how I adore you!" Obu, with his sun-kissed skin, donned only swim trunks, his bare torso showcasing robust muscles. He too leapt several zhang into the air, spreading his limbs wide like a star, crashing onto the water's surface, sending forth an even larger wave towards Goten and Trunks, who, momentarily exasperated, turned their ire towards Obu. Obu, oblivious to their hostility, merely sought to unwind, reclining backward and playfully splashing the water. With his hands cradling the back of his head and feet kicking at the waves, he closed his eyes, basking in the warm morning sun, entirely unaware of the impending trouble. Goten and Trunks exchanged knowing glances, then nodded in unison. In an instant, Trunks vanished, while Goten leaped, landing behind Obu, suddenly locking his arms around Obu's. Startled, Obu opened his eyes to find Trunks grinning mischievously. In one hand, Trunks held a palm-sized crab, while the other clutched at Obu's waistband. Obu's eyes widened in shock, struggling to break free but unable to muster enough strength as he realized disaster was imminent. His face turned pale, yet at that moment, Bra's voice rang out like a celestial melody, filling Obu with relief. "Idiot, is there anything more disrespectful?" Trunks halted mid-action, glancing at his sister several meters away, his face flushing with embarrassment as he quickly released his grip on Obu's waistband, casually tossing the crab behind him, where it vanished into the distant sky. Goten, equally abashed, released Obu's arms and submerged, attempting to escape Bra's gaze. Noticing Goten's clever retreat, Trunks followed suit, sinking beneath the surface. "No, it's not my fault." Obu floated on the water, his dark complexion tinged with red. Unable to meet Bra's beautiful eyes, he darted his gaze, ultimately opting to evade the awkward situation by diving underwater. Bra, indeed vexed, crossed her arms over her chest, glaring at the trio who had retreated 100 meters away. She had to admit they included her brother, while Xiao Fong and Bai Er, who had followed along, stifled their laughter, with Xiao Fong in her tiny swimsuit dramatically clutching her belly. At that moment, a pair of lustful eyes were watching them from a distance, a diving mask sparkling exaggeratedly in the sunlight. Beneath a bald head, a lecherous expression drooled over the sight of the three. And it was none other than Master Roshi. He gazed at the two curvaceous figures, dismissing Xiao Fong as still too much of a child, nodding in agreement with his own assessment. However, in that very instant, a chilling aura penetrated him, causing Master Rashi to break into a cold sweat, unable to draw breath as he instinctively turned to the source of the icy glare. The next moment, the old turtle fled across the water surface, moving with a speed rivaling that of flight, kicking up waves as he sprinted away, having identified the owner of that baleful gaze, Vegeta. Cursing himself, Rashi muttered prayers for divine protection, recalling that Vegeta would not spare anyone. The possibility of an energy blast aimed at him loomed large, prompting Rashi to employ the highest strategies of evasion. Yet, contrary to his fears, he was still left terrified, panting as he receded into the distance, silently invoking the blessings of the gods. Chapter 22. The Stillness Before Battle, Part 3. Tomorrow, the 26th, is Moluo's birthday, and also the day he confesses to the girl he has secretly loved for 3 years. Furthermore, the Legend of the Dragon Ball Emperor will be stationed on April 26th. Having just signed with Juliang last Thursday, the recommendation from the website only came this week, unexpectedly yielding such good results. Thus, today marks the last day for the Legend of the Dragon Ball Emperor to shine on the new book potential list. I hope all my readers can show strong support for Moluo on this final day, giving him the confidence to declare that he, too, is a writer cherished by many friends. A gentle click to favorite and a recommendation vote will be the greatest support for Moluo, for which I sincerely thank you all. Familiar with Master Rashi's character, everyone chuckled, well aware that this lecherous old man lived by the principle of not eating what he is unfamiliar with. Meanwhile, Mr. Satan had long distanced himself from the main group, currently reveling on a stage, flexing his muscles and striking poses to elicit cheers from the young girls, while coolly engaging in a staring contest, posturing as if he were the ultimate hero. Gohan could only smile wryly at his father-in-law, appreciating his extraordinary disguise skills, having glued on a wig and exaggeratedly created a tuft of hair on his chest. The King of Earth had not come to relax. He remained in the palace, adhering to safety principles. Vegeta, having scared off Master Rashi, indulged in sunbathing, reclining on the beach as he quietly attuned his inner energy to better adapt to his formidable strength. Nearby, Chi-Chi and Bulma sat under a sun umbrella, their youthful spirits having waned as they engaged in casual conversation, occasionally bursting into laughter. Seemingly a rare moment of relaxation, Gohan was freed from scholarly duties and the constant tension of enemy presence. After waving to Bibi and Xiao Fong, he nodded at his current companions and stood up, walking lightly along the shallows, amidst the joyous atmosphere created by the hundreds around him. Gohan, yearning for peace, basked in the warmth of the day. It's Friday now. Tomorrow is Saturday with 6 updates. If you have tickets, please support Moluo, as his collection numbers are dismally low. Goku naturally noticed the antics of Goten and the others, chuckling as he rubbed his nose. However, he soon turned serious, focusing on the Kaioshin beside him, engaging in mental dialogue. Lord Kaioshin, what do you know about the Science and the Scion tournament? Suddenly hearing Goku's inquiry, the Kaioshin forced a smile, his brow furrowing in concern as he replied, I recall all past events, yet find myself unable to locate relevant information. My tenure as Kaioshin has only spanned a mere 500 million years. Compared to the Grand Kai's extensive reign, mine is but a fraction. Thus, my knowledge regarding this cosmic fighting tournament is limited. I have only encountered references in ancient texts. Is it true that the cosmic fighting tournament occurs once every 10 million years? Does such a competition truly exist? Though Goku possessed a simplistic nature, he was not entirely naive. Having weathered numerous storms, he had grown sensitive to certain matters, in the murmurs of the divine dragon. Goku speculated whether the impending cosmic catastrophe would transpire during the tournament, and the enigma surrounding the Scion lineage perplexed him. Even though Vegeta and Gohan exchanged no words, Goku grasped that they were both deeply concerned about the reasons behind the decline of their race. As Grit had indicated, it was prudent to keep the secrets between the Scions and the Scion champions from reaching Vegeta for the time being. Understanding Vegeta's temperament, Goku chose not to disclose this matter to anyone else. Prior to my arrival here, I had also inquired of the ancestors about various aspects of the tournament, but unfortunately, the ancestor revealed that he had been sealed at that time and lacked clarity regarding the circumstances of this fighting competition. The Kaioshin's expression reflected distress. After all, given his relatively youthful tenure as the latest Kaioshin, he felt inadequate to judge the accuracy of events, especially since the Grand Kaioshin of year had already passed away. Just as Goku was becoming frustrated by this ambiguous response, the Kaioshin seemed to recall something, his face displaying an expression of astonishment as he said, "Long ago, I visited the Grand Kaioshin's planet and inadvertently learned of a significant event. Over 4 million years ago, a group from beyond the cosmos suddenly invaded the netherworld, wreaking havoc and destroying a fifth of it within a day. However, they were ultimately repelled by an overwhelming force while attempting to assault the divine realm, vanishing from the universe thereafter." Stunned by this revelation, Goku immediately recalled the recent figures he had encountered, and with a serious expression, he inquired, "Was it the demon realm? What could have caused such devastation?" "Kaioshin-sama, is there no basis for this?" Goku's question was not a challenge to the Kaioshin's competence. After all, during their conversation the previous night, the Kaioshin had already shared some insights regarding ancient texts. The universe had witnessed several calamities, and most historical records have been obliterated, with even the Kaioshin realm not escaping this fate. Consequently, no one currently in a position of divine authority had lived for over 10 million years, rendering them incapable of grasping the underlying secrets that Goku's initial thought of the demon realm stemmed merely from recent events. Given the current indications, even if the demon realm had indeed experienced a period of decline, it was likely a relatively brief episode. Now, however, the demon realm had shed its previously dormant demeanor, adopting an arrogant stance that rendered it the primary suspect. Chapter 22. The Stillness Before Battle, Part 4. The Demon Realm. The Kaioshin's surprise was palpable. As the supreme authority of the universe, he was acutely aware of the recent upheavals concerning the demon realm. Yet, he had not anticipated that Goku would directly encounter a prominent figure from the current demon realm. Regarding him with an expression of intrigue, Goku, perceiving the Kaioshin's bewilderment, succinctly relayed the encounters he had experienced with various mysterious individuals over the past days. Upon hearing Goku's account, the Kaioshin's countenance darkened, plunging him into deep contemplation. The information Goku provided was far graver than what the Kaioshin had previously gathered. The demon realm had begun launching offensives against the universe. Could it be the legendary 7 Killers? Yet, according to the fragmented ancient texts, were their powers truly so formidable? There appeared to be discrepancies, leaving the situation shrouded in uncertainty. When Goku mentioned the demon realm's figure capable of manipulating cosmic energies and sealing spaces, Moreau, the Kaioshin swiftly recalled a page from ancient texts he had perused, his face turning as pale as parchment as an indescribable dread enveloped him. Consequently, the Kaioshin shared the information he possessed with Goku. However, upon comparing the identities, Goku discerned that Moreau's existence differed from the accounts in the ancient texts, yet this revelation undeniably etched the name of the demon realm's 7 Killers into Goku's memory. The 7 Killers of the demon realm? What was their status? Wasn't the demon realm ruled by a demon king, with Dabura being the previous monarch? Goku recalled Dabura from years past. It was due to his presence that Goku and his companions had always believed the demon realm posed no significant threat. However, in the current situation, the mere glimpse of the demon realm's capabilities was enough to instill apprehension in Goku, revealing a terrifying concealment. Goku was acutely aware that since the dragon had restored his body and unleashed his previously concealed power, combined with the Dragon Balls, he possessed sufficient strength to defeat a super 1-star dragon. Yet, the notion of a Demon King was merely a notion from the past million years, in the ancient and primordial eras. The ancient texts recorded that the highest authority in the demon realm was the Demon Lord, beneath whom were various overlords, with the 7 Killers being among the 7 most formidable entities. Nevertheless, this too seemed incongruous. If they were indeed the 7 Killers, how could they have survived from the primordial era to the present? Goku interrupted the Kaioshin, directing attention to the crux of the matter. After all, Goku understood that even the Kaioshin could only survive for roughly 100 million years, and the current Kaioshin had only recently begun his reign in the ancient era. Yet now, The possibility of the seven killers being remnants from the ancient or primordial eras was mentioned. As if anticipating Goku's doubts, the Kaioshin's brows twitched, and after a glance at Goku, he shook his head and added, "Goku, the situation is not as it seems. If the beings of the demon realm do not depart from their realm, their lifespans are not governed by the laws of the universe. This means their longevity cannot be compared to ours. Moreover, certain demon entities, upon reaching a certain level of power, can manifest their souls into physical forms. Thus, once they seize another body, they can continue to be reborn, and the seven killers are precisely such beings." Upon hearing this, even Goku, regardless of his mental fortitude, was shaken to the core, for he had never known such truths. Had it not been for the Kaioshin revealing the ancient texts, he would have never fathomed that the demon realm harbored such secrets. However, there remained too many unanswered questions. Just as Goku was about to inquire further, the Kaioshin seemed to grasp Goku's thoughts, promptly providing the next piece of information. The demon star you encountered was indeed a planet within the demon realm. And if the records are accurate, it serves as the home planet of one of the seven killers. The demons residing there possess power that far exceeds that of the former Dabura, capable of bringing about a great calamity for the universe. Goku inhaled sharply, recalling that if the demon star were to descend upon Earth, the feeble strength of that time would render even a single demon capable of annihilating the entire planet. From Goku's altered expression, the Kaioshin discerned Goku's thoughts and remarked in a somewhat jesting tone, "However, according to the records, the demon star is heavily sealed. Since its departure from the demon realm, the demons within cannot escape the planet nor unleash their full powers. Hence they have not brought about a catastrophic disaster for the universe, which is a minor concern." Goku remained unconvinced, rapidly recalling the events of recent days, attempting to uncover more secrets within the minutiae. Yet, as the enigmatic black energy flashed through his mind, Goku's face shifted dramatically, a look of profound shock etched upon his features. Could it be? Goku's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes radiating a profound brilliance, while internally he was swept up in a tumult of emotions. Chapter 23. The Mysterious Woman, Dorofin. Part 1. Third update. On a distant celestial body, it seemed a fierce slaughter had recently transpired. The crimson sky as translucent as blood, exuding a massive oppressive aura. The dark brown earth lay pockmarked and desolate, a grim sight, with even the air infused with a faint metallic scent of blood that was nauseatingly potent. A series of figures flickered into view like phantoms. Among them, a burly man floated into the air, his visage resembling that of a blood-soaked fiend, his scarlet cheeks still adorned with a savage grin, occasionally licking the blood from the corners of his mouth, relishing the visceral thrill of carnage, fully aware that the blood on him was merely splattered from vanquished foes. There must be at least 800, if not 1,000. Another figure, a middle-aged man, appeared immaculate, his attire unstained. With sharp brows and keen eagle-like eyes, he wrinkled his nose slightly upon catching the faint whiff of blood, his expression one of disdain. Yet, those present understood that this seemingly gentle individual harbored the most intense murderous intent. Among the trio was a youth whose battle attire was similarly dyed crimson with blood. Beneath his calm demeanor lay a tempest of lethal intent. At this moment, his left hand clutched a severed head, still dripping with blood. The dark hair was disheveled, grasped by fingers like the talons of an eagle, revealing beneath the spectral shadows that it belonged to a girl of exquisite beauty. Yet, in that instant, the lifeless woman's wide, terrified eyes and the contorted muscles of her face suggested that the young man had slowly tortured her after breaking her spirit. He coldly regarded the brutish figure before him, then casually tossed the head to the other, his expression betraying no emotion. The large man, having already discerned that the head belonged to a beautiful woman, was driven by a perverse obsession, and upon receiving the severed trophy, he embraced it with unrestrained joy, eagerly admiring the lovely features. His grotesque proclivity for collecting the heads of handsome men and women as macabre trophies was well known. The middle-aged man scoffed at this grotesque display. His own fastidious nature repulsed by such an existence, he intended to inquire of a nearby, burly companion what had transpired to summon them in such haste. However, upon observing the grave, unyielding fury etched on the latter's face. He wisely chose to remain silent. The other two, one youth and the brutish man, sensed the palpable tension and exchanged silent glances, waiting for their leader to speak. Second brother, what has happened? After a prolonged silence, the burly man, unaccustomed to subtleties, bluntly inquired, his coarse demeanor ill-suited for the gravity of the situation. The question shattered the stillness, prompting the man known as second brother to take a deep breath. Concealing his seething rage beneath a veneer of sorrow, with a heavy heart, he opened his eyes, delivering a devastating revelation. Third brother, fourth brother, seventh brother, and ninth brother are all dead, slain by Sieko. The thunderous impact of such words struck the hearts of the remaining three like a bolt of lightning, igniting a fierce wrath within the youth, whose shock quickly morphed into a burning desire for vengeance. This was particularly poignant for him, as his biological elder brother was the so-called fourth brother, the youngest among their sworn brotherhood of 12. They were collectively known as the 12 Assassins, each commanding an army of 10,000 assassins. Designated by the month from January to December, present were 4. February, June, October, the burly man, and December, stop. Having anticipated the youth's impending outburst, February's voice boomed like thunder across the landscape, causing the youth, who had been poised to flee, to shudder involuntarily. An overwhelming force compelled him to halt. In the ensuing moment, February and the others closed the distance, urging him to regain his composure, their fierce gazes rendering him compliant, though his body trembled with dissatisfaction. Second brother, are we to remain silent? Not only my elder brother, but also third brother, seventh brother, and ninth brother will find no peace in death. I refuse to accept this. The youth's indignation flared. His previously calm demeanor twisted into a mask of rage as he declared his unwillingness to yield. He broke free from February's imposing presence, attempting to flee, yet was met with a fierce gust of energy that restrained him once more. February thundered, "This is our elder brother's command. He has decreed that we must not provoke Sieko, nor her." The force of February's command momentarily quelled the youth's wrath, yet the pain of his elder brother's restraint weighed heavily on him. In the brief silence that followed, the handsome middle-aged June, having grasped the broader context, mourned the loss of their comrades while maintaining his composure. He recognized the futility of defiance in the face of overwhelming power and chose to adhere to their elder brother's directive. Why must we act so cowardly? We, the 12 brothers, ought to face this together. Are we to cower before Sieko? October, whose bond with December was particularly strong, expressed his discontent, questioning the rationale behind their elder brother's restraint. We have the authority to eliminate traitors. Sieko has insulted our ranks. We must resist. No, you cannot fathom the terror that is Sieko. You are outsiders and cannot comprehend the weight of past events. The power she wields is unfathomable. Those who lived through that battle know the fear it instills. Elder brother is right, February vehemently countered, recalling the harrowing memories of the past battle, still shaken by the recollection of Sieko's terrifying might. June, though not a member of their kin, remained silent, his analytical mind aware of the truth behind Sieko's formidable strength. He understood that only by acknowledging the enemy's might could they prepare adequately for confrontation. Yet, the sight of February trembling at the mere thought of the past stirred unease within him, prompting a re-evaluation of the information he had gathered. I implore you to remain rational. Elder brother will report this to Prince Journali, and perhaps even King Grit. If vengeance is to be ours, the remaining 8 brothers will make Sieko regret her actions, even at the cost of our lives. February sought to temper the fervor of his companions. Yet he alone understood the precariousness of their situation. After 2 days without a directive against Sieko, it was evident that few dared to challenge her. As the atmosphere thickened with unspoken thoughts, the youth suddenly smiled knowingly, his expression embodying imminent victory. For at that very moment, October had conveyed through thought, "When we return, I shall help you deal with her. Her head will become my finest masterpiece." Driving Sieko into madness. Chapter 23. The Mysterious Woman. Deluo, Fun, Part 2. The first light of dawn revealed a solitary figure darting along the coastline, flanked on one side by steep cliffs. The relentless forces of nature had sculpted the rugged rocks, and the gentle waves caressed the shore, leaving behind a fine layer of soft white sand, adorned with a kaleidoscope of shells glimmering under the sun's rays. The refreshing sea breeze brushed against his face as Wu Fan reveled in the summer's cool embrace in this secluded haven. He relished the tranquility, for he had always cherished peace in solitude. The world felt perfectly harmonious. As Wu Fan pondered this notion, a hint of bitter amusement crept across his features. Reflecting on the year's events, he felt a whirlwind of emotions: complexity, confusion, liberation, or perhaps deceit. Before the incident with the evil dragon, Wu Fan had sought to bolster his strength solely to protect the earth. Yet he alone understood that in the 2 decades since the defeat of Bu, his power had fallen woefully behind that of his father. He bore no resentment towards this fact. He had never aspired to claim the title of the world's strongest. But on that fateful day when Baby launched his assault, the tranquility that had long enveloped Wu Fan erupted into turmoil once more, now accompanied by a profound sense of guilt. Once upon a time, my prowess far surpassed that of my father. However, during the 7 years preceding the emergence of Bu, my father, through relentless day and night training, transcended his former self in the form of Super Saiyan 3. I primarily refer to the animated version, where Goku's Super Saiyan 3 is stronger than the enigmatic Gohan, and Kid Bu is more formidable than Gohan Bu. Yet, it was also in that very year that Gohan relinquished the primary responsibility of protecting Earth. Over the span of 20 years, although I made considerable progress, it was only at the moment of my defeat by Baby that I realized my father had surpassed me by several tiers. And even Vegeta was significantly stronger than I. Perhaps it is ironic that I possessed extraordinary talent, yet concurrently harbored a yearning for peace and an aversion to war. In the midst of this contradiction, I found myself incapable of committing to arduous training. Rejecting the arrival of warfare naturally meant I would not aspire to pursue strength. However, this notion was utterly shaken during the evil dragon incident, revealing that even a desire for a modicum of peace was deemed selfish by the world. I remained woefully vulnerable, with my father bearing the brunt of every battle. Unbeknownst to me, I had already lost faith in Goku. It was not that I wished my father to claim the title of the universe's strongest, but rather that I could not accept being eternally the weak one in need of protection. Alas, it was too late. The evil dragons vanished, yet the Dragon Balls would also forever disappear from existence, as my father departed this world alongside the Azure Dragon's shadow. In silent agony, I was the one who suffered most acutely. My father's ultimate demise was a consequence of my own failings. Had it not been for the Elder Kaishin sacrificing his life for Goku's resurrection, this burden of guilt would have haunted me eternally. Though it is said that only Goku could withstand the power of the evil dragons, who is unaware that had Gohan truly matured, even if he could not surpass Goku, he would undoubtedly be the strongest ally, perhaps even preventing Goku's death. No one blamed Gohan, yet he was not as carefree as Goten and Trunks. He understood far more. Goten and Trunks possessed remarkable talents, but they could not compare to my own. Despite them having squandered much time, was my responsibility not the greatest? Gohan affirmed his own convictions with a smile. He bore an inescapable responsibility. Thus, throughout these past 6 months, no one knew the extent of his efforts. He trained his body with more fervor than Vegeta. Yet, due to his prolonged physical weakness, the growth achieved over these 6 months, while notable, was not substantial in the span from the Baby incident to the evil dragon event. His power had increased by 2 tiers due to frequent battles. In the preceding half year of relentless training, he had attained an additional tier, reaching the threshold of half a Super Saiyan 4, half a unit. This was a testament to his commitment to responsibility. Gohan concealed his true feelings, forcing smiles even while offering guidance to Tin. Yet in moments of solitude, he relentlessly chastised himself, perpetually seeking greater strength to safeguard Earth in place of his father. During this period, Gohan realized he had changed. More importantly, his unwavering desire for peace had begun to show signs of fracture and instability. However, he could never have anticipated the sudden reemergence of his father into the world. Was it instinctual? In that moment, Gohan's mindset shifted once more, subconsciously shedding the weight of responsibility for Earth's defense, transferring that duty back to his father That instant, Gohan wavered, not merely in his faith and peace, but also in his disdain for his own perceived weakness. Yet, what tormented him was his intrinsic aversion to the pursuit of power. He merely wished to cherish those close to him, but he felt no need to assume the role of a savior. For he did not desire such a burden nor deem it necessary. Moreover, he was acutely aware that undertaking such a role could invite calamity, and being inherently selfish, Gohan believed himself to be one among many. With this renewed turmoil within, Gohan's inner world became increasingly contradictory, yet he continued to conceal everything deep within, allowing the semblance of joy to mask his true feelings. However, just as Gohan was lost in reminiscence, a melodious voice akin to a celestial melody stirred his senses. "May I sit beside you?" Startled, Gohan returned to reality, his gaze drawn to a breathtaking beauty before him, with skin as radiant and translucent as jade. Her lithe silhouette adorned in a pale blue gown, her raven hair tousled by the sea breeze, and a sweet smile that captivated the hearts of all in that moment. Even Gohan was left spellbound. Yet, true to Goku's heritage, he harbored no lecherous thoughts. In contrast to Goten, he was simply entranced by the ethereal beauty of this maiden, for it was the first time he had encountered such exquisite grace. Gohan stood frozen. Even the rhythm of his breath momentarily halted. Had he been ambushed by an adversary, this would have been the most perilous moment. The enchanting smile remained as she brushed aside her hair with one hand while gently adjusting her flowing lace gown with the other. Her porcelain-like visage tinged with a hint of bashfulness, further accentuating her delicate beauty. Her elegantly arched brows lifted slightly, revealing eyes that sparkled like stars, a perfectly sculpted nose, and lips that parted ever so slightly. She was none other than the mysterious maiden who had once wept in sorrow at dawn, reminiscing about the past. "Can I?" Gohan finally found his voice, feeling an awkward flush creep across his face as he stammered. Upon hearing Gohan's words, the mysterious woman beamed once more, settling herself beside him a mere half-meter away, her luminous eyes fixated on the cerulean sea. Gohan quickly adjusted his mindset, inhaling the faint, orchid-like fragrance, yet his heart remained unperturbed, sensing instead the aura of sanctity emanating from her. Thus he did not feel compelled to question her ambiguous origins. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Gohan broke into a cold sweat. Had she been an enemy, he would have been struck down in an instant. Fortunately, she bore no hint of hostility. While she was not an enemy, neither could she be considered a friend. Gohan had no reason to inquire directly. Yet he understood that her presence was surely meant to convey something important. "You are Gohan, am I correct?" The mysterious woman shifted her autumn-like gaze to Gohan, her light laughter punctuating her inquiry. Gohan was taken aback, but recalling her sudden appearance, he regarded her unexpected visit with newfound clarity and nodded in affirmation. I am called Drolfin, a scion from the inner universe. We welcome you, scions, to our realm." The woman who identified herself as Drolfin smiled gracefully, relishing the cool sea breeze as she inhaled deeply. Gohan was not particularly surprised. After all, he sensed a formidable energy emanating from her, and since this was the planet inhabited by scions, encountering one of them was entirely plausible. His curiosity piqued. He directly inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss, Miss Drolfin?" "Well, nothing particularly special. I merely wish to see you, as you bear a striking resemblance to him," Drolfin replied, yet her expression suddenly turned somber, her delicate brows knitting into a wave of concern. Gohan felt a flicker of intrigue, having caught the shift in her demeanor. However, Drolfin did not fully elaborate. Instead, diverting the conversation, "I hope you will become friends." Observing Gohan's resigned expression, Drolfin chuckled lightly. "Have you noticed the barrier that separates the inner and outer universes? I am unaware of its origins, though I have been curious about it since childhood, yet I cannot find any information. What do you think of the world beyond?" Her words struck a chord, and while Gohan's expression remained impassive, a tempest brewed within him. The fact that Grit had not provided a detailed explanation of the sealing barrier, yet this mysterious woman openly admitted her ignorance regarding its origins, implied that the inner universe was equally uninformed about this barrier. Raising numerous questions, Gohan's gaze revealed his understanding of her underlying thoughts, and Drolfin smiled before continuing. I long to see the world beyond. Unfortunately, I have never had the opportunity. Would you share tales of the outside world with me? Hee hee, please do not mind my incessant questions. Both our races are renowned as the strongest warrior tribes of the inner and outer universes that I wonder which side will triumph in this impending conflict. I'm also curious if our two races have ever settled a score. Before Gohan could respond to her first question, the second and third inquiries struck him like heavy bombs, causing his heart to race. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm facade and replied with a smile. Hee hee, I only recently learned of the existence of the inner universe. I am equally uninformed about the ceiling barrier, as the Earth I inhabit is far removed from here. The Earth is a remarkably beautiful realm, where gravity is akin to that which we experience here, though its size is considerably diminished. Both the azure sky and the white clouds are present. History has already provided its answers. We are each the first race of our respective inner and outer universes. Have we ever truly had the opportunity to venture into the outer universe? Moreover, it is only within this year that the outer universe has come to acknowledge the existence of the inner universe. Yet why did the inhabitants of the inner universe not make their appearance a year prior? The two factions, both lauded as the mightiest warrior races, have yet to clarify which truly reigns supreme. Surely, there must be some hidden intricacies at play. Oh, I had presumed there would be significant differences. As Dorofin displayed a look of disappointment, while the authentic expression further tightened Gohan's gaze, eager to glean more information. For instance, there exists a planet where the sky is a vibrant green, the clouds tinged with a hint of azure, and the flora is an enchanting blue. Another planet is devoid of sunlight, its surface composed entirely of rugged rocks, yet it gleams with an unparalleled brilliance akin to countless stars. Gohan engaged Dorofin in conversation, and for a moment, their camaraderie blossomed amidst laughter, although both were acutely aware of the unspoken truth lingering between them. Chapter 24. The Battle Commences, The Feudal Lord's War, Part 1. P.S. Moluo's new book, Urban Saint King, has officially begun serialization. For those who enjoy Moluo's tales, do indulge yourselves. On the surface, their banter was lighthearted, yet Gohan had gleaned a wealth of information from Dorofin's subtle hints that, of course, he did not wholly accept her assertions, but rather found himself intrigued by her cryptic manner of communication. This sudden appearance of a mysterious woman left him wary, despite his curiosity about her true identity. After all, some matters are far more complex than they initially appear. Her melodious laughter, though not as resonant as the waves crashing upon the shore, possessed a tranquil allure. Gohan recounted his experiences in outer space. The amusing, perilous, and even awkward moments elicited inexplicable laughter from her, which left him somewhat vexed. Meanwhile, during their conversation, Dorofin's mind was occasionally haunted by a figure, one whose essence was both familiar and yet as distant as the horizon. Though he and Gohan's personalities and growth paths diverged, their life beginnings bore striking similarities. It was merely their differing environments that had led them to such disparate places, sensing the somberness that enveloped them. Gohan wisely chose to maintain his silence. However, in that fleeting moment, chaos erupted. Instinctively aware that the atmosphere had shifted, Gohan unleashed a surge of formidable energy, swiftly lifting the seated Dorofin as he soared to a height of 1,000 meters. The tranquility of the sea was abruptly shattered. As it began to roil unnaturally, the vast surge of water rushed toward a colossal dragon, and in an instant, as the blue light pierced the surface, a water dragon surged forth, crashing violently toward Gohan and Dorofin's seated position. Recognizing that the threat was far from over, Gohan released his hold on Dorofin and pivoted, delivering a powerful punch that unleashed a tumultuous wave of energy, obliterating the stone dragon that had coalesced from the cliff below. It was at that moment that Dorofin realized the impending danger. Although she possessed considerable strength, she was woefully inadequate compared to the level of combat unfolding before her. Understanding Gohan's intent through his gaze, she hovered beside him, yet the sudden turn of events still sent a shiver through her, draining the color from her porcelain skin, while a flicker of panic and regret flashed in her beautiful eyes. For she understood that the assault had now reached her doorstep, and those tasked with ensuring her safety had likely perished. The attackers were intent on her destruction. Gohan's expression hardened as he scrutinized the two unfamiliar figures before him. Having survived a battle with Kiki, he was aware that certain individuals possessed the ability to wield the elemental powers of the universe. However, encountering two such opponents today, he recognized that the situation was far from straightforward. Without further dialogue, Gohan advanced slightly, allowing electricity to course through his body as golden light surged forth. With his hair standing on end beneath the intense golden flames, his emerald green eyes radiated a chilling resolve. He had ascended to the first stage of Super Saiyan. Saiyan, whoever you are, vacate this place at once. The two assailants, witnessing Gohan's transformation, suppressed their trepidation. The larger man boisterously shouted, while they were none other than the members of the Killing Guard. October and December. The youth, however, did not share the brashness of his companion. Upon observing the surrounding energy being disturbed by Gohan's transformation, he realized that their adversary was no ordinary foe, even without sensing the opponent's power through their aura. His keen intuition alerted him that this prey possessed the capability to counterattack. Suddenly, Gohan's furrowed brow confirmed that the attackers were not solely targeting him. Yet, this revelation only deepened his curiosity regarding the mysterious woman, while also heightening his wariness of the truth hidden within this situation. "Mr. Gohan," Dorofin murmured, her crimson lips pressed thinly together. She too grasped the dire ramifications of the situation and sought to explain promptly. But Gohan interrupted her. "I understand. It's nothing." As his words hung in the air, it became evident to all that the battle was inevitable. Unable to contain his fiery temper, October unleashed a surge of brown light from his right arm, shattering the cliffside below them. In an instant, countless boulders converged upon his arm, and within mere moments, a colossal rock fist surged toward Gohan's position. Gohan had indeed chosen a suitable battleground. Now elevated in the air, the impact of the water element would be significantly diminished. As the massive fist descended, he emanated an astonishing aura, extending his right hand to unleash a golden beam of light that collided with the incoming fist, shattering it upon impact. Yet October merely sneered, while December retaliated with a wave of energy. As Gohan extinguished the attack with his left hand, October's reformed fist struck unexpectedly, catching Gohan off guard. During the tumultuous exchange with December, October exploited the momentary distraction, launching a powerful stone fist that struck Gohan directly in the face. With a resounding crash, Gohan crossed his arms in defense, yet the overwhelming force sent him reeling backward, while Dorofin was also affected by the shockwave. However, due to Gohan absorbing a significant portion of the impact, she remained relatively unharmed. Reeling back 100 feet, Gohan dissipated the residual energy waves with his own aura, suddenly unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that sliced through the air toward his adversaries. Taken aback by Gohan's counterattack, October and December hastily defended themselves, yet each was still forced to retreat 1,000 meters. The youth spitting blood while his eyes burned with a frenzied determination. October, equally shaken, realized that his right arm had become the primary target of Gohan's wrath. In that moment, it was utterly shattered. Were it not for his body surpassing that of others within the same tier, he would have been left in tatters. P.S. Moluo's new book, Urban Saint King, has officially begun serialization. For those who enjoy Moluo's tales, do indulge yourselves. Chapter 24. The battle commences. The Feudal Lord's War, Part 2. With a single strike powerful enough to vanquish foes, Gohan's overwhelming display of strength eclipsed the combined efforts of his opponents. Nonetheless, they showed no signs of surrender, fully committed to eliminating Dorofin, knowing that they had already stirred the hornet's nest and now had no choice but to fight to the bitter end. "Damn it!" both shouted in unison, as the youth wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his entire being radiating a deep blue light. That moment, he called upon the surrounding elemental energies as a torrent of water surged forth, coalescing into several 100-foot-long blue dragons that ferociously lunged toward Gohan. Meanwhile, October's body glowed with a resplendent brown light, absorbing rocks from his surroundings. In a matter of moments, he had amassed a mountain of stone upon his exterior, having drawn upon the towering cliffs nearby. As the water dragon surged forth, the giant man advanced, his own body now an imposing 100-foot mass, as they coordinated their assault with a combined force that bore down upon the seemingly fragile Gohan. In the face of such a pincer attack, Gohan merely chuckled, first employing a protective barrier to safeguard Dorofin before stepping beyond its confines. With a single punch, he collided with the giant's fist, unleashing a blinding golden light that obliterated October's seemingly impenetrable defense. Like a kite severed from its string, October was sent flying, his body riddled with cracks as torrents of blood erupted from his mouth. His expression one of sheer horror. Disregarding the pursuit of the 6 azure dragons, Gohan unleashed a blinding radiance that possessed an overwhelming force, shattering the oppressive water dragon in a single blow and unleashing a torrential downpour. Seizing the moment, Gohan traced a beam of light towards the heavens, intent on cleaving his opponent in two. In the face of such an overwhelming clash, the youth had long since become numb. Drained of color, he instinctively sought to evade by twisting his body, but his speed was no match for the slicing strike of the energy blade. Ultimately, with a piercing scream, his left arm was severed at the root by Gohan's attack. Crimson blood gushed forth as the immense pain jolted the youth back to his senses, yet the excruciating agony caused his entire body to tremble involuntarily. His face contorted in anguish. Spasms coursed through his body as he gasped for breath and retreated in a frenzy. Gohan showed no signs of mercy. From the aura, he discerned that his opponent was a ruthless killer, and the acrid scent of blood further confirmed that they had recently been embroiled in slaughter. Faced with such a bloodthirsty adversary, he had no choice but to respond in kind. However, just as Gohan prepared to eliminate his opponent, the very fabric of the surrounding space suddenly fractured, and a formidable presence descended upon the battlefield. A colossal gust of wind striking Gohan from behind. Startled, Gohan swiftly turned to face the source, channeling the energy he had gathered into a massive golden palm imprint that collided with the incoming assault. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, scattering the mists of destruction across 100 miles, while the howling winds uprooted vegetation within 10 miles. Even the 1,000-meter-deep ocean was stirred into towering waves, as the inhabitants of the planet witnessed the stars and sun above tremble violently. Feeling the ground shake beneath them, Gohan was caught off guard. Though he emerged unscathed, he found himself unable to sense the auras of his previous 2 opponents, who had evidently seized the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos. In that instant of shattered void, Goku and Vegeta finally sensed a shift in Gohan's aura, their expressions changing in an instant. Yet upon realizing that Gohan had relinquished his Super Saiyan state, they remained silent. Exchanging knowing nods with Goten and quickly pursuing the site of the battle, as Gohan sensed the true absence of his foes. He too relaxed, the layers of golden light dissipating to reveal his dark hair once more. However, he was perplexed as to why his opponents had chosen to attack him rather than directly slay Drolfin. Thus, he began to subconsciously remain wary of the enigmatic woman before him. When she graciously suggested departing, he made no attempt to retain her, watching as her exquisite, pale blue silhouette faded into the distance. In less than 3 seconds following Drolfin's departure, Goku and Vegeta traversed the distance, finally feeling relieved upon seeing Gohan unharmed. However, as they began conversing with him, both Goku and Vegeta found themselves puzzled by Drolfin's mysterious identity, and a question lingered in the minds of the trio. What was her true identity? Chapter 24. The battle begins. The War of the Lords, Part 3, 5th Update. Return to Earth. The dire circumstances rendered the atmosphere around them stiflingly tense, as all present in the divine realm stood in speechless despair. One might say they were paralyzed by fear. Even number 18, who feared nothing in this world, was finally confronted with the sensation of dread. We truly have no hope left. 10 broke the silence, his seemingly calm inquiry betraying the underlying hopelessness that permeated his thoughts. After struggling with his emotions, he declared with fervor, "We cannot simply sit idly by. We must take action." His hands clenched tightly, signaling his determination. "There is no reason for us to evade. We are Dragon Ball warriors." Yamcha chimed in, though he hesitated when mentioning Goku, inwardly questioning, "Can we still rely on Goku?" His voice dwindled to a whisper. The group fell into contemplation, all too aware that at this moment, Goku was no longer their pillar of strength. Note: They remain unaware that Goku has already returned. No, perhaps sensing the strained resolve of his companions, Tien rallied his friends with renewed vigor, stating emphatically, "We still have a chance." His words shifted the oppressive atmosphere back to something more hopeful. Yet Tien's unwavering confidence piqued the curiosity of everyone present, save for Mr. Popo, as they pondered the source of his assurance that we still possess hope. Albeit faint, we must strive to seize it, Mr. Popo echoed, further igniting their spirits. Hearing such declarations, astonishment rippled through the group, a mixture of excitement and underlying trepidation evident in their expressions. Is this true? Tin, what options do we have? Krillin inquired, his eyes reflecting a blend of yearning and hope. Indeed, we have a plan. We can utilize the hyperbolic time chamber, Tien declared, gesturing towards the temple behind them with emphasis. The hyperbolic time chamber? The crowd gasped, all but Mr. Popo expressing astonishment, their faces betraying a flicker of hope. But is that feasible? Number 18, maintaining a rational perspective, finally questioned, can we truly enhance our strength to a whole new level within such a short time frame? Though reluctant to dampen their spirits, she posed her inquiry earnestly, her eyes closing as she contemplated the implications. Yes, it is not entirely impossible. We can significantly boost our combat prowess within 2 days, Tien continued, recalling past events. After all, we only have 2 days, Krillin lamented, his wife's cold water of reality dousing his enthusiasm. Tien, Yamcha, and Kairatsu also fell silent. However, this is not to say there is no possibility, as we will each have 5 days to train this time. Tien's words rang like a clarion call, uplifting their spirits, but he recalled past events and continued. Due to the previous destruction of the hyperbolic time chamber by Majin Buu and Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, and the subsequent destruction of the entrance by Mr. Piccolo, I have made adjustments that I negotiated with the deity of that dimension for the right to remain there for 5 years, and he granted my request. Hence, we each have 5 days to improve our strength. The revelation sent ripples of excitement through the group as Kairatsu floated in midair, performing somersaults of joy. Really? Ha ha! That's wonderful. Thank you, Lord Kai. Their spirits soared, for they finally glimpsed a sliver of hope. Aspiring to witness the dawn of a new day in 16 days. Meanwhile, the sun shone ever more brightly at this moment on the planet of the Saiyans. A formidable figure stood upon a balcony, gazing at the moonlit sky, which housed a satellite far larger than Earth's moon, lost in contemplation, until he was roused from his thoughts. Father, do you have any orders? Jinri dared not meet the gaze of his imposing father. A twinge of trepidation coursing through him at the thought of his father's iron-fisted methods. Observing the man's darkened expression, he understood that his father was aware of the day's events. Jinri, I expect you to keep a close watch on Kurek. He is loyal to you, and I do not wish to interfere directly in your affairs, but I do not want to witness a repeat of past events. Grit's unspoken authority pressed down on Jinri, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow. Instinctively, he replied, yes, that I'm also aware of the situation with Kurek and the assassins. Since I have not given any orders, you should not be so wary of Kurek. Have you already forgotten the events of that year? Suddenly reminded of the chaotic battles involving Kurek, a wave of dread washed over Jinri. If Kurek truly wishes to confront Kurek, I implore you to withdraw from this conflict. Kurek is one of my most trusted subordinates, and I do not wish to see him harmed, nor do I believe you could inflict even a scratch upon him. Furthermore, I expect you to keep the assassin's activities discreet. Do not allow the Saiyans to harbor any suspicion towards us. Our true enemies do not lie among them. Upon hearing Grit's thunderous admonition, Jinri recognized the potential fallout from this surprise attack, feeling for the first time the full force of his father's wrath. Yes, Jinri answered respectfully, yet recalling something, he added, Father, our scans indicate that Goku and Vegeta's power levels have significantly increased. Yes, I am aware. I did not expect them to improve so greatly in just 3 days. Truly, they are remarkable Saiyans, Grit remarked, his demeanor softening with admiration. But is such progress acceptable? Especially concerning Goku, whose strength remains an enigma. There is nothing of great concern. Everything remains within the confines of my thoughts, so do not overthink it. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the Grand Assembly, and we should remain vigilant against them. The individuals who previously attacked Vegeta. Indeed, they are the ones we must be particularly cautious of. Let us hope they do not disrupt the proceedings of the conference that be by the way. What has become of the others? Gelite shifted the topic, posing an unusual question. There has been no significant movement. There are no changes within the Elder Council. Yet, Genelai refrained from elaborating further, having keenly sensed an unsettling atmosphere. There's still no news from Ming. Has Sha Wai been unable to trace their whereabouts? It cannot be confirmed, but various signs suggest that he may have departed from the inner universe. Could it be that they have gone Earth? Gelite's eyes sparkled with profound light as he spoke with a smile. Earth? What shall we do? Genelai inquired earnestly. There is nothing of great consequence. It is already night. You should retire for the evening. Yes, I shall take my leave. Genelai bowed and strode out with agile steps. Gelite then turned his attention back to the cold, solitary moon. Chapter 24. The battle begins. The War of Feudal Lords, Part 4. Time continued to flow inexorably, and the sky brightened suddenly. The crimson sun had replaced the luminous moon, casting a brilliant scarlet glow in the east. Wukong and the others had made all necessary preparations and were awaiting departure. For today is the day the grand competition commences, and most participants residing here are gathering together to embark towards that magnificent celestial body, where an extraordinary battle shall unfold. Wukong, we cannot go there ourselves. The gravitational force of the competition planet is immense, beyond our capacity, so take good care of your health, and look after Wu Qian and Wu Fan. Chi-Chi gently admonished while holding Wukong's hand. However, those present could discern the truth through the fierce glimmer in Chi-Chi's eyes. She was genuinely concerned for Wu Tian and Wu Fan's safety. Those affectionate eyes were, in fact, a warning to Wukong. Should anything happen to her sons, you know how to resolve it. Don't you? A blatant threat veiled as protection was how everyone interpreted Chi-Chi's intent. It is of no great matter. We will only be there for 8 days. The preliminaries take 5 days to narrow down to the top 64, followed by 3 days for the final competition. After 8 days, we shall meet again. Wukong chuckled, scratching his head. Although you cannot be present, you can still watch our matches via the live broadcast from the arena. Indeed, there's a device that transmits the event via satellite, allowing all planets in this space to witness the competition simultaneously. That said, you all must remain vigilant. Bulma exchanged glances with Vegeta and Trunks, echoing the same sentiment that it is merely a competition. What could be the issue? Vegeta responded coolly, crossing his arms and turning away dismissively. Yes, Mama, it is just a competition. It might even be quite enjoyable. Trunks added in agreement. Dad and brother will be just fine. Don't worry, Mama. Bra chimed in. Grandpa, you must secure that championship and become the greatest in the inner and outer universes. Xiaofang faced Wukong, clenching her delicate fist with a gaze filled with admiration and anticipation. Very well. I shall strive for that. Wukong declared, clenching his fist and smiling brightly. Now, let's set forth. Master Roshi spoke seriously for the first time. May we return triumphant. Indeed, the group, filled with high spirits, boarded the spaceship as the doors slowly closed. With a surge of momentum, the spacecraft launched, its destination the hallowed grounds of the Universe Martial Arts Tournament. What kind of battles await? Wukong's old combative nature resurfaced, excitement causing him to tremble. With wide, eager eyes, he pondered the formidable opponents to come. Who might they be? Father, we are Saiyans, recognized as the kings of the universe. There are few who can surpass us, Wu Tian declared confidently, evidently pleased with the fruits of their recent training. No, Wu Tian, you must exercise caution. Did not someone previously defeat me with ease? I suspect there are still such individuals. Vegeta countered Wu Tian's assertion, clenching his fist in determination that I shall not be bested by them again. Though I am eager to discover what other strong warriors exist within the universe. Indeed, Uncle Vegeta. Wu Tian believed he had touched upon a sensitive subject for Vegeta and responded softly, in any case. We must remain cautious. Right, Wu Fan? OOB, having endured enough bullying from Wu Tian and Trunks, exhibited signs of evasion from the two, and being a less fortunate child, OOB had matured early and preferred conversing with Wu Fan. Yes, we should be a touch careful, Wufan replied casually, yet he refrained from mentioning Dorephan's existence to Wukong and Baijita, as he did not wish to draw undue attention to other shifting circumstances at such a critical moment before the competition. While they conversed, the entire spaceship began to tremble violently as it approached the planet, the immense gravity causing it to shake. Yet, it ultimately landed safely, restoring its prior steadiness. The gravity truly this immense? Trunks remarked, his expression darkening as he assessed. It is similar to what we experienced during training. Wufan had already been aware of the situation and displayed little surprise. Wukong and Baijita, unfazed, opened the door to behold the rocky, far harder than diamond, planet before them, which also boasted lush waters and verdant mountains under a blue sky and white clouds, albeit devoid of the charming little birds. They stepped out, observing the figures before them, each moving with swift grace. Their demeanor calm, yet exuding a terrifying aura. Wu Tian and Trunks stood speechless, finally grasping the vastness of the universe, where many hidden talents lay in wait. OOB, imbued with Wukong's teachings, felt his blood surge with excitement. Yet, as he anticipated the impending great battle, a sudden shift in his spirit occurred. At that moment, a voice shattered the stillness. Please, all participants, proceed to the arena. The competition will commence in 10 minutes. The crowd gazed at the immense structure ahead, reminiscent of the World Martial Arts Tournament venue, yet spanning an impressive 10,000 square meters. A profound respect welled within them, as their warrior spirits surged within this edifice. A grand contest would take place to determine the universe's number one, a victor who would guide the future for the next 10 million years. In this era, who will reign supreme? Chapter 25. The battle begins. The War of Feudal Lords, Part 5. The clear, resonant chimes of the bell echoed, signaling the resurgence of battle after 10 million years. All eyes were fixed upon the colossal clock ahead, as the wheels of history once again converged at a singular moment, igniting the fervor for combat within the hearts of those present. The passage of 10 million years, amidst the relentless tides of history, has concealed countless truths, burying them in obscurity. What remnants do the once great warriors leave behind? Nothing at all, though they may have held dominion for 10 million years. No one can endure the ravages of time eternally. Attain the title of the universe's champion is one thing, but time will inevitably cast aside your future. This is a poignant irony, for no matter how powerful one may become, they are but puppets of fate or history. The demon realm, distinct from other cosmic dimensions, houses creatures not governed by the underworld of any realm. Strangely, in the annals of history, true champions from the demon realm have rarely graced the universe martial arts tournament, never achieving the glory of a top 3 placement. This remains an enigma, with the so-called truths similarly submerged in the flowing river of time. Now, the resounding bell tolls louder and further, seeming to cheer for the victory of justice while lamenting the triumph of evil. As the future of the universe hangs precariously, who shall be its ruler? Let us proceed inside. Wukong's body quivered suddenly, feeling the surge of blood coursing through him. With a gentle smile, he turned to the others and began to stroll towards the grand entrance. All individuals responded in unison, closely following behind Wukong. As they advanced through the examination of their steps, an indistinct yet overwhelming aura loomed ahead, seemingly a test for the strong. Only those who truly persevered would earn their place upon the arena of competition. As they stepped forward, Wukong and his companions maintained their composure, bracing themselves against the sudden surge of repulsive force. However, both Goten and Trunks were acutely aware that they had reached their threshold of normalcy. Secretly astonished by the combat standards of this grand tournament, before them lay an astonishing sight, an arena extending over 100 meters, surrounded by several tiers of spectator seating, viewed from above. This magnificent structure bore resemblance to the ancient Roman Colosseum, instilling within its confines a fervent desire for battle, while simultaneously evoking a sense of solemnity. The erudite Trunks was the first to notice the transparent arena, instinctively approaching it and striking it with force, which sparked an expression of excitement on his face, more so a tone of astonishment as he exclaimed, "Incredible! It truly is the hardest diamond in the universe." Apologies, Mu Luo wishes to verify something. Doubt if readers genuinely enjoy this Dragon Ball narrative. Please log in within the next 3 days to bookmark this book and leave a comment. Currently, this novel has surpassed 100,000 views, yet only has 50 bookmarks, which Mu Luo finds peculiar and thus seeks confirmation. Previous TL friends should refrain from artificially inflating the data or commenting for the time being, as Mu Luo urgently requires authentic statistics. If anyone believes Mu Luo is deceiving them, feel free to remove this book from your bookshelf come Monday. Over the next 3 days, I wish to ascertain the true data of this book and validate a troubling suspicion. Thank you all. Upon hearing the term diamond, Goten instinctively recalled its connotation and hurried over, daydreaming aloud. If I could possess such a large piece. As he pondered, a glimmer of greed sparkled in his eyes, reminiscent of a thief's intent. Gohan, too, was taken aback. He understood the exceptional hardness of diamonds, and based on his knowledge of gravity, he did not believe this vast arena could be ordinary like the diamonds found on Earth. In stark contrast, Wukong, Vegeta, and Ub appeared bewildered, lacking any knowledge in this regard, each internally questioning, what is so remarkable about a mere stone? Wukong had even once used a large diamond to pay for lunch, not perceiving its value as significant. Ha ha ha. Trunks, you truly are perceptive, recognizing it as a diamond. However, this is not akin to the diamonds found on Earth, considering the differing celestial origins. Suddenly, a hearty laughter resonated from behind, drawing everyone's gaze to the approaching Jenny Lee, whose charming smile elicited nods of acknowledgement from the group. In the earlier ambush, Deluo had been unaware that the assailant was a killer, and so Gohan remained oblivious to the details. Yet, after conversing with Deluo, Gohan instinctively began to distance himself from Jenny Lee, a sentiment echoed by Vegeta and Wukong, though they still offered polite smiles. Jenny Lee, discerning the collective unease, smiled wryly before elaborating. This planet's gravity is exceedingly substantial, making it one of the densest celestial bodies in the inner and outer universe. Consequently, the hardness of materials on this planet far exceeds that of others. In other words, this diamond is the hardest substance in the cosmos. Oh, really? Wukong, now somewhat aware of diamond lore, nonetheless reverted to his usual curiosity, inquiring how much damage did previous tournaments inflict upon it. As you can see, this is a new arena, for the old one was completely destroyed to our current knowledge. Only the last tournament was capable of utterly obliterating it. Jenny Lee indicated toward the grand arena before them. Chapter 25. The battle begins, the War of the Lords, 7. Chapter 3. Ah, I see, Trunks mused, stroking his chin in response, while the others gradually grasped the implications of Jenny Lee's explanations. Just then, a figure resembling a steward approached Jenny Lee, stating, "Young master, all preparations are complete, and the king has already arrived at the command platform. The match is about to commence." Jenny Lee regarded the robust youth before him and replied, "Is that so? Everything is in order. Dick, allow me to introduce you to these esteemed Saiyans, our honored guests. Please ensure they are well informed about all aspects of this grand tournament. I shall now seek out my father. I entrust this matter to you." "Yes, your highness," the young man addressed as Dick bowed respectfully as Jenny Lee departed, then turned to Wukong and the others, saying, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will share all that I know. You are a fighter as well, aren't you?" Trunks was the first to inquire, feeling a kinship with the amiable youth. "Yes, but I am not particularly adept at combat. I lack the prominence of you Saiyans," Dick replied with a chuckle. "Haha, strength is not so clearly defined," Wukong remarked, though upon noticing Dick's slight embarrassment, he shifted to the main topic, asking, "You must have information on the participants of this tournament?" "Indeed, but we cannot disclose specific details about the contestants publicly. We can only provide a brief overview before the matches," Dick explained. "That is certainly necessary," Gohan agreed, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. "How many participants are there in this tournament?" Vegeta inquired, attempting to rephrase Wukong's bluntness. "There are 896 contestants, 332 from the inner universe and 564 from the outer universe. However, thousands have gathered at the venue. And the preliminary rounds aim to select 56 fighters for the semifinals, including all of you and the king and young master, who will advance directly to the semifinals. Gohan fell silent upon hearing this, as he was unexpectedly unaware of any mention of Sieku, realizing he was acutely aware of the pressure Sieku posed, even surpassing Jenny Lee. Is it true that each galaxy has 141 warriors? Goten asked after some mental calculations. No, it doesn't work that way. We select based on their combat strength. The Eastern Galaxy has 176 participants, the Western 192, the Southern 180, while the Northern only has 84. And the Demon Realm contributes 12. The Demon Realm, and only 84 from the Northern Galaxy. Trunks and Goten exclaimed, as Earth belongs to the Northern Galaxy. That is indeed the case, as the combat standards there are not high. But your power is different. Scions are extraordinary, Dick remarked, not underestimating the familiar faces before him. After all, in the records he held, they all possessed impressive combat capabilities, and recent celestial anomalies had many pointing fingers at Wukong. A suspicion Dick was close to confirming. Are beings from the Demon Realm also competing? This does not bode well, Wukong mused, recalling the persistent provocation from the Demon Realm, feeling a twinge of anger. Gohan and the others, having learned of the Demon Realm's exploits from Wukong, held a certain trepidation regarding the 12 participants mentioned. Vegeta, too, felt a surge of genuine rage, recalling past defeats and now possessing the strength to fight back, especially remembering how that magical fist had deceived him so thoroughly. That is how it stands. After all, the Demon Realm has historically participated in this tournament, though they do not dare to act recklessly. It seems we are on the brink of a cosmic clash, Vegeta said, arms crossed, his tone cold. Meanwhile, I'll remain silent, standing aside. What is it, Bu? What troubles you? Ub inquired of the plump Bu, sensing something amiss. I do not know. It feels as though I've been here before long, long ago, and now I sense an invisible oppression. Bu replied, yes, that's so. What should we do? You and I are one and the same, Ub said, his anxiety rising. He asked, could this affect the tournament? I do not know. Bu maintained a silence. After a while, all preparations were complete, and the participants, along with some spectators, those capable of arriving, took their places in the resting area. The tournament officially commences. Chapter 25. The battle begins. The War of the Lords. 8. Fourth update. A resounding voice echoed throughout the venue. The speaker is the king of all. Instantly, the entire venue erupted in fervent calls, only to fall silent just as swiftly. All the warriors promptly took their seats in the audience, their speed rivaling that of Goten. At that moment, the enormous screen to the north flickered to life, revealing a sophisticated, intelligent computer. The numbers and faces within it spun ceaselessly, eagerly anticipating the appearance of everyone present. Indeed, the screen eventually stilled, displaying two figures: the deity star from the North Galaxy's X-star system versus the warrior Sutton from the South Galaxy's N-star system. As the subtitles emerged, the two individuals appeared on stage, one clad in divine attire, tall and imposing, while the other stood bare-chested, with yellow hair and a robust physique. And then it began. In an instant, both figures vanished, yet the spectators remained unfazed. Observing the battle, Goku exclaimed with excitement, "Incredible! Despite the immense gravity, their speed is astonishing. The warriors of the universe are truly unfathomable." The dazed Obu snapped back to reality from the judgment of anger. Approaching to witness the clash, waves of air rippled continuously from the combat arena, the sound of their movements echoing with intensity. Suddenly, both warriors slowed, revealing Sutton in pursuit of Star, who then accelerated in an instant, overtaking Star to deliver a powerful strike. Star, however, remained unperturbed, swiftly conjuring a ki blast to preemptively counter Sutton's attack. Faced with no other option, Sutton also unleashed a ki blast that soared out of the venue. Due to the overwhelming gravity, it detonated upon impact with the ground, emitting blinding light and fierce gusts of wind, yet only singeing the earth slightly. It appeared to possess little destructive capacity. Both fighters halted, standing in the arena. The warm-up match had concluded. It was time for battle. The family of the World Tree had yet to reveal their true prowess. Sutton remarked, "Indeed, I did not anticipate your speed to be so remarkable." Star replied, "But I shall not be defeated by you. Did I ask that so?" "We shall see," Sutton retorted before vanishing once more, his speed now several times greater than before. Star merely smiled, then leaped backward as a key attack struck the position he had just vacated. As Star landed, he utilized the recoil to spring forward, delivering a kick. With time pressing, Sutton raised his left hand to block Star's right leg while simultaneously launching a punch with his right hand toward Star. What? Star sensed the impending danger and quickly raised both hands to shield against the attack, yet the force propelled both combatants apart. Sutton, quick to react, pursued Star once more. Star spun around, the force primarily affecting him, and saw Sutton before him. In a moment of panic, he clenched his fists, gathering energy to amplify his strength and activate a protective shield. The impact of his power caught Sutton off guard, forcing him to stagger back. "This is your strength." Sutton gazed at Star, cold sweat trickling down his brow. "Yes, this is my power. Come, I believe you have not yet exerted your full potential. You noticed that, did you? Initially, I thought I wouldn't need to use my full strength in the first match. But that is no longer the case." Sutton, too, suddenly surged with newfound power, though confusion lingered in his heart. The outcome seemed predetermined. Vegeta, observing the match ahead, discerned the truth through the aura emanating from both fighters as they revealed their true capabilities, declaring, "That deity is bound to win. He has not yet fully unleashed his strength and is already stronger than his opponent." Others nodded in agreement with Vegeta's assessment. Yet Dick, seated nearby, remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The first to strike was Star, who swiftly maneuvered behind Sutton and landed a punch to his back. Sutton, unwilling to back down, turned to retaliate with a punch of his own, which was thwarted. He then unleashed a barrage of ki blasts, but Star intensified his energy, neutralizing each one. Sutton vanished, only to reappear beneath Star, leaping up to strike his chin, yet Star had already evaded, crouching beneath Sutton to deliver a heavy blow to his abdomen. In a single explosive assault, Sutton fell unconscious. The victor was declared. Star. A voice echoed throughout the venue, followed by a wave of astonished murmurs from the audience, which included numerous non-participating viewers. An impressive battle, showcasing a high level of combat skill, Goku remarked, observing Star, who still concealed much of his power. Scanning the energy fields of those present, he realized that many formidable warriors lurked among them. Goten and Trunks fell silent, utterly astonished by the intensity of this competition, far exceeding their expectations. News of the first match's outcome spread, igniting excitement among all who had been following the tournament, causing the entire inner universe to erupt in fervor. In that moment, the Cosmic Combat Tournament officially commenced. Chapter 26. The Brave Guardian of Pacas, Part 1. The narrative of the Dragon Ball Emperor's legend emphasizes the intricacies of its plot and the vivid depiction of exhilarating battles. Thus, it may not entirely align with the conventional style of novels. However, the author is contemplating the future adaptation of this story into a comic, which does not constitute infringement. Hence, the writing format mirrors that of manga or animation, for convenience in future adaptations. The author believes that many Dragon Ball enthusiasts still cherish its spirited battles, and the captivating plot will surely satisfy all. Please support the author. Thank you. The victor, Star. A commentary resounded with special effects, reverberating throughout the inner universe as billions of voices erupted in cheer, many calling out Star's name. Amidst the rising storm of battle, the once-in-a-million-year combat tournament commenced once more, gathering the pinnacle of strength from across the universe. And the ensuing duel would capture the essence of this era's brilliance. Indeed, this truly lives up to the title of the universe's premier fighting tournament. The level of combat is astounding, the king of all mused. Acutely aware of the terrifying gravitational force of this arena, drawing in a sharp breath, he remarked, "Ah, it seems the universe's champions are indeed hidden from plain sight. My own understanding has proven limited. However, this is merely the preliminary round. Dear king of all, I can only imagine how intense the battles will be in the finals." Grit replied with a smile. Indeed, the clashes between the champions and the Saiyans should be particularly thrilling. The king of all said, momentarily taken aback, sharing in the anticipation that moment. All eyes fixated on the solitary figure standing proudly upon the competition stage, radiating an overwhelming aura that left many warriors in awe. While others were captivated by his striking visage, this individual was Star, his cold, piercing gaze surveying the figures clad in black before him. Suddenly, his form flickered, returning to his previous position, and he slowly closed his eyes. With the victor having departed the stage, the commentator, after a brief pause, continued to direct the ensuing battles. Now, let us proceed to the second match. Concurrently, the massive screen displayed the identities of the next competitors. After a few seconds of flashing, it finally confirmed. The warrior Kara from the West Galaxy's IU planet versus the warrior Ted from the West Galaxy's HZ planet. I end this charged moment. The spectators erupted in fervent cheers, with supporters on both sides vocally rallying behind their champions. And that instant, the two figures materialized on the combat stage, locking eyes. Kara, a handsome warrior with long blue hair, donned what appeared to be battle attire, while Ted, a muscular fighter, exuded strength with his brown physique and handsome features. On stage, Kara bowed slightly, placing his right hand over his heart as he introduced himself. Allow me to present myself. My name is Kara, hailing from the distant West Galaxy. My aim here is to challenge and surpass all my opponents to claim the title of the universe's strongest. Oh, haha. Is that so? I too have come for that very reason. Let us both give our all and relish the thrill of combat, Ted replied with a hearty laugh and a polite demeanor. Then let the battle commence. With a nod, the commentator signaled the start of the second match. Upon hearing this, both fighters shifted their stances, adopting their combat postures, hands poised in readiness. In a brief moment of stillness, Ted's left finger twitched slightly, prompting Kara to recognize his opportunity to attack. His aura surged, propelling him forward with incredible speed, gliding just above the ground. Simultaneously, his right hand clenched tight as he directed an assault towards Ted, who instantly paled, realizing the imminent danger. Yet he found himself unable to evade in time, hastily leaning backward in an attempt to create distance for a counterattack. Ultimately, Ted narrowly dodged Carla's punch, but the latter pursued relentlessly. Just as he was on the verge of catching up, Ted seized the opportunity for retaliation, swiftly flipping over and pressing both hands against the ground, then propelling himself upward with his feet. Carla, sensing the imminent threat, attempted to decelerate but could not overcome the inertia. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed a ki blast toward the ground. Though its power was modest, the resulting gust of wind lifted Carla upward, allowing him to narrowly evade Ted's foot strike. However, at that very instant, Ted had already positioned himself above Carla. Harnessing the momentum of his dive, he aimed to strike Carla's back. Startled, Carla swiftly turned his body, only to discover his adversary swiftly approaching his front. With time running short, he crossed his arms in a defensive X formation to withstand the ferocious blow, yet the overwhelming force still propelled him backward. Crashing heavily onto the ground, his hands bracing against the entire arena, sending tremors throughout the venue. Remarkably, the arena showed no signs of cracking, its defensive capabilities truly formidable. In this battle of genders, Ted offered Carla no respite, continuing his assault with the force of his dive. Sensing impending doom, Carla tightened his hands against the ground, then executed a powerful 360-degree spin to evade Ted's attack, using his feet simultaneously as he landed. He utilized the recoil to launch a forward attack, his fist aimed directly at Ted's chest. Chapter 26. The Brave Guardian of Pakas, Part 2. Chapter 2. No, wait, this. Ted suddenly recognized the danger and quickly brought his palms together to block Carla's punch. However, this strike proved too powerful, sending ripples of air and waves as it forcefully propelled Ted several paces back, while Carla gracefully rolled and landed steadily. At this point, both warriors locked eyes, maintaining a silent contemplation of the ensuing battle. Well, it seems you truly possess strength, young man. Your power is commendable. However, you ought to exert yourself further, don't you think? In my estimation, your strength and speed could be enhanced threefold. Otherwise, you shall find yourself defeated by my hand. Ted remarked with a smile at Carla. Oh, is that so? Carla echoed with a smile of his own. Such revelations can only emerge after the battle, I presume. With a grin, Carla's figure became momentarily blurred, his offensive speed markedly increasing. Yet his opponent, Ted, remained stoically unmoved. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, and in that very instant, his previous position erupted in a violent explosion of ki, unleashing a terrifying wave of flames. Feudal, a voice rang out. unmistakably belonging to the handsome Carla, who now appeared instantaneously to Tade's right, aiming for a decisive blow. However, reality betrayed him as he struck nothing but an illusion in a frantic turn. He glanced downward, only to find Tade standing on the arena, while a ki blast bore down upon him in a flurry. He retaliated with his own ki, and the two attacks collided mid-air, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion of flames. Amidst the energy shockwave, Carla shut his eyes tightly to shield them, simultaneously forsaking his observations. That moment, Tade descended upon him, delivering a powerful elbow strike to his back. The overwhelming force surged through Carla's body, even tearing a gaping hole in his battle attire, sending him crashing onto the arena once more, the impact resonating deafeningly. Carla, regaining consciousness, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at Tade. His expression calm, yet silent. "Oh, you truly are resilient, enduring such a heavy assault with minimal injury. Could it be you wish to conserve your strength? However, next time, I shall give it my all," Tade remarked, equally astonished. "Oh, really? Yet I have no intention of being defeated by you." That said, even though I despise such a combat state, Carla muttered to himself, clenching his fists, "Is it true that you could transform into that combat state?" Tade exclaimed in surprise and curiosity, "Indeed, I can.